Chapter 105. The Master-S Slayer. Each strike of the blade mercilessly claimed the lives of adversaries, and with it, retribution swiftly followed. Does the sword that spares truly exist? What form of redemption can one such as I, steeped in sin, attain? Stop! As the impetuous shout erupted from the one with the wig, the diminutive Sugi's gaze narrowed sharply. Gintoki. A sense of foreboding gripped Sugi's heart as he observed Gintoki's lack of response. Gintoki. Silence enveloped the scene as all eyes fell upon the white-haired warrior, including those of the ever-observant Kenshin. In that moment, Gintoki took a slight step forward, and Kenshin discerned the suppressed bitterness lurking beneath the white curls. Gintoki, please stop. Countless memories flashed before his eyes. A nostalgic echo of laughter and camaraderie at the Matsushita Academy. It felt as if those moments were both distant and yet vividly recent, now transformed into a dire reality. Why had it come to this? Kenshin, stop him. Quickly. Desperation surged within Sugi as he shouted, disregarding the peril of the blade hovering above him. If it's you, you can surely do it. Ah, if he were still the person he once was. Indeed he could. Turning to face Kenshin. The figure clad in black and wearing a conical hat locked eyes with him. Then, Kenshin, make your choice. Will it be your revered mentor or your comrades who have fought alongside you? My choices, drifting like leaves in the wind, are intertwined with those made by others throughout my life, a journey defined by myriad decisions. This existence is not what I desire. Killing you would yield the same result. There was no need for further words. The atmosphere thickened with an overwhelming intent to kill, palpable to all present. Himura Kenshin has lived a life steeped in tragedy, both in the realm of manga and in reality. This fate is inescapable. The tone dripped with derision. Kenshin, the one with the wig, visibly agitated, struggled to rise. Don't concern yourself with us. If it's you, you can certainly rescue our teacher. Have you forgotten our shared dream? To save Matsusaka-sensei. To return to being those 4 mischievous boys at Matsushita Academy? Ah, surely you can stand in for us 3 and protect our teacher. The expression on the wig wearer shifted, a smile gracing his lips. Do not worry about us. Go forth and safeguard the teacher. A choice? How could I ever abandon you? Do you believe I would willingly perish before your eyes? Sugi roared, ready to thrust his head towards the blade poised above him. Yet, he ultimately faltered, a foot pressing him firmly into the earth. Death is still a distant thought. The man beneath the conical hat moved with a speed that surpassed Kenshin's perception, swiftly overpowering Sugi. Kenshin's eyes flickered, yet he refrained from striking. The white-haired warrior turned to gaze at Gintoki, who had now positioned himself behind Matsusaka. His tone laced with a blend of calmness and mockery. Without a word, he tightened his grip on the sword. Such words, such matters. In an instant, his eyes widened, and Gintoki barely had time to turn around before being forcefully propelled away. With a tone imbued with utter indifference, he remarked, shouldn't this be my responsibility? Observing Kenshin's actions, the members of the Tenka group exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared understanding. As anticipated, soulless, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, Gintoki exclaimed, this is my affair. Why are you interfering? Ah, because I believe I am more suited for such matters. Kenshin shrugged. After all, I have slain the woman I love most. Can you claim to possess greater experience in the act of killing someone so dear? With a scoff, Gintoki staggered to his feet. What a ridiculous rationale. Before he could charge forward, he was restrained by the Tenka members. It would be the same for any of you. All 4 of you could make this choice. He scoffed, disciples of Suyo, your swords shall never reach the heavens. Without uttering a word, Kenshin silently turned away, observing the figure half kneeling before him, whose hand clasped the Muramesa tightly. He felt a tightening grip. Was he truly contemplating killing his most beloved mentor? Without a word, sensing the hesitation behind him, Suyo slightly turned his head to meet Kenshin's gaze, which bore the weight of the past. Kenshin, if one day I am no longer here, I entrust you with the protection of Jinshu and Katsura. Cut it out. Why? I would rather protect the short-haired one than him. Well, I beg of you. If the power of choice lay in my hands, it appears that everything has long since been predetermined. Shouldn't I have foreseen such an outcome? With an ominous grip on the cursed sword, I brought a sense of foreboding to all around me. Kenshin, please stop. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why must my dearest kill the one he loves most? How could this transpire? Kenshin, cease. I do not wish to harbor hatred for you for eternity. I have come to understand the bitter fruit of my mentor's sacrifice, and I shall continue down this path. In that fleeting moment of severance, An unusual sound seemed to echo. Please, do not ask this of me. I am already at my limit as an unreliable person. What is this sensation on my face? Why does it feel damp? Am I crying? Impossible. I didn't even shed a tear in front of Akira. The severed head suspended in midair stunned the three who least wished to witness it. Why? Why must my beloved take the life of another I hold dear? Such a bitter fruit. Such an ending. Why? Kenshin, silently rising. The fringe of his hair obscured his expression as the short-haired one rushed toward Kenshin. In that moment of his charge, a blade intercepted his path, halting his advance, reflecting only the final drops, distinct from blood. Lying on the ground, the short-haired one gazed at the sky, questioning if what he saw was truly real. Are you really truly crying? Your life. It was traded for by your teacher's own life. Do not squander it so carelessly. The figure of the sword-wielding traveler emerged in the arena. Do you sincerely wish to survive alongside these individuals? Have you developed sympathy for Matsuyama? Turning to gaze at the four men, each displaying a distinct expression, these souls have lost those they were meant to protect, an experience akin to death for a warrior. Furthermore, their downfall is a consequence of their own frailty. They have forfeited their worth to be avenged and are likely incapable of wielding a sword again, destined to live out their days like dogs, barely enduring. Raising my eyes to the heavens, I once more made a choice. This time, I possessed a delusional justification. I could claim my actions were for Gintoki. Yet ultimately, I chose Gintoki. This decision mirrored that of my mentor. Guilt should weigh heavily upon me. Yet I find an unexpected tranquility. The sky remains shrouded in gloom. But the billowing clouds seem to morph into countless visages, those of the two most significant women in my life and my recently departed mentor. With a sharp clang, the Muramasa blade shattered, the severed sword soaring high, as if entombing myriad memories, my emotions, and the torrential downpour that fell beneath the night sky. No matter how high it soared, it too must descend. The sword's keen edge did not flinch, allowing the broken blade to carve a gory scar across my visage, intertwining with the previous wounds to form a cross-shaped mark. Is this scar destined to accompany me throughout my life? Thus, Wanderer Kenshin, is this my fate? System, you have issued yet another task that I cannot fulfill. Was the foundation of your tasks always within the trajectory of destiny? The celestial beings departed in droves. Indeed, the objective has been achieved. Remaining here is not a wise choice. The legends of the anti-foreigners shall no longer grace the battlefield. The four men stood with bowed heads, enveloped in a somber atmosphere, their silhouettes steeped in solitude. They had never felt so lost, so adrift without purpose. Gradually, the aspirations within their hearts began to transform amidst the ebbing thoughts. The era of anti-foreigners has drawn to a close, yet the tales belonging to these four men are only just beginning. From this sorrowful juncture, they shall embark along divergent paths in life. Though we commence from the same starting point, the likelihood of our paths converging again diminishes with each passing moment. Having chosen to bear this burden alone, I can no longer linger. Master, your task has been fulfilled. P.S. The last sentence signifies that I, Himura Kenshin, have taken on the responsibility of caring for Gintoki and the others, a duty originally entrusted to Matsuyama, and I have begun anew. P.S. Next chapter, The Wanderer's Journey. Stay tuned. Chapter 106. A new journey. Approximately 4 years have elapsed since the anti-foreigner war, which fell swiftly after losing several legends. Now, this land has become the dominion of the celestial beings, and none dare defy their tyranny. The silver lining is that most celestial beings remain concentrated in the regions of Jianghai and Edo, while in the area of Bushu, their presence is notably scarce. Currently, it is said that AI Sugi and the Wigwearer are still seeking vengeance, while Gintoki appears to be pursued. Who knows where Kenshin vanished to after Matsuyama's demise? Who can find him? Hey, you haven't paid yet. A figure clad in gray stealthily attempted to slip away, only to be seized by the restaurant owner, who loomed over him with an imposing demeanor. The man stuttered, at a loss for words under the piercing gaze of the proprietor, and reluctantly offered something in return. Suddenly, he produced a blade from his waist, grinning as he proclaimed, "This is the legendary sword of the famous Batasai. Quite valuable indeed. Let this suffice for my meal." However, within mere moments, the gray-clad man was unceremoniously ejected from the establishment, brushing off the dust from his garments and gesturing an obscene gesture towards the restaurant. Ignorant fools. Tell me, how does one wield a reverse blade sword on the battlefield? His furious shouts echoed within the restaurant's walls, ignoring the stares of onlookers. He sheathed the sword at his side, his hair blowing wildly in the wind, occasionally revealing the scarred cross that adorned his brow. With a resigned scratch of his head, he departed, seemingly destined to spend another night in an alleyway. Glancing up at the sky with a weary expression, he stood upon a bridge, contemplating the vast expanse above him. I wonder how they are faring. Indeed, who else could be in such dire straits but Kenshin? Following the slaying of Matsuyama, the once battling Kenshin had vanished from the battlefield of the Bakamatsu, embarking upon a solitary journey. Though ostensibly in search of answers, the wandering swordsman found himself lost, meandering through various locales and experiencing myriad wonders. This nomadic existence had persisted for an extended period, yet Kenshin remained uncertain of his ultimate destination. Now 19, Kenshin stood taller than ever, his stature far exceeding that depicted in the original narrative. Indeed, he could now look down upon those shorter than him. The scars upon his visage lent him an aura of formidable presence. However, the years of wandering had also allowed an unknown darkness to gradually erode his once steadfast integrity. What was this? As he ambled down the street, he found himself curious about a commotion nearby. Come one, come all. Don't miss out. A passerby exclaimed. It's a competitive eating contest. Whoever can devour these buns in the shortest time will earn the favor of this lovely lady beside me, granting them entry to the dojo for training. Oh, is that true? Miss Mitsuba? She is as enchanting as ever. I've heard that dojo is quite formidable. Kenshin thought to himself, I shall certainly succeed in this eating contest. His lips twitched as he observed the radiant smile of the girl, and he could only mutter, the star effect, indeed. Hey, is that girl really famous? He whispered to the excited companion beside him. You don't even know Miss Mitsuba's name? His friend looked at him with disdain, the word country bumpkin practically etched upon his face. Suppressing his irritation, Kenshin inquired once more, I just arrived from afar today. So of course, I wouldn't know. Well, let me tell you. There's a line of suitors for Miss Mitsuba stretching from Bushu to Kokai. His tone dripped with scorn, yet there was a hint of excitement when discussing Mitsuba. Casting a sidelong glance at his friend, Kenshin remarked, So, you all intend to follow Miss Mitsuba into the dojo, hoping to find a chance to pursue her, then? Isn't that obvious? Once again, disdainful. Yet the competition on stage had already commenced. In a flurry, he exclaimed, Hey, there's still me, and rushed toward the front. However, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a foot mercilessly blocked his path, causing him to stumble. He gazed, eyes twitching, at the nonchalant warrior, who was idly digging his nose. Hey, what is wrong with you? He exaggeratedly waved his hands. Did you faint from excitement? His laughter echoed mockingly. How embarrassing. Allow me to take your place. With a sense of righteous indignation, he stepped into the role originally meant for a bystander. Could you be any more shameless? The onlookers could no longer contain their discontent. Hey, hurry up and announce the start. Kensei shouted impatiently, I'm starving. Don't think I just had a full meal. That wretched boss threw me out midway. I curse you tonight. May your wife deny you her bed. What a malicious curse. Someone retorted. The boss will weep, truly weep. Ahem. Clearly, the host was taken aback, but soon cleared his throat. Thus, the great eater competition begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than a glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Kensei's eyes. It was a conviction of absolute determination. The spirit of one who could triumph. In a blur of motion, he devoured the buns with astonishing speed, nearly swallowing one whole in each bite. Hey, what an astonishing revelation. It's only chapter 106, and we discover you're a glutton. Enough with your ramblings. If you had consumed nothing but I am Aki's jam-filled bread for 2 whole years for your illness, you'd be just like me, Kensei retorted while munching, not forgetting to throw in some sarcasm. Wait, how are you managing to eat so voraciously and still converse? You'll choke, you fool. Life and death are trivial matters. If you're dissatisfied, then fight. He gestured a middle finger at the author. Thank you for the feast. He patted his belly contentedly. This is the fullest I've felt in a month. Observing the others still persevering, the host silently facepalmed and turned to inquire about the prize distribution from Miss Mitsuba. Wonderful. She beamed, though there seemed to be an underlying mischievousness in her smile. Kensei froze for a moment, despite the girl before him being different from his memories. Her smile was strikingly familiar. Mr. Warrior? Mr. Warrior? Mitsuba shyly asked, noticing Kensei lost in thought. What? He snapped back to reality. oblivious to the murderous glares around him. The second round is about to begin, Mitsuba said, her cheeks adorably flushed. So we can eat again? Kensei's eyes sparkled with excitement. But this time, it will be served with my special chili sauce, she declared, producing a portion of wickedly spicy sauce to smear on the buns. Not a problem. Leave it to me, Kensei boasted, then inquired, by the way, can we take what we don't finish? How disgraceful. You've embarrassed millions of transmigrators. Apologize. Apologize right now. If you can't finish, Mr. Warrior can take it to my dojo, Mitsuba teased. Understood. Once again, as I turned, my eyes burned with fierce determination, instilling fear in those who dared to compete for the second round. Whoever dares to contest with me shall face my wrath. Yet, in truth, we were too intimidated to challenge such a figure. The onlookers silently mocked. Hey, did you see him actually consume Miss Sandy's chili sauce? My goodness. Does he lack taste buds? I barely dared to try it once. Thus, while Miss Sandy had many admirable qualities, her penchant for such things was rather lamentable. 3 minutes elapsed. Yosh, I'm done, I declared, clenching my fist and gazing skyward, tears welling in my eyes. After 3 long days, I was finally satiated. Come, esteemed warrior. Let us proceed. Miss Sandy was taken aback, covering her mouth in surprise. However, observing this warrior was a stark contrast to those at home. It would surely be entertaining to spend time together. Hey, will you provide lodging after the meal? My eyes widened in disbelief. Well, Sword Heart, I want to express my gratitude to you. Truly, I want to. Chuckling, the esteemed warrior led me away. Is it truly acceptable? I wondered in disbelief. How had that destitute warrior endured such a potent chili sauce? Have you ever fathomed the agony of Sword Heart, who had consumed Iam's jam bread for 4 long years? PS2. A future distinct from the one we know has begun to unfold. PS3. It can be assured that post-restoration, barring matters related to previous narratives, there shall be no further torment. Moreover, Miss San is not the protagonist. Chapter 107. This world is filled with peculiarities. Everyone, I have returned. With that, Sanny pushed open the doors of the dojo, and a small child rushed out. Sister, welcome back. The child beamed up at me with an adorable smile. Sword Heart felt a pang of discomfort, sensing that beneath that innocent smile lay the same hidden secrets as her sister's. Were you well behaved today? Sanny gently patted the child's head, who looked quite content. You didn't engage in any more fights with Hijikata, did you? Not at all. The child responded, grinning innocently. Nodding with satisfaction, Sanny stepped aside. This is the esteemed warrior I brought back today. It seems he has no place to stay. A lack of lodging is hardly an issue. There's an empty barn in the backyard, or Hijikata's doghouse will suffice. Such audacious words slipped out without a second thought. Hey, what are you talking about, little one? It was essential to assert my authority at this moment. Is this little brat attempting to intimidate me? If only I knew where I could be oppressed. Meanwhile, in distant Edo, a sneezed, rubbing his nose, and Meow remarked on the recent chill in the air. As he observed the somewhat lethargic Shun, he admonished, stay focused. With that, he delivered a punch that sent Shun flying. That's your little brother. Is this considered domestic violence? I said nothing. Meow retorted, I'm leaving, departing. TCH. Meow scoffed. Don't presume I'm unaware of your intentions. And what intentions might that be, little brat? He lifted the child by the collar, gazing into his eyes. You're quite audacious. What is this fellow's name? Okita Sugo, my brother. Even when his younger brother was captured, Miku maintained a cheerful demeanor. Hey, Togo, don't let your tongue slip with all that bravado. Kenshin, I already have someone I adore. Miku, with a tone of disbelief, elongated his words. It's truly bewildering that anyone would fancy you in your current state. Oh, don't say that. I used to be quite the charmer. Kenshin set Togo aside, assuring him, so, rest easy. Besides, I'll only be here for a day. I have travels ahead. Such words seemed to lead to only one choice. With that thought, Kenshin shouted, Hey, gorilla, someone is looking for you. A figure swiftly appeared before them. Who is seeking me? Togo pointed at Kenshin. That guy said he wants to stay the night. He seems rather pitiful. Why not let him stay? Oh, is that so? Well, that doesn't seem too troublesome. The gorilla nodded. I'm fine with it. Kenshin then eyed the gorilla as he produced a bunch of bananas. Hey, you over there. Look over there. Oh, bananas. And then, the gorilla tumbled into the pool. All right, problem solved. Kenshin clapped his hands and turned back to Togo. Kid, it seems I must teach you a lesson. With a disdainful glance, Togo raised his sword, positioning it between them. What kind of samurai are you? Isn't that a reverse blade? What business is it of yours? Kenshin retorted, reclaiming his sword with an air of resignation. What is the point of carrying a reverse blade without the decree of the Shinsengumi? Be careful not to be taken away for some bizarre experiment. Old man. Togo scoffed at Kenshin, such cowardice. By the way, isn't that sword from the wandering swordsman, Kenshin? A soaked and dripping Kondo unexpectedly appeared beside Kenshin, looking rather amused. Hey, Kenshin and Togo, both resembling dead fish, stared at the gorilla. You behind me? I behind you. Turning around, Kenshin shouted, Hey, Miku, stop. Let us talk this over. Uffed. I just cleaned the floor. Miku replied with a radiant smile. Well, I can sleep in the hall tonight. Kenshin said, releasing Togo, I'm used to it anyway. That would be quite rude. Miku grasped Kenshin's hand. Hijikata is outside working. He'll be back soon. And I'll introduce you to Yamazaki and the others one by one. All right. Kenshin, maintaining his calm, inquired. But first, where's the restroom? Oh, over there. Miku tilted her head, somewhat puzzled, but still indicated the way. Thank you. With that, Kenshin vanished in an instant. Ha. Hey, bring Hijikata out here. I'm here for revenge today. Outside the dojo, a group of intimidating figures blocked the entrance, and Kondo stood protectively in front of Miku and Togo. Facing these men, Kondo remarked with a smile, I see you didn't get enough yesterday. What brings you back today? I won't tolerate self-inflicted masochism. Who is the masochist here? One of them bellowed, then touched his peculiar hairstyle. You ambushed me when I was alone yesterday. Today, I shall bring my men to set ablaze this wretched establishment. Are you certain? Kondo exclaimed with astonishment. Sogo has already called the police, so go ahead and burn it. Sogo replied with a calm demeanor. How infuriating. Such words cannot lead to destruction. A look of regret crossed his face. Had I known, I would have kept my mouth shut. So, it seems you are indeed quite confident in your plan, my friend. Fear not, Chief. It is essential to remember that the most beautiful Miss Mitsuba of Musha is the owner of this dojo. At this moment, a subordinate appeared, stealing a moment of attention from his leader. Miss Mitsuba? A glimmer of realization sparked. I never imagined that Hijikata had managed to woo Miss Mitsuba. Hey, what do you mean by woo? Be more precise in your expression. Sogo was displeased. Why must it always involve Hijikata? He is, after all, the lowest ranked among us. You lot cannot even handle him. What nonsense, you little brat. The crowd roared in unison. With that, Sogo leaped down, grasping a wooden stick. That fellow is someone only I know how to defeat. We must relentlessly pursue him, torment him, until he can no longer withstand the blows. So, let us all lay in ambush together. Let us march forth. He started to lead the way, with his subordinates trailing behind. Why do I feel he resembles a leader more than I do? The corner of his mouth twitched in annoyance. Hey, is this the caliber of your subordinates? Just then, a common-looking face approached and seized Sogo. You little brat. This is a battle, not a game of make-believe. Huh, as if you were something grand, you. With a look of disdain, he remarked, Hey, you over there, nameless leader, your moment is about to be overshadowed. Humph. With a cold sneer, he continued, This man is a survivor from the battlefield of the Sano Joy, once a formidable member of the Oni Brigade. Nanny. The reputation of the Oni Brigade is indeed formidable. Although 4 years have passed, the events of the Sano Joy War remain etched in memory. It seems we are in for a perilous encounter. Kondo's expression turned grave. To think it is a formidable member of the Oni Brigade. We must buy time until Hijikata returns. The Oni Brigade, as far as I know, they ventured into the cosmos alongside Takasugi Shinsuke. What a coward you are, Sogo mocked. You insolent brat. His eyes narrowed. The most dreaded truth had been unveiled. With a swift draw of his sword, he aimed to strike. Sogo. X2. Yet, just as the blade was about to descend, a voice echoed from the heavens. Hey, someone catch me below. Suddenly, a gray figure descended, striking down Sogo's assailant, allowing Sogo to escape and be embraced by Mitsuba. What on earth? The crowd erupted in confusion. How did that fellow fall from such a height? Kondo, gazing at the sword-wielding figure on the ground, queried in bewilderment. With a slight wobble, the figure stood up, and upon surveying the surroundings, found several blades poised against his neck, prompting him to surrender. Who are you descending from the sky? He demanded loudly. Well, you see, I merely had my sword pilfered by a celestial being. Quite displeased, I pursued it, and upon catching up, it simply dropped me. The figure, with a hand scratching his head, chuckled as he recounted his tale. However, it is indeed a stroke of luck to have fallen from such a great height and emerged unscathed. Astonished, he patted his own body. The exasperated trio of Tsubaki and the others exclaimed, "Come down here already." With that, he forcefully pushed Kenshin aside and pulled the individual beneath his feet out. "Are you all right, my lord?" "What on earth?" Kenshin realized that he had merely landed on someone. Initially believing he had grown stronger, with lifeless eyes, he surveyed the situation and sighed, "Wait a moment. I need to retrieve my sword. Damn it. I fell from midair without holding on." Thus, the group watched as Kenshin departed. "Solban, you weren't here to help after all. At least express some gratitude to your benefactor. Be careful. You might have nowhere to stay tonight. Then I'll sleep in a big tree. Damn it." Chapter 108. The sword is a weapon. The sword is just a tool. With Kenshin's departure, the situation reverted to the earlier standoff. "Put down your weapons. Otherwise, I will call the police. Don't move. If you do, I will shoot him." "Solban, you're in the wrong scene. Isn't that the character from the other side? Are you sure there is no issue? This is entirely a different series. The gap between dimensions is staggering. Ahem, returning to our set, this dojo is now ours." Excitedly rubbing his hands together, in truth, acquiring this dojo significantly increased the chances of gaining Tsubaki. One must admit, your intelligence has risen to that of an elder, akin to those characters who overcome the odds. "No way." With unwavering determination, he declared, "There are too many memories here. I will absolutely protect this place." With that thought, the gorilla within him awakened. "You shall not pass," he bellowed. "Charge my minions." With that, a throng of sword-wielding individuals surged forward. Kondo tightened his grip on his blade. If Hijikata were present, this group would merely be a matter of wasting time. Alas, boom. A wave of force sent all the assailants flying, and amidst the standoff, an unsheathed katana stood quietly embedded in the ground. "Solban, I never want to see you again." This frantic voice was followed by a figure covered in branches, emerging from the woods. "Solban, it's you again," the man shouted. However, the leading extra, begrudgingly eyeing Tsubaki, thought, "With so many people here, what do I have to fear?" He roared, "Charge with me." Capture missed Tsubaki. With narrowed eyes and unyielding spirit, Kenshin extended his hand and pressed him to the ground. "Hey, stop talking about women all the time. Are you some kind of brainless creature that thinks with your lower half? How dare you treat a loyal samurai like this?" He shouted in fear, hoping to bolster his side's morale. "Hurry up and save me. If all loyal samurai were like you, that would be a true tragedy." The creature, thinking only with his lower half, was flung away. "I could take on 10 of you." The individual, claiming to be a member of the so-called Ghost Brigade, spat disdainfully. "Everyone can boast." The samurai, Mitsuba, expressed concern, evidently doubting that Kenshin could vanquish such a formidable group. "We merely need to await Hijikata's return." This gentleness mirrored his own demeanor. With a slight smile, Kenshin tossed his sword to Sugo, declaring, "Watch closely. I shall defeat these fools with my bare hands." "Hey, can a reverse blade swordsman truly make such a claim?" Sugo retorted, drawing his reverse blade and casting a sidelong glance at Kenshin. "Enough of your prattle. What of the reverse blade?" Kenshin shot back without turning. "A reverse blade? Huh? As a samurai, you do not dare openly wield your fundamental weapon?" He scoffed. "Compared to us, you are the true disgrace of a samurai." "Huh? Is a reverse blade not a sword?" Kenshin laughed derisively. "I happen to know of another samurai wielding a wooden sword." He continued, "And that wooden sword-wielding samurai is far more competent than anyone else in this world." "Nonsense." The lackey leader shouted, drawing his sword and charging forward. "Behold, the Bukin style." Flash. "Curse you, Bukin." Kenshin retorted, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. "Do you think I am not the unenlightened god of wind? Do you dare challenge me?" The individual, claiming to be a member of the Ghost Brigade, stood frozen in place, his red hair and stance betraying his apprehension after Kenshin made his move. Could it truly be him? The one with the legendary scar in the shape of a cross. His pupils dilated in shock. He never anticipated encountering such a person. Thus, without uttering a word, he fled with the utmost haste, leaving the lackey leader to witness his strongest ally's retreat, prompting him to scamper away alongside his underlings. "Why are you running away?" the lackey leader questioned as he pursued. "We are so numerous. Are we afraid of just one man?" "Huh. If you believe you can defeat that man, then go ahead," he advised, glancing back at the man squabbling with the child. "That fellow is not someone we can contend with. We are fortunate to escape this time." "Nanny." The lackey leader exclaimed in surprise, looking back only to swallow hard. Are you serious? Let us flee. You are so verbose. I never imagined you. A reverse blade swordsman would prove somewhat useful, Sugo remarked, grasping Kenshin's reverse blade with a hint of astonishment. That is Kenshin. I remain consistently formidable. Just now, I merely flexed. And they all fled in terror. Ha ha, Kenshin boasted, striking a pose with exaggerated bravado. Speaking of which, I often feel the name Kenshin is quite. He began, but was abruptly interrupted as a banana flew past him. Hey, don't run away. Ignoring the fleeing gorilla, Kenshin turned to Mitsuba and smiled apologetically. I am truly sorry for revealing a less flattering side of myself. The samurai is quite impressive. Mitsuba shook her head. By the way, I must thank you for your assistance this time. Not at all. Ha ha. With a silly grin and a hand on his head, Kenshin accidentally impaled himself with his reverse blade. Turning around, he glanced at someone beaming brightly, conveying a message. I am truly sorry. But those who dare to harm my sister will meet their demise. I will ensure they are buried. It was truly unfortunate that Sugo collapsed straight down. As night fell, Mitsuba quietly prepared dinner in the kitchen of the back room. The gorilla was, as always, swinging his wooden mallet, while Sugo competed with the now-awakened Kenshin for control of the Seoul television. You're far too old for television, uncle. There are plenty of magazines under the bed in Hijikata's room that are much more suited for you. Sugo jeered, veins popping. You're the one who should be ashamed. At such a young age, watching adult dramas? Hurry back to your room and red jump. That's the true path. Kenshin retorted. Huh, how could mere jumps satisfy me? I am quite mature, you know. Uncle, you should have some awareness and respect for your elders. Sugo tugged at the remote control. Oh. The dead fish-eyed Sugo gazed at him. Youngsters should indulge in their youth early. Do not wait until you grow up to regret it. Look over there. That gorilla is undoubtedly a model for you to emulate. Cut it out. I am human. Why must you compare me to a gorilla? Clearly, you wish to eliminate everyone around my sister. Are you trying to drag me into a fate akin to that of the gorilla, so I become Okita the gorilla? Not a chance. Uncle, you are still too naive. Is it truly wise to think that way? Why all this scheming? How did you learn such things? What about your childhood? Be careful that when you grow up, reminiscing will bring you nothing but heartache and tears. Whenever I think of my childhood and encounter a guy like you, I shudder at the thought. It makes me want to vomit. I also do not wish to recall a lifetime filled with your presence when I grow old. That would surely hasten my demise. So, does this mean you wish to fight? I, the illustrious Kenshin, fear a little brat like you? I'll make sure you are incapacitated. Those were your words, after all. Ha 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 ha. Bang. The two, puffing and glaring at each other, suddenly received a heavy blow on their heads, looking up to see Mitsuba, who had appeared out of nowhere, smiling radiantly. Now, be good. Mitsuba cheerfully commanded, grabbing a spatula. Kenshin, go sit at the table. Sugo, go to the door and welcome Hijikata back. Puffed. What is so special about that guy? Though muttering this, he obediently walked out. A smirk crept onto Kenshin's lips. Despite claiming otherwise, your body is quite honest. Control yourself. Your sister is here. No getting angry. Hijikata, I'm coming. Chapter 109. Hey, do not pit your interests against mine. Below is the system report. Mission failed. All medicines and J in the package have disappeared. Personal ailments for 2 years. Items activated are unrecoverable. Fate's final mission completed. Acquired reverse blade. Obtained true. Heavenly cross. Acquired sky slicing sword. Spirit card activated. Can perceive wandering souls in the outer world. Rogue rabbit activated. After a period, can obtain a pet. Rogue rabbit. Physical attributes. Superman. The system has begun its update. Please return in 10 years for the reception. In front of him, Inoue watched as the two individuals voraciously competed for food. Veins bulging on his forehead. Are you two ever going to stop? What business is it of yours? X2. Inoue could no longer endure the scene, and he quickly turned to the side where Mitsuba was cheerfully enjoying her meal. Mitsuba, aren't you going to intervene? It's been a long time since Sogo has been this happy. Such indulgence is rare for him. Mitsuba chuckled softly, but did not intervene. With no other option, Inoue silently consumed his meal, attempting to vent all his frustrations. Just as he was about to pick up a piece of meat, a pair of chopsticks swiftly snatched it away, devouring rice with fervor. Kandu, must you be so relentless? Inoue sighed helplessly at the sight of that gluttonous gorilla. You must understand. It has been ages since Mitsuba-san last cooked. Yet, this was a certain gorilla who could still converse while eating. If I don't feast this time, I shall regret it for a lifetime. Kondo, you dropped something. What? A mere shred of dignity? I'm too busy eating to pick it up. At this moment, the shorter one had an advantage. They could shamelessly act cute in an attempt to seize my beloved meat. I tell you, don't even think about it. Both of them clutched the same piece of meat, the last one available, and in that instant, their eyes met, sparks flying. Look at this. An adult shamelessly stealing food from a child. How pitiful. Sogo pretended to cry. Oh dear, I'm not afraid of any emotional tactics. Whatever it is, my food shall never stray from my lips. Ah, indeed. The filthy adult world doesn't even spare children. With that, he unleashed his cute attack towards Mitsuba, sister. He is bullying me. In a split second, Kondo and Inoue spewed rice everywhere, coughing violently as they struggled to clear their throats. Inoue glared fiercely at Sogo. How could you do such a thing? Yet, why were they the ones choking? I calmly wiped the remnants of food from my face while Kenshin remained unperturbed, looking at Inoue. Cough, cough. What an unexpected turn of events. With that, he took a large mouthful of rice, and as if they had planned it, Sogo swiftly delivered a punch to Kenshin's stomach, causing him to spray rice all over Inoue. Inoue, veins protruded angrily on his forehead. You scoundrel. You must have done that on purpose. Cough, cough. What an unexpected turn of events. He echoed Inoue's earlier words. You rascal, I shall take you down. He was about to explode in rage when the gorilla grabbed him. Calm down. This is their scheme. Do not fall into their trap. Do not stop me. In an unfortunate turn of events, Kondo was overtaken by the spirit of Akagi, the dual essence of the gorilla manifesting within him. Despite Hijikata's desperate struggles, he found himself unable to break free. Heh, let the true nature of you all be revealed before my sister, chuckled the scheming Sugo, his face betraying a hint of mischief. Now, Hijikata, do try to remain composed, Mitsuba finally interjected, before swiftly knocking Hijikata out. She then turned to Kenshin with a smile, saying, Samurai-san, just call me Himura Kenshin, he replied, his demeanor humble. And what are the names of those two over there? Humph. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hijikata Tushiru, he declared, lifting his bowl with a serious expression. I am Kondo Isami, the most senior disciple of this dojo, he added, glancing sideways at Hijikata. By the way, where is Yamazaki? Why hasn't he returned? That guy mentioned something about wanting to indulge in his youth, undoubtedly influenced by those ridiculous ninja tales. He scoffed, shaking his head with a hearty laugh. Ah, Yamazaki is indeed like that, Kondo chuckled, patting his head. I will take my leave once I'm full, Kenshin said, setting down his utensils and addressing Mitsuba. So soon? She tilted her head in surprise. I overindulged in buns and feel a bit bloated, he stated calmly, despite the absurdity of his words. I see. That makes sense, Mitsuba giggled, covering her mouth. On a midsummer night beneath the starry sky, a gentle breeze swept through, creating a serene atmosphere. Kenshin, cradling his reverse blade sword, surveyed the softly swaying trees and the playful scuffles of Kondo and Sugo, alongside Mitsuba's gentle laughter from the kitchen. His thoughts drifted far away. Hey, what's on your mind? Hijikata, with his short ponytail, sat beside Kenshin, gazing up at the stars without turning his head. I'm just pondering things, Kenshin replied slowly. After a deep breath, he continued, though Sugo and Mitsuba may not realize it, Kondo likely does by now. That's why I've interrupted him several times. I don't want him to disclose anything to Mitsuba or Sugo, considering I'm still a wanted man. The cool breeze revealed the hidden cross-shaped scar beneath his hair. I've heard your story, it's quite amusing. I once regarded you as my idol, but eventually, I shifted my admiration, Hijikata stated calmly. You became my rival. Rival? Kenshin asked, a note of confusion in his voice. Why would you wish for me to be your rival? Because if I could defeat you, I would gain the strength to protect Mitsuba and this dojo. Hijikata's voice was imbued with frustration over his own perceived weakness. Do you have feelings for Mitsuba? Kenshin inquired. Enough chatter. That thought has never crossed my mind. Hijikata retorted. His face flushed as he turned away. Hey, there's no need to use me as a point of comparison. Kenshin sighed in exasperation, then leaned against Hijikata. In the latter's astonishment, he fell to the ground, exclaiming in surprise. That hurts. Someone help me. Hijikata, why are you so strong? He lamented, feeling the sting of defeat. Why did our conversation shift so abruptly? Get up. I can't. My legs hurt too much. Will they break? My arms too. Ouch. This is unbearable. You must take responsibility. Without compensation for my medical expenses amounting to tens of thousands, I shall embrace you tightly. Do not even think about escaping. Is it truly acceptable to engage in such blatant deception? I could easily end your life. I genuinely mean it. Go ahead and strike. No matter how much it hurts me. Ouch. You really are going to hit me. In a moment of urgency, I swiftly jumped back, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Do you think you can silence me and live off free meals for years just because you lack funds? How naive. I will not allow your treachery to succeed. Enough of your prattle. Who desires such a thing?" Hifumi, wielding a blade, shouted, "I merely wish to engage in a fair duel with you." What childish brawling. Go home and play house. I feigned impatience, waving my hand dismissively. I yearn to know, what is the distance I must maintain to ensure her safety? I wish to understand just how strong I must become to provide her with perfection. I am determined. I seek to discover how I can bestow upon her a life filled with happiness. My tone was resolute, causing me to feel somewhat embarrassed to continue my antics. And I revealed a solemn expression. Are you serious? Engaging me in combat could lead to death. Come then. I truly have no means to deal with you. Let us fight. P.S. At present, Mitsuba's lung ailment has yet to manifest. Thus Hifumi still harbors fondness for her. However, this affection, upon learning of Mitsuba's illness, was buried deep within his heart, perhaps because he realized that he, with his own limitations, could not provide her with happiness. P.S. 2. As fate would have it. In the next chapter, you shall witness the extent of my current strength. Chapter 110. Thus, I commenced my journey of overwhelming the weak. Hey, uncle. I shall be here rallying for support, striving to defeat Mr. Hifumi. Just as the two faced off in the clearing outside the dojo, Sugo appeared out of nowhere, calling out to the combatants from a distance. Do not interrupt, you fool. I shouted at Sugo, veins bulging in annoyance, then exhaled sharply. Come on. I truly have no way to deal with you. You seek this torment yourself. I shook my head, slowly drawing my reverse blade. Hey, I'll use a wooden sword while you wield that reverse blade. That seems fair. Observing the reverse blade, Hifumi raised an eyebrow and seized a nearby wooden sword. Such matters are trivial. I waved my hand dismissively. But do not underestimate it simply because it is a reverse blade. With a snort, though I heightened my vigilance, I charged forward and struck directly at the shoulder of my opponent. Hifumi was taken aback, as was Sugo. Why didn't you dodge? Hifumi questioned, his lips twitching. Oh, that hurts. Mr. Hifumi is quite fierce. I cannot compete. What should I do? What should I do? Why is there someone this strong? I cannot endure. Hifumi, I feel faint. I exclaimed, rolling on the ground before collapsing, motionless. Veins pulsating on my forehead. I declared, I will certainly kill you. With that, I delivered a decisive blow. In that fleeting moment, I, who lay on the ground, swiftly disarmed Hifumi's wooden sword, then pivoted my body, positioning the reverse blade against his neck. I gazed at him in silence. This is what is known as the art of deception. In the heat of battle, various scenarios unfold. Who would engage in a dignified duel with you? Hijikata, you are far too naive. Kenshin, while picking at his nails, remarked, You've brought disgrace upon the samurai's honor. At that moment, Sugi emerged to interject with a sarcastic comment. What do you know, kid? This is my ultimate technique. The idea of feigning death as a guaranteed winning strategy is indeed rather pitiful. Sugi continued to mock, yet inwardly he was astounded. Such speed. It took less than a second to disarm Hijikata with a wooden sword. Who exactly is this person? With a scoff, he swiftly retreated, retrieving the wooden sword and lunging toward Kenshin's chest. Let me add something. The reverse blade cannot kill. I was careless. Kenshin exclaimed, barely managing to parry Hijikata's thrust. Why are you suddenly so clever? He sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Cut it out. Time to take this seriously. Having blocked with his left sword, he immediately struck downwards with his right, employing a beast-like instinct in his swordsmanship. You truly are a natural for the battlefield. Every strike is perfectly parried, Kenshin remarked. Such a reckless sword technique will leave you battered as well. To protect means to stand before those we cherish when a threat to her life approaches. I will shield her. Each slash echoes the presence of that person in my heart. Though many obstacles obscure my vision, I can still feel her. Thus, when guarding another, must I inevitably bear wounds? With a willing smile, I will absorb the blows that threaten her, murmuring as the momentum of my sword quickens. Hijikata felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, and, with all his might, swung his sword to block the strike. Even if I become battered and bruised, what then if I cannot protect her? This thought resonated within him. A cry erupted, and a faint sword aura manifested along the reverse blade. Hijikata failed to parry the strike and was sent flying. Hey! Sugi stood up, calming his tumultuous heart as he watched Hijikata struggle to rise. Kenshin silently sheathed his sword, reflecting, even at my strength, there are those you cannot protect. So, strive to become even stronger than I. Strong enough to protect those around you. Sorry about that, mister. Hijikata, Kenshin chuckled, noticing the bandages encircling Hijikata's chest as he playfully patted him on the shoulder. Don't pat my shoulder, Hijikata exclaimed sharply, wincing as he swatted Kenshin's hand away, his cheeks flushing as he noticed Mitsuba, who was tending to his wounds, leaning in closely. Are you all right, Mr. Hijikata? At that moment, a mischievous figure stealthily approached from behind, greeting Hijikata with a forceful clap on the shoulder. Ack! A cry of anguish erupted. It was truly heart-wrenching for those who heard it. Sugi was flung aside as Hijikata growled. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Just wait. Why is Tohu so agitated? The adorable youth, filled with enthusiasm, silently mused to himself that if he were like Tohu, he would share the same fervor. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely suppressing his inner commentary. Next time, let us not be so overzealous. This is merely a spar. Mitsuba admonished the three before her while pointing at them. Understood, sister, the eager and loyal Sugo quickly affirmed. Hey, put some energy into your responses, will you? A man must squander his youth and sweat. The backdrop transformed into a vast ocean, where Tohu, clad in swim trunks, flashed a slight smile at the trio. His teeth gleaming. What is up with this cosplay of a Kai? Tohu exclaimed, engaging in playful banter. We are still young. Youth is the time to indulge. The scenery shifted once more, revealing a gorilla swinging through the trees. So after all that, you're still just a gorilla? I suppose bananas are indeed your favorite, right? What are you hiding beneath that human facade? What is your true purpose? Sugo sighed in exasperation, turning to the now bored Kenshin. Hey, old man, would you mind teaching me swordsmanship? Why would you entertain such a perilous thought? If I were to impart my sword skills to you, it would be disastrous. Kenshin shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Sugo. I knew it. He added with a devilish grin. Sister, Kenshin-san, I humbly request your guidance. Mitsuba, maintaining her smile, interjected. Such gentle words are indeed a formidable weapon. Kenshin sighed in resignation and waved his hand dismissively. Fine, the gorilla and Tohu can come to observe as well. For now, it's best not to disclose that I practice the flying heaven sword style, lest my identity be compromised. However, let us see if the system offers any alternatives. Who would want to see that? Tohu retorted, yet he felt an unexpected stir of enthusiasm. After all, the other party was a legendary figure, and perhaps learning from him could enhance his strength. Really? How embarrassing, but I shall definitely attend. The gorilla's response was predictable. Why are you rambling on? Just hurry and drink some water, Kenshin said, discreetly glancing over several cups before handing 4 to Mitsuba and the others. Understood, Mitsuba replied, chuckling as she hugged a sleeping figure. Geez, old man, you're quite chatty, Sugo remarked, taking a sip. Although the gorilla and Tohu complained somewhat, they were not overly concerned about Kenshin's potential schemes and drank as well. However, upon drinking, they received a rather useless buff after consuming this. You acquire no use, which lasts indefinitely, allowing you to learn skills that the host can teach. Despite wanting to scoff at such a name, the daily tasks were indeed frustrating. Who knows what the 40 broken system might conjure? Coughing slightly, the gorilla, having just consumed a glass of water, began to exhibit an odd redness. Steam rising from his body as he tore at his clothing. Seeing the moon always stirs a sense of excitement within me, he said, inadvertently glancing out the window at the moon. What's wrong, Kondo? Mitsuba asked, tilting her head with curiosity as she touched Kondo's forehead. Hey, Tohu, hurry and knock him out. Perhaps one may transform into a super scion, exclaimed Sugo as he effortlessly subdued the gorilla. What? Could it be that Kondo-san is truly not of this earth? Hichiko gasped in astonishment. Kenshin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned his head away, momentarily forgetting that he was not constructed like an ordinary human being. Chapter 111. Alas, I have become ensnared early in the morning. Kenshin observed Sugo practicing the fundamental sword technique of the draw cut within the dojo, while he himself lay idly on the ground, staring blankly at Sugo. Suddenly, a thunderous shout of Kenshin, echoed as the gorilla leapt into the air, charging directly at him. Unfazed, Kenshin rummaged through his pocket and casually tossed a banana, which struck the gorilla squarely in the face, knocking it out instantaneously. "Let us duel," declared the gorilla. Just then, from the other side, a figure wielding a sword appeared. Kenshin remained motionless, effortlessly flinging a wooden sword that sent Hachiko, who was suspended in midair, crashing down. "Hey, how long are we going to practice?" "It's been several days," Sugo exclaimed. "Are you taking revenge for my previous teasing?" Kenshin, yawning and squinting at Sugo, replied, "Do not perceive me as such a lecherous individual. The essence of swordsmanship lies in the ability to swiftly discern the opponent's draw speed and the direction of their next strike, allowing one to intercept or even defeat them with greater speed." "I can't help but feel you're deceiving me," Sugo retorted. "And your character has always been a negative number in my eyes, you lecherous old man. Enough of your prattling," he grumbled. "By the way, why do you wish to learn my swordsmanship? There are countless down-and-out warriors like me." "Because you defeated Hachiko-san," Sugo replied. "So even if your swordsmanship is lacking, I can still claim to have learned from the one who defeated him." The conversation took a dark and heavy turn. "Thus, if you are defeated by him in the future, it is due to your own lack of skill, Kenshin. I bear no responsibility, even if you offer me a packet of ketchup," Kenshin leisurely remarked. "Get lost, you tomato fiend," Sugo retorted, then resumed his practice of the draw cut. "I always feel that swordsmanship is so familiar. Oh, there are only a few techniques in the world. All sword styles seem quite familiar to me." Scratching his rear, Kenshin rose to his feet. "Continue your practice. I shall take a stroll outside. Wishing you a returnless journey." Likewise. In Musha, where celestial beings were scarce, humanity predominantly held sway. Although not entirely absent, the situation was far better than in Edo. Kenshin vaguely recalled his past visit to the desolate Jianghai. If it were Edo, he could only imagine the extent to which the populace would be oppressed by celestial beings. "Look over there. That handsome fellow with the striking red hair. I've heard of him. He seems to be a wandering warrior residing with the Mitsuba family. Why do such fine men always seem to be drawn to Mitsuba?" Such voices incessantly echoed in Jinshin's mind and ears. With a weary hand on his forehead, Jinshin had come to fully understand the esteemed reputation of Sanyi in this city. Indeed, a towering tree attracts the wind. Many girls were envious of him, and those in positions of power were no exception. A group of creatures governed by their baser instincts truly brought shame to us, the true gentlemen. As the gentle breeze caressed the cross-shaped scar, Jinshin wandered through this city still retaining its human essence, experiencing emotions distinct from any other place. Jinshin?" A voice floated to his ears. Jinshin glanced sideways, spotting Sanyi standing behind him. "Sanyi?" he replied, somewhat puzzled. "Are you out buying groceries this early?" Having spent several days instructing Zongwu in swordsmanship without charge, Jinshin felt it was a bit too generous. Sanyi tilted her head and approached him. "I just wanted to make it up to you a little." "Well, I would be content with just having a place to stay," Jinshin said, supporting his head with his hands. "After wandering for so long, it truly is not easy to feel at home for the first time." "Haha, I always said you would get along splendidly with Hijikata and the others," Sanyi chuckled, covering her mouth with a smile. "Indeed, one who constantly siphons bananas from me, one who challenges me to duels daily, and a little brat who is always scheming against me. Oh, my heart is so weary," Jinshin exclaimed dramatically, drawing curious glances from the surrounding crowd. Upon noticing Sanyi, their expressions transformed to one of sudden understanding. "Haha, Jinshin has surprisingly become the backbone here," Sanyi remarked with a playful tilt of her head, her short gray hair dancing in the wind. "No, the true backbone is you, Sanyi," Jinshin replied, waving his hand dismissively. "As for me, the wanderer, my journey is far from complete." Are you leaving, Jinshin-san?" Sanyi asked in surprise, covering her mouth. "Why? Everyone is living so well here." "Well, I am a restless soul, always needing to roam," Jinshin stated, symbolically scratching his neck. "Besides, the day I leave is still far off, so distant that I cannot even determine when that will be." What? "Jinshin, you're deceiving me." Sanyi puffed her cheeks adorably, a charm that was somewhat different from her usual demeanor. "Not intentionally, I swear. Please let me off the hook, Sanj," Jinshin pleaded, evading Sanyi who was pursuing him in jest. In this land of Musashi, it had been a long time since friends engaged in such light-hearted banter. For both the long lonesome Jinshin and the diligent Sanyi, these moments of ease were indeed refreshing. Yet, As Genshin had noted, where he existed, tranquility was destined to elude them. Have we clarified the situation? A burly man in a narrow alley gripped the previous troublemaker from the dojo, disregarding his increasingly pale complexion. That man. The half-kneeling figure lowered his head slightly. If he reveals his swordsmanship style, we might be able to trace him, but he conceals it well. With only this information, we cannot ascertain anything. Useless. The man kicked him away. Our original plan has been completely disrupted by this unexpected character. If we delay any longer, we will miss the best opportunity. Before the adults ascertain the identity of that man, they must refrain from taking any rash actions. A subordinate who hurriedly crawled over interjected, cautioning that this man might be quite formidable. How unfortunate it is that this fellow has outlived his usefulness. I had hoped to extract some valuable information from him. As he loosened his grip, the figure crumpled to the ground, his wide-open eyes reflecting the bitterness of impending death, mingled with a tinge of vengeful satisfaction. Why such satisfaction? Who can say? Perhaps he had not divulged the identity of Kenshin after all. Chapter 112. Who says only one person can master this art? I have returned, announced Miku as she removed her shoes at the entrance of the dojo. Indeed, I have also returned, Kenshin replied wearily, his voice lacking vigor. Welcome home, sister, she exclaimed. Casting a glance at the listless Kenshin, a wave of dark thoughts enveloping Sugo. This cannot be delayed any longer. Compared to Mr. Hijikata, you are indeed the greater threat. Kenshin, therefore, for the sake of my sister's happiness, could you please hasten your demise? Hey, aren't those two completely different matters? How does my sister's happiness relate to Kenshin? Where did you get the notion that they have feelings for each other? You must be a sister complex, right? You and Shin are remarkably similar in your thought processes. Come on, he is still your nominal master. Treat me with a bit more respect, or I might just make things uncomfortable for you. Kenshin remarked while yawning and glancing at Sugo. That lecherous old man always boasts without shame. Ah, Kenshin is bullying the children again. A voice chimed in, mimicking a loudspeaker. Ah, that little brat is back to being adorable again. Kenshin, adopting the same posture as Sugo, shook his head in amusement. Miku, smiling, pushed open the door, only to find the gorilla and Hijikata engaged in a fierce duel, their wooden swords striking with the force of real blades. Without interrupting their sparring, Miku lingered on Hijikata for a moment before retracting her gaze and heading towards the kitchen. If you don't take the initiative soon, I might just fall for someone else. You fool. Hey, Miku has already left. Sugo whispered to Hijikata, who stood frozen in place. She has left, huh? Hijikata said stiffly, planting his sword into the ground as he wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. Listen, are you not going to express your feelings to Miku? The gorilla urged quietly. After all, there is now an exceptionally outstanding man around. If you don't make an effort, you might lose your chance. If this is Miku's choice, I wouldn't oppose it, he responded, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. All I desire is for the woman I love to find happiness. That is an exceedingly pessimistic approach to pursuing someone. The gorilla exclaimed, seizing Hijikata. If it were me, I would relentlessly pursue her until she could feel the intensity of my passion. Thus, it seems the many who have witnessed your fate, including those in our great nation and the world at large, are filled with sympathy for you. Kondo, Hijikata sighed, patting the gorilla's shoulder. Why does your comment make me feel as if my own future is shrouded in gloom? In an instant, the gorilla fell into a state of disarray. Hey, tilt your upper body slightly. Steady your hands. Stabilize your lower body. On the floor, Kenshin guided Sugo in swordsmanship. This time, I shall teach you the dragon tooth flash. It is a technique that involves a rapid draw followed by a swift dash, typically executed as a surprise attack that possesses commendable repelling effects. Remember, the moment you draw your sword, you must charge forth. I do not expect you to control your speed just yet. Your target is that distracted Hinajiku over there. Go. Kenshin, observing the scene with a mischievous grin, added, Oh ho ho ho. I see the dark aura emerging. Just how much do you detest him? Didn't you just say to settle things with me first? Why are you now intent on taking down Mr. Hijikata? Sugo retorted. The enemy of my enemy can serve as an ally. By eliminating one adversary, the remaining foe is merely one individual whom I can conquer. It's far better than having to guard against two. Enough. I do not require your earnest explanations, you fool. What kind of rationale is that? So, this is the reason Mr. Hijikata is to be buried at your hands? Go. It's settled. You shall be the one. With a command, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Sugo's eyes, followed by a scream that echoed throughout the dojo. Fool! What on earth are you doing? Hinagika bellowed, glaring at the wooden sword lodged in his backside. Oh dear, my hand slipped, came the calm response. Your hand slipped? From such a distance? Pray tell how you managed that, you fool. It's evident you did it on purpose. I had seen through you long ago. Despite the wooden sword lodged in his rear, Hinagiku remained resolute. Hey, what do you intend to do to my disciple? Kenshin exclaimed. As his master, how can I allow you to bully him? Sugo, let us teach him a lesson. With that, Kenshin rolled up his sleeves and approached Hinagiku slowly. Cold sweat trickling down my face, Hinagika thought as he faced the two mischief makers. Be quiet now. Such sounds should not emerge from the kitchen. Hi. The two immediately fell silent. Hinagiku, you must endure. Absolutely. You cannot lose your temper. Look at those two grinning sadists. If you let your anger loose, you will undoubtedly fall into their trap. You must hold it in. Oofed. You actually managed to hold it in, Sugo scoffed. Well, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Kenshin waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze to Sugo. By the way, about that speed of yours, what was that? No, let me think. Should I employ that unforgettable training method from my memory to cultivate him? What if he cannot endure it? But judging by his recent speed, this lad likely possesses the potential to surpass me, at least in swordsmanship, of course. Very well, I shall teach him that method. I hope he can comprehend it. Your previous training methods clearly no longer suit you. Kenshin led Sugo outside to an open area near the dojo. Now, let me teach you a very quick learning method. Wait, there is a shortcut for this? Truly, this lecherous old man is as lazy as they come. Sugo began to tease. Well then, let us proceed. As he spoke, he tossed a wooden sword to Sugo while simultaneously unfastening the reverse blade at his waist, now wielding a wooden sword himself. A sudden jolt in his heart gave Sugo an ominous premonition. Crash! Watching Sugo tumble and roll on the ground, Kenshin grinned. Let your body quickly memorize my techniques. This is the essence of rapid mastery. How absurd. This is clearly personal vengeance. This move is the Dragon Fang Flash. With that, Kenshin's vigor remained unabated, and the crimson figure swiftly appeared before Sugo, delivering another blow that sent him flying. The midday meal was still a long way off. How much joy could you bring me? Chapter 113. Use your body to remember. Bring me delight. Cough, cough. Hey, you lecherous old man. Are you serious? After a few coughs, Sugo steadied himself with the wooden sword, gazing at Kenshin, who stood poised with his blade. Oh, I won't use much more force than you can handle. As long as your gaze can keep pace with my speed, that will suffice. Kenshin sheathed the wooden sword back at his waist. Are you ready? Here we go. As he spoke, Sugo felt a figure charging towards him, the blade in hand suddenly lunging straight for his chest. With a narrowed gaze, he exerted all his strength to slightly evade, but the blade struck his shoulder, sending him flying once more. Well, isn't this something to behold? Kenshin flicked his sword, a faint smile appearing on his scarred face as he looked at Sugo. This is not something to be easily resolved. Though Sogo's body wobbled as he stood, he stubbornly rose again. Come at me. Quite courageous, aren't you? Compared to me, you seem like a prodigy, Kenshin remarked, shaking his head. But how many fallen geniuses are there? It will take much refinement, young man. Chatter is unbearable. If you dare, come at me. A loud roar escaped him, but before he could finish, the crimson figure was upon him, raising the blade for a strike. Clang. Have you grown so quickly? Your talent truly exceeds my expectations. Though astonished within, he feigned casual banter. Well, there has been some progress. TCH. Though pressed to half kneel on the ground, Sugo was not one to yield easily. It's merely that much. You should be grateful. Releasing the pressure from Sogo's wooden sword, Kenshin smiled. Right now, I'm merely teaching you about reaction speed and a specific technique. Huh. Sugo puzzled. In other words, the beginning is the simplest. The more you learn, the stronger my power will become. This guy is as formidable as a monster. Of course, such thoughts remained unvoiced. Despite a strong desire to turn this fellow into his servant, he was bound by the constraints of their levels, unable to prevail. Once I've drained all your worth, you can meet your end. He chuckled darkly. Is this really a good mindset? After all, that is your master. Well, let's go again, you little brat. Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. I've seen everything in your eyes. Is it truly acceptable to face me so straightforwardly? Just watch. I will teach you a proper lesson. Boom. At the dining table, the exhausted Sugo observed the jovial figure conversing animatedly with his sister across from him. a fierce flame of jealousy igniting within him. This could not continue. Sugo realized that this individual had already surpassed Hijikata. With my perceptive abilities, I can sense that he is on the verge of winning over my sister. If this persists, the next generation of the Okita family might soon emerge. It is imperative to unite with others to eliminate this dangerous rival. Hey, Hijikata, Sugo cautiously prodded the distracted man, who appeared bewildered. Would you consider forming an alliance with me? Huh. Hijikata responded, his head filled with questions. This guy has not only subdued the gorilla, but is now also pursuing my rank. So, we must eradicate each potential enemy one by one? In that instant, Sugo's gaze fell upon the man, who cast a veiled glance in his direction, filled with scorn and arrogance, causing Sugo to clench his teeth in frustration. Huh, what are you talking about, Sugo? Hijikata looked at him, bewildered. Mitsuha and Kenshin? Even you have been dealt with? Sugo thought to himself, realizing that he was left to handle this situation alone. He turned away from Hijikata, disdain evident on his face. First, we must devise a plan. Though he may be a down-and-out samurai, he is surprisingly formidable. Sugo? Sugo? A sudden voice pulled Sugo from his thoughts. He quickly turned to find Mitsuha cheerfully calling his name, and he smiled back. I'm here, sister. Oh. Kenshin said he would teach you swordsmanship and mentioned that you are quite the talented individual. Mitsuha replied, beaming at Kenshin before turning back to Sugo. But I've heard that practicing swordsmanship is quite arduous. I'm afraid you might struggle to keep up. No problem, sister. That guy is definitely plotting to beat me mercilessly. Though aware of Kenshin's intentions, Sugo felt unable to refuse his sister's request and resigned himself to the situation. Well then, Kenshin, I'll leave it to you. Please remember to go easy on me, he said, clasping his hands together as he looked at Kenshin. Rest assured, it will be fine, Kenshin confidently assured him. Sugo gazed at Kenshin with a sense of defeat. Could this man truly be my nemesis? Why is it that the invincible me is always countered by him? Take your time. Your smile betrays all your inner thoughts, you sly Kenshin. Have you clarified everything? How is the dojo in the countryside? At that moment, in a dim room in Banshu City, a seated figure methodically tapped on the table, listening to the report from a subordinate kneeling before him. Sir, currently, everything appears normal, except that the new samurai seems to be teaching Mitsuha's younger brother swordsmanship. The subordinate reported, keeping his head bowed in deference. Oh, swordsmanship? With the sword decree in place, are there still any samurai left? The figure scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. However, during a distant observation, I discovered he hesitated, unable to voice his reluctance. But it is of no concern. The speed of his sword draw is such that even when captured on camera, his movements are indistinguishable. Nanny? A jolt of surprise coursed through him, though it was not entirely unexpected. After all, it had not been long since the upheaval in the Bakamatsu, and many individuals with extraordinary martial prowess still roamed the world. The emergence of one more was not remarkable, but have you discerned who he is? The overarching symbolism reveals a multitude of candidates within one's heart. Merely discerning their general appearance suffices to identify their true nature. Clad in a crimson kimono and adorned with scarlet hair, wielding a reverse blade sword, this character typically exhibits a frivolous demeanor. However, in an instant, the atmosphere shifts dramatically as the aura of the seated individual transforms into one of profound terror. Following the next utterance, that formidable presence vanishes in a heartbeat. How could one possibly attribute the actions of a merciless fiend, known for slaying without hesitation, to such a character? Perhaps I have overthought this. A sigh of relief escapes me, for this individual is a principal figure in obstructing our grand army. It is fortunate it is not he. Sir? Humph. No matter. All plans will proceed as intended. Fear not. For this Wuzhou shall be the first city to radiate influence far and wide. Chapter 114. Never allowing me peace. Hey kid. Zongwu, strolling down the street, continues to lament his own despicable warrior's nature, reflecting on how even a seemingly adorable child like himself can take action. Suddenly, a shadow looms, obstructing his path. Leave this to your master. I shall await him outside the city of Wuzhou. A necklace is placed around Zongwu's neck, and the figure departs without regard for his response. Why should I heed your words? He retorts, yet despite his protests, he does not remove the necklace. Curiosity piqued, he inspects the ornament, discovering within the crystal a radiant photograph of two girls with purple hair. Could they be the familiar faces of that unsavory character's old flames? Today, I shall teach you the final skill of the Shikyugi. Once you master this technique, you will be ready to learn the Yugi. However, before that, you must grasp the essence of clarity of mind. Establish a solid foundation to prepare for your true power. With the wooden sword positioned at his waist, Zongwu adopts the stance of the flying sword style. Naturally, he mirrors the pose, albeit unaware of its significance. Divine speed, dragon sword flash. Boom. Despite having acquired most techniques of the flying sword style, Zongwu finds himself unable to react to this swift attack. Though his eyes perceive the figure, his body fails to keep pace, his movements overtaken by the sword energy that sends him hurtling through the air, crashing through the wooden wall and rolling across the dojo's courtyard. Hey, what are you playing dead for? Have the last few days' lessons been for naught? The nonchalant Kenshin emerges, observing Zongwu sprawled on the ground, unmoving. What? Were you hoping I'd be startled enough to rush over and catch you off guard? Don't be foolish. Do you really think the same technique would work on me, a saint warrior? Don't speak as if you were some kind of saint warrior, old man. Realizing the futility of a sneak attack, Zongwu pivots and charges at Kenshin. Twister flash, second strike. An admirable plan, but alas, it is too late and slightly misaligned. Kenshin's blade intercepts Zongwu's sword, gradually neutralizing his momentum until he comes to a halt. Dragon hammer flash, tragic. Though the first strike fails, Zongwu does not relent. He halts abruptly and delivers a downward slash. Kenshin, with a flicker of his brow, slides back just in time, and in the next heartbeat, the earth bears witness to a shallow cut made by Zongwu's blade. Is this fellow progressing once more? A light chuckle escaped. What's the matter? This is the first time you've retreated in such a long while. Zongwu smiled broadly. No. Retreating is merely a strategy for a more formidable attack. But, is it truly wise to pause and observe before you have thoroughly vanquished your adversary? The corners of Jinshin's mouth curled into a slight smile. What? A surge of surprise coursed through Zongwu, yet there was no time to react as a cloud of dirt obscured his vision. Before he could ascertain his surroundings, a wooden sword thrust forward, propelling Zongwu away. After landing, he coughed twice and gazed at Jinshin, who maintained a poised stance. Resorting to ambush against a child? Truly, you must be the fallen one. Jinshin feigned profundity. Had I employed the dragon's roost flash just now, you wouldn't have the audacity to prattle on. Thus, what exactly are you being heedless about? With a swift thrust, Zongwu utilized the momentum of the dragon tooth flash to push Jinshin aside, who had attempted to block with his sword. The two combatants continued their exchange, their grip on the bananas unwavering. The gorilla observed their duel, remarking, indeed, they are legendary figures. Meanwhile, Hijikata watched intently, diligently seeking a suitable path for his own sword amidst their intricate maneuvers. Don't take it so seriously, Toshi. Life should be a tad more enjoyable at times. Discarding a banana peel, the gorilla earnestly patted Hijikata on the shoulder, adding, be cautious of premature aging. Oi, Kondo-san. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Gritting his teeth, Hijikata disregarded the gorilla and continued to focus on the duel. Suddenly, boredom washed over the gorilla, causing him to lose interest and abandon his bananas, reverting to his normal background as Kondo Isami. Kondo-san, if you have nothing to do, you might as well go play elsewhere, Hijikata said, not glancing back as he shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder. What a heartless act, Kondo exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Toshi, have you truly reached this point? Do you not realize how much your actions affect my mood? Kondo pressed, veins throbbing on his forehead. If I were to be influenced by others, I cannot predict what I might do. TCH, Toshi, 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 Toshi. Clang. The blade struck the wooden floor beneath Kondo, narrowly missing him. Yet he looked at Hijikata with lingering trepidation. Hey, Toshi, you weren't actually trying to kill me, were you? Surely not. Not at all, Hijikata replied, his eyes stained with blood, completely unraveling. I merely slipped, that's all. A slip, you say? At mealtime, Mitsuba and Jinshin sat side by side, while Hijikata and Zongwu did the same, with the gorilla sitting alone. Gorilla, it seems you have been single for quite some time. Ravenous for companionship, Zongwu remarked, glancing at the two who were chatting and laughing, feeling a fire ignite within him. However, recalling the necklace given by that person, adorned with a charm bearing a woman-esque likeness, perhaps it could break this stalemate. If only my sister knew that this fellow was, in fact, a fickle man. Someone gifted me this, he said, producing the necklace casually. It was said to be for you. Mine? With a hint of confusion, Kyoshi took the necklace, gazing at it. Inside were two photographs of young girls. You know, Zongwu mused to himself, it's curious why girls would seek you out. Was it that you were in such dire straits because you were evading those two women? What exactly transpired to lead to this? Surely, you did not abandon them? The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the room. Zongwu sensed the change and opened his eyes to survey the dining table. The red fringe obscured his expression, making it difficult to discern his eyes, yet the subtle tremor of his body and the aura surrounding him betrayed his despondency. With a calm smile, Kyoshi revealed his eyes from beneath the fringe, warm and reassuring as ever. Ah, this is merely a token from an old acquaintance. They entrusted me with this photograph, hoping I would return soon for a visit. Nothing of great significance, really. Ha! Is that so? Miku exclaimed in delight. She truly is a beautiful person. Is she your girlfriend, Kyoshi? You must bring her to meet me. Wait a moment. There are two, you know. Zongwu interjected eagerly. Kyoshi, you must introduce me to at least one of them. I shall be eternally grateful. Ah, no. They are quite shy. I doubt they would come. Especially for a long journey, Kyoshi replied, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickering in his eyes before he forced a smile. Though I say this, I suspect even you might not fully believe your own words, he added. By the way, Zongwu, did the person who gave you this mention anything? Kyoshi inquired casually. Zongwu glanced at his sister before responding. He said he would be waiting for you outside the city. Is that so? Kyoshi lowered his gaze, then smiled nonchalantly. Well, everyone, let us continue our meal. That is mine, after all. Kyoshi could no longer mask the concern in his tone. Really, it's nothing, he insisted, his smile still radiant. Zongwu, however, sensed something amiss. It seems I must devise a new plan. Why do I feel as though I have unwittingly erred? And why does it feel even more intimate than before? Oh, Zongwu, dear lad, trying to sneak a win only to lose out. This is your doing. Be cautious, lest you find yourself in deeper trouble. Chapter 115. Severing the Burden of the Past. Did you foresee this? As the evening descended and Kyoshi prepared to depart, he was halted at the doorway by Zongwu. After a moment of bewilderment, he slowly articulated, well, given that reaction, had the circumstances been different, I believe you would have rushed out without hesitation. Leaning against the doorframe, Zongwu regarded the crimson-haired man. Since you are aware, do you wish to impede my progress? With a steady gaze fixed on Kondo, Kyoshi instinctively tightened his grip on the sword. I shall not deter you. Each person's past is often their most burdensome recollection. Whether one chooses to bear it or to forget, it is not for me to meddle. Isn't that so? The master of the blade stood tall, maintaining his focus on Kyoshi. Ah, indeed, you have discerned the truth, haven't you? To my surprise, the gorilla possesses such a dashing demeanor. Chuckling softly, I shook my head in disbelief. How intriguing, I remarked, waving my hand dismissively as I gradually approached Kenshin, brushing past him. At that moment, words drifted over. Come back alive. If you dare to make Tsubaki sad, I will not let you off easily. My gaze shifted to the side, spotting a figure desperately hiding their dark hair. Kenshin offered a slight smile without turning back. That sentiment is rather out of character for you. Oh, merely a certain proud individual. Behind Kenshin, Kondo waved his hand, saying, wait for your return. He lowered his head and walked down the left corridor, where shadows lurked beneath tables, and others peered through cracks in the door. I have received your heartfelt intentions, Ganner waved goodbye, stepping away from a place filled with the sweetest memories that would forever linger in my mind. The night in Musha is unlike that of Jianhai or Edo. It is eerily silent, almost devoid of sound, save for the chirping of summer insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The sky is adorned with countless stars and the moon, illuminating the vast expanse below. Yet, no matter how bright the light, there are always shadows that remain untouched by its glow, a profound darkness enveloping the area. Stopping amidst the trees, Kenshin surveyed his surroundings with a slight smile. Why have you lured me here only to remain hidden? No response echoed back, or perhaps there was a reluctance to speak. Have a bit of courage. Do not let me underestimate you. He drew his blade slightly from its sheath, producing a discordant sound that sent tremors through the surrounding trees. Suddenly, several dark figures descended from the branches. Applause erupted, and a figure emerged from the darkness. Oh dear, I thought a celestial being had arrived, he remarked, somewhat taken aback. Yet his purpose for being here remained unchanged. He produced a necklace adorned with their photographs. How did you come into possession of this? Permit me to introduce myself. Master Batozai? The man in the black cloak bowed slightly, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous green light. My name is Daybreak. My arrival here is purely coincidental. But having been hired, I must engage you in battle. Might I request that you remain here with me tonight? To be honest, if you agree, I would rather avoid conflict. Are you attempting to detain me? Kenshin furrowed his brow, gazing at this individual with confusion. What is your objective? Classified information. A secret of my employer. The green light in his eyes shifted to red. Moreover, that necklace was something I acquired on a battlefield that has since been obliterated. A battlefield? No wonder I could not find this object after leaving the Ishin. It had been left behind there. So, you used this item to lure me here in order to strike a deal? You wish to exchange this necklace for my company over drinks tonight? The glimmer in his eyes changed once more, this time to a shade of blue. Do not panic. Take a moment to consider. First, why draw me here only to keep me from leaving? If I were to depart, the only options available to me would be to continue wandering or The red pupils in his eyes sparkled with amusement. Is that so? How intriguing. This necklace must hold great significance for you, does it not? Might you grant me this favor? After all, I had yet to finish my words when I delivered a fierce strike with my katana upon the face adorned with a conical hat, sending a few teeth flying and causing the figure to spin away. My apologies, but rather than fixating on the immutable past, I find greater value in cherishing the present. The sharpness and gentleness in my gaze coexist, yet my hands swiftly stowed the necklace into my bag. Ouch, what is happening? Could it be a miscalculation in intelligence? A murmured voice emerged as a figure rose. Truly heartless, isn't it? Have a mere acquaintance of a month surpassed the significance of those two women in your heart? This is hardly an answer. My desire to protect them is akin to my determination to safeguard Sugo and the others. Sheathing my sword, I turned. Your plan has been focused on Mitsuba from the very beginning. Daring not to speak further, I anticipated that once I departed, the dojo would be in disarray. Damn it! How could you be so foolish, Himura Kenshin? Just as I intended to leave, I sensed a looming threat and hastily dodged. Crash! To think I could evade even bullets is quite troublesome. The gun in my hand still smoldered. Yet, the moment his words fell, the weapon transformed into a broadsword. Imbued with a sense of mechanical prowess. Apologies, but I cannot allow you to depart. How tiresome it is when one's aspirations are constantly thwarted. With a dismissive scoff, I turned to confront this adversary. Let me finish you swiftly, then. Such grandiloquence is easy for anyone to utter. Suddenly, the light in my eyes faded, resembling a black hole. Here we go. Boom. As we both leapt, our first clash unleashed a shockwave, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and scatter their leaves. Oh, a reverse blade? As the legendary Hidokiri bats his sigh, Imura, you dare wield such a laughable weapon. Is this a mockery? A flash of red glimmered in my black pupils as I sensed an imminent threat, quickly tilting my head to evade a crimson streak that whizzed past my ear. Humph! How tiresome and noisy. My gaze sharpened as I locked my blade against his massive sword, deftly maneuvering it aside while delivering a punch to his abdomen, separating us. Come now, unleash your crescent moon strike. Licking my lips, use your utmost strength against me. Foolish creature. Do you not comprehend that revealing your techniques is precisely what your foes desire? With my blade pointed at him, I surmised, I suspect you possess some device that absorbs energy, or perhaps one that reflects damage. After unwittingly performing a foolish act, he remained silent, darting through the trees. While several figures flitted about, obscuring my vision. My sole purpose is to delay you, that is all. When the time comes, I shall naturally emerge victorious. Are you familiar with arena battles? I am the house. Even a draw counts as my triumph. Echoes of such sentiments filled the woods as I stood, sword in hand. Although I cannot employ the crescent moon strike, let us not forget, I am, in essence, the strongest. Now, we shall see if you can withstand my onslaught. The words spoken resonated with an imposing aura. Although lacking the overwhelming murderous intent of the past, this weighty presence was not easily dismissed. The earth trembled inexplicably. And this individual truly deserved the renowned title of thousand-man ghost slayer in the universe, for such a presence was fitting of the name. What was this person doing with their eyes closed? As Genshin shut his eyes, Baijo, albeit puzzled by the reason, dared not approach with close-range attacks, resorting instead to distant projectiles. If one possesses clarity of mind, the sword can transcend all limitations, anticipating strikes and trajectories. Upon opening his eyes, Genshin was already aware of the predicted path of the blade, the fragile point of contact, and the true form of his adversary, the heart and sword. united in reading the opponent's moves, commenced their dance. Chapter 116. A single blow unbearable. In every sense, to break through this blockade, Genshin directly unleashed his ultimate skill. Although he could not employ the Crescent Moon Sky Charge, he believed his swordsmanship was sufficient. Behold, a voice echoed. You should understand what this means from that distant horizon. After a prolonged stalemate, Genshin, weary of the tension, turned his gaze toward the sky, which had transformed from its inky blackness to a fiery crimson illuminating half of the heavens. His eyes narrowed, and his heart tightened. He was ready to strike decisively. Did you think I could not locate your true form? After all this time, I have been pinpointing your position. The blade was drawn slightly from its sheath. To deliver a swift and lethal strike, one must employ the fastest technique. The airflow condensed instantaneously, freezing the flitting shadows, rendering them unable to escape. Even struggling in place proved futile. There was no glint of malice in his gaze. Rather, the blade emerged as he took position beside Baijo. Your ribcage and wrist bones have shattered. You shall never wield a sword again. If you had chosen to live as an ordinary person, you might have found happiness. Oh, the words of the reverse blade sound so noble. Sometimes it would be more merciful to end a life rather than render it miserable. You have truly remained the same. The hypocrite you have always been. He stood, albeit unsteadily, casting a gaze filled with hatred upon Genshin. Do you understand? Death brings closure, but a life rendered useless is worse than death. With these words, he drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into his own chest. Let us see how long you can maintain your pretense, Hashimura Genshin. Though the figure collapsed, the impact was akin to a magnitude 12 earthquake. Is a broken person not more tormented than a dead one? A crippled existence invites scorn from the world. Thus, in a sense, I have inadvertently killed him. What path to salvation remains? With a sense of bewilderment, Genshin vanished from sight, yet the seed planted would eventually sprout, altering a person's initial thoughts. And so, the swift strike was executed. The figure wielding the blade stood atop the highest building in the city, gazing at the unyielding Tohu and Kondo, who tightened his grip on the three-leaf weapon, offering a faint smile. The oil has run dry. Wiping the blood from his brow, Tohu steadied his blade, addressing his counterpart. Kondo, I will attack from the left. You take the right. Understood. Kondo wiped the blood from his face, careful to avoid it dripping into his eyes and impairing his vision. He concealed his gaze as he faced the shadow across from him. Why on earth are you kidnapping Mitsuba? Does one need a reason to abduct a person? The cold laugh that followed twisted a grim smile upon his austere visage. This is not a mere playhouse for warriors, nor a fair duel. It is a battle for survival. Indeed, a fight for life and death. He steadied himself, rising with unwavering resolve, his eyes locked onto the seemingly insurmountable opponent. So, you ramble on. Just go ahead and die. With that, he charged forward. But the tip of his blade met resistance from a staff, halting his advance. At the same moment, Kondo appeared to his right, striking down with his sword. The shadow scoffed, evading the blow while seizing Kondo's weapon hand and flinging him away. An opportunity. His focus sharpened as he lunged towards Mitsuba. But just as he was about to grasp her, a gloved hand intercepted him. The expressionless face reflected in Tohu's eyes was chilling. With a resounding thud, a punch sent Tohu crashing against the wall, the force of it cracking the surface. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood, gasping for air as he scrutinized his adversary. One blow was all it took, he murmured, sensing a vibration in his hand. He raised it to his ear, listening closely. Ah, I see daytime has failed. However, holding him off this long is commendable. Is the opponent the Blade Master Chickage? The reverse blade? The heartless demon is wielding a reverse blade? He chuckled incredulously. Are you jesting? I vividly recall that figure with two swords, one long and one short, from our last encounter. Is it true? What is happening? He furrowed his brow, observing the panting Kondo and Tohu. I have secured the target. I will return post-haste. Understood. Don't worry. He cast a disdainful glance at Tohu and Kondo before propelling himself through the corridor. Kondo-san, you should wait at the dojo. If that man returns, please lead him here. Tohu, driven by sheer will, stood up. I will pursue. If we allow him to vanish, we will lose all hope. Very well. Acknowledging the severity of his own injuries compared to Tohu's, Kondo nodded in agreement. Be careful. With that, he leapt into action. The crescent moon silhouette soared to the treetops, the reverse blades swirling with energy. Tenshu. As the words left his lips, a sword aura in the form of a tornado surged forth. ensnaring the black-clad figures who had jumped alongside him. Though it appeared formidable, once the sword energy dissipated, most of the assailants lay on the ground, disoriented but miraculously unharmed. How infuriating! So many of them. The principle of sparing lives had caused Kenshin to be hindered in this forest, preventing a swift return to Bushu, and anxiety gnawed at him increasingly. Several times he contemplated reversing the blade, yet he forcefully suppressed the thought, cursing himself for even entertaining such an idea. Did the earlier words of daylight still have an impact on you? The earth trembles as the blade of the sword cleaves through the soil, with Kenshin moving forward amidst the dirt toward Wuzhou City, deftly evading the flying projectiles, his eyes betraying an unmistakable urgency. Please let nothing befall them. Mitsuhide, Sugi, Hijikata, and Gori. The burden of work is increasingly overwhelming, and I find myself weeping in the restroom. Chapter 117. It is still too early to entrust such words. Why must people inflict harm upon one another? Why must victory be predicated on the sorrow of others? To persist in blind tolerance is indeed naive. Thus, I am the epitome of naivety. With a mighty slash, the blade cleaves through the dense clouds, its crescent arc lacking any fierce momentum, casting doubt upon its ability to sever even a tree. Detain him. He must not be allowed to escape. A commanding voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, and as the tension mounted, more figures surged forward. Why must you impede me? Kenshin, poised in midair, received no reply, and the anxiety within him grew, seeding doubt in his heart. Should he invert his blade? Such an act would plunge him once more into unfathomable darkness. Yet he could delude himself into believing it was for the sake of protecting Sugi and Hijikata. Am I hesitating? Beneath the dark expanse of night, the stars once again flickered. I no longer wish to witness Kenshin stained with blood. Even without killing, it could be the same. Momentarily lost in thought, he cast aside the notion of reversing his blade, landing upon the earth, his reverse blade tracing a circle, true, heavenly extreme cross. As the words left his lips, an intense sword aura emanated from the reverse blade, not repelling enemies, but rather drawing them into its vortex. Kenshin unsheathed his sword once more, propelling himself forward with renewed vigor. The blade struck against the previous sword aura, erupting in a brilliant blue cross slash. Naturally, the black-clad figures ensnared within the aura were hurled away. Were it not for the reverse blade, a rain of blood would surely have fallen by now. Having maneuvered to stand before the leader of this band, he declared, "Now, please, rest well." With a swift motion, the reverse blade struck at the neck, and the figure slumped to the ground as Kenshin steeled himself, gazing up at the sky stained crimson with fire. Without further hesitation, he leapt among the towering trees, racing toward Wuzhou. Should anything happen to them, Kenshin feared he would never forgive himself. At that moment, a dark figure dashed past, brushing against Kenshin as he barely glimpsed the person cradled in their arms, a flash of gray hair catching his eye. His pupils dilated. Before his mind could process the moment, his body reacted instinctively, halting abruptly to gaze at the cloaked figure. How infuriating! Why must he encounter him here? Their paths were supposed to be entirely different. The figure clad in black clearly did not anticipate encountering Kenshin here. Just moments ago, he had been obstructed by that group and, amidst the fray, found himself in this very place. How could he have known? It seems it was fated. Release her. I command you. Let her go. In his mind, all rational thought was incinerated. Once again, he found himself in such a predicament. Did they truly believe him to be so easily bullied? With a fierce determination, he invoked the ultimate technique, heavenly slash. His arm held the blade horizontally, as a tempestuous current of energy coiled around the reverse blade, growing ever more formidable. An ominous sense of impending doom surged within him. The masked figure dared not linger and immediately took flight. Yet, in the instant he departed, the branch beneath him inexplicably shattered. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as Kenshin wielded a massive energy sword, measuring 4 meters in length and 2 meters in width. His eyes radiated an icy malevolence, and the intensifying aura, coupled with the gradually crimson-hued energy, signified one undeniable truth. The Batusai was returning. Damn it! Faced with the awakening legend, where could he find the courage to confront it? He could only unleash his potential, accelerating beyond his limits to escape. As the distance between them closed, his sword seemed poised to strike the adversary's back. However, in that fleeting moment, a laser shot forth at an absolute velocity towards Kenshin. Startled, He could only raise his sword to block it. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion. From the swirling black smoke emerged a shadowy figure. Most of its attire tattered, and a face shrouded in darkness, save for the haunting memories etched upon it, emanating a faint luminescence that symbolized the sins borne by the Batusai. Damn! Just as he was about to pursue once more, he was halted by an urgent voice. Kenshin. Turning around, he saw a blood-soaked Hijikata rushing towards him, seemingly drained of all strength, staggering with every step. Upon reaching Kenshin, he collapsed to the ground, but fortunately, Kenshin caught him before he fell. Hijikata. Kenshin inquired with furrowed brows. Please. Tsubame. She. Hijikata, clutching his grievously injured body, could no longer articulate what had transpired, his eyes filled with desperation and hope as they pleaded with Kenshin. I am not strong enough to protect her. If it were you, you could surely safeguard her. Then I could rest easy knowing she is in your care. Do not look at me with such eyes. Some matters must be faced by you alone. Kenshin retrieved a vial labeled kidney treasure from within his robe, poured out a pill, and administered it to Hijikata. Rest here for a while. Once you are able to move, bring Sugo and Kondo to assist. Though no words were spoken, their gazes conveyed everything. With a swift motion, Kenshin sheathed his reverse blade and cast his gaze towards the ships soaring high above. Gripping his sword tightly, he declared, We must depart. The fleeting silhouette carried with it the hopes of the one resting beneath the tree. It was imperative he must succeed. Chapter 118. Tsubame is dead. How powerful must one become to firmly grasp that which they hold? Is it true that the presence of an enemy inevitably leads to loss? Is it not the case that all of humanity is destined to endure sorrow? Indeed, the plight of mankind is profound. What is your ultimate objective? I fail to comprehend any justification for your actions against Mitsuba. Slowly approaching the vacant space, there lies Mitsuba on the stone platform, resembling a slumbering beauty. Huh, are you referring to this individual? With a derisive snicker, a pale-faced man was pushed forward. This is the adversary you dared to provoke. The true champion of the Ishin movement, Himura Kenshin. Thud. The initially startled man collapsed to his knees upon hearing this proclamation. I am unworthy. I did not recognize the greatness of Lord Kenshin. I have been foolish. It is my fault. While uttering these words, he struck his own face with forceful slaps. My current concern is your identity. Ignoring the antics of this foolish jester, Kenshin's gaze remained fixed on the individual standing before the stone platform. As a warrior, he sensed a stark contrast between this man and the one he had just pursued. The aura and presence were entirely different. Drawing his sword, he pointed it at the man kneeling before him. Now, his life rests in your hands. To live or to die? It is your choice. I understand that you are not contemplating murder at this moment, so merely utter a word, and I shall act on your command. For a moment, he hesitated. According to my usual approach, such a character ought to be eradicated entirely. However, I can no longer take a life. Nor can I succumb to the shadows of my past with the Batusai. Yet this man has taken Mitsuba hostage. Observing Kenshin's moment of shock, the man hastily intensified his bowing. Yet in an instant, he was pierced through by a blade, staring blankly at the hesitant figure before him, his eyes filled with spite. Why, with such power, do your eyes not shimmer with mercy? Seeing your indecision, I took it upon myself to make a decision for you. How does it feel inside? Is there not a semblance of delight within you? Pulling down the dark cloak that enveloped his body, his long hair cascading like seaweed, he donned a garb reminiscent of a wandering samurai, with gray trousers and a gray sword, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Grasping a gray katana tightly, you still possess an opportunity to escape. Ha! The man's laughter echoed madly. Do you understand? Do you know what this man desires? The so-called Mitsuba is the most beautiful girl in the entire Wushu city, and thus, she has garnered many admirers. However, the aloof Mitsuba has never granted her heart to anyone. Hence, we exploited this fact. We promised this man that we would assist him in winning the affection of the lovely Miss Mitsuba. In return, he shall open the gates of Wushu for us. Before all of the Tenjin, we shall stand revealed, and the dominion over Wushu shall rest in our hands. The Tenjin scoffed derisively. You, a mere human, dare to speak of we Tenjin? Have we truly fallen to such depths? As for the so-called samurai spirit, I possess none. I simply crave the act of killing. Where can I find the freedom to do so? I will be where I must be. The katana was drawn, casting a reflection upon Kenshin's face. The blood of the strong exhilarated both me and my blade. With a clash, I struck, yet Kenshin deftly parried with the hilt of his sheathed sword. Unfazed by the encounter, the infamous Badasai, a renowned killer. I, too, bear the title of a killer. What transpires when two such entities meet? A single stroke sent Kenshin hurtling away. Seizing the moment, the inevitable clash ensued. Ah, how exhilarating it is to engage in a battle to the death. Ha ha. The manic laughter reached its zenith, accompanied by relentless, furious strikes. Kenshin, wielding his reverse blade, valiantly defended against the onslaught. Yet the scent of blood evoked long-buried memories within him, stirring them to life. To prevent reverting to his former self, Kenshin instinctively diverted a part of his focus inward, unable to unleash his full potential, and found himself at a disadvantage. What is this? Why suppress your instinct for slaughter? We are all born killers. Our very existence is predicated on taking lives. Is this not the sole purpose of our being? Come now, unleash the might of the Badasai. Challenge me. The frenzied attacks accelerated, yet Kenshin struggled to respond fully. Though he bore no visible wounds, his already tattered garments became further marred. Do not conflate me with you. The aura of swordsmanship reemerged. With a stroke, I forced the killer back, Kenshin gripping his reverse blade with both hands. I am a person of thought and conviction, raised beneath the crimson banner. Are you still suppressing your instincts with such nonsense? A grin spread across my face as tendrils of dark energy emanated from my blade. Kenshin, astonished, gazed at the weapon wielded by the killer, and then it dawned on him. A cursed blade, is it? I shall seize your name and everything you possess. As the dark energy surged, Kenshin entwined his sword with a blue aura, for if left unchecked, the adversary would only grow stronger, potentially absorbing his power. After all, with so many cursed blades, who could fathom the true nature of this one? In an instant, the killer stood before Kenshin. Before he could react, he was struck and sent flying, astonished at the true nature of this cursed blade. Not enough. Still insufficient. It seems you require further provocation to awaken your killer instincts. Just as the words left my lips, dark energy enveloped the body of Mitsuha, gradually sapping her life force, black miasma beginning to cloud her visage. Mitsuha, with narrowed eyes, a surge of murderous intent ignited Kenshin's instincts. Almost instantaneously, he was upon the killer, launching a strike that sent him flying. Straight toward the stone platform. No, stop. You shan't go. Suddenly, a figure emerged, blocking Kenshin's path with their body. Kenshin thrust his blade into the killer's chest, only for it to be seized by the opponent. At last, are you finally going to strike me down? How delightful. I am overjoyed. With such words, you, who have shattered the killing ban, Badasai. Finally, are you back? I have no time to indulge in your prattle. A furious roar escaped my lips, yet the opponent remained rooted, immovable as if anchored to the ground. Oh, the release of murderous intent, the awakening of primal instincts, the blade of the unforgiving. All forces unleashed. Yet, darkness slowly envelopes Miyuki, layer by layer, obscuring her visage. I shall not allow such a thing to transpire. The crimson hue resembles blood, erasing the gentle warmth and tolerance once present in her eyes, replaced only by an infinite thirst for bloodshed. Boom. The atmosphere erupts, hurling the killer away. Kenshin disregards the fallen reverse blade and rushes to the stage, cradling Miyuki in his arms. He then administers the only medicine he has painstakingly acquired over the years, placing it at her lips. The elixir, instantly healing all incurable wounds and ailments. In theory, it cannot revive the deceased. However, as long as there is a breath, resurrection is possible, albeit with numerous side effects. Miyuki, you shall be unharmed. Wait, your Hijikata will soon arrive. I deeply apologize, but I can no longer continue this act. And now, the matter lies with you. His gaze shifts towards the struggling killer rising to his feet, the blade of intent slowly rising, taking a step forward. The murderous aura reverberates, shaking the surrounding forest. Do you not wish to witness my true form as a killer? Then I shall fulfill your desire. As the words fell, he retrieved the sword embedded in the ground, his arm shifting as the reverse blade turned. The so-called act was merely the facade Miyuki and Kenshin had constructed for Hijikata, creating the illusion that Miyuki favored Kenshin and Kenshin harbored feelings for Miyuki, when in truth, it was simply to prompt that foolish Hijikata to confess his feelings. Recently, my energy for sarcasm has sharply declined. Indeed, it has been a torment, yet without genuine hardship. It is time to depart from wushu and set the stage for the unfolding of the narrative. Chapter 119. It is time to ensnare my old friends. When Hijikata arrives with the severely injured gorilla and Sugo in this forest, it is as though he possesses a sixth sense. Directing himself straight toward the battlefield where Kenshin and the killer clash, advancing without guidance, as if he had known all along. Ha ha ha, the blade of the unforgiving. You who are ensnared in hell, what hypocritical words you utter about the sword that spares lives. How long can such pretense conceal the truth? From afar, Hijikata hears this voice, his heart leaping with joy as he quickens his pace. To protect Miss Miyuki, I shall once again become the blade of the unforgiving. Is that truly that fellow's voice? He seems so different from the person I recall. What on earth has transpired? Cut. Facing the half-kneeling killer, Kenshin raises the reverse blade high, poised to strike down. Kenshin, no? The sudden voice echoes, yet cannot deter Kenshin's resolve. This blow is fated to descend. I shall not spare anyone who dares harm those I cherish. With a swift slice, the severed head soars into the air, a disdainful smirk still lingering, even in death. The unyielding gaze reflecting the awakening of the strongest killer. Kenshin, lying on the ground, Sanny gazed at Genshin with eyes full of sorrow. Do not look at me like that, she implored, turning away, her robe stained anew with blood, her sword tainted once more. Were the vows once sworn now shattered again? Tears welled in Genshin's eyes as he murmured, I am sorry. Sanny, her voice trembling, replied, only now, after slaying that man, did I grasp a profound truth. Genshin, I am not the same as the wandering swordsman. I need not adhere to the tenets he insisted upon. It is only now that I understand. The sword that refrains from killing does not imply the absence of death. Rather, it exists to safeguard those I cherish most. I believe that is the essence of the non-killing sword. If one clings too tightly to the notion of not killing, they become ensnared by others. My heart does not yearn for bloodshed, yet abstaining does not equate to the inability to kill. Her eyes gradually opened, the bloodlust subsiding, replaced by a gentle warmth and compassion, along with a hint of nostalgia. Sanny! A loud cry resonated as Nato and Sugo were laid on the ground. He rushed forward, anxiously observing Sanny, his eyes filled with concern. Yet, upon confirming she was unharmed, he finally exhaled the tension that had gripped his heart. Sanny, quietly sobbing, nestled in Hijikata's embrace, striving to conceal the tears streaming down her face, yet fooling no one. Genshin? She murmured, uncertain as she regarded the figure half kneeling on the ground. Was this the visage of the person from her memories? Hey, Hijikata, I entrust her to you. Slowly rising, Genshin sheathed his sword, glancing back at Hijikata and Sanny. Where are you going? In a moment of desperation, Hijikata called out. I said, Sanya's. Silence. Came a calm, yet firm voice. Have you not questioned your own heart? If you continue down this path, I will inevitably steal Sanya away from you. I apologize, Sanya. Although we agreed it was merely a performance, I cannot perceive it as such. That existence is truly what I have longed for. I cannot fall in love with you. A person like me can bring nothing but misfortune. I cannot grant you happiness. All I can do is keep my distance from you, as far away as possible. Visions of their shared moments flooded his mind, smiling, pouting, sorrowful, and blissfully engaged in carefree meals, each memory imbued with your gentle essence. Thank you for being the first ray of light since the end of the Bakamatsu. Genshin, do not depart. Is this performance merely a facade? Or has it begun to transform into reality? Can one even discern truth from illusion anymore? Hey you! You have yet to impart your swordsmanship to me. How can you leave? Struggling, Sugo slowly rose, gritting his teeth as he shouted, You cannot go. Are you not my teacher? Everything I could teach you has been imparted. But the final technique is etched upon the pillar of the dojo. And without mercy, he turned away. It is best you do not seek me again. Once you master that technique, our destinies shall part in life and death. This is a warning from the 14th heir of the flying sword style. The murderous glint in his eyes resurfaced. But how much of what you said is genuine? The flying swordsmanship slowly savored those words, which seemed to possess an enchanting power, leaving Sogo momentarily incredulous. Could it truly be you, that fellow? He strolled away, gradually departing from this place. The Shura of the drawn blade, Kenshin Himura, your master. As the words fell, he faded slowly into the darkness of the forest, leaving behind several individuals lost in their own thoughts. At this moment, Kondo, who had been feigning death on the ground, slowly spoke. I have contemplated much, and I have finally discerned what I am capable of achieving. If this world can be altered by individuals, if such matters can be distorted by people, then I shall become the one who safeguards the singular belief in this realm. However, I cannot accomplish this alone. Thus, I must gather more companions. I understand. Closing my eyes, I have already grasped Kondo's intentions. If possible, may I be counted among them. It would be my utmost honor. The one who was supposed to perform was now unable to distinguish between truth and pretense. Yet, love dared not flourish in the solitude of Ashura, whose journey of bloodshed would ultimately reach its conclusion, and you shall encounter the one who can truly save you. PS2. When Sogo next meets Kenshin, the two shall settle their differences. We shall discuss it then. PS3. Finally leaving the Mutsu region, the narrative now progresses. The groundwork begins. Chapter 120. Over there, the natural curly-haired one. Don't run. Time has slowly passed, and 2 years have already elapsed. This year, the now 21-year-old Kenshin has matured completely, arriving in Edo, a place he has never before visited during his wanderings. Wearing a conical hat, he ambled along the bustling streets, observing the lively denizens around him. No longer burdened by despair, Kenshin lowered the brim of his hat, feeling a sense of nostalgia. If life can be lived in such peace, then what was the meaning of our past struggles? This answer is one Kenshin does not wish to seek, for it is devoid of resolution. Such entanglements are not in Kenshin's nature. He merely desires to find a place to indulge in a hearty meal. Hey. So, this is what my host is like. Truly, a disgrace to countless hosts. Then, a voice of complaint echoed in Kenshin's mind. Shut it. Speak less, and no one will consider you mute. He retorted fiercely in his heart. You, wretched system of 50. Can we finally converse normally? Hey, speak clearly. I have been able to communicate with you for quite some time. A year ago, when I vanished for so many chapters, you berated me for making my presence known for the first time. I'm done. I want to change hosts, huh? So, I regret you updating to 50. You were so low-key and adorably naive at 40. Why are you so verbose now? To resist this world, which incessantly absorbs moral integrity. Do you have any idea how long I have spent preserving your lowest moral threshold? You ought to be grateful, you wretched soul. So, is my moral integrity perpetually at a low ebb, you wretched soul? Is this what you have preserved? Please, just be quiet. How dare you silence me? If you do, I will summon her. You certainly have a spine. Although I am internally grumbling, Kenshin continues to advance slowly, not colliding with anyone, until he notices, that samurai over there? Is he addressing me? A bit perplexed, he lifts his head to see a woman with gray hair, adorned in a red cheongsam and sporting a beauty mark on her chin, beckoning him from the bustling crowd. Unsure, he points to himself, and upon her slight nod, Kenshin moves closer, bewildered. Did you call for me? Of course. Who else would I be looking for, you dimwit? It's not every day you see a samurai openly brandishing a sword. Handing you over to the authorities would surely fetch a handsome price. And then I could escape from that naturally curly mess. What do you want from me? I hardly seem like a wealthy individual, do I? What could this woman possibly see in me? But this is Kabukicho, dear samurai. Wouldn't you like to sit here for a while? There are many lovely ladies around. As she speaks, she reveals her fair thighs through the slit in her cheongsam. Such blatant seduction. Well, never mind, I suppose I won't go. Kenshin nervously scratches his head, feeling ill-equipped to handle such women. Ugh, idiotic host. At this moment, forget about everything else. We must follow her. Then we can enjoy ourselves. Silence, you fool. After dealing with the imbecilic voice in his head, Kenshin breaks free from the woman's grasp. Excuse me, please let go. It's free, after all. In a sultry tone, she replies, how could I let your kindness go to waste? I shall reluctantly accompany you. Is that really appropriate? It feels utterly shameless. Oh, so you only get excited when it's free, huh? All right, let us go. Wait, I'll definitely strip you of your clothes and sell you to the cabaret. Following this woman, Kenshin arrives in a place called Kabukicho, surrounded by numerous bars, casinos, and brothels, essentially, houses of ill repute. Countless pedestrians traverse the street, some appearing destitute, while others, bedecked in finery, belong to the affluent world. It seems likely that these establishments cater to the wealthy. How fortunate I am to be poor. Suddenly, Kenshin halts, feeling a grip on his shoulder, accompanied by a voice. To still flaunt a sword in public, even after the decree to abolish them, is the boldest display I've witnessed. With a wry smile, Kenshin turns around, withdrawing his katana and presenting it to the man before him, who is puffing on a cigar. This is merely a reverse blade. I'm cosplaying, you see. I'm cosplaying as Kenshin Himura. Cosplay. The man furrows his brow, glancing at the reverse blade. Uncertain, he scrutinizes Kenshin. A reverse blade is still a sharp weapon. Don't take it out again, even for cosplay. If it's not dulled, it's not truly safe. But would that still make me Kenshin Himura? You're just being contrary. Kenshin sighs, feeling the weight of the situation. If an injury were to occur, you would be implicated. You know. Alas, there seems to be no remedy for your fervent enthusiasm for cosplay. If theft were to occur, women would be deemed inappropriate while men would be labeled as frivolous. I am truly at a loss. Observing the man slowly departing, Kenshin exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, I have successfully evaded scrutiny once more. Miss, excuse me? Upon turning around, he found that the woman had vanished from sight. Kenshin chuckled softly, shaking his head. Indeed? Do you harbor any misguided illusions about me? The immediate priority was to locate a place to reside, but it was evident that this locale was unsuitable. The brighter the surroundings, the more concealed darkness lurked within. He had no desire to meddle. Such matters were of little concern to him. Ah, Miss XX has returned. Is it true? Has she finally come back? Ha ha ha. Let us hasten to secure a prime position. A throng of people swept Kenshin along to a building. After stabilizing himself, Kenshin dusted off his attire and surveyed the establishment. Want your shop? What a peculiar name. It seems the earlier crowd was reacting to the return of a courtesan, which implies that this place is indeed. Ah, Kinmaru, you must understand my plight. I invested considerable time to create that atmosphere. Regardless, you must compensate me for my losses. A frantic voice interrupted Kenshin's musings. Gintoki, this is unavoidable. It appears the only solution is to capture it with a master ball. The likelihood of success is far slimmer than your chance of abstaining from sweets. Hey, enough with the sarcasm. Why involve me? Clearly, I am the protagonist here. Grant me some authority, will you? If memory serves, the protagonist in the author's narrative is a fellow named Kenshin. You, the original protagonist, have long been forgotten. Hey, it seems I have stumbled upon something significant. Even if I am not one of the primary characters, this tale merely features dual protagonists. Gintoki, I am still the lead. No. Just days ago, the author was deliberating with readers on whether to amplify the role of the short seeder to the extreme, thus making her the female lead. Consequently, you, the original protagonist, have been cast aside. Nanny, this cannot be true. That wretched author has resorted to such tactics. I shall confront him. That scoundrel, 3 days without punishment, shall face my wrath. As he spoke, his footfalls halted abruptly. That silhouette was strikingly familiar. As he resumed his steps, he sidestepped, a smirk dancing on his lips. At long last, we meet again, Gintoki Sakata. Chapter 121. So heartless? I too am a disciple of this dojo. Ah, what a coincidence. In the bustling establishment beneath Wanshur, Gintoki, ignoring the surrounding clamor, poured himself a glass of liquor and reclined on the sofa, gazing at his long-lost friend whom he had not seen in many years. I truly did not anticipate encountering you here. Observing a friend who, despite donning a new outfit, now exuded an air of despondency rather than the sharpness that once characterized him, I couldn't help but remark, you seem to be doing quite well. Yet, the absence of red bean cake vexed me greatly, particularly that unique variety that only one person could procure. I sighed, finally reunited with my friend. For the sake of indulging in your favorite treat, I must say, your shamelessness is commendable. With a wry smile, I reluctantly retrieved a piece of red bean cake from my bag and handed it to the silver-haired natural curl beside me. This is the last one, mind you. You always claim it's the last, yet somehow, more keeps appearing. With that, I watched as Jin-san took a hearty bite of the elusive delicacy, savoring its flavor. Wipe that euphoric expression off your face, you fool. It's quite nauseating. I might just be sick. Observing the natural curl's reaction, Kenshin couldn't help but tease him. Hey, I am the dashing protagonist here. With 3 bites, Jin-san shot back at Kenshin's jibe. Though I may not fit the typical hero mold, I am undeniably handsome. Many girls wish to bear my children. Old Wang's flower has been waiting for you for quite some time. Kenshin retorted, furthering the banter. That is not true. I specifically wanted Xiao Chui. Enough already. You're even less appealing than that flower. After a fervent exchange of jests, the two gradually quieted down. only for an elderly woman to leisurely approach Jin-san. It's time for you to pay your rent, you scoundrel. If you don't, I'll sell you to the west side. The revelation of this insider knowledge left Kenshin bewildered. Dear lady, I whispered into the ear of the elder. I have an old friend here who has come to catch up with me. Could you possibly extend me a favor? Wasn't he your face devoured long ago? What dignity is there on this street? You are well known as the one person who cannot be allowed inside. Your jests are remarkably sharp, dear lady. Well then, how about this? My friend is quite wealthy. Please grant me a few days' grace, and I will ensure the rent is paid promptly. Your furtive gestures betray you, Jin-san. You hardly present the image of affluence. Are you planning to sell him? The old woman eyed Kenshin's tattered red attire with skepticism. Rest assured, my friend loves to play the fool. Despite his apparent poverty, he is, in fact, quite wealthy. I couldn't help but wonder whether such blatant manipulation of the narrative was wise. It could very well backfire. You have until tomorrow. With that, she lit a cigarette and strolled away leisurely. Hey, Jin-san, what were you discussing so secretly with that old woman? Kenshin inquired, observing their interaction with curiosity as they seemed to reach an agreement. Nothing of consequence. A cold sweat broke out on Jin-san's brow as he remembered that the sharp-witted individual before him would not be easily deceived. I can't shake the feeling that you're concocting something inappropriate. However, every word spoken by Gintoki was overheard by Kenshin. As one of the pinnacle warriors on Earth, possessing heightened auditory sensitivity is hardly a remarkable trait. Kenshin's lack of understanding regarding the exposure was merely a playful jest. It brings me great joy to see you. But I must take my leave. Rising to his feet, Kenshin placed his hand on the hilt of his reverse blade and waved goodbye to Gintoki. Gintoki, who had initially been pondering how to trick Kenshin, was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Without a second thought, he hurriedly replied, I opened a business called Yato. What about it? His curiosity piqued. He continued, It's the kind where we do tasks for money. I was wondering, do you want to join me? Well, don't you already have a reliable group of companions? Kenshin turned, saying, Regardless, let us live our lives well, Kenshin. Having said that, he did not have time to grasp Kenshin's hand as Gintoki stood there, lost in thought. His mind drifted, contemplating that now that he had arrived in Edo, he ought to visit his old friends. Upon arriving at the Hashinake's dojo, Kenshin was perplexed by the disarray surrounding him and the overgrown grass that had clearly not been tended to in ages. He glanced at the open door and proclaimed, I, Himura Kenshin, the successor of the Hiiten Mitsurugi style, have come to pay my respects. He bowed towards the open doorway before stepping inside. Hey, pay up, little girl. If you don't have any money, I bet many influential figures would find you quite appealing. If you can't pay, you might have to settle your debt with your body. A furious voice echoed from within the dojo. Kenshin, unable to ponder why the dojo had fallen into such disrepair, recalled two children who had persisted through the years. Suddenly, a figure was hurled from inside. Kenshin swiftly caught the small form, a girl clad in a blue and white kimono, with unremarkable hair and a large footprint stamped on her chest. No, I'll find a way to repay the money. This dojo is the only legacy my father left me. I will surely revitalize it. Though frail, her voice resonated with unwavering determination. Who still comes to learn swordsmanship in this age? Nowadays, one cannot even wield a blade. Laughter erupted as the onlookers mocked the stubborn girl. Revitalize? I doubt this dojo has even a single disciple. A faint voice interrupted, causing an abrupt silence. The onlookers turned in exasperation towards the entrance, where a red-haired man entered, cradling the boy whom he had just kicked out. Who are you? They bellowed. I am the disciple of the Hashinake's style, adhering to the principles of a non-lethal sword. He drew his blade and, from a distance, swung it towards the signboard, crafting intricate patterns of sword energy upon the wood without leaving a single mark of damage. Long ago, I was a disciple of this dojo, he declared. After inscribing his name, Kenshin sheathed his sword and lifted his head, revealing his face hidden beneath his bangs, still adorned with that unchanged smile and the profound cross-shaped scar. Are you well, Mayo? Reflecting in Jinshin's eyes was the astonished visage of the little one, adorned with tears of joy and disbelief. Chapter 122. Must we linger over such trivial matters? It is quite enough. Clearly, it was just inscribed moments ago. What a pretense. The goblin deity roared in anger. Even if you are a disciple of this dojo, you must have the means to redeem this mortgaged establishment. Let us stick to the matter at hand. Why resort to violence for debt collection? Kenshin stepped forward, his words lacking decorum, yet his presence exuded undeniable authority. What do you care? If you have the ability, repay the debt. Money, money, money. With your diminutive stature, you truly seem well suited to scurry into the depths of wealth. With a disdainful smirk, he set down the new toy in his arms and, scratching his head, inquired, "How much is lacking?" 5 million, you scoundrel. With your pitiful appearance, you resemble a beggar, the fallen warrior of humanity. Does possessing wealth truly elevate one's worth? How utterly mocking. 5 million, you say? Ignoring the still raging goblin, Kenshin turned to Meow. The Meow I know is a resilient girl, one who can smile in the face of adversity. Thus, this tearful expression does not suit you at all. Upon seeing Meow, once familiar, Kenshin found himself momentarily entranced. Who knows how much effort Meow has expended over the years to maintain this fraying household. Initially, she faced oppression from her peers upon entering the hotel, contending with the lecherous advances of patrons eager to exploit her youthful form. All for the sake of this family, she endured. Kenshin pondered, why would she borrow money? There must be a reason. He caressed his blade, musing, it is akin to the time I squandered my entire savings on the latest concoction of tomato sauce, and then had to borrow money. If such a reason were true, I fear all readers of this tale would lose their moral compass. Father did not inform us, Meow murmured, her head bowed, seemingly perplexed. Whether she truly did not know or simply wished to avoid the truth, Kenshin had no definitive words to offer. He faced the goblin deity once more. 5 million. Is it? With a wave of his hand, a substantial stack of money was thrust into the dojo. The goblin deity and Meow were momentarily taken aback. Take it. No matter where you go, you goblins are all avaricious beings. In DNF, it is the same. I hope never to lay eyes on you again. Extending his hand, Kenshin locked eyes with the diminutive goblin. You may surrender the deed now. Humph. You think 5 million is merely a figure? You believe I am a fool. Just because you conjure it up so easily? You hardly appear to be a wealthy individual yourself. The goblin scoffed. You too, go inspect it for me. As Kenshin observed the two goblins approaching for inspection, he narrowed his eyes, yet his words remained sharp. Do not doubt me. I possess a sense of honor. In an instant, he stood before the diminutive goblin, their height disparity allowing him to lift it effortlessly to eye level. Now, could you kindly expedite the retrieval of the deed? Time has dragged on, and I find myself uncertain of what may transpire. For instance, such events as these. And those as well. You, my friend. With a countenance shifting from pale to flushed, I realized the person before me was no ordinary foe. Reluctantly, I produced the deed to my house from my pocket. Here? Why must I carry this burden with me? Carelessly, I set the goblin aside and snatched the deed. Without a hint of concern, Kenshin tossed the document to Meow. Take this, it's all over. Let us go with the money. Although I felt a twinge of reluctance, the allure of the coin was undeniable. Truly, Kenshin, my resources are dwindling. As I shook my head, Kenshin gazed slowly at the departing goblins. A surge of impulsive desire coursing through him, contemplating the possibility of a serendipitous encounter with Celia. Thank you very much. Kenshin tore the deed into shreds, and Meow, now beaming, approached him from behind. Well, it seems I have received Celia's message. Such trifles, Kenshin replied, settling onto the ground. What news of Shinba? Oh, you finally remembered me. I had begun to wonder if my presence was so negligible, Shinba lamented, sprawled on the ground, yet still showcasing his talent for sarcasm. Ah, Shinba. So you are awake. My apologies for not noticing you. Haha. I chuckled, a bit embarrassed as I scratched my head. Apologies? Spare me. Am I truly so insignificant? In your eyes, am I just a mere shadow? Shinba retorted sharply. Hey, jump is hardly suitable for a gentleman of your stature. Shinba's barbs remained as incisive as ever. Well, let it not concern you. Those who care are the ones who. Kenshin waved dismissively, again ignoring Shinba's jests. He moved closer to Meow. Now, might you share the events of these past years with me? The blade of a warrior should not be sheathed within its scabbard, but rather enshrined within the soul. In this era, the need for warriors has diminished, yet regardless of how times change, certain truths must remain unforgotten. Even if one must lay down their sword, the righteous blade enshrined in the soul must never be forsaken. Indeed, has Jin spoken such words? In the realm of swordsmanship, he may not surpass me, but in the understanding of the sword's essence, he has transcended many in this world. As Kenshin sat in the courtyard of the dojo, Listening to Miao and Shinba recount their shared experiences, a sense of reflection washed over him. But I still fail to comprehend why that deceased father left us with such burdensome debts, leaving us in such dire straits. Shinba exclaimed, visibly agitated, his voice rising. Shinba, Miao called out with concern. Although she too sought the answer, she forced herself to avoid contemplating the potentially harsh truth. The shogunate has issued a decree abolishing swords. Thus, the very purpose of a warrior has vanished, and the dojo's inevitable decline follows. I surmise that, in order to sustain this household, he must have had compelling reasons. Genshin pondered, quickly arriving at the answer. Indeed, this man, Jian, had strived for Miao and Shinba to enjoy a better living environment. Yet, it appeared Shinba still wished to speak, but was interrupted by Miao's gaze. Do not harbor resentment towards your father. He is merely striving for the well-being of this family and for you. With a somewhat unsteady demeanor, Kenshin inquired, is there anything to eat? Aside from being inundated with alcohol today, I have yet to consume anything and my stomach is on the verge of starvation. In light of this, Shinpachi thought, to commemorate Kenshin's return, I shall take it upon myself to prepare a meal. Rising promptly, he made his way to the kitchen. Wait, Shinpachi. At that moment, Mio intervened. Shouldn't it be my duty as an elder sister to cook and welcome Kenshin? No. Shinpachi's voice trembled in panic. I can handle it. You can stay here with Kenshin-san. Absolutely not. This time, I will personally cook. Mio insisted resolutely, bounding out of the room. I can only imagine a deadly feast of scrambled eggs awaits us. Good heavens. Must Kenshin-san face such a perilous fate upon arriving at my home? This is utterly terrifying. What should I do? What should I do? Hey, Shinpachi, why do you look so distressed? Observing Mio's departure, Kenshin gazed quizzically at Shinpachi, whose complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Are you feeling unwell? Shinpachi, with a sympathetic glance towards Kenshin, thought, I can no longer aid you. May fortune smile upon you, Kenshin-san. With that, a sorrowful Shinpachi turned away, wiping his slightly damp eyes. Chapter 123. Such inferior dark cuisine is pathetically weak. Here, Kenshin. This is my homemade egg dish. After a while Kenshin and Shinpachi were engaged in conversation, Mio unknowingly completed a plate of food and approached with a beaming smile. Heavens! Even with the pot lid covering it, I can sense the overwhelming malice of the world directed at me. No, Kenshin-san. Whatever it is, someone please save me. If fate permits, perhaps a gorilla might emerge from somewhere to save us all. However, that is of no consequence at present, Shinpachi thought. Egg dish. Kenshin glanced at Shinpachi with a hint of confusion concerning his heightened reaction. Although perplexed, he slowly lifted the pot lid under Mio's cheerful gaze. In an instant, the once bright sun was obscured by a sudden dark cloud. Within the dojo, Shinpachi's vision was filled with what appeared to be wailing spirits wandering aimlessly, while the ominous mass exuded a palpable aura of malevolence. This is disastrous. My sister's culinary skills have evidently improved. Initially, a mere hospital visit was the worst-case scenario. But now, she could very well eliminate Mr. Kenshin. What is this? Kenshin asked, curiously poking the dark, amorphous mass. Egg dish. Mio replied, her tone devoid of hesitation. This is a calamity. Why is Kenshin-san's reaction so sluggish? Could it be that his senses have already been compromised? Why is Shinpachi sweating so profusely? In the midst of Mio's eager gaze, Kenshin cautiously picked up the egg dish, and noticing Shinpachi's cold sweat, he inquired with genuine confusion, is something wrong? And no, it's nothing. Shinpachi stammered, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Mio. Ah, the delectable egg dish, isn't it? With a gentle smile directed at Shinbaji. A fleeting glimmer of cold light danced in her eyes. Instantly, Shinbaji felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly exclaimed, indeed, it is quite delicious. Such a delightful egg dish. Ha ha ha. Observing Shinbaji laughing to the point of tears, Genshin, though somewhat perplexed, gradually brought the egg dish to his lips. Closer. Closer, Genshin-san. He took a small bite, savoring the flavors, despite the crunching sounds that escaped him. Gazing skyward, he slowly began to discern the taste within. How is it? The eyes brimmed with anticipation. Well, the flavor is a bit peculiar, but it's still quite pleasant, he said, taking another large mouthful and giving Miao a thumbs up with a smile. Really? Hee. Miao, feeling a sense of satisfaction, wrapped her arms around herself and added, take your time. Don't choke. as Kenshin conversed cheerfully while consuming this dish of worldly evils, and with the expression of utter contentment upon his face. Shinbaji's eyes widened in disbelief, his worldview shattered. Are you joking? How can there be someone in this world who can consume such a thing? My goodness. Am I the one who is abnormal, or is the universe playing tricks on me? He chuckled in disbelief. Suddenly, with a thud, he collided with the door, gazing in terror as the two individuals took steps back. How terrifying. This is truly too frightening. Frightening? What is so frightening? Miao's eyes sparkled with a chilling light as she swiftly incapacitated a certain bespectacled figure. These two are an absolute food assassin born from the depths of culinary chaos. And one of them is undoubtedly the legendary figure from a century ago, Bei Yi. This is too horrifying. What would happen if Bei Yi caught me? Would he devour me whole? Perhaps even raw? With that thought, he nervously declared, I'll just go find a job outside, huh? And scurried away, exchanging glances. They both shared a faint smile. As for why Kenshin is immune to dark cuisine, I can only say that after 2 years of consuming I am Aki's jam-filled bread for lung therapy, there is nothing left in this world that I cannot eat. Seated against a pillar in the corridor of the Hendo dojo, Kenshin held his reverse blade, gazing up at the azure sky, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity, as if he could discern something extraordinary within it. Indeed, I should leave. If I were to bring misfortune to Miao and the others again. Such thoughts spiraled through his mind. His earlier rejection of Gintoki's invitation stemmed from witnessing Gintoki's current hedonistic yet blissful life. Kenshin simply did not wish to disrupt that tranquility. Where to go? Miao sat beside Kenshin, saying, even a wayward son should have a home. Home, he murmured, followed by a light chuckle. That word has almost slipped from my memory for 7 years. Always being alone accomplishes nothing. Some things require the presence of others. A solitary voice cannot bring forth the vibrancy of life. Miao spoke slowly, casting a glance at the man beside her, noting the cross-shaped scar upon his face. Likely a mark of the Ishin. Having wandered for 7 long years without discovering any semblance of meaning, she felt a sense of bewilderment as she clutched the reverse blade sword in her arms. Even though she recognized the divergence between herself and her true self, she still could not ascertain where her resting place might be. As a disciple of the heartless flow of heaven, one must heed the words of the bishop, especially those of his daughter. With a tone of unwavering certainty, Miao turned her gaze from Kenshin. At the moment you inscribe your name, you become part of this dojo. You, who have yet to undergo the trials of the world, cannot leave. But hasn't he the bishop already departed? Wouldn't he that mean the disciples are free to disperse? I am the bishop. If you wish to leave, you must first obtain my consent and defeat me. Miao teased with a playful smile. So, you may as well remain here in peace. With a heart not fully present, how can one stay? Kenshin murmured softly. Then, gather your heart and place it here properly. Miao remarked with a hint of sentimentality, turning back to smile. Thus, Kenshin is indeed Kenshin. From now on, you will be the chief disciple of this dojo. The disciple gazed at the sky, yet his thoughts soared far beyond, contemplating myriad possibilities. Perhaps, if only temporarily, it could be permissible. This thought slipped from his lips as Kenshin's mouth unconsciously curled into a sincere smile, a smile he hadn't worn in ages. Miao nodded vigorously, standing beside Kenshin and admiring the expanse of blue above. Though the scenery varied, it did not detract from the unspoken bond between them. I have heard all your stories, so please do not worry. Under this vast sky, we shall share all burdens together. Chapter 124, The Strongest in Kabukicho. Though he had settled his debts, Kenshin found himself devoid of funds, and he certainly could not be a burden upon the already impoverished Miao. Moreover, this was not the embodiment of the manly pride he desired. Strolling through the bustling streets of Kabukicho, Kenshin pondered what sort of work he ought to seek. The myriad of faces around him sparked a dilemma. What position suited him? Perhaps as a host or in a dance hall. But he feared he might be unable to restrain himself from drawing his sword. He recalled an encounter with a flamboyantly dressed individual attempting to introduce him to a cabaret. Kenshin felt a chill run down his spine and fled without a second thought. Truly formidable. What is that? As Kenshin walked, he noticed someone with natural curls being led into a narrow alleyway, igniting his curiosity. He followed slowly, lingering at a distance behind a group of people. They traversed the alley, passed through an unremarkable street, crossed a bridge, and arrived at a casino. A casino? Is Gintoki so financially strained that he resorts to borrowing from a gambling den? He frowned. After all, Casinos and brothels are notorious breeding grounds for trouble. Once entangled in their grasp, escape becomes a formidable task. Never mind that. Let us see what unfolds. With that thought, Kenshin took a step forward. Arriving at the entrance of the casino, without obstruction, he easily stepped inside, for this was not his first visit to such a place. Kenshin arrived at a place filled with dice games, yet his gaze was continually scanning the surroundings. The larger the casino and brothel, the greater the troubles that awaited. "Good sir, would you care for a drink?" Upon hearing the voice of a nearby attendant, Kenshin lifted a glass of liquor, swirling it before consuming it. He couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of having arrived here with his reverse blade. At the very least, he sensed no fewer than 4 pairs of watchful eyes upon him. It seemed he was perceived as a potential troublemaker. Kenshin sighed, pondering the inconvenience. Ah, how troublesome. Had I known, I would have stowed the reverse blade away in my bag. While musing on his predicament, Kenshin spotted Gintoki ascending the staircase, moving discreetly towards the upper levels. "Entry to that area is strictly prohibited for patrons," a figure clad in black remarked, placing a hand on Kenshin's shoulder. The sudden intensity in his gaze awakened years of combat instinct within Kenshin, revealing the true identity of this individual. "Well, a friend of mine just went up. I merely wish to accompany him. That's all." Kenshin replied with a thumbs up and a smile. "Then I must ask you to wait here. Your friend will be fine. He'll be down shortly. With so many games available, please feel free to indulge in any of them," the attendant suggested, his words flowing seamlessly. Was this fellow specially trained? Not wishing to escalate the situation, Kenshin resignedly moved to a card game area, biding his time for an opportunity to ascend. "Wait, that attendant." Sakata Gintoki. "Long time no see." Hualuo lazily reclined on a bench, partially shielding his chin with a fan as he observed Gintoki with a smile. "Hey, I don't recall our relationship being so amicable," Gintoki replied nonchalantly, scratching his head. "What do you need me for this time?" "Ah, the same old issue. The allure of a mature woman captivates every man, yet you remain untouched by such charms." Gintoki slightly opened his eyes, tapping his ears. "Well, I have no desire to be constrained. Running the odd jobs agency is my aspiration. Anything else is either too troublesome or exhausting, and simply does not suit me. If you keep dodging, I could offer you a nominal position. Just a name on my roster would suffice." Hualuo squinted, seemingly plotting something. "Ultimately, your goal is me, isn't it? Why do you pursue me so relentlessly, Gintoki?" "I assure you, there is nothing about me that merits your attention," he replied slowly, reflecting on the tranquility that had enveloped a certain white-haired swordsman over the years. "As the strongest man in Kabukicho, your very existence is captivating. Especially when you are indeed the strongest," Hualuo remarked, revealing a hint of his jawline, seductively licking his lips, the implication clear. "Hey, be clear. Ever since a certain someone arrived in Kabukicho, I relinquished the title of strongest." Gintoki chuckled, playfully pinching his nostrils. "It seems that no one in this world can surpass individuals like you, the man who single-handedly obliterated the most formidable organization in Kabukicho." However, Huatua evidently finds this hard to believe, dismissing it as mere evasive rhetoric from Gintoki. He muses that if it were indeed him, 10 minutes would suffice. "Do you think I would take your word at face value? Such a person has eluded my discovery." Narrowing her eyes slightly, she muses that if such a being truly exists, they should be lured in without hesitation. Gintoki, with a disdainful smirk, retorts, "Such matters require personal investigation." Huatua rises gracefully, her attire seemingly unable to conceal her figure, and states, "We can discuss those matters later. Presently, there is a predicament that requires your attention. Are you not the owner of the Odd Jobs Agency, reputed to undertake any task for the right price? Thus, I shall hire you. Some matters depend on my mood." Gintoki replies, his tone subtly betraying his unwavering resolve. "The trouble is right behind you." Huatua smiles slightly, but Gintoki feels an unsettling danger and instinctively leaps back, narrowly avoiding a massive fist that creates a crater in the ground. Hey, you're actually trying to kill me, aren't you?" As he slowly draws his wooden sword, Gintoki remains unfazed by the towering 3-meter giant before him. This trouble arose when this celestial being, after indulging in a bit of drink, refused to settle his debts, leaving us no choice but to temporarily restrain him and seek your assistance. Gritting his teeth, Gintoki's demeanor reveals that he harbors a considerable wariness towards this woman. "Prepare the payment for me," he declares, ready to strike down with his sword. But before he can take a step forward, The already dented floor suddenly bursts open, sending a cloud of dust that obscures everyone's vision. What? The atmosphere thickens with tension. At that moment, a reverse blade emerges from the smoke, delivering a fierce cut to the giant's body. The sword energy surges dramatically, forming a blade-like force that shatters both the floor and the ceiling, crashing through the walls and sending debris flying. Are you all right, Gintoki? A voice breaks through the haze, snapping both Gintoki and Hua Tuo back to reality as the smoke clears, revealing a figure. With red hair casually tied back and clad in a red samurai outfit paired with white trousers, the individual wields an unusual reverse blade. A gentle breeze lifts a strand of hair, revealing a striking cross-shaped scar. Kenshin Himura has made his appearance. Chapter 125. A little space, please. I beg you. Kenshin? Gintoki's voice quivers with uncertainty. What brings you here? I saw you being taken here and felt a twinge of concern, so I followed, he replies. Completely disregarding Hua Tuo's unintentional display of allure, his gaze fixed intently on her. Humph, sword energy? Hua Tuo, after her initial surprise, gradually comes to her senses. What connection do you have with the renowned Batusai? Could it be that this individual is the legendary Batusai? Gintoki paused, realizing that throughout these years, there has only been one person on Earth capable of unleashing sword energy. Ironically, that person's identity is the most sensitive topic in the bustling Edo filled with celestial beings. Hey, please do not associate me with such a magnificent figure. I merely bear the name of Kenshin. Kenshin plunged his reverse blade into the floor, asserting, the true Himura Kenshin perished after taking on disciples. Oh, so you are his sole disciple? Hua Tuo scoffed with a smirk, even if you claim that. The tangible sword energy is undeniably real. Stop fixating on that. Such abilities will shine brightly on your skill tree once your level rises, Kenshin remarked, scratching his face. Being overly obsessed with one matter can lead to aging prematurely. Sigh. It remains impossible to ascertain whether this fellow is indeed the genuine Batusai. Although legends state that Batusai met his demise on the battlefield after slaying his mentor, legends are merely tales without verification and should not be taken as truth. Well, Hua Tuo, can we head back now? Gintoki interjected, appearing before Kenshin and addressing Hua Tuo. Do not rush. That fellow has yet to settle things. Hua Tuo returned to his alluring demeanor, squinting at the rapidly approaching individual. Let me witness whether you are indeed he. How troublesome, Hua Tuo. My fees will multiply. He grumbled, yet still drew the wooden sword from his waist, his gaze fixed on the reverse blade embedded in the floor. The owner of the odd jobs. The strongest man in Kabukicho, he teased, prompting Gintoki to raise an eyebrow. I've already said I'm no longer the strongest. Boom. In an instant, he leaped atop the head of the rushing giant, his eyes sharp. With a fierce downward slash, he demonstrated that even distanced from warfare, he had not neglected his training. The strike caused immediate disorientation. The giant staggered, unable to maintain balance, only to be sent flying by a kick from Gintoki upon landing. All done, now pay up, he said, observing the giant sprawled on the ground, unconscious, resting the wooden sword on his shoulder and addressing Hua Tuo with a slight nod. Thank you. I shall receive it on behalf of Gintoki, Kenshin said, accepting the check handed over by Hua Tuo, disregarding the latter's deliberate touch on his hand as he gradually descended. Hey, that was Gintoki's hard-earned money. Why do you get to take it without a word? Huh. I merely remembered someone's previous attempt to swindle me. What? That hasn't even begun yet. Indeed, you intended to swindle me, didn't you? Were it not for Kenshin, if I had encountered some thugs trying to rob me, I would have undoubtedly fallen for your trick. So you've become increasingly wealthy from being robbed? Huh? I've heard you quietly resolve the dojo crisis with 5 million. If you're so idle and have time to spare, hurry up and support me a little, Gintoki. My household is on the verge of starvation. It is indeed you who frequently indulges in leisure, I assent it. You perpetually fail to save any money. Do not even think about it. Do not attempt to flee. I shall bring you to your end. The sound of scolding faded into the distance as Hua Tuo lowered the fan that had obscured his chin, his gaze drifting into a void, lost in contemplation. Himura Kenshin, perhaps? This is the salary that Gintoki owes. Accompanying Gintoki, Kenshin entered the tavern beneath the odd jobs agency. Unable to tolerate Gintoki's lamentations any longer, he exchanged a check for cash, fulfilling the debt of 2 years' wages. He allocated the majority of the remaining funds to Gintoki, reserving only a modest amount for himself. It was with a serious demeanor that Kenshin addressed the elderly lady. Denjiki, might you assist me in locating a shop that is willing to sell? A shop? What do you intend to do? Denjiki inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke, her words weaving through the swirling haze. In my past, I was a wayward samurai, yet now I find myself residing in a household beset by hardship. I feel compelled to take action, Kenshin declared with resolute determination. How commendable it is to harbor such thoughts. If only that fellow possessed half of your conviction, she remarked. The individual in question being none other than Gintoki. Kenshin smiled faintly, recalling, we were classmates at the same private school long ago, and I never anticipated encountering Gintoki again after such a long separation. It has been nearly 7 years since we last met. I wonder how Shinpachi and Kagura are faring? Has Shinpachi grown to 171 centimeters over the years? And has Kagura finally come to enlightenment? That fellow must be living quite contentedly now, having caught a glimpse of Gintoki teasing a girl in a red cheongsam, only to be met with a stern lesson. Kenshin smiled softly. After all, he is simply that easily satisfied, devoid of any ulterior motives. It appears you two have someone you wish to protect. Each of you appears carefree, yet you are more self-sacrificing than anyone else. Extinguishing his cigarette and placing it in the ashtray, he continued, a few days ago, old Wang from next door mentioned that his son intends to take him to Jianghai, leaving the shop here in my hands. Thank you, the elderly lady replied sincerely, bowing deeply. Perhaps this is why Gintoki holds such regard for her, a man who repays even the slightest kindness manifold. Do not rejoice prematurely. While it poses no issue for me, for those without exceptional skills, gaining entry into Kabukicho requires meeting the conditions set forth by the other 3 individuals, not just me. Gintoki mentioned you have met Hua Tuo. I presume that should not be a problem, but you must also meet with the others, Seigo and Jiro, Denjiki added. This is the survival strategy of Kabukicho. Indeed, I shall visit them one by one. Kenshin nodded, believing it to be a straightforward matter, after all. Opening a shop should not invite any hostility, right? One cannot help but say, Kenshin, your naivety is quite striking. Do you even comprehend where you are? This is Kabukicho. If it were truly that simple, there would be no place for you here. As the lively melodies filled the air, a deep voice resonated, drawing Kenshin's gaze towards the inebriated Gintoki, who joyfully sang amidst the embrace of the Yorizuya crew. Raising a glass towards him from afar, Kenshin mused, perhaps you truly are the happiest of us all, Gintoki. Each individual bears their own burdens of unfulfilled desires, the thirst for revenge of the short-statured Shinpachi, and the uncertainties surrounding the wig. Yet, despite the bitterness of it all, you manage to conceal everything. I can only strive with all my might to protect you. In Chapter 126, The Versatile Rogue Rabbit. What? Kenshin is opening a shop? What kind of establishment could it be? In the dojo, while savoring the freshly prepared dishes, the innocent yet scheming Keiru inquired. Continuing this way is not a solution, so I pondered the possibility of opening a shop. After all, I possess certain skills, Kenshin replied, scratching his head. What skills does Kenshin-sen have? Could he be the legendary perfect samurai? Shinpachi, still unscathed by the harshness of reality, exclaimed with excitement. Well, if I think about it, Kenshin pondered for a moment, can I cook? Are you joking? Does Shinpachi dare to question me? System, grant me the specialized skills of a master chef. Certainly. The dishes can merely shine. It's that simple. That skill is already possessed by the woman beside you. Moreover, she is naturally EX, a specialist in black and purple light. Hey, don't be cheeky. Grant me the expertise in daily life, including culinary arts, desserts, laundry, cooking, and child-rearing. Yes, it's coming right up. By the way, host, in recent chapters, my presence has been nearly non-existent. I strongly demand more screen time. Otherwise, I might just go on strike. TSK. Even the mere system dares to question my authority as the author. Hey, ISNT that just like what I said earlier to that bespectacled character? Don't think I can be easily fooled. Enough. I say what I say. Silence. All right. Let us disregard that Sundara author and the system. Next, I, the subtitle announcer, shall take over. Indeed, I am the subtitle announcer who vanished since Chapter 3. How about it? Did you all miss me? I missed you all terribly. Enough rambling. Let us get back to the plot. Coughing lightly, returning to the main topic, cooking? Kenshin-san possesses such abilities? Shinpachi gazed at him with admiration. Once I get this sorted out, your burdens will lessen, and Keiru won't have to work at that place anymore. The place in question referred to the dance hall and hotel, a matter that had long weighed heavily on Kenshin's mind. Very well. I shall follow Kenshin's lead. Kaoru smiled with narrowed eyes, yet her thoughts were not something Kenshin could fathom. Before that, I need to visit a few individuals and seek their consent. Kenshin preferred to handle this matter alone without dragging Kaoru and the others into it. I heard that down this street resides the legendary 4 Heavenly Kings. Is Kenshin also seeking their approval? Indeed, it is truly remarkable. Although the tone is one of inquiry, the gaze reveals a profound understanding. Not only does the seller seek to inquire about potential developments, but I am also preparing to open a casual dining establishment, one that will not be overly exhausting and will avoid adverse situations. Kenshin articulates his thoughts, prompting Miao and Shin to nod in agreement, occasionally sharing their own insights, sometimes with a frown and at other times with a chuckle. Bathed in the midday sun, the view from a distance is genuinely delightful. As I stroll slowly through the streets of Kabukicho, having already met old Wang next door, who readily handed over his shop to me, my current task is to address the matters concerning the 4 Heavenly Kings. However, there is a bothersome issue that precedes this. Observing the leisurely moving rogue rabbit trailing behind me, I can't help but sigh in exasperation. Why, oh why, has a mere rabbit mastered so many skills while I am left with only swordsmanship and culinary arts? Moreover, my culinary skills are newly acquired. First, I arrive at Jirocho's location, gazing at the firmly closed door as I approach and knock. It is then that I notice the rabbit, still lagging behind, has arrived at the door and commenced its business. Stay strong. Remain calm. Do not lose your temper. This rabbit has significant utility. Who are you? Just as the rabbit concludes its task, the door creaks open slightly, revealing a figure with a bandaged forehead who inquires in a hushed tone. I was referred by Granny Dunga, who mentioned that to open a shop in Kabukicho, one must seek the consent of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Granny and Hua Tuo have both agreed, so I have come to consult with the esteemed individual here. Kenshin responds, lowering his posture. I see. The esteemed one has been waiting for you for quite some time, the figure says, fully opening the door. With the rogue rabbit in tow, Kenshin follows the guide while surveying the environment around him, astonished by the surrounding facilities and, simultaneously, ensuring he can find the best escape route should a conflict arise, a habit cultivated over many years, especially within another stronghold. Suddenly, as the door swings open, a figure rushes out, colliding with the guide and tumbling to the ground at Kenshin's feet. Kenshin pays little mind to the two on the floor, instead focusing on the man with a short haircut and dark skin, slowly wiping the sweat from his brow. This individual certainly gives off an impression of being formidable. Well, are you the one looking to open a shop in Kabukicho? He asks, taking a seat amidst the gazes of those around him. It's rare to encounter someone like you. This proposal must not have originated from that Dinga fellow, right? Such a commotion for a single individual. Could it be Hua Tuo's directive? Remaining silent, Kenshin understands that at this moment, silence is indeed the best response. I am quite curious to know what qualities you possess that would warrant such attention from that woman. Hua Ta, Jirocho remarks with a hint of intrigue. Himura Kenshin, disciple. I shall continue to embrace this identity. Kenshin asserts. Himura Kenshin, Soga, a descendant of the Ishin Shur, I presume? Some nodded in understanding, lightly touching their hands. Since we are comrades who do not intersect, I shall not make things too difficult for you. However, it is somewhat challenging to explain the situation with that woman. Hua Tuo, how about this? I will give you a trial. If you can defeat more than 50 opponents in this hall, I will consent. A faint smile graced her lips. I trust that as my junior disciple, you should not be so lacking in capability. Thank you for your understanding. I will do my utmost, he replied, drawing his reverse blade slightly. Yet, he could not escape the keen gaze of Jirocho, who frowned slightly. Young man, are you truly this confident? A reverse blade? Humph. With a scoff, he handed his own sword to Kenshin. Let us have a proper duel with a real sword. The reverse blade alone is more than sufficient. This declaration brimmed with confidence, while the others present were filled with righteous indignation, clamoring in protest. Indeed, that look in his eyes was unmistakably the gaze of a true victor among equals. Jirocho's expression grew solemn. It seemed that an extraordinary individual had truly arrived in Kabukicho. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the words fell, everyone lunged at Kenshin, who was suddenly confronted by a mischievous rabbit, its rear end in the air. Phew, what a stench. Before anyone could react, the masked figure plunged into the crowd. Chapter 127, The Sound of the Sword. As he dived into the throng, Kenshin covered his mouth and nose, his fierce gaze unwavering. With a swift motion, he swung his blade downward. Although it was a reverse blade, it remained invincible. Boom. With a single strike, several extras were sent flying. Without pausing, Kenshin sheathed his sword momentarily before drawing it again slowly. A piercing sound wave radiated outward, engulfing those encircling him, who instinctively covered their ears, struggling to mask the harsh noise. Their anguished shrieks filled the air. Kenshin raised an eyebrow, devoid of any murderous intent, once they fell to the ground. He refrained from further strikes, fully returning his blade to its sheath as the jarring sound gradually subsided. Dragon's roar? Here, besides Kenshin, perhaps only one other could withstand such an assault. Jirocho remained unfazed, having recognized the technique. The legendary flying sword style, said to exist only in manga? I have experienced it now. It's nothing remarkable, Kenshin waved dismissively. So, Mr. Jirocho, I trust one have your approval? No one will obstruct you. With lowered eyelids, Jirocho clearly acquiesced. Thank you, Kenshin said, striding forward without pausing, stepping over the writhing crowd still moaning in agony. His voice gradually faded down the descending staircase. Indeed, an extraordinary figure had graced Kabukicho this time. A remarkable comrade, my fellow wandering samurai. Hey, what about your rabbit? Is it truly abandoned by its shameless owner? Is that acceptable? It will cry, you know. Even a rogue rabbit can shed tears. Having recognized Kenshin's true identity, it was now just a matter of obtaining one person's consent. Who was it again? The owner of the ladyboy establishment, Seigo? As Kenshin pondered, he suddenly collided with a figure as solid as an iron tower. Before he could react, he was seized and found himself unable to break free. Kenshin was taken aback by such formidable strength. Hey, kid, you must be Kenshin, right? At first, I genuinely thought you were that fellow everyone talks about. I've heard so much about him. My ears are almost calloused. I've heard he has a magnificent head of red hair. What a rare treasure. It would be such a waste if you didn't come to my shop for further training. Such exasperating words left Kenshin in disbelief. However, he soon recognized the person who had captured him. Could it be the legendary Saito? Well, not finding your master isn't too bad. Is that beautiful red hair a trait of those who practice the Hiten Mitsurujiryu? How infuriating. How I envy that. Are you really okay saying that? What is a man like you envious of? Or have the years of living as a woman led you to lose your identity? I am Kenshin, and I came here to. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. I understand your intention. It's quite simple. All you need to do is work here for a day, and not only will I agree to your request, but you'll also get paid, Saito said slowly, exhaling deeply. Hey, I am clearly a man. I refuse to do such work. If I do it too much, I might lose myself. Kenshin vehemently opposed, a dreadful thought crossing his mind. Is that really acceptable? Then what about those matters? Saito teased, his meaning unmistakably clear. Fine, I agree. There's no other choice. In this peaceful era, it's not fists and swords that matter, but rather human relationships and circumstances. As Kenshin was led to the entrance of Saito's shop, he observed the flow of cross-dressed individuals, gradually revealing a look of despair. Is my illustrious reputation as a master swordsman to be buried here? Here, this is your outfit. Change into it, and come out. Saito tossed a set of red clothing to Kenshin, adding, make sure to perform well. Did he seem oblivious to the scars on my face? It appeared my identity had not yet been exposed. Without further ado, Kenshin silently retreated to change into the red attire. It's all right. If I can self-hypnotize 8 minutes past. In a moment of stillness. Though not possessing the face of a typical cross-dresser, Kenshin's features, inherited from the wandering swordsman, were inherently delicate. Without the 2 scars, his visage would have been remarkably handsome. Now, adorned in a bright red kimono embroidered with pale cherry blossoms, his long hair flowed freely behind him, while a lock of hair on one side concealed the cross-shaped scar on his forehead. A light touch of makeup enhanced his allure. And even though Kenshin was not particularly robust, this transformation exuded a unique charm. Should I commend you on your successful self-hypnosis? Sometimes, I genuinely think it would have been better for you to have embraced womanhood earlier. Disregarding the dazed expressions of most individuals before him, Kenshin's gaze shifted towards the speaker, where he immediately discerned the slightly robust figure adorned with slightly curled silver twin tails. Silver? He uttered in surprise. What brings you here? Well, it's a long story. but perhaps it's best not to delve into such matters. To speak of them would be utterly mortifying. Hey, Kenshin, are you truly immersing yourself in the role of a woman? Must you take it so seriously? Silver quipped. Whatever the endeavor, one must strive for excellence. Kenshin declared earnestly. Excellence. Beware. Once you revert to your masculine identity, you might find men proposing to you in the streets with flowers. Silver lamented, scratching his curly hair in exasperation. Yet, I believe your charm surpasses mine, he whispered with a chuckle, covering his mouth. In this establishment, both you and Kenshin are undoubtedly of courtesan caliber. Or perhaps you simply lack a housewife wig. Indeed, quite impressive, Seigo remarked, appearing and nodding at the two, simultaneously tossing them a fan. The stage over there is yours. Wait, you want us to perform? Kenshin asked, tilting his head in a somewhat naive manner, while the other, visibly exasperated, face-bombed. Why do I feel as if your lack of femininity is quite regrettable? Seigo sighed. Of course, having two courtesan-level individuals is no small feat. Thus, we must make the most of it. Quickly now, do not overthink it. Just present something simple. Really? I can dance. Kenshin replied with a smile, taking the fan. Though I'm not quite sure how I learned, but I can indeed dance. Is that so? Silver raised an eyebrow. Hey, come back, Kenshin. Don't lose yourself in this charade. You are a man. Even if you are cross-dressing, as long as you remember your identity, we are still pure gentlemen. If you lose yourself like this, it could be terrifying. You might become the plaything of men for eternity. The homosexuals would undoubtedly pursue you fervently. Wait, does this mean you could become a deity in some realm? No. Such a deity would be utterly terrifying. The god of homosexuals. Hey, Silver. Let go. I'm feeling dizzy. Kenshin exclaimed, his eyes swirling. Tomatoes, cucumbers, potatoes, jump. Red bean cakes, jam, sweet pies, dumplings, everything is wonderful. Someone save Kenshin. In order to cater to certain individuals' desires, while the concept of personification may not be feasible in the future, a glimpse of it can be offered now. Chapter 128. Out with the old, in with the new. Though, during my time as Kenin, I was unaware of the identity of the dancer, as Kenshin. I am acutely aware that the dance is indelibly etched in my memory, within the realm where cherry blossoms cascade gracefully. Slowly, I began to sway, entranced by the mesmerizing beauty of that girl's dance, deeply immersed in its allure. Now, as I reflect upon my current self, I wonder if I, as Kenin, can evoke such sentiments. If I am truly enamored, amidst the fluttering cherry blossoms, perhaps we shall meet. Let us promise to maintain our smiles, no matter the time. A tinge of sadness resides within me for that woman. Kenshin, entranced to such a degree, I too succumb to this hypnotic state. A fan delicately placed at my lips. I gracefully traverse the stage, while the other hand wields a fan in a mesmerizing display. My poise and grace are impeccable, rendering the audience spellbound, though they remain oblivious to their own state of awe. This fellow, having heard this song before, gazes silently at the figure upon the stage. In the past turmoil of the Bakamatsu, he listened to it countless times in solitude, hiding away, unable to take action. Tears well up. Yet they do not linger in your silhouette. Silently, I observe you without uttering a word. Within my heart, a sensation arises, urging me to convey that within that vast starry expanse, such sounds resonate. How perfect, Kenshin. As my posture halts, this dance ultimately remains unfinished. However, at this moment, having dispelled my self-hypnosis, Kenshin has transformed back, indeed. I know not when, but suddenly, Seigo appears in the audience, his scoff awakening the dazed onlookers. Upon hearing Seigo's remarks, a wave of unease washes over me. Who is that person? They are simply the epitome of elegance. How frustrating. Why are they not a woman? Oh, how I desire it. I must undergo gender reassignment surgery. They are merely a guest I invited today. I exhale, as Seigo slowly explains, just an inconsequential fellow. With a slight nod of gratitude, I retreat backstage. Now, with my consciousness restored, donning this attire, I cannot help but feel a surge of embarrassment. At that moment, as I attempt to escape with my head lowered, Gintoki is seized by Seigo as if he were a mere child. Turning awkwardly, Gintoki stammers, I suppose I. Dream on. You shall remain here for a full 3 days, you brat. Hey, the lamentation in his voice brings me a sense of delight. The past shall not be revisited. With the conclusion of Gintoki's woeful existence, I have finally completed all my tasks, and thus, the establishment that is rightfully mine is set to officially open. As fireworks illuminate the night sky, the scene in Kabukicho is bustling with throngs of people. The den of the odd jobs, run by the revered Odi, and new acquaintances gather to witness the emergence of this establishment. All of you are my companions. Meeting you here truly is a splendid occurrence. Standing before the establishment, Kenshin observed the silver-haired, natural curly-haired figure below, alongside his few black companions smoking, and the cheerful Miao bustling about inside with the new Baji. Kenshin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Was this not the life he had always yearned for? The notion of Sano joy was but a relic of the past, a bygone era he would never revisit. After wandering for so long in search of answers, he realized how foolish he had been. The truth had always existed. It was merely that he had believed he needed to wander, neglecting to notice the brilliance surrounding him, assuming it lay far beyond reach. Gintoki, had you never felt lost? You have always lived so joyfully, and perhaps the answers resided in your heart all along. While I continued to search in vain. Indeed, as you said, solitude can easily lead one to overlook significant truths. Hey, I heard there's free food here, so I came. Gintoki casually remarked, his hands resting behind his head. Let us get started. Jin-san, my stomach can't take it anymore. For the time being, he intended to settle down here. Though once a wanderer, he had discovered what could be deemed the true answer. Kenshin surveyed the room. It was truly wonderful to know these people. Yet, there were still others, like Mitsuba, far away. With a chuckle, Gintoki tilted his head, gazing at the figure on stage. After all this time, have you finally figured it out? Fireworks erupted in the night sky, the fervent atmosphere undiminished. So everyone, let us eat to our heart's content tonight. It's all free. Why didn't you say so sooner? I've been waiting for that. Gintoki was the first to leap forward, striding towards the door, only to be halted by 3 hands that pulled him to the back. Troublesome. The 3 black companions nodded slightly and entered slowly. Meanwhile, Gintoki could only curse loudly, grumbling as he accompanied the smoking woman and the woman in the red cheongsam inside. Of course, his colorful language earned him a few reprimands from the latter. Kenshin approached Miao, observing this man who had been in disarray for several years, feeling a tinge of sympathy. A new life has begun. Ah, a new life, Miao nodded, smiling at the playful individuals within. Each year that has passed, now it has been 8 years. Gradually, we are no longer confined to our past selves. Looking ahead, new lives and stories are just beginning. It brought him great joy to articulate these thoughts. Miao, feeling a sense of relief, suggested, shall we go in, Kenshin? Indeed. For the first time, he regarded the girl before him. Though still growing, her strength profoundly resonated within him, illuminating his very soul. Such a girl was indeed a rarity in this world. I have encountered many remarkable girls, 4 of them, all strong, persistent, brave, and caring. Each one is wonderful, yet none have captured my heart. As they approached the entrance, Kenshin caught sight of Gintoki fiercely battling 3 black men over desserts. He facepalmed. Was this guy incapable of exercising restraint? Hey, do you dare snatch desserts from the tigeress mouth? You must be courting death. Gintoki shouted, brandishing his sword. Who cares about that? With great urgency, pay this month's rent, you unruly natural curl. The formidable force of the matron is unleashed. Jinsen activates a critical hit effect, rendering him unable to rise again. Just wait. I shall assist Brother Rabbit, Kenshin declared before vanishing from the store. Meow, with a gentle smile, added, I will lend a hand, dear sister. Please, do not leave. Remain, oh please. Kneeling and clinging to Meow, the new Baji shed tears in desperation. Ha! This night heralded the onset of a new existence within the establishment known as Heartful Meow Dessert Shop, where fresh tales would soon unfold. No longer shackled by the past, the era of the bladed sect had finally come to an end, dispelling the long-standing haze of uncertainty. The sword in my hand has never been relinquished. I shall not allow harm to befall those who stand by me. This profound realization and answer is what I have gleaned from my prolonged wanderings. PS2. Many have likely discerned that Meow is undoubtedly the leading lady. She is my favorite. PS3. Recently, I stumbled upon a new fanfiction of Gintama, and I am overjoyed. Gintama shall no longer be solitary. Chapter 129. It has been ages since we last met, brainless one. This nation is currently ruled by the Celestials, in a place once known as the Land of Samurai. Hey! The new Baji sat at the front, listlessly observing the ebb and flow of patrons, while Kenshin yawned in boredom. He then addressed the new Baji. Clad in a server's attire, Table 9, Matsutake cake. Nodding, the new Baji adjusted his glasses and silently ambled toward table 9, slowly announcing, "Esteemed guest, your cake." What era is this? Must a server still wield a wooden sword? Are we to never forget the honor of the samurai? How absurd. A celestial with a leopard head laughed recklessly, unabashedly confronting a world so thoroughly permeated by the celestials. He indeed had the audacity to utter such brazen words. Dear guest, this is, after all, our freedom, the new Baji calmly replied, having encountered such situations countless times already. Huh, did I hear that correctly? A server dares to speak of Bushido? You must be aware that the shogunate must heed our whims. Their unabashed laughter momentarily furrowed the new Baji's brow, who then resignedly called out, "Jin-san. Ah, has the season of your hormonal frenzy arrived? I have no idea how many of your kind I have cast aside over the years." A wooden sword sliced through the air, sending a few of the leopard-headed celestials flying. The patrons, accustomed to such occurrences, resumed their meals unfazed. "You lot are worth $200 each." Brandishing the wooden sword, Jin-san swaggered forth, patting the new Baji on the shoulder. "All right, that totals 3, Kenshin-san, 600 yen. Remember to put it on the tab." How infuriating. Do you think this is where it ends? How dare you affront us? A quivering voice. It is the first time in all these years that I have been struck before such a timid race, my anger contorting my very visage. Hey, don't speak as if Jump releases a new edition weekly. Are you not aware that you should inquire beforehand? Jin-san smirked wickedly. This establishment is a gathering place for 2 monsters from Kabukicho. Curse be you. Just wait. After a harsh remark, he could only retreat in embarrassment. Suddenly, an envelope flew out from the inner room, and Gintoki calmly seized it, counting the contents meticulously. "Yes, here I come, pachinko," he exclaimed triumphantly upon receiving the money. "Hey, don't squander it recklessly. A third of that belongs to me," Shinpachi interjected, eager to make his presence known. "Huh, didn't you already secure a job? Why do you still come to Gintoki for this? Are you trying to claim double the salary?" Gintoki remarked slowly, pinching his nose. "That is indeed my job. And as an employee of the odd jobs, isn't it only natural for you to pay me?" Shinpachi retorted angrily, then turned to the little girl in the crimson chipao. "Kagura, hurry up. Gintoki is trying to shortchange us again." "It's fine. Do you have to stuff your face while talking? How long has it been since you last ate?" She replied, "I've already made sure that this meal is charged to Gintoki." Gintoki stared at the towering stack of plates, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Life was already tight. If things continued this way, hey, why must it be charged to me? I'm very clear about splitting the bill, even with old friends. I insist on going Dutch. Gintoki shouted, "You've owed me wages for so long. In the manga, it may have only been a few days, but to the readers, you've been in debt for nearly 2 months. Kagura took a big bite of meat and said, "Just consider it a charitable act. The rest can stay with Gintoki." Hey, that sounds rather impressive. Why must I remain in such a situation? Gintoki cried out in despair. "I think it might be better to sell you off," Shinpachi quipped. 10,086 likes. Why do I have employees like you? This is simply a blemish on my life. Gintoki lamented, cradling his head in agony. That statement is meant for us to say. They chorused. Wait, what? A delivery? What a hassle. Hold on, I'll be right back. Kenshin hung up the phone and turned to the rabbit in the store, saying, "I'm off to deliver this. I leave the rest to you." Ignoring Kenshin, the rabbit, wielding a large spoon, nodded seriously and resumed the grand task of dessert making. Wait, why is a rabbit wearing a serious expression? Kenshin brought out his pastel-colored motorcycle adorned with clouds, leisurely sitting on it, then tapped the front of the vehicle to initiate autopilot. Destination, the embassy. With his feet resting on the handlebars, Kenshin reclined on the motorcycle, a volume of jump covering his face, and drifted off to sleep. Hey, is this really acceptable? Don't think you can be so lazy just because you have such convenient technology. What about the integrity of the Batusai? What about the dignity of a warrior? The foes who fell to your blade would surely find no peace in the afterlife upon seeing your current state. However, despite the sharpness of the criticism, it proved to be of little consequence. The little sheep steadily advanced towards its goal. Along this path, one couldn't help but be intrigued by a figure resembling Kenshin, though the obscured face rendered recognition impossible. With a sudden screech, the brakes engaged, and the gentleman fell silent for a few moments. Subsequently, Kenshin, somewhat sluggishly, removed the cover from his face and straightened his posture, gazing vacantly at the embassy. Is this the Dogstar? He murmured to himself. rubbing his face to shake off the daze. He then picked up the pre-ordered delivery package. That said, do dogs require desserts? Without pondering this seemingly trivial question, Kenshin had just completed an exchange with the guard and handed over the sweets when he spotted a little sheep, not too dissimilar from himself, leisurely approaching and subsequently halting to reveal the goofy visage of Gintoki. I must apologize for this foolish face of mine, he remarked with a slight smirk, stepping closer. What brings you here? Delivering a package, Kenshin replied, nodding as he observed Kagura, who was gnawing on a parcel, alongside a resigned Shinpachi. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, and you? Oh, just a minor issue. I'm here to handle something quite simple, she said, snatching the package from Kagura's hands and striding towards the guard. Huh, I haven't heard of any package, the guard barked sternly. The dog star retaliated. Due to recent threats of terroristic explosions, we are currently under a state of emergency. Get back. Though the words were harsh, Gintoki remained unperturbed, his voice lacking some of its usual vigor. It might just be dog food. Take it anyway. Who would consume such a thing? Came the furious retort, followed by a forceful shove that sent the package flying, landing with a resounding crash inside the embassy. Boom. The startled Shinpachi leaped up. Kagura looked on curiously, and Gintoki maintained an air of indifference. While the circumstances were unclear, one thing was evident. It was time to flee. Yet, just as they had taken a few steps, the dog star quickly reacted, seizing Shinpachi, who in turn grasped Gintoki. Kagura also latched onto Shinpachi, while Gintoki watched Kenshin from a distance, who feigned indifference by whistling. Shinpachi, what are you doing? Let go. Gintoki shouted, tilting his head back. No, I refuse to be captured alone. Came the terrified cry. Can't you just say don't worry about me, run, in a cool way? He exclaimed, wide-eyed and speaking nonsense. Forget me. You all go to hell, Kagura declared without hesitation. Observing the entangled group, Kenshin nodded in resignation at these individuals, who were unwilling to release one another. As numerous dog stars surged forth, Kenshin's gaze sharpened, and his hand slowly reached for the hilt of his sword. At that moment, a figure dawned in a straw hat, who had been seated on the ground, gradually rose. What a troublesome bunch, he remarked, before stepping firmly onto the head of a dog star, then proceeding to stomp on one after another. With an agility reminiscent of a martial arts master, he soared towards Gintoki and his companions. Kenshin's eyes twitched at the sight of this character, exclaiming, isn't he from a martial arts film? Have you taken a wrong turn? Hurry up, Gintoki, he said calmly. Are you a Whig? Whig Katsura? Gintoki, along with Kenshin, was taken aback by such an appellation. The mention of this name caused Katsura's expression to change abruptly, as if he were rushing to embrace an old friend, only to deliver a powerful uppercut to Gintoki. I am not a Whig. I am Katsura. Chapter 130. It's been a while. Do you remember what I said back then? Is this how you greet an old friend? With an uppercut? What about that guy over there? Are you not going to give him a punch? Gintoki, now on the ground, shouted in indignation, mixed with a hint of sarcasm. He had not said that. Glancing at the approaching Kenshin, he remarked, didn't I tell you? Don't call me by that nickname. Ah, Katsura, long time no see. It's rare to be able to meet an old friend again. To say it's exhilarating would be an understatement. Indeed, it has been nearly 10 years since we last met, Kenshin replied, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes, for the person before him was. Now is not the time for reminiscing. He turned to the pack of pursuing Amanto, speaking slowly. Follow me. With that, he dashed ahead, and Gintoki, along with Kagura and Shinpachi, followed suit. Only Kenshin leisurely mounted his little sheep. Isn't this none of my business? I'm merely here to deliver food, he thought. That fellow over there is probably an accomplice. Capture him. A few of the pursuers charged towards Kenshin. Hey, can't you distinguish black from white? I'm a good person. A good person. With a swift dash, the little sheep surged forward, catching up with Gintoki and the others. You fool. You still have the energy to ride a bike? Gintoki would never admit that his little sheep was likely lost for good. How infuriating. His heart ached. Why run around aimlessly when you can conserve energy? A glance at Gintoki conveyed a sentiment of exasperation, driving Gintoki to the edge of madness. Oh, so the fox's tail is finally showing? From a nearby pavilion, a man with black hair, holding binoculars and smoking, sneered, Yamazaki. Huh. He seemed momentarily taken aback. Regardless, we must locate their stronghold. Yes, replied Yamazaki, who then slowly retrieved a wanted poster from his pocket, his expression somewhat complex. Even the once celebrated heroes who fought against the Amanto are now merely labeled as rebels in this age of Amanto supremacy. To aspire to expel the Amanto in this era is indeed a lofty dream. Crushing the wanted poster into a ball, he tossed it at the young boy on the ground, who wore an eye patch. "Hey, Sugo, get up." Watching Sugo slowly rise, Hijikata exhaled a puff of smoke. "It's truly remarkable that you managed to sleep through that explosion." "Ah, was it another explosion by terrorists?" Sugo replied languidly as he removed his eye patch. "The troubles are far from singular," one murmured with a hint of melancholy. "Initially, I believed that it was merely Katsura and his accomplices, intending to allow them a fleeting respite before ensnaring them all at once. However, an extraordinary individual has suddenly emerged, presenting unforeseen complications. Isn't it just a minor inconvenience, Hijikata?" With these words, Sugo approached the window. "Are you still hoping for another nap?" he exclaimed with a fierce grit. Hijikata scratched his head. "That fellow has finally made his appearance. The one who was meant to be my subordinate but escaped prematurely, causing my sister endless worry." Despite expressing this, a flicker of delight danced in Sugo's eyes. Hey. Now we are genuinely ensnared in trouble." Hijikata exhaled deeply. "Do you recall what he said? I am indifferent. But if he were to encounter you, rest assured, I do not believe I am greatly inferior to him," Sugo retorted confidently. "Such confidence is commendable, yet one must discern reality." "Ah, forget it." The television broadcasted the images of 3 individuals, with Kenshin obscured from view due to the angle. Observing the distraught Shinpachi and the exuberant Kagura, Kenshin exchanged knowing glances with Gintoki, already aware of the unfolding situation. Gintoki, addressing the group, looked towards the figure concealed behind the wig. Was this the delivery man who brought them here? In that case, Gintoki, Kenshin, to reconstruct this decaying nation, join me once more. Draw your swords. Gazing at these 2 nearly invincible warriors, he implored, "Lend me once again the might of Shiroisha and Batasai." "Wait," the wig interrupted before Gintoki could respond. As Kenshin stepped forward, "The Bakamatsu? I see no glimmer of hope left in what he has bestowed upon me. This is why I never wish to involve you." "Humph. At times, suffering is inevitable," the wig declared, eyes closed. "Our battle has long concluded." At this moment, Gintoki stepped forth. "Are you still rambling on? What are you? An old gossip?" "What old gossip? Such words are not befitting men. Precisely because of this, you fail to attract the ladies." Cough, cough. "We are straying further from the topic," Gintoki exclaimed. "Now, Kenshin, our next target is the space terminal, the source of all evil. If we can obliterate that place, perhaps all of this will reach its conclusion." "Do not be foolish, wig." Kenshin moved closer to Gintoki. "Have you forgotten how the Celestials first entered the Earth?" There was silence, for even the wig understood that this was mere self-deception. "Routine search," a booming voice declared, as the door was forcefully breached. The Shinsengumi stormed in. The wig, startled, hurriedly led Gintoki and the others to flee. "Do not think to escape," Hijikata shouted, instinctively pursuing while neglecting the presence of another. "Careful, Hijikata!" Sugo cried from afar, launching a projectile towards him. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. It was evident, even without witnessing the scene, that Mr. Tosaka had evaded it. However, Sugo could not help but pout in dissatisfaction. "Who granted you the audacity to reappear before me?" A haunting voice resonated, rendering Sugo momentarily paralyzed. The force of the energy shattered the crumbling doorframe, and Kenshin emerged step by step, drawing closer. The more he approached, the more Sugo felt the overwhelming power emanating from him. How infuriating! Was it not just me who was growing stronger? My dear disciple stood not far from Sugo, and due to their past discourse concerning the true inheritance of the Hiten Mitsuryu, Kenshin had also shed his previous reckless demeanor. "Sugo Okita." With clenched teeth, Sugo nearly spat each word. Kenshin. Chapter 131. Stars and such are still preferred by dear old dad. Hey. Such murderous intent. Do you truly wish to kill me? Sugo managed to utter with difficulty, gazing at the figure he had not seen for many years, now evidently stronger. "I had warned you. Should we meet again, it would lead to a deadly confrontation," Kenshin solemnly remarked, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "I am delighted that you have returned, but do you believe you possess the strength to contend with me? To inherit the essence of my Hiten Mitsuryu? Who desires such relics? I have no interest in antiquated trinkets," Sugo exclaimed vehemently. "Moreover, you, sir, have always been shameless. Why the sudden shift to seriousness?" This is clearly inconsistent with your usual demeanor. Muttering incoherently, Kenshin's eyes darkened. Draw your sword. TCH. Gritting his teeth, Sugo understood that the outcome was inevitable. He could only bow his head and prepare for the duel between master and disciple of the Hiiten Mitsuryu. Thus, the battle commenced. With a blur of motion, Sugo instantly appeared before Kenshin, drawing his sword to strike. Yet, Kenshin seemed to have anticipated this, parrying the blow with ease. Your growth has indeed surpassed my expectations, Kenshin observed, realizing that in merely a few years, this young man was nearing his own prowess. A truly frightening talent. Ah, indeed, I owe it all to that selfless education. The memory of being thoroughly dominated by this very person in his youth caused Sugo to grin widely, unleashing his sadistic aura. With a swift reversal, he aimed a downward slash at Kenshin. Kenshin remained unfazed, sidestepping while simultaneously delivering a kick that sent Sugo flying. Yet, he chose not to pursue. TCH. Still as formidable as a monster. Has he forced himself to such extremes without drawing his sword? However, I possess an advantage. Aware that Kenshin wielded a reverse blade, capable of only inflicting blunt injuries upon himself, Sugo hesitated no longer, drawing his sword and activating his swift footwork, just as the battle was about to reach its zenith. A loud crash diverted both Sugo and Kenshin's attention. They beheld Gintoki, Shinpachi, and Kagura frantically fleeing while clutching a metallic sphere. Along their path, all the Shinsengumi officers scattered in panic. Shinpachi, did you not claim to be adept with machines? Gintoki shouted as they ran, tossing the bomb to Shinpachi without a hint of fear. That must be a misunderstanding, Shinpachi exclaimed with a distressed expression before hurling the bomb to Kagura. Ultimately, it's all Kagura's fault. Hasten to devise a strategy, oh my heavens. The delightful combination of candied yams and explosives is indeed remarkable. It seems that Kagura, still bewildered by the unfolding events and finding it amusing, tossed a piece to Gintoki, while a deep-fried tofu swiftly soared from the side. It was flung toward Shinpachi, who observed with exasperation as the three of them exchanged throws back and forth. Kenshin, overwhelmed, sighed in despair, wondering if they were unaware that they ought to flee instead. It appears this battle shall be postponed, he murmured, casting a glance at Sugo across the way. Let it end here. Sugo, momentarily taken aback, seemed not to grasp the gravity of the situation. Hey, only 10 seconds remain, Gintoki shouted in alarm. With no other option, he turned his back on Sugo, who bit his lip but ultimately lowered his weapon. Are you implying that I am unworthy of battling you? That I do not deserve to wield the flying heavenly sword style? Gintoki, a long drawl of a name caught Gintoki's attention, and he soon beheld a rapidly enlarging reverse blade. Go forth. Home run, and point scored. Victory in the qualifying round is mine. I shall become the man of Silver 1. With a single strike, Gintoki was sent flying, crashing through the glass window with a resounding crash. Silver. Farewell, Silver. Although the sentiments were expressed in completely different words, the underlying worry was palpable. Kenshin slowly approached the shattered window. Hey, is Gintoki all right? Why on earth did you hit me? That blow hurt so much. I truly need medical expenses. Gintoki screamed, clutching a promotional cloth and bellowing. What are you staring at? Hurry and pull me up. Ah, I require some motivation to muster energy. What am I to do about the 2 years' worth of owed lunch money? Kenshin remarked nonchalantly. Isn't that my lunch earned through hard work? And what is the current situation? We have no time for this. Quickly, haul Gintoki up. I have acrophobia. Really? Grabbing the top of the cloth in Gintoki's hand, Kenshin intentionally stretched his arm. Why do you always avoid repaying debts? Is there no fundamental trust between individuals? It seems best to keep the natural curl away from my shop in the future. Enough. Enough. The flailing cloth mirrored Gintoki's fraying emotions. I promise. I promise. Quickly, pull me up. As Kenshin gradually hoisted Gintoki, he inadvertently caught sight of a glimmer on a nearby rooftop. A wig? Kenshin chuckled, observing the silhouette, which appeared to sense something and glanced back at him. Seeing an old friend still alive was beyond exhilarating. With a grin, he waved at Kenshin, who reciprocated. However, the wig soon distanced itself, for he was still a wanted fugitive, and it was prudent to minimize contact. Should an investigation arise, their identities would be compromised. Farewell, wig. Knowing you are alive is a joyous revelation after all these years. But where are you, Ayama? Returning to the shop, he retrieved the money and subsequently bailed out Gintoki and the others from the True Selection group. observing Gintoki, who was kicking the door with a disgruntled expression. Kenshin couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "If they were to witness this, you might find yourself incarcerated for several more days. I nearly risked my life to defuse that bomb. Yet instead of receiving a commendation as a good citizen of Edo, I ended up being arrested." Gintoki grumbled, clearly harboring considerable resentment. It was evident that he was still quite displeased. "I suppose I should leave them a memento," he said nonchalantly as he began to unfasten his trousers. "I'll join you," Kagura exclaimed gleefully, squatting down, preparing to vomit. "Hey, this is the beginning of our narrative. Are we about to delve into the dark world of adulthood? Are we corrupting the youth? What does this even have to do with our shameless antics on television?" Shinbachi interjected with a forceful critique. "Hey, look, more police are coming," Kenshin stated calmly. "Nanny," Gintoki exclaimed, hurriedly zipping up his pants. "While I'm not afraid of them, it would be quite troublesome if they were to arrest me again. Forget it. My sister is probably worried now. I should head home to reassure her." Shinbachi waved goodbye and slowly walked away. "Hey, Kenshin," he nudged Kenshin beside him. "Shinbachi has left. What will we do about our commentary for this chapter?" "Well, we can all just take turns complaining," Kenshin replied. "What kind of reasoning is that, Kenshin?" All right. Ugh, he just said that, and then vomited. And he really did vomit. Oh, why did he have to vomit on me? It stinks," Gintoki exclaimed in a fit of rage. "Ow, ow, ow." At that moment, a middle-aged man unexpectedly appeared, inadvertently stepping on the mess Kagura had just expelled, and fell spectacularly. "Seize him. That's an escaped convict," shouted the officers rushing out from the police station, who immediately charged towards the man, seizing Kagura as a threat. "Don't come any closer, or I can't predict what this little girl might do." Despite his words, upon witnessing the unmasked urgency and excitement in the man's eyes, Gintoki and Kenshin relaxed their tense postures. Everyone has their own burdens, perhaps this gentleman as well. "Hey, the red-haired guy and the one with the natural curls. Does anyone among you know how to drive?" he inquired over his shoulder. "Huh, what?" Thus, a few individuals who managed to escape by car traversed numerous trials and tribulations, overcoming countless obstacles. They fought valiantly, leaving chaos in their wake, casting a shadow over the land and sky, rendering the world dim. The narrator felt himself being drawn into the unfolding saga. Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter, shall we? Ahem, in any case. This beleaguered group finally managed to evade their pursuers and emerged into a concert venue. Thank you all for attending the concert. Please forget the mundane matters of the world and enjoy yourselves. A girl clad in a yellow kimono with a single ponytail, beaming with joy, effortlessly lifted the spirits of those around her. The atmosphere surged with enthusiasm. Even the scarred uncle was thrilled. "Did you escape from prison just to attend a concert?" Kenshin couldn't help but comment. "Sometimes, such is life." "Oh, dear uncle, do not wear such a contemplative expression. Life cannot be so simplistically described." With one foot resting on the uncle's head, Gintoki slowly remarked, "There's no other choice, Kagura. Let us take our leave." "And where is Kenshin?" "Ah, Kenshin. At this moment, where could he be?" PS2. The plot development is progressing at a snail's pace. PS3. A slight mishap occurred. My phone screen shattered, and I am preparing to purchase a new one. Tonight, there will only be one update. By the way, what will happen to the numbers stored in my phone? Chapter 132. You, my friend, are nothing but a bundle of troubles. Hey, uncle, why are you sitting here all alone? At this moment, Kenshin, holding a few neatly packaged desserts, strolled over, instantly noticing the uncle sitting outside, looking somewhat dejected and silent. "Ah, it's you, Kenshin," with a hint of melancholy. The uncle waved his hand, but did not speak. "Hey, would you like something to eat?" "Cake." Sitting beside the uncle, Kenshin produced a small cake and offered it to him. "How could I possibly eat something so juvenile?" The uncle responded, attempting to hide his true feelings. Sometimes, simply living happily means not being overly calculative and just embracing the joy of life. Kenshin placed the cake in the uncle's hand. "Is this to see your daughter engage in such rebellious acts?" "Uncle, you might be in for a longer wait, you know." "Don't overthink it, you fool," he said, as the uncle fell into a reverie. "We had agreed that if she became a singer, I would present her with 100,000 flowers at the front row to support her. I suppose she has likely forgotten, and even if she remembers, it would not matter. I have given her painful memories, being the father who took lives," he said, shaking his head somberly. "As a daughter or son, the greatest desire is to see their father's robust figure during moments of failure or success." Kenshin touched the hilt of his sword, So, if you understand well, nothing will be a problem. That S from Jump, isn't it? Don't think just because I'm in prison, I don't watch the Naruto movies. The uncle replied nonchalantly. Oh dear, I've been found out. My act of pretentiousness has failed, he said, shaking his head in regret. Standing up, the uncle brushed off the dust from his clothes. I have returned, and I even forgot to buy roses. Glancing sideways at Gintoki, who was quietly listening behind a pillar, he muttered, I apologize for the trouble caused. Well, some matters are best resolved by yourself, Kenshin replied, also standing up, lifting the desserts in his hand. I'll go deliver this to your daughter. See you later. Gintoki chuckled lightly, stepping out as well. Oh no, Gintoki, Kagura exclaimed, rushing over in alarm. Regardless of any faults a father may possess, he has, after all, given her precious memories. These are the most indelible memories from her childhood, impossible to erase. As time passed at the temple gate, which served as the dressing room for the uncle's daughter, Kenshin, after placing the desserts down, shook his head in contemplation. Humph. Family matters are not for outsiders to meddle in. A cold voice echoed from an unknown source. Regardless of the circumstances, a father invariably wishes for the happiness of his children, and he is no exception. Without uttering another word, he swiftly departed from the scene. As Kenshin stepped outside, still reflecting on the complexities of this family, Kagura suddenly dashed over. Upon seeing Kenshin, her eyes brightened with curiosity. Kenshin and I? Kagura-chan? Kenshin, perplexed, seized the frantically moving Kagura. What is the urgency? In the venue, she gasped, catching her breath before continuing. There's a celestial being from the Shokurin clan. The kind that devours those they adore in moments of excitement. A truly deranged celestial. Jinchan has already gone to intervene, but he sent me to find you to help urgently. Nanny? That troublesome individual. Startled, Kenshin disregarded everything else. If this incident were to unfold, the already strained family dynamics would turn even colder. Moreover, according to the shogunate's sycophantic attitude towards celestials, even if Otto were to be devoured, the shogunate would remain utterly indifferent. Without a word, he grasped Kagura's hand and swiftly made his way to the venue. Uncle, please don't let me down. I have long prepared for you. The scene shifted to the venue. Miss Otto, become one with me, within my stomach. Truly, what bizarre celestials exist? Is such a being truly safe? Run, Otto. Yet, this warning came too late. As Otto and her mother faced imminent peril, a figure brandishing a paper bag appeared in an instant. If Kenshin were present, he would surely be astonished. The speed of this newcomer surpassed even that of the swiftest. With a thunderous roar, he propelled the assailant away with the tentacles from his abdomen. Then, Shinbaji charged forward, akin to a character in an animated series leading his subordinates to pummel the protagonist. Yet he too was swiftly dispatched. After sending Shinbaji's crew flying, the celestial turned his gaze toward the mother and daughter beside the uncle, his fury intensifying. Ignoring Shinbaji before him, he struck down with a mighty slap. In the original narrative, it is at this moment that Kagura would make her entrance. However, she is absent now. Thus, the illustrious main character, Sakata Gintoki, now takes the stage. Alas, there exists no alternative. While there are numerous methods to swiftly vanquish this foe, Shinbaji would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries, unlike Gintoki, whose very life as the White Yiksha might be at stake. With no other choice, Gintoki braced himself and blocked the descending fist with a wooden sword, yet the floor beneath him shattered instantly. Hold on, Gintoki, came a voice from behind, as a reverse blade struck the celestial, sending him flying. Subsequently, Shinbaji leapt into action to deliver a finishing blow. The celestial's head was struck. His eyes spiraled into circles before he collapsed. Their uncle seemed momentarily stunned. Uncle here? As he spoke, Gintoki casually tossed a bouquet of flowers to the old man, saying, This is all I could find, but there's a surprise. With that, a gentle rain of rose petals descended, enveloping the entire venue. Thank you for the flowers. They created such a delightful atmosphere, Kenshin said with a smile, waving his hand toward Kagura, who was above the building, calling out slowly, Do bring more. Kagura, delighting in the flower shower, nodded with a chuckle, thinking to herself how these two were such contradictory characters. Despite their efforts, the two still could not manage to gather 1,000,000 flowers. Gintoki turned, waving his hand dismissively. The rest is up to your affection to cover it. Kenshin waved in agreement, and the four of them walked out side by side, leaving the remaining time for the family. Not far from their departure, The four outside heard the joyous shouts emanating from within, accompanied by the gradually intensifying sound of alarms from outside. Gintoki and Kenshin exchanged knowing glances. A silent understanding forged through years of friendship. So, how did the flower rain come about? It's a secret, came the playful reply. Chapter 133. Let me handle the octopus and cut it into pieces. Hey, Kenshin, open the door, help. The dessert shop, not yet open for the day, was being pounded on, the sounds echoing loudly. Before Gintoki could comprehend the situation, he was unceremoniously kicked out. What is all this noise early in the morning? Do you want to die, or just don't care to live? I can help with either. The natural curl loomed over him with a disdainful glance. Hey, Kenshin, help. Gintoki exclaimed, hiding behind Kenshin. Kenshin raised an eyebrow, still unaware of the unfolding drama, only to see the furious figure of Okita approaching. Kenshin, step aside, she commanded in a low voice. Kenshin, knowing better than to offend her, swiftly moved aside, revealing Gintoki cowering behind him. You useless curly-haired fool. 230 yen? Are you trying to send me off like some beggar? Or are you off to buy jump? Gintoki shouted, his face contorted in frustration. Not a single yen left. Not a penny. Who cares about you? Even if I have to sell myself to a few wealthy ladies, I need to pay the rent. Gintoki? Kagura, still half asleep, emerged from Kenshin's shop, her gaze bewildered. Hey, why is Kagura here with you? I knew it. You're a lowly enthusiast, aren't you? I always suspected it. Gintoki exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest as Kagura stepped out. Come on, don't spout nonsense. As the owner, I have a duty to ensure the safety of my customers. Should I toss her out onto the street or into the clutches of some curly-haired fiend? Kenshin quickly interjected, attempting to clarify the misunderstanding. So, you're nice to the little lowly. I've never seen you treat me this well. I don't want anything from you. Just pay the rent this time. Gintoki shouted, pointing at Kenshin, who was absent-mindedly picking his nose. Old lady, if you want the rent, go after him. Go after him. Don't act like we're familiar. Who's this creepy guy with the wild curls? I don't accept customers like you here. Kenshin feigned a look of disgust. Meeting you has surely been the greatest misfortune of my life. Gintoki lamented, utterly exasperated. Kenshin, do you still have cake? At this moment, Kagura finally regained consciousness. Yet upon awakening, she immediately pondered the matter of food. However, before that, she was reminded to brush her teeth. Kenshin gently ruffled Kagura's hair, saying, I've prepared everything you need for your hygiene. Hurry along now. With no other choice, Kenshin reluctantly settled the rent for Gintoki's room, to which Gintoki assured he would repay it. Kenshin merely waved his hand, expressing that he would rather anticipate the improvement of Miyo's culinary skills than expect Gintoki to return the money. As Gintoki sat in the shop, he had yet to warm the bench when he was startled by a series of knocks at the door. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Tsich, that old hag. Didn't I already pay her back? What does she want now? With a kick, he shattered both the glass and wooden doors, simultaneously striking the face of the man in green who stood outside. Director, shouted the two lackeys. My apologies, I've mistaken you for someone else, Gintoki stammered, attempting to retreat, only to find a gun pressed against his head, his expression darkening. The Odd Jobs Agency is truly easy to locate, one of the men sneered, wiping the blood from his mouth. Now, please accompany us. Hey, my mother always told me not to listen to strangers, Gintoki replied nonchalantly. Well, I'm sure your mother advised you to heed the shogunate's commands, came a gravelly voice. Rest assured, it is nothing sinister. At that moment, Kenshin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of red bean rice, only to be met with the chaotic scene. Gintoki, lurking stealthily outside the heart of Miyo's dessert shop, could only gaze longingly at the establishment. In the past, he might have rushed in to indulge, but considering the morning's events and the terrifying nature of its proprietor, he hesitated. Hey, to me, that place now exudes a deadly allure, like a toxic confection, he lamented. However, if he didn't enter, the matter concerning the octopus remained unresolved, and Kagura was still there. Gintoki? Startled, Gintoki leaned against the wall, peering at Kagura, who was munching on a cake behind him, letting out a sigh of relief. Ah, Kagura, it's you. Yes, but you still haven't answered my question, she replied, taking another bite. What are you doing here, Gintoki? Kenshin and I has prepared a plethora of desserts. Cough, cough. Kagura, I have a question for you, Gintoki said after a moment's thought. What was Kenshin and I's reaction to that door this morning? Wait, don't think I did anything. I'm just concerned, that's all. Ha ha. After contemplating for a moment, Kagura replied, Kenshin, I said he had already turned the reverse blade around, just waiting for the troublemakers to walk right into a trap. What troublemakers? He.S. clearly waiting for me. What on earth is going on? The reverse blade has already been flipped. Indeed, it should be like that, Kagura affirmed, grinning. As Gintoki wiped the sweat from his brow, he suddenly noticed a red glowing device in Kagura's hand and curiously inquired, Oh? What is this, Kagura? This is a tracker. She replied nonchalantly. A tracker? A sudden pang gripped Gintoki's heart, stirring a foreboding sense within him. If you see Jinchan, just use this, Kagura exclaimed joyfully, raising a heap of cakes high in her hands. This is the reward that Kenshin and I gave me. Gintoki, with a stiff neck, dared not turn around. Instead, he rolled away lazily. Moments after his departure, a reverse blade fiercely struck the ground, carving a deep pit and fracturing the earth with countless cracks. Jinchan, I'm off to find the new octopus. Bye? Kagura had already dashed aside, waving at Gintoki before vanishing from sight. What to do? What to do? This guy is serious. Who would believe that intimidating aura is a facade? Gintoki spoke in a calm tone. Kenshin, let us talk this over. Come here. I assure you I want to kill you. His voice turned hauntingly serene. Who would believe you? Ah! Gintoki fled in a panic. If you don't come over, I'll kill you. He sneered. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 134. One must have a purpose in life and walk forward with determination. So, you ruin my door for something like this? Sitting in his dessert shop? Kenshin gazed at the new octopus, Kagura, and Gintoki, who sported a swollen, smoking bump on his head. He sipped his juice and remarked, cough cough. It's not just for that octopus from that star. There are plenty of rewards. With so many rewards, I'm sure I can fix your door. Gintoki vowed earnestly. If only it were that easy to find. To this day, there's not even a shadow of it. Shinpachi appeared somewhat dejected. Kenshin pondered while rubbing his chin, seemingly asking casually, what does that octopus look like? Pink, I think, Shinpachi recalled with certainty. Glancing at the trio, Kenshin beckoned. And soon his rogue rabbit dragged over a deflated octopus, standing proudly beside him. Why does Kenshin-sen have? Shinpachi questioned, puzzled. This morning, it was hiding in a jar in my shop until it was caught and beaten by Brother Rabbit, Kenshin said, pinching his nostrils. It can't be wrong. This is the octopus. Gintoki sprang up in excitement, exclaiming, we struck gold. But Gintoki, isn't this octopus a bit deflated? Shinpachi doused Gintoki's enthusiasm with cold water. Deflated? Gintoki approached the octopus, scrutinizing it closely before sitting up slowly. What? Shinpachi, you must be mistaken. This is definitely it. So can we go collect the money now? Kagura, having finished her snack, shouted in excitement upon hearing this. Hey, what is your problem? This octopus looks dead. If we proceed like this, we'll end up with nothing. If we take this thing, we'll get shot. Shinpachi launched into a tirade of complaints. Don't worry, Shinpachi. Since it's an octopus, it must have many holes. We can just inflate it. Gintoki declared. This grand and arduous task is entrusted to you, Shinpachi. He patted Shinpachi's shoulder with a look of confidence. Go die? Such a repulsive matter. I absolutely refuse to engage with it. And who, pray tell, is that lofty individual? What an extraordinary being indeed. With a single strike, he sent Gintoki flying. What are we to do now? Upon confronting the harsh reality, Gintoki was utterly shattered. You wretched rabbit. What have you done? Do you not realize that obstructing one's means of income is a grave offense? With a disdainful glance at Gintoki, the rabbit effortlessly broke free from his grasp and approached Gintoki's feet. After a moment of contemplation, it left behind a peculiar, pixelated object. I, in a daze, declare my intent to duel. Enough of this nonsense. Kenshin, though you utter such words, can you truly suppress that mocking gaze of yours? Let us first take a look. If it proves inadequate, we shall find some other trinket to deliver. Kenshin hoisted the deflated octopus and stepped outside. Come along, Gintoki, Kagura, there's a new. Wait. Why does it always seem to be more when it comes to me? Am I truly so insignificant? Indeed. X3. You fool. My dear baby. Upon reaching the Tenkai, a celestial being with antennae mournfully clutched the deflated octopus, bellowing in despair. Yet, whether it was Kenshin's imagination or reality, ever since encountering this celestial, a mysterious BGM echoed near his ears. What on earth is happening? This is akin to death itself. Not only had it sustained no injuries, but its complexion had also drastically changed. Grasping his hair, Hasegawa cried out in dismay. Fear not. It was merely a brief excursion. One learns the significance of makeup when stepping out. Do not all girls come to this realization after a comparison? Gintoki, your fabrications are truly remarkable. Nubaji, standing nearby, was left speechless. It was merely a scuffle with my rabbit. There is nothing to worry about. Picking his nose, Kenshin nonchalantly remarked, a brawl. You must know. My dear baby is exceedingly gentle and kind. He has never engaged in a fight. The celestial wept, truly wept. Oh, what a fragile creature. Kagura-chan refrained from making snide comments. Although it appeared to be on the brink of collapse, surprisingly, it remained quite resilient. Nubaji, have you also learned to speak nonsense? Resilient. You say. He abruptly shifted the focus. Hey, Hasegawa, you are stealing the spotlight. Those matters are of little consequence, as long as no significant damage has occurred. It suffices. This celestial bore the semblance of a steward. Damage? Nubaji inquired. In truth, the octopus had merely shrunk in size. However, upon exposure to warm water, it would revert to its original form. Original form? Gintoki rubbed his chin. What does its original form look like? Next to him, Kagura, fixated on the boiling octopus, left Gintoki, Kenshin, and Nubaji in a state of pale shock. With a thunderous roar, a colossal octopus materialized. Hey, this is hardly the original form. It has undergone a complete evolution. Do you take it for a Tyrannosaurus Rex? This is the real world. Nubaji lamented with fervor. Yay, my baby has awakened again. Yay, it has grown so much. I reckon it can feed us for quite a while. The meanings expressed by the two of you are evidently divergent. The randomly evolved octopus, seemingly intent on asserting its presence, completely dismantled the house before it. See, I told you it was still alive. Jinsen gestured towards Hasegawa. Not only alive, but brimming with vitality. Captain Kenshin echoed, lifting his hands in exasperation. You two really have the audacity to say that. Hasegawa exclaimed. Mr. Hasegawa, you're being toyed with. Fear not. Bess is gentle and adores me. I assure you, no harm will come. At that moment, the foolish prince stood before Kagura, addressing the crowd. Boom. Prince. Kagura. The octopus's strike sent both the prince and Kagura flying, crashing through several large trees. TCH. I leave the octopus to you. I'm off to find Kagura. With that, Kenshin dashed toward the direction where Kagura had been propelled. It's a troublesome affair, but merely a bother. I've faced stronger foes before. Hey, I told you to bring him back without a scratch. Hasegawa aimed his gun at Jinsan's head. This thing must not be harmed now or ever. TCH. Are you even human? Jinsan gritted his teeth, but refrained from making any further moves. Jinsan. Shinpachi's eyes widened as he realized the octopus had ensnared him with one of its tentacles, seemingly intent on devouring him. Hey, don't pretend I don't exist. However, before he could react, the gun once again asserted its presence. Did I not say not to move? Did you not hear me, you bastard? Jinsan struggled to suppress his fury. We understand that capturing him unscathed is impossible, but someone must demonstrate the consequences of that foolish prince's reckless actions. Must we sacrifice our fellow humans to seize that bastard's weakness? The shogunate is as hopeless as ever, he sneered, realizing his initial hopes were unfounded. Say what you will. I am merely protecting this nation in my own way. Hasegawa's voice trembled. You still haven't found yourself, Jinsan remarked with a smile. Whether it be the shogunate or the celestial beings, none of it matters. Before all is said and done, we must stand tall and live on. Stand tall and live on? Hasegawa murmured, somewhat dazed. Jinsan. A voice called out, followed by a fierce gust of wind. Get down. Without hesitation, he instantly tackled Hasegawa, both falling to the ground. Phew. A colossal transparent sword sliced through the octopus's body, leaving fissures in the earth before it dissipated entirely. Is Shinpachi all right? Jinsen sprang up, soaring into the air to catch Shinpachi as he landed. Not far off, Kenshin approached, carrying Kagura on his back. Are you all right? He asked with concern. Huh. Now that you've intervened personally, what could happen to me? Jinsan replied with a smile, setting the visibly shaken Shinpachi down. Glad to hear it, Kenshin sighed, relieved. This was precisely why Kenshin risked being discovered to unleash his ultimate technique. A group of individuals silently observed Mr. Hasegawa, who was being subjected to insults. Suddenly, Mr. Hasegawa launched a powerful punch, sending two fools flying. Hey, is this really okay? Exclaimed Gintoki and others, laughing foolishly. How was I to know Mr. Hasegawa would be so stubborn? Well, this is the real you now. Kenshin nodded with a smile, yet he harbored unspoken thoughts. What a fool. To sacrifice his prestigious position for a fleeting, emotional impulse. Truly naive. However, such naivety is not unlike our own. We are all part of the same journey. Are we not? PS2. I acknowledge that I have digressed from the plot significantly, but within this narrative, I have managed to weave in a bit of my own daily storyline without any substantial alterations. Chapter 135. Entangled. Come forth for a solo match. Kenshin. Hurry up with the takoyaki. At the dessert shop that evening, having procured exceptional ingredients during the day, the owner, Kenshin, invited the 3 members of the Odd Jobs agency, along with a cute pet and Makako from the dojo, to enjoy a gigantic serving of takoyaki. You natural curl, be patient, Kenshin exclaimed, kicking Gintoki in the face. Be careful, or the rabbit might come out and treat you like it did during the day. That damned rabbit. Gintoki grumbled, his teeth grinding in irritation. I swear, if I ever see that wretched creature again. Dichuan, just wait a bit longer, and you'll be full, Kagura cheerfully remarked, stroking the neck of her beloved pet. Though unable to articulate his thoughts, the expression on Dichuan's face revealed his anticipation. Speaking of which, I wonder what Mr. Hasegawa will do in the future? I am somewhat concerned about his kind-hearted nature, especially after today's events. Rest assured, Shinbaki. People like you are akin to ponies that require prodding to realize the value of hard work. Kenshin, without charging a fee, slowly savored a dessert while Gintoki remarked. While that may be true, I still worry about how Mr. Hasegawa treats those 2 celestial beings. Shinbaki must understand one thing. If you cannot even secure your own safety, how can you concern yourself with others? Kenshin, with a stoic expression, pushed a plate of malice towards Shinbaki. This is something your sister asked me to deliver to you. It has been waiting for quite some time. Kenshin, you must be joking. Shinbaki stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He silently turned to leave. Hey, at least say a few words. With this, I've become a mere feast for the predators, Haven Ti. What difference does that make to my life? After a considerable wait, the rabbit brother approached, carrying a plate of neatly sliced takoyaki balls, setting it before the group. Let us dig in. X3. Hey, Kenshin, what are you doing? Gintoki shouted, clutching the bump on his head. One person is still absent, Kenshin stated slowly. Shinbaki, your sister should be arriving soon. Go greet her at the door. Understood. Shinbaki hurriedly departed, or rather, fled. Here you go, Kagura-chan, he said, casually handing her a skewer, which she devoured with eager anticipation. This is utterly devoid of emotion. After over a decade of friendship, it pales in comparison to a girl I've only known for a few days. You are undoubtedly a lowly enthusiast, aren't you? Absolutely a lowly enthusiast. Gintoki exclaimed, visibly agitated by the evident disparity in treatment. Hello. Is it appropriate for you to compete with a little girl for food? With a sideways glance at Gintoki, of course, it is. As she spoke, her hand reached out to grab a skewer, but Kenshin swiftly intercepted her. Gintoki's temper flared, a vein throbbing on his forehead, and he retaliated immediately. Kenshin, undeterred, matched his efforts in defense. A flurry of movements ensued, as the two exchanged blows for what felt like an eternity. Takoyaki, it's mine. With reddened eyes, Gintoki finally broke through Kenshin's blockade, his target tantalizingly close. Takoyaki. But alas, he was too ambitious. Before he could react, Kenshin swiftly covered Gintoki's mouth, and something unpleasant accompanied it. You. Gintoki glanced at the empty plate where the takoyaki once lay, managing to utter just 2 words before collapsing onto the sofa. Something white floated away. Oh dear. So what does this mean? Someone confessed to you? Biting into the takoyaki, Meow had just arrived at the dessert shop. Yet she revealed such shocking news. Honestly, I was taken aback myself, she admitted, touching her face somewhat bashfully. Isn't it wonderful? Finally, someone wants you, old gorilla. You should hurry and get married. Gintoki, while sipping soup, foolishly interjected, only to be silenced as a hand pressed him down into his bowl. Such explosive news. Kenshin nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Speaking of which, how did you react, sister? It would truly be a miracle if someone wanted me. I was surprised and a bit shy, so I punched him right on the nose, Meow candidly recounted. Is it really appropriate for you to share such terrifying things so openly? Well done, big sis. A woman should handle men like that. Kagura lifted her head from her meal, giving Meow a thumbs up. In that case, I want to see what that fellow looks like. Gintoki finally raised his head. Curiosity piqued. Meow. Everyone turned in astonishment to see a large gorilla in gray clothing standing on the rooftop across from them. Meow. Please marry me. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Hey, he is sincere. Gintoki contentedly finished the last piece. Such a rare find in a man. Why not just marry him? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. With that, the health bar of the one named Sakata Gintoki was instantly depleted. My mother always said, women, it's better to be loved than to love. Don't worry, Meow. I will love you for a lifetime. Gorilla, you're committing the most universally known blunder. Sister. Nubaji turned in surprise to her sister, exclaiming, the man across has closed up shop. Kagura, you clearly have no idea what is going on. Absolutely none. Regardless of whether the shop is closed or it's the dead of night. My feelings for Meow are as unwavering as the moon beneath this sky. With that, a dark cloud obscured the moon. Hey, heaven, show me some mercy. At least for the sake of my lifelong happiness, grant me a favor. Can I interject? Gintoki, with his head encased in a jar, spoke. Be quiet. Meow once again depleted Sakata Gintoki's health bar. It's already closed. Kenshin slowly rose to his feet and exclaimed, do you realize you are disturbing the peace? With a thunderous clash, a wave of sword energy sliced through the air, sending a gorilla atop the opposite building flying. Kenshin sheathed his sword with a calm demeanor. Bothersome fellow, Rabbit-kun, tidy up and then it's off to bed, he said, making his way toward the bedroom at the back of the establishment amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present. Meow gazed at Kenshin's retreating figure, momentarily entranced, before suddenly chuckling softly to herself. What a proud and petulant character. In Chapter 136, The Daily Life of the Shinsengumi. What did you say? That man is still incessantly harassing you and claims he wants you to marry him? At that moment, Gintoki fortuitously encountered Shinbachi and Meow, who were shopping for groceries in the bustling market. Meow promptly dragged Gintoki to an izakaya to pour out her grievances. Honestly, I thought he would give up in a few days. Meow confessed, feeling slightly embarrassed. Well, isn't it rather rare to have a man who loves you so deeply? Even revealing his most private secrets? That's quite something. She teased, but before Gintoki could react, a small hand shoved him face first into the noodle soup. Speak properly. Use words that people can understand. Meow's voice held a haunting tone, and Gintoki sensed an overwhelming aura of menace, one that surpassed even his past experiences. Hey, sister. So, Gintoki-san has never felt this way, huh? What are you even saying to him? Shinbachi quipped, incredulously serious. That is true, but I haven't heard of Gintoki-san having someone he likes. Meow pondered for a moment before helplessly stating, Hey, what if I did have someone? Curiosity piqued. Gintoki raised his head. What would happen then? Toy with your emotions, then cast you aside. Meow retorted. Don't say such terrifying things with a smile. Meow. What a heartless woman. Gintoki muttered under his breath. What are you all whispering about? Meow smiled, crushing a corner of the table. No. We said nothing. Really, nothing at all. Gintoki exclaimed, shaking his head frantically. Come on, let's not stray off topic. Aren't we here to discuss how to defeat that hentai? Why do we keep digressing? Shinbachi, stop the sarcasm. Without your ahogue, you'll never have the energy to retort. Such a trivial matter. Gintoki scoffed. As long as you allow Kenshin to supply me with desserts for a month, I will gladly assist you with this endeavor for free. Hey, how can you say that as for free? Shinbachi shouted, looking slightly deranged. It seemed Meow was quite worn out as she readily agreed. Very well. Gintoki slowly stood up. You all can proceed as usual. I'll keep watch from the shadows. If anything goes awry. Meow smiled as she crushed another corner of the table. Why yes. You're rambling. Today, as per usual, the Shinsengumi patrols the streets, encountering a drunken troublemaker. As guardians of Edo, how will the Shinsengumi respond? In summary, the intoxicated individuals are merely a cacophony of muted sounds, while the guardians of Edo remain unseen. Suddenly, a figure wielding a camera paused, redirecting the lens to reveal a calm, red-haired samurai, adorned with a sword, standing resolutely before the inebriated man. Who are you? Do you not understand that a good dog does not obstruct the path? The samurai retorted, showcasing his lack of decorum, with a pronounced vein throbbing on his forehead. Kenshin grasped the drunken man, exclaiming, spitting on my trousers. You have quite the audacity. Did your mother not teach you to refrain from expectorating in public? Or perhaps you were born without such guidance, leaving me to deal with your insolence? You, put me down. Do you know who I am? Do you comprehend the consequences of crossing me? You wretched fool. Your father's status holds no weight here. Go reflect upon your actions. Kenshin unceremoniously tossed him into a nearby filthy ditch, where he promptly fell into a deep slumber. What could Jinsen possibly want by calling me? He even asked me to visit a noodle shop. Do I, as a shopkeeper, have to attend to another's business? Kenshin, feeling exasperated, scratched his head and turned to see the camera. With a smile, he waved. Greetings to the viewers at home. I am the proprietor of the Kabukicho Shinmitsu dessert shop. Did you witness my earlier display of skill? Such prowess is cultivated through countless experiences, enjoying cakes in the comfort of my establishment, gradually honing my abilities to this level. Look, this is the address. Behold my business card. Currently, we are offering significant discounts. Everything is on sale. Are you seriously advertising so brazenly? Hello. Owner of Shinmitsu dessert shop, please accompany us. A voice interjected, as handcuffs were placed on Kenshin's wrists. He turned to see Hijikata, speechless. Ah, Mr. Hijikata. I must be on my way. He attempted to escape, but was caught by Hijikata's firm grip. You, come along with me. Hijikata commanded fiercely, gesturing to his subordinates to lift the drunken man from the ditch. Take them all away. Thus, despite the seemingly ruthless Shinsengumi, there existed an unexpected sense of security. The residents of Edo could rest assured under their vigilant protection. In a secluded area, Toshinobu came to a halt, releasing Kenshin from his handcuffs. What a nuisance. You still need to cooperate for a performance. No worries. Kenshin waved his hand dismissively. By the way, where's my dear disciple? With a hint of exasperation, he took a puff from his cigarette. He said he feared another confrontation with you, as if he had been somewhat traumatized. He has been training relentlessly these past few days. Truly dedicated, Kenshin chuckled, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. In that case, I shall take my leave. I have pressing matters to attend to. Next time, allow me to treat you to a drink, Mr. Toshinobu. As he spoke, he jogged away. The team members trailing the vice captain wished to voice their thoughts, but were silenced by Toshinobu. Rest assured, he has resolved a dilemma for us. Though we are police officers, we have no part in the abuse of power. Having departed, Kenshin, familiar with Kabukicho after these years, effortlessly made his way to a noodle shop. Upon entering, he was unexpectedly embraced by someone. Because I am already his fiancée, we have decided to marry this autumn. Chapter 137, Mutual Destruction and Wounded Pride. Kenshin. A certain gorilla bellowed, pointing at him. Though somewhat taken aback, Kenshin could not conceal the joy in his eyes. Kondo, what brings you here? Kenshin was intrigued to encounter a long-lost friend. Clearing his throat, Kondo sheepishly scratched his head. I am the captain of the Shinsengumi, and I have come here to pursue Miss Amiao. Meow? Looking at the person clinging to him, the disheveled Shinbachi, the ravenous Kagura, and the amused Gintoki, Kenshin found himself in a state of confusion. Wait, this is a bit chaotic. Allow me a moment to contemplate. There is nothing to ponder. You and Meow seem well suited. Kenshin, just marry her. Gintoki seized the opportunity to mock, clearly enjoying the moment. Do you believe I can swiftly enlighten you on the essence of Amadao? Kenshin cast a sidelong glance at Gintoki, who was quietly indulging in dessert. By the way, why is there ice cream in a noodle shop? Hey. Kenshin approached to speak, his reason triumphing over his desires for Miss Amiao. Kondo abruptly grasped Kenshin's arm and pulled him aside. Hey, gorilla, what are you so mysteriously plotting? I must clarify, I have no bananas. Do not mock me. I have a question for you, Kondo said, unusually earnest. About you and Miss Mitsuba. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Before the gorilla could finish, Kenshin turned to depart. Hey, raising his voice, Kondo seized Kenshin's shoulder. Can you not let me finish my words? Fine, go ahead, Kenshin replied without turning, still facing away from the gorilla. Although I am uncertain of what transpired that night, nor do I comprehend why Miss Mitsuba has been so melancholic since. I once thought she longed for you. However, upon reflection, it seems she carries some unspoken burden. Do you know? Ever since that night I rescued her, initially there were no issues, but eventually, she began to cough persistently, leading to frequent hospital visits. It is a lung ailment. Silence enveloped the air. Kenshin was rendered mute. Therefore, I implore you to meet her. Perhaps you could alleviate her troubled heart. Have you finished? Kenshin spoke calmly. Once you have concluded, I shall take my leave. How can you treat someone you once cherished in such a manner? The grip tightened involuntarily. Do not misinterpret. I have never claimed to harbor feelings for her. All of this is merely your conjecture. A cold laugh escaped Kenshin's lips. Yet a flicker of numbness passed through his gaze, a sign of emotions lost. You are not the Kenshin I know. Kondo asserted firmly. The Kenshin I am acquainted with is a man willing to shoulder burdens, and you are not that. A sudden commotion erupted behind them. Gintoki and his companions emerged from their concealed position. You still possess the honor of a samurai, do you not? Kondo stated gravely. I challenge you to a duel. For the sake of Miss Mitsuba and Miss Ameo. Hey, why include Ameo? Was that your true objective all along? The realization struck like a thunderbolt. Good heavens. Has the gorilla suddenly experienced an intellectual surge? Despair grips me. The author, who barely scraped a passing score in mathematics, is in utter dismay. A duel? Kenshin scoffed. Are you certain you can best me? I can. The response was resolute. You choose the venue. Agreed. Gintoki, wearing an awkward grin, rallied a few companions behind Kenshin. The formidable names, Kenshin, the slasher, the most feared among the legendary 5 of the Shinsengumi, had constructed this heartwarming confectionery establishment. Now, I am to engage in battle against such an adversary? To spare Miss Mitsuba from the torment of her heart and secure Miss Ameo's lifelong happiness, I must triumph. Why must you involve my sister's happiness? Shinpachi could no longer contain his sarcasm. Rest assured, I shall rescue your sister, he declared, his front tooth glinting momentarily. How dare you wear such a smug expression when you save her? Shinpachi exclaimed, wildly brandishing his sword. Calm down. Steady yourself, Shinpachi. Gintoki urgently restrained him from leaping to attack the gorilla. Hey, older sister, are all men like this? Kagura inquired with curiosity. Men are easily swayed by a hint of sweetness. They are gullible and quite foolish. She chuckled. With such a statement, I feel my dignity as a man has been stripped away. Shinpachi and Gintoki exchanged deadpan stares, yet dared not contest Kagura. Having previously encountered Sugo and Hijikata, they had matured splendidly. Without the reverse blade, Kenshin could not inflict significant harm, so he plunged the reverse blade into the ground. Gintoki, lend me Lake Toya. Oh. Gintoki tossed Lake Toya to Kenshin. Do not underestimate me. I am the chief disciple. Kondo replied with composure. Typically, the chief disciple serves to impart experience to junior disciples, embodying the stereotype of a mindless individual who possesses an innate boss-like aura. With Lake Toya secured at his waist, Kenshin locked eyes with his opponent. Beneath the bridge stood 2 individuals poised for a duel, while above, a few onlookers gradually gathered, drawn by the unfolding scene. Humph, one declared, unsheathing his sword. Lend me your weapon for a moment. Although the newcomer felt a twinge of irritation, he nonetheless tossed his wooden sword to the imposing figure. Very well. For Miss Amiao and Miss Sanj, he exclaimed. Hey, you have finally revealed your true nature, haven't you? Just as you mentioned, for the sake of these 2. What precisely is the reason for this duel? Kenshin inquired slowly. You win. Nothing will change. If I prevail, you must leave Miss Amiao and seek out Miss Sanj instead. I have yet to reach the point where I would gamble with another's fate, he replied. Let us wager my life. Should I lose, I shall vanish, and yet, Amiao will never belong to you. This is hardly the time for bravado. With blades drawn, he faced his adversary, aware that this opponent was no mere amateur. In a flash, the figures vanished, followed by a resounding crash as both combatants were sent flying. One fell by the riverbank, while the other landed heavily upon the ground. In that fleeting moment, Kenshin had struck the gorilla's neck, yet he himself was caught by the swing of the blade. Both men succumbing to unconsciousness from the blows to their heads. The most favorable outcome would be mutual destruction, wouldn't it? Sanj, I'm sorry, but I cannot bear to appear before you. I must not disrupt your life any further. Mutual destruction? Amiao felt a tremor within her heart. After all, 2 remarkable men were fighting for her sake. It was impossible not to feel moved. All right, let us quickly carry Kenshin back, Gintoki said, leaping down to hoist the unconscious Kenshin onto his back. Kagura, lead the way to the hospital. Shinpachi, take good care of your sister. We must depart. Oh, they exclaimed. And thus they left. Wait, have you forgotten something? Who knows? The animal caretaker will arrive for that gorilla soon enough. Then, Mr. Hijikata and several camera operators approached slowly. See, they have arrived. Enough already, came the collective outcry. Chapter 138. He was quite the charmer in his youth. Hey Shinpachi, we've come to see you. Ordinarily. At this point in the narrative, Gintoki would have been engaged in a skirmish with Hijikata, but this time Kenshin, rather than Gintoki, had taken down the gorilla. Was it reasonable to expect Hijikata to dare confront Kenshin? Then, Shinpachi was struck by a vehicle. As Kenshin entered with a basket of fruit, Shinpachi joyfully called out, Hey, Kenshin. Gintoki, clutching a strawberry milk, snatched the fruit basket and began rummaging through it. Gintoki, you're still here pondering such matters? Kenshin asked curiously as he settled down. How is your leg? Thanks to someone's assistance, it is quite well. Shinbachi clearly indicated who he meant. Hey. I too was struck by a vehicle. Yet here I am, perfectly fine. It's all thanks to this, he said, shaking the strawberry milk in satisfaction. What is so remarkable about merely sipping strawberry-flavored beverages? The new character, unable to contain his sarcasm, seems undeterred in his desire to jest, even with a broken leg. Temporarily ignoring the bickering duo, Kenshin gazes curiously at Kagura, who is focused on her meal. Kagura-chan, what are you eating? Ah, it's the food brought by the hospital staff. Although it's not great, it's still edible, she replies, scooping a spoonful into her mouth. Such matters should be handled discreetly. Hey, Kagura-chan, you shouldn't be caught sneaking bites, Kenshin whispers. However, the noise from the two across the room grows increasingly louder, culminating in the arrival of the hospital's nurse, who wields her authority with remarkable prowess, expelling Gintoki and his companions to the general ward waiting area. Don't look at me with those eyes, Shinbashi. Gintoki waves his hand dismissively. You're making it impossible for me to stay in this hospital. Shinbashi responds with a sigh. Sometimes, you could invite your sister over, Kenshin suggests, rubbing his chin. That would certainly quiet him down. Hey, Kenshin, that idea is quite perilous. Gintoki thinks to himself, unwilling to admit he cannot handle that wild creature. Mama, Papa, Wilo. Kagura exuberantly breaks into a rap. Such vitality. Gintoki, go dance. Why must it be me? Huh, am I not your creditor? Hurry up and dance to reduce your debt. Yes, sir. I shall dance at once. Hey, Gintoki, where's your dignity? What is that dripping from you? Nonsense. That's merely your imagination. Shinbashi, you are quite seriously injured. The head in Shinbashi's pocket vibrates slightly as Kenshin, intrigued by Gintoki's antics, pulls out his phone. You all continue. Gintoki, take care of Shinbashi. I need to step out, he declares, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes, forming a crescent shape as he rises slowly. What's the matter? It's rare for you to be so serious. After so many years of friendship, what could possibly trouble you? Nothing much, just a minor issue at my shop. Don't worry, Kenshin replies with a smile. I'll be back soon. In silence, he gazes at his longtime friend, observing countless emotions in his eyes, movements, and expressions, an unwavering resolve he has never witnessed before. Tonight, I'll take Kagura and Shinbashi to your place for a meal. Kagura has quite the appetite. Also, I've finally made a profitable deal. So I want to indulge tonight. I'll be waiting for you. It's a promise. As they arrive at the nondescript building tucked away in a narrow alley, Kenshin's gaze darkens slightly before he pushes open the creaky yet relatively new door, revealing a figure seated within, seemingly having waited for an eternity. Wig, why did you summon me to such a secluded place? Kenshin sat across from his friend, smiling as he regarded him. Of course, there's a reason for this meeting. While I understand that you and Gintoki won't be coming to my aid, everyone possesses their own will, and I would never force you. I called you here because something of great importance has arisen. The wig-headed man nodded in acknowledgement. Speaking of which, I am rather curious about how you managed to obtain my phone number, Kenshin spoke slowly. Do not underestimate the resolve of the new generation of Juishishi. The wig-headed man replied nonchalantly. So, this fellow has not abandoned his intentions after all. The reason I summoned you is because of you, he said, uttering the unsettling words. You have been exposed. Exposed? Kenshin fell silent for a moment, pondering. What do you mean? The illustrious Batusai has not perished. Although the Celestials remain unaware of your whereabouts, they know you are still alive. Consequently, the matter regarding Master Son is destined to remain unresolved. The wig-headed man served tea, lifting a cup. After years of investigation, we have uncovered some astonishing truths. While we do not know why they have come to Earth, I have learned of their plans concerning you. My plans? Kenshin murmured. On Earth, you are known as the Batusai, originally a title confined to this planet. You have allowed your name to resonate throughout the universe. In the cosmos, your title is Thousand-Man Ghost Slayer. Thousand-Man Ghost Slayer? Kenshin appeared to grasp something. You mean? During the final battle, the adversary I faced alongside Gintoki, he also wielded your swordsmanship. The Flying Heaven Sword style's nine-headed dragon flash is unmistakable. The wig-headed man spoke slowly. Thus, I have every reason to believe that there exists another version of you out there. Is this what you refer to as your plan? A clone? Kenshin felt an unsettling stir within, contemplating that perhaps the entity he had sought for so long might provide him with a wholly different answer. Fortunately, you have never wielded sword energy or the flying heaven sword style during your time in Edo. However, as you identify yourself as a disciple of the Batusai, I fear they will not let you off easily. The wig-headed man rose, declaring, their modus operandi has always been singular. Exterminate. With each word, Kenshin's previously steady composure shattered. Though they may come to test you, the enemy should not be overly formidable. Be mindful, you must not use sword energy, nor the nine-headed dragon flash, nor the heavenly soaring dragon flash. Otherwise, your identity will be compromised. The wig-headed man expressed his concerns. And you and those around you, why is it that they relentlessly pursue me? I have seemingly given up, accepted my fate. Why can they not leave me be? Kenshin murmured to himself. Kenshin, fear not. As long as you survive this ordeal, there will be no further danger. They could never imagine that the so-called Batusai and the Shishio lie beneath this very Edo. The wig-headed man grasped Kenshin firmly, whispering urgently, Kenshin, without further ado, I shall take my leave. Kenshin stood up, despondent. Kenshin, do not succumb to despair. Even in such circumstances, we are merely parting ways once more. What significance does this hold for us? The wig spoke solemnly. Kenshin, you must have a little faith in yourself. Without uttering a word, he departed the scene step by step. As he watched Kenshin leave, the wig suddenly exclaimed, keep a close eye on him. I do not wish for him to come to harm. Chapter 139. The night is empty, lonely, and cold. Hey, can't you all contain yourselves until evening? Back at his own shop, Kenshin regarded the few fellows who were seated upright, scouring the place, his face betraying no surprise. Well, it's only natural to feel hunger after resolving matters. Gintoki, bored, poked at the sundae in front of him, but his gaze clearly conveyed his thoughts towards Kenshin. Rest assured, I merely ordered a delivery, he said, waving his hand dismissively, his expression devoid of any emotion. Hey, as the owner of this establishment, do you really enjoy running errands? Aren't you ashamed? Gintoki, with his dead fish eyes, scrutinized Kenshin, or are you trying to deceive me? Speak properly, you rascal. What benefit would I gain from deceiving myself? You're hardly worth anything and are drowning in debt. Kenshin retorted disdainfully. Exactly. Silver-chan is merely a useless boss. Kagura, munching on Kenshin's specialty red bean cake, didn't he hesitate to stab a metaphorical knife into Gintoki's heart? Hey, don't say that. I'm working hard to earn money for you all. Gintoki bellowed, slamming the table. Is it just to play with small steel balls? Shinpachi adjusted his glasses, unveiling an undeniable truth. Ahem. I am indeed working for you all to play with those small steel balls. Just think, if I were to win directly, wouldn't that mean a grand feast for several days? Initially, Gintoki seemed a bit guilty, but then he proclaimed with righteous indignation, yet, after all this time, I have seen nothing. Shinpachi continued to critique. Not only have you seen nothing, but your debts have only increased. Kenshin chuckled slyly, pondering how much this fellow owed him. You can't even afford kelp. Kagura appeared quite irate. Hey, if I couldn't afford it, what did you eat the day before yesterday and yesterday? Gintoki lamented. Don't obliterate what I, Jin, have generously provided for you. That was my money. Kenshin seized every opportunity to strike, for this was his principle. You weren't even around yesterday. How could I have given you anything? I can't do that anymore, Kenshin said, clapping his hands, and from within the house, a rabbit emerged nonchalantly, approaching Gintoki. It casually rummaged through Gintoki's pocket, withdrew a few bills from his wallet, tossed the wallet aside, and dashed away. What the hell? That's my money. Damn rabbit, come back here. With a fierce shout, Gintoki charged out with a sword, eliciting hearty laughter from Kagura and Shinpachi. While Kenshin managed a strained smile, he declined Gintoki's suggestion to rest there, and after bidding farewell to a few, Kenshin slowly planted his reverse blade into the pathway before his shop. As he stood, the gentle breeze tousled his red hair, blending with the coolness of the early spring night, revealing the moon at last. The wind shifted abruptly, and a sudden gust swept across Kenshin's face, prompting him to open his eyes. Is it here? The cloaked figure spoke slowly, drawing their blade with apparent clumsiness, seemingly attempting to instill psychological pressure and fear in Kenshin. Come. A swift kick sent the sword spinning into Kenshin's grasp, which he held horizontally, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his opponent, though he had yet to unsheath his sword. The sharpness of his eyes and the intensity of his presence were not to be underestimated. Clang! The figure vanished, delivering a strike against Kenshin's scabbard. He parried with the back of his blade, then swiftly countered, but the cloaked adversary managed to entangle the reverse blade with the scabbard, both locked in a stalemate. Target: Himura Kenshin, disciple of the Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu. Combat strength: unable to assess, utilizing ultimate skill, Tensho Tsurugi. Activation: the eyes beneath the cloak gleamed red, and Kenshin paused, realizing, is this a fusion of a clone and machinery? I had thought it was him. The him he referred to was his own doppelganger, a formidable rival alongside the unexpected presence of Sejiro. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped him, and Kenshin stepped back, already sensing the impending threat. Was this version of Tensho Tsurugi mine or his? Flash. A mechanical voice echoed as a black wind spiraled around Kenshin's form. Yet he remained still, effortlessly absorbing the force of the blow with an overwhelming display of strength, anticipating the attack with unparalleled intuition. It appeared this move was forcibly inscribed within the machine, explaining the slight disparity in power from the original. Yet, that minute difference proved to be a chasm. No one could face such an attack head-on without consequence, not even Kenshin. Although confronting a slightly weaker version of Tensho Tsurugi, the torn fabric of his clothing and the bloodied right hand were testaments to the difficulty of withstanding such an assault. Failure ensued. Mission failed, self-destruct initiated. The red eyes flickered, then fell silent. Oh no, Kenshin had anticipated this. In a flash, he dashed to the cloaked figure, delivering a forceful kick that sent the individual tumbling into the nearby river. He dared not linger, swiftly seeking cover to conceal himself. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a towering column of water into the air, scattering dead fish and riverbed silt across the street. Did we manage to keep this under wraps? One individual pondered in a hidden stronghold along the river. To withstand Tensho Tsurugi reveals this person's identity beyond doubt. Such a version of Tensho Tsurugi, aside from Lord Ho, there are many others who can endure it. Have you forgotten how they brazenly broke through during the ambush on the Shiroisha? However, even so, I never mentioned any disciples of the Badasai. No, I have heard of the current Shinsengumi Sogo Okita, and even his subordinate, the vice captain of the Anawabanshu, Kuriko, who once escaped with a child in our intelligence reports. Are you suggesting that this is the only explanation? How could such a Badasai continue to survive? He has been confirmed dead for a full 7 years. So why is this the case? This is merely the initial step in deploying our dark forces into Edo. Who would believe in the Badasai? Is that truly the case? Indeed, the thoughts of the elders transcend ours by a great deal. All right, let us assign the individuals below to Edo. Do not reveal yourselves. Be sure to proceed with caution. Understood. Chapter 140. Always busy and unable to settle down, it is said that Granny Toes was quite the beauty in her youth, and just a few days ago, that absolutely ridiculous cat-eared girl nearly shattered my worldview. So much has transpired during my recuperation. Is this truly acceptable? Sitting atop the roof of my shop, with a bandage wrapped around my hand, I ponder the events of the past few days. Kenshin finds himself at a loss for words. Although he was already aware that this world is that of Gintama, he hasn't seen much of it. Yet these happenings are still quite overwhelming. Hey, you pesky rabbit. Don't run away. Return the 100,000 yen from my wallet, you scoundrel. A cloud of dust fills the air as Jin-san, for some unknown reason, chases after the rabbit. Hey, you shameless adult. Your wallet is probably emptier than the air itself. Shinpachi remarks as he rushes out in pursuit. Jin-chan, wait. I need that 100,000 yen to buy vinegar kelp. Kagura, riding on Shinpachi's head, chases after Jin-san. Enough already, Shinpachi exclaims, his head adorned with a large footprint as he dashes after them. Kenshin can't help but smirk slightly. Is being foolish truly this joyous? Hey, Kenshin, a voice calls out, prompting Kenshin to glance below. Mio? Kenshin tightens his grip as Mio waves her hand. He furrows his brow, knowing precisely where she refers to, the nightclub where Mio works. Despite having mentioned it numerous times, why does Mio continue to work there? Understood, he replies, reclining on the rooftop, his voice lazy yet resonating with a hint of amusement, causing Mio to smile before she slowly departs. Kenshin gazes at the sky, lost in thought. Although several days have passed since that night of battle, the memories remain vivid. It is undeniable that he has been somewhat negligent, having not trained for quite some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament that night. Looking at the bandage on his hand, Kenshin chuckles resignedly. It seems I can no longer afford to relax. Is danger ever present? Beneath this azure sky, the nocturnal Edo, once graced by celestial beings, now glimmers as brightly as day, illuminating the night with a radiant hue. Yet, behind this opulent facade lies an abyss of darkness. Some pay an unbearable price, while others are ensnared in the shadows beneath this luminous veneer. Kabukicho stands as the most bustling locale, a place where one can find women of all kinds, thus becoming a cauldron of chaos and intricate power dynamics. It is, without a doubt, the most perilous area in all of Edo, second only to the shogunate and the celestial embassy. From a distance, Kenshin spotted Miu waving her little hand with delight. A gentle smile graced his face as he approached her. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time," he said, stepping before her. Miu, with a gleam in her eye, ushered him inside, the security at the entrance daring not to impede, for before them stood the next queen of Kabukicho. "I've spoken of you to everyone here, but most of them are skeptical. They've longed to meet you," she remarked, swinging the door open. Instantly, the cacophony enveloped Kenshin, drowning out all other sounds, the raucous laughter of men and the entrancing giggles of women. His gaze dimmed. Was this truly the nation we once fought so valiantly to protect? "Ladies, this is the esteemed owner of Shinya, Kenshin Himura," Miu announced, leading him to a prominent position surrounded by numerous young women. "Look, he really has red hair. The scar on his face is so cool. Could he truly be the legendary Kenshin Himura?" Clearing his throat, Kenshin observed the vibrant young women before him, most of whom were adorned in elaborate attire, though a few possessed exceptional beauty, Miu being among them. "Miu, what is the purpose of bringing me here?" he inquired, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the presence of so many women, his heart already filled to capacity with memories. "Today should be a day you've forgotten, yet for me, it remains unforgettable," she said, her voice soft. "It marks the day you came into my life." "Forgotten? You saved Q-chan and Shinjo, as well as me," he reflected silently. He had never sought out Kyubi after arriving in Edo, nor had he seen Shinjo since that fateful encounter. The only one he had ever protected was this girl before him. Thus, today is indeed a day worth celebrating, she exclaimed, raising her glass high. "Come, Kenshin, let us toast." Miu, do you fancy him?" A voice rang out from among the other girls. Miu smiled gently, but did not refute the notion, her gaze casting a disapproving glance. Indeed, today is worthy of celebration. It's rare for Miu to gather such a group of friends. Kenshin rose, lifting his glass. It's akin to playing an RPG, where trustworthy companions gradually assemble to ultimately face the great boss together. "Wow, Kenshin-san, how humorous." "That's right. I am the strongest man on earth." Isn't the strongest man on earth, Krillin? "Enough. I am not that bald fellow." As the night deepened, Genshin found himself lying among a group of women, yet, due to the system's influence, he remained sober, resting his head upon the enchanting curvature of a wine bottle. Genshin observed that perhaps this place was not as dreadful as he had once imagined. He tightened his grip on Miao, pushed open the door, and stepped outside, swiftly taking to the rooftops. He arrived at the Hungdao training ground, where he gently placed Miao in a cozy bed. As he gazed at the girl with furrowed brows, an unbidden shadow of another figure began to emerge in his heart. "Ah, it is I," he thought, not needing to ponder further. With a single word, the girl's frown unfurled, and Miao, feeling a sense of happiness, nestled deeper into her covers, finally succumbing to sweet dreams. After whispering goodnight, he closed the wooden door and departed, though a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. Where has Shin gone? Why can I not see him? Is he not usually asleep at home? Perhaps he has been swept away by Gintoki for a night of revelry? With a mind rife with mischievous thoughts, Genshin soared through a narrow alley between two towering buildings, his gaze inadvertently catching sight of a figure slumped atop a heap of refuse. White, curly hair? Gintoki. Chapter 141. The warship. I have dismantled my fair share of warships. Once upon a time on the battlefield, the only figure who did not yield to the Bakudaijai was the second member of the legendary five-man group, Sakata Gintoki, the White Yiksha, a being feared collectively by the Celestials. Yet now, in this changing era, the White Yiksha has concealed his fangs, transforming into the owner of the Odd Jobs Agency. However, the intrinsic strength and desire for battle within him have never waned. They are merely buried deep within, together with his so-called wig-wearing companions, who are actually members of the Joy faction. They brought Gintoki to the hideout of the Wigs, slowly beginning to nurse his body back to health. What is this about wigs? Sitting in the corridor outside, the figure lying within is none other than Gintoki. Considering his prowess, who in this world could possibly harm him? Rebirth Town. From his pocket, he produced a small bag of white powder, and with a leisurely tone, he spoke. This is a recently released illegal substance. Whispered about in the streets. It is said to be derived from a plant found on a distant planet and is highly addictive. Once consumed, there is no exception to a grim fate. Are you saying? Kenshin furrowed his brow. The Odd Jobs Agency's motto is to do anything for money. But that is merely this fellow's one-sided claim. He has undertaken numerous unpaid commissions. Could it be he accepted a commission related to Rebirth Town? In order to eradicate this demon brought by the Celestials, we of the Joy faction have also dispatched individuals to gather intelligence. Truly a lucky fellow. To have fallen from such heights, and yet survived, the wig-wearer remarked as he glanced toward the still unconscious Gintoki. It seems I have unwittingly become embroiled in something of great significance, Kenshin sighed wryly. Is this the reason behind the multitude of corpses appearing in the alleys these past few days? But I must ask, who brought such substances to Earth? The Cosmic Pirates of the Spring Rain, the largest criminal organization in the galaxy, whose primary source of income is the incessant trafficking of illicit drugs, have finally extended their reach to Earth, it seems. The tone of the wig was tinged with a sense of reluctance. What of the Shinsengumi? Were they unaware? Kenshin symbolically posed the question. The Shinsengumi, entangled in a web with the heavenly people and the shogunate, could hardly be regarded as trustworthy allies. We must rely on ourselves, he remarked, casting a glance at the now brightening sky. However, the adversary capable of cornering Gintoki to such an extent filled him with a profound sense of discontent. Possessing the martial prowess to repel Gintoki, coupled with a formidable organization, left little hope for victory. Hey, wig, Kenshin stood up, the so-called spring rain. Perhaps Gintoki has ventured into their lair. I cannot fathom who else, apart from those few, could force Gintoki to such extremes. The Odd Jobs crew has always acted as a trio, right? It seems Gintoki is wary of making a move. Relate to me all that you know. Kenshin's hand brushed against the hilt of his sword, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. I am aware that the spring rain boasts more than one stronghold. Do you intend to go alone? Have you forgotten that you faced them head-on just days ago? Should you act now, the risk of exposure is exceedingly high. The wig spoke in a grave tone. One cannot live in perpetual fear, hiding away. Sometimes, one must strike when the moment calls for it. Kenshin's gaze was resolute. We must first trim the wings. If we attack the lair directly from the outset, the chances of evading significant harm are greatly diminished. What you decide remains unchanged as always. He rummaged through his belongings, producing a stack of documents. This is the information we have gathered over the past few days, and I entrust it to you. Anshin waved his hand dismissively, accepting the documents and perusing them. There are 5 strongholds in total. Excluding the initial one located in the upscale club, there remain 4. Therefore, our first target shall be here, the underground factory. Without concealing his movements, the reverse blade was enveloped in rapidly flowing air currents, sharp as a blade. Kenshin observed the imposing gate with indifference, then with a decisive strike. He cleaved through the entrance and strolled inside. Who the hell are you? A cacophony of voices erupted as a throng of heavenly people charged forth. In my lexicon, the option to kill does not exist. Gradually, the currents dissipated. However, as you are not human, I am not obliged to adhere to my final boundary. With that, the reverse blade reversed. A tempest of blood and chaos ensued. Boom. A single strike against the ground sent shockwaves that toppled the advancing heavenly people. A flash of cold light ignited in his gaze as he executed the swift dragon soaring flash, instantaneously appearing amidst the throng of heavenly people, slicing through them with precision. The heavenly folk were cleaved in two, their blood staining Kenshin's red kimono more vibrantly. Such foul blood, he uttered coldly, his body in motion, deftly evading the descending blades. Kenshin kicked one of the heavenly people, his overwhelming strength propelling them through the wall, crashing into the debris. Without pausing, he delivered a fatal blow to another. And as he soared above a cluster of heavenly people, he spun horizontally. Tornado flash, second phase. A fleeting shadow passed through the air, and at the moment Kenshin landed, the assailants clutched their throats, which were now gushing with blood, their eyes filled with sheer terror. Why did the adults claim that the earth was merely their backyard? With a thunderous crash, Kenshin flicked the blood from his blade, his expression impassive as he dragged the sword across the ground. The reverse edge embedded deeply into the steel floor, creating a sparking fissure with each step he took. With a resounding crash, he shattered the door that had yet to be locked. Genshin surveyed the remaining guardians and the multitude of boxes strewn about, his gaze darkening. Are there still creatures like you left on Earth? His voice brimmed with dread. Upon recognizing Genshin's visage, the guardian's fear escalated, and he cried out, "You are the infamous Kinta of the 1,000-man demon slaughter." Stunned, the guardian realized the truth. The legendary figure in the universe was indeed his counterpart. "Why have you come to Earth? Why do you oppose Haru?" Just as he was about to respond, a nearby minion lunged forward, stabbing the guardian in the throat with his blade. The latter clutched at his wound, collapsing in a fit of despair. "How ironic that you did not perish by my hand, but rather by that of your own." Genshin scoffed. "Indeed, aside from the Ultramen, none of you little monsters possess the awareness of camaraderie." With a cold smile, Genshin positioned his blade before him. "Stop him." Knowing it was futile to kill Genshin, the minion issued a ruthless command, prompting the remaining guardians to charge recklessly at Genshin. Trash will always be trash. With a flash of cold light, he vanished. "If I allow you to escape through the secret passage, my title of 1,000-man demon slaughter would be nothing but an empty boast." In an instant, he appeared before the minion, cleaving off his head with a swift stroke, blood spraying forth and staining his garments and hair a deep crimson. Why does this blood-red hue resemble the ominous color of death? Facing the terrified guardians, Genshin wasted no time, executing a rapid maneuver that swiftly annihilated the remaining foes. From his system's inventory, he retrieved explosives, methodically placing them throughout the factory. After exiting the premises, he silently counted 3, 2, 1. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated, rippling through the entire area like a barrage of fireworks, igniting flames that obscured the night's bloodshed. The inferno illuminated his blood-soaked form while the wind stirred, causing the cross-shaped scars to glimmer ominously, echoing the despairing and venomous wails emanating from the soulless eyes of the fallen. 3 more chapters remained. Overall, this is a rather intricate tale, remarked Tuho, exhaling a plume of smoke as he regarded Genshin, who sat across from him. "Have you heard about the Haru incident from a few days ago?" "Hey, I'm merely a small-time boss. What connection could the universe's largest crime syndicate possibly have with me?" Genshin calmly sipped his tea in response. "Let us hope so. I heard from Boss Kondo that this matter was resolved by Katsura Karu, the leader of the Choshu rebels. It's truly a disgrace that the Choshu rebels outpaced the Shinsengumi." Sachikawa promptly turned to the waiter and exclaimed, "Bring me a serving of steamed rice." "Hey, we're all human. Why fuss over such trivial matters?" "Look, Mr. Sachikawa, you've started to sprout some gray hairs," he said while holding up a mirror that reflected Sachikawa's head, containing his urge to explode. Sachikawa sometimes pondered why he was surrounded by such unreliable individuals. "I may be familiar, but the payment remains the same." With a pair of lifeless eyes, Kenshin replied nonchalantly, "Come on, it's just a cup of tea. Worst case, I'll skip the meal." "What nonsense are you spouting? Sometimes in life, one cannot avoid hunger. Do you know how precious a bowl of rice can be at such times?" Kenshin bellowed as he slammed the table. "Who are you to talk? Only someone as foolish as you would equate a mere bowl of rice to life itself. What does that even have to do with life?" Sachikawa retorted, equally defiant as he struck the table. "Enough. We've strayed off topic. What brings you here today? If there's nothing pressing, shouldn't Mr. Sachikawa, the guardian of Edo, be on patrol?" Kenshin stirred his coffee slowly as he spoke. "TCH, Sachikawa gritted his teeth. First, there was the incident with Haruhara being eliminated by 2 samurai. Then Kondo was gravely injured protecting a celestial being, and now, Princess Teruya has also gone missing. One crisis after another. I can hardly keep up. What do you want from me? I repeat, I am merely a dessert shop owner, idling my days away." Kenshin emphasized his words. "Enough with the pretense. I've known your true identity for ages. Stop acting." Sachikawa shot Kenshin a disdainful glance. "You think you can put on a show? If you can conjure a flower, I'll concede your prowess." "Here's a flower," Kenshin said, lightly lifting a potted plant. "This is merely an innocent wildflower. Don't pretend otherwise. How lazy can you be? Could you not spare a bit of responsibility?" Sachikawa shouted in frustration. "Is it really appropriate for a police officer to seek help from a civilian like this? Aren't you the guardian of Edo? Precisely because I am a police officer, you, as a civilian, must assist me in my duties." He glared intensely at Kenshin. All right. What do you need me to do?" Realizing that Sachikawa might genuinely lose his temper, Kenshin adjusted his attitude. The first few matters we will handle ourselves, but I entrust you with the situation regarding Princess Teruya. Sachikawa squeezed mayonnaise onto his steamed rice. Looking for someone. By the way, you do have funds for this, right? A vein throbbed on Kenshin's forehead. Of course. Then it's simple, Sachikawa declared, striking his palm with his fist. Leave this matter to me. What do you have in mind? It's straightforward. That white-haired individual is living in poverty. It's time the government provided some assistance. A malicious grin spread across his face. What? You wish to commission a task? In the odd jobs agency, Gintoki looked as if he had seen a ghost. Please don't tell me this is going to be another errand that has me running all over Edo. Rest assured, there is indeed a commission fee, he said, producing a thick stack of banknotes. This is the deposit. Whoa, so much. With that, he lunged forward, but Kenshin deftly sidestepped, causing Gintoki to tumble to the ground. That's merely the deposit. Let me clarify that this is not my commission. Kenshin placed the money on the sofa before Gintoki. This is a commission from the Shinsengumi. The Shinsengumi? As Gintoki counted the money, two figures emerged in his mind, one with glaucoma and another with a sadistic demeanor. What kind of commission could they possibly have? It's this. Kenshin revealed a photograph of a girl with long black hair, sitting anxiously in an opulent room, glancing around. This is the girl. Isn't she a princess? Gintoki exclaimed, raising his voice. A princess can still emerge from the confines of the shogunate walls. Impressive. Enough with the distractions. We need to find her. It's a rare opportunity to take on such a significant commission. Kenshin settled down. It is time for you, the White Knight Demon, to showcase your true strength. Activate skill, tracking. Quickly, sniff this photograph and lead me to her. Am I a dog? Is this how you treat a longtime friend? Gintoki retorted, feeling betrayed. I knew you couldn't be so benevolent. No, you are merely a curly-haired individual. It's as simple as that, Kenshin replied calmly. How discriminatory against natural curls. Gintoki exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Ahem, our immediate priority is to locate this princess. The rest can wait. Kenshin looked around. Where's Kagura? I don't know. She's likely off playing somewhere. Gintoki walked to the entrance, putting on his shoes. What about Shinpachi? Is he still working with you? Ah, yes. So it's just the two of us teaming up again today. Kenshin also donned his shoes at the door. Don't hold back. Gintoki taunted. Feel free to try. Kenshin shot a side eye at Gintoki, unfazed by the banter. Without further words, Gintoki walked out, feeling somewhat dejected. For the two of them, who were well acquainted with the underbelly of Kabukicho, searching for someone was hardly a daunting task, though it would require considerable effort. Kabukicho was an extensive area. Even so, after scouring numerous locations, they still found no sign of the princess. Consequently, they had no choice but to rendezvous at the crossroads. Hey, has she evaporated into thin air? Where could she possibly be? Gintoki scratched his head, exasperated. Perhaps others are searching for her as well. We should inquire with the Shinsengumi, Kenshin mused, stroking his chin. They might have already located her. Even if they have, I still expect my payment from you, Gintoki. Otherwise, I will refuse to leave this spot. Come on, act like an adult. Let us just go check, Kenshin replied. But before they could depart, his pocket vibrated. He pulled out his phone. Gintoki, wait. Gintoki shot him an annoyed look, urging him to hurry. Kenshin answered the call. Hijikata? What is it? Have you found the princess? Excellent. What? Could you repeat that? Kagura. She. Hello? Hello. Amidst the chaotic uproar, Kenshin and Gintoki shouted frantically into their phones, yet received no response. How infuriating. Why was Kagura entangled with Princess Teruya? Kenshin, exasperated, exclaimed, Gintoki, let us go rescue Kagura. With fierce determination, the two, their eyes gleaming with intensity, stirred up a whirlwind of dust as they dashed down the street. Chapter 144, The Loyal Samurai? Are you jesting? Hijikata, if you cannot explain yourself, I may just lose my temper. Upon arriving at the scene, the cacophony of explosions and anguished cries intertwined. From a distance, Gintoki and Kenshin spotted the samurai holding Kagura hostage, their pupils narrowing in alarm. Had their ostentatious search indeed betrayed them? Ignoring Kenshin's outburst, Hijikata reassured, do not worry. We will rescue that young girl. My apologies. Compared to you all, I place greater trust in my own sword, Gintoki muttered, slowly drawing his wooden blade. His gaze sharpening once more. Boom. Though no longer the infamous Batusai, the owner of the odd jobs agency remained a formidable force. Amidst the explosions, he deftly maneuvered closer, halting at the heart of the conflict, and with a powerful swing, sent a burning vehicle flying towards the enemy, steering towards the loyalist faction. Jinchan. Upon spotting Gintoki, Kagura joyfully called out, "Wait for me. I'll treat you and Shinpachi to a feast at the seaside." The blade cleaved through the earth with a force rivaling Kenshin's, creating a fissure as debris surged towards the opposing side. What in the world? Who is this guy? The loyalist ranks visibly stirred, their demeanor becoming increasingly uneasy. Humph. Gintoki, do you intend to hog all the glory? Kenshin scoffed, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword. Something tells me my blood is boiling tonight. Enough already. It's broad daylight. And what is that blood of yours? It's not even demon blood. I'm not boiling for you, you idiot. Gintoki, in the midst of battle, couldn't help but unleash a torrent of sarcasm. Before unleashing his ultimate move, he thought to add a few cool lines. Such treatment was reserved for protagonists. Kenshin stepped forward slowly. Hey, Kenshin. Hijikata placed a hand on Kenshin's shoulder. You cannot go. If you kill someone here, it will complicate matters for us. Killing? Such a distant concept, Kenshin mused, smiling as he waved his hand. Rest assured, I'm not that bored yet. Just as he finished speaking, he appeared beside Gintoki, swiftly striking down an approaching samurai and standing shoulder to shoulder with him. I'm simply rather displeased. When will he ever shake off his penchant for theatrics? Despite their banter, they charged towards the enemy formation. When will you ever learn to value your life? Charging in while dodging rocket fire and gunfire. How reckless can you be? Gintoki? I can't be bothered to explain. They retorted in unison. As their voices faded, the two leapt in opposite directions, one soaring to the rooftop for swift movement, the other taking cover behind a building to obscure their presence, preparing for a surprise attack. Do not let anyone see you, you fool. It's the Shinsengumi, Hijikata shouted, drawing his sword. Subsequently, the notorious reputation of the vice captain of the demons was vividly illustrated, as nearly everyone followed Hijikata's lead. Only one individual, with a playful tone, shouted, "Hey Hijikata-san, bye," as a rocket launcher soared past Hijikata's head, landing behind him and unleashing a violent explosion. You brat, were you aiming for me? How much do you despise me? Do you dare believe that I could send you into eternal slumber? Hijikata cried out in utter despair. Hey, Hijikata-san, forgive me. It was unintentional, continued Sugo in a hushed voice. Did you misfire? You definitely misfired, didn't you? Hee. Did you hear that? Indeed, Hijikata-san knows far too much. Could you possibly consider departing this world? Hey, it's turned into an outright massacre. Turning to the purple-haired man smoking aboard the spaceship, a subordinate bowed and reported. We have successfully captured the general's sister, but encountered an interception by the Shinsengumi during our retreat. Now, two formidable foes have emerged, hindering our escape. Formidable, you say? The man exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze reflecting the city below, flames of hatred and madness flickering unabashedly. Based on the intelligence, it is highly likely to be. He paused slightly, Shiroyasha, and, as he turned, his previously sharp features softened, and he murmured, Batusai. It has been a long time since hearing those names. The hatred in his eyes slightly diminished. So, you are still alive? Then, an intense fury ignited within him. More fervent and torrential than before. Why do you still exist? Truly remarkable, aren't you? Shall we initiate an early reunion with old friends? In this situation, that wig-wearing fellow cannot possibly refrain from appearing. Understood. He turned once more to face the city looming beneath him, his voice a peculiar blend of softness and menace. Kenshin. With a mighty roar, he leaped into the air, soaring above the enemy ranks. Kenshin unleashed a devastating strike upon the ground, sending shockwaves that destabilized everyone, yet miraculously, no one was harmed. As Kenshin landed, a figure suddenly materialized from the alley, a silver light piercing through the dust, propelling numerous foes into the air. Kagura! Kenshin exclaimed upon spotting her midair, quickly leaping to catch her. Are you all right? I'm fine. Kagura replied, though her anxious voice rang out. Jinchan, Kenshin-Nizan, hurry and save Teraheim. The two exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other perfectly. Gintoki scooped up Kagura and took her to safety, while Kenshin dashed towards the nearby Shinsengumi, where he could see a group slowly moving towards a spaceship, dragging a struggling girl along. Hey, Kenshin. In the midst of his charge, he was abruptly halted as someone grabbed him. Upon focusing, he recognized the figure. That wig-wearer? I thought you were a wanted criminal. How could you end up in such a place? It's utterly incomprehensible. Kenshin thought, feeling a twinge of annoyance. When Teraheim was captured, I already felt at a loss for words. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter will undoubtedly be attributed to the expulsion of outsiders. The man with the wig declared solemnly, his gaze directed toward the distant spacecraft. This scheme was not of our choosing. Rather, it was orchestrated by another familiar acquaintance of ours. At this point, both individuals fell into an unusual silence. Is it Ace Han? Upon mentioning Ace Han, we all knew that only you could truly command his obedience. However, after that incident, it goes without saying what the wigged man meant. When he sees you, I genuinely have no idea what might transpire. Fear not. As he spoke, Kenshin patted the wigged man's shoulder. With my approachable demeanor and the aura of a protagonist, Ace Han will surely comply. The pressing concern at this moment is, how on earth can I board that spacecraft which has already taken off? Gazing at the ascending vessel, Kenshin wore an expression of exasperation. In the past, he would have simply unleashed a crescent moon strike to disable its power source, ensuring it remained grounded. Yet now, in this location, that iconic crescent moon strike was absolutely not an option. Moreover, rushing over would likely be futile. I have long been prepared for such an eventuality. Follow me, the wigged man proclaimed as he led Kenshin through a maze of narrow alleys. By the way, I have also sent word to Gintoki. I believe he will join us in this endeavor. Is Gintoki preparing to go as well? Kenshin casually remarked. So, the long-awaited reunion of old friends is finally at hand? Perhaps, came the reply. Chapter 145. Such a momentous escalation is truly explosive. Damn it, are we destined to fail? The trio of Gori, Sugo, and Hijikata gazed at the spacecraft ascending into the sky, filled with a sense of frustration. The Shinsengumi certainly lacked such advanced resources as a spacecraft. Even seeking assistance from Matsudaira would be too late now. Just as they grappled with the bitter taste of impending defeat, a ship emblazoned with Katsura began to rise. Katsura? The prospect of reuniting with an old friend was undeniably thrilling, yet the sheer spectacle of it all, after so many years apart, led Kenshin and Gintoki to exchange bittersweet smiles. Has that fellow Ace Han not graduated from his juvenile phase yet? Kenshin mused, ruffling his hair. After ensuring Kagura's safety, Gintoki felt a weight lifted, yet the thought of Ace Han still plagued him. Although one should relish youth, a decade of being stuck in that phase is quite sufficient. With a sigh, he covered his face, feeling a headache coming on. Hey, Gintoki, you can't say that. It's akin to saying Naruto's dream is to become Hokage or Black Knight's ambition is to protect his family. Aishin's dream must surely be to conquer the stars and the seas. The wigged man clenched his fist, his face radiating enthusiasm. Truly, a testament to my friendship. The very fact that he is your friend is already quite a terrifying thought. You, with your mind like a black hole, with Shinpachi absent. Gintoki perfectly exemplified the art of sarcasm. It's a pity we don't know where Shinsho is wandering in the universe, after all these years. Not a whisper of news has reached us, Kenshin remarked, stroking his chin. That loud man. The wigged man nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. Hey, if Chima were to learn of this, one could only wonder where he might weep. Why can't he simply articulate his nickname? Silvertime lamented. The legendary man who screams like a ghost. Oh dear. I firmly believe that the one who struck Chima with a fatal blow is undoubtedly you. Kenshin secretly mused. As the vessel gradually ascended and drew closer, the four individuals, who once shared ideals in their private academy, reunited at the bow of the ship. It was as if some grand event had transpired, and the atmosphere grew somber. Hey, this is hardly the style of Silver Tower. No one dared to speak first. Though a decade had passed, every moment felt vividly preserved, with the cherished memories and shared dreams etched among these dear friends standing by. It has been a long time. Aoshi exhaled calmly. The three were taken aback, clearly surprised that Aoshi's voice had emerged first. After a brief pause, Kenshin quickly interjected, even if we have not met, our shared endeavors have allowed us to deeply understand each other's names. Takasugi, have you been in communion for long? Your gentle demeanor reflects your naive thoughts. Having never stepped onto a grander stage, Aoshi remarked with a smile, leaning against the railing of the ship. What about you, Silvertime? Shall we together once more create brilliance? You ought to have graduated by now, Aoshi. Silvertime replied, nonchalantly picking his nose. After all these years, we have transformed into middle-aged men. Until when will you cling to that false, adolescent delusion? You know you won't agree, Kenshin noted, having already invited you. Aoshi was unperturbed by Silvertime's retort. He then finally directed his gaze at the last individual present. In that fleeting moment, the trio could distinctly perceive a myriad of emotions flashing across Aoshi's eyes. Love, hatred, resentment, and fury, all maintained for less than a second before vanishing into thin air. What kind of emotion truly represents your essence? Kenshin slowly articulated this name of longing, gradually revealing the name of animosity. In your presence, I cannot discern whether it is love or hate. Ah, it has been so long, Aoshi replied softly, before succumbing to a moment of silence. Why would you engage in such actions? Kenshin's somber voice broke the stillness. Actions? What actions? Aoshi chuckled. Kenshin, do you not share my sentiments? Have you forgotten your past discontent? The ferocity that flickered in your eyes. Why must it be restrained? What does wielding a reverse blade truly signify? Aoshi remarked lightly. Kenshin, I have always believed we are kindred spirits. Then tell me, why have you transformed in this manner? Kenshin's emotions surged. Isn't this how it was destined to be? When the one you adored perished, did you not embody that frenzied visage? Akin to the one who earned the title of Shurabatusai? Are you not the same as I am now? Laughing unabashedly, Aoshi revealed the darkness within. Kenshin, oh Kenshin. Silver Time furrowed his brow, watching the maniacally laughing Aoshi, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. For many years, though I have dedicated myself to transforming Edo, my methods have been far less extreme than those of Isugi. Perhaps he has been influenced by some stimulus, compelling a stark divergence in our approaches, which could even be deemed cruel. Is it the stimulus? Kenshin murmured. If there is any stimulus over these years, it could only be attributed to one event. And as the architect of that event, I am destined to bear this burden. With a decisive leap, I ascended onto Isugi's vessel, confronting him directly. Kenshin could not help but fall silent. Your eyes, they are devoid of warmth. Isugi, with a sardonic smile, turned to face Kenshin, inquiring, what brings you here? I cannot stand idly by as you continue down this erroneous path. Kenshin replied slowly. If my past choices have provoked you, then I have but one way to return it to you. Your life. It amounts to less than half of a teacher's worth. Conceal your hypocrisy, for it is of no use to me. Isugi scoffed. Take your so-called shogun's sister and leave. In a flash, Isugi appeared before Kenshin, drawing his blade and thrusting it into Kenshin's chest, blood cascading down. I do not wish to repeat myself. Isugi's gaze flickered as the blade pierced Kenshin's heart. A fleeting, unacknowledged pang of sympathy crossed his eyes, yet his demeanor remained cold and unyielding. Is this your attitude? Kenshin laughed softly, unperturbed by the blade. Enough of your prattle. Isugi's eyes hardened, plunging the blade deeper for a second strike, embedding it halfway. Kenshin spat blood and grasped Isugi's hand. Is this truly your attitude? You truly fear not for your life. Isugi, with a cruel laugh, showed no mercy, delivering a third strike that pierced through Kenshin's chest. This marked the gravest injury he had sustained since leaving Matsushita's private school. Is this your attitude? Isugi remained silent, merely releasing the sword and stepping back to observe Kenshin, who could barely stand. With a mocking laugh, he pushed the dazed Teruya towards Kenshin, commanding, take her and leave. In a moment reminiscent of a fleeting light, as Kenshin grasped Teruya, he inadvertently pulled Isugi close, neglecting the disparity in their heights, thus drawing Isugi into his embrace. Instantly, the sweet scent of violet enveloped him, and his arm brushed against something soft, bound in bandages. Kenshin froze, overwhelmed with disbelief. How could he have anticipated this? Why? Had the past 10 years of turmoil and the existence at Matsushita's school been for naught? Was it not true that she had once shared a bed with them as children? Although they never bathed or used the restroom together, this was indeed a considerable issue. Why was the situation so dramatically altered? Who could elucidate this bizarre circumstance? Why, oh why was Isugi a woman? Wait, calm down. First, I must locate a time machine. Yet, before he could even begin to search for such a fantastical device, he lamented, where on earth could I find such a thing? Kenshin's face was struck with an unparalleled blow, sending him hurtling from the spacecraft, plummeting towards the earth. In the stunned silence of those around him, Isai took a languid puff from his cigarette and muttered, what a tiresome fellow. Quickly, go save Kenshin. Although Isai appeared calm on the surface, a tempest of panic brewed within him. Has he finally been discovered? Chapter 146, The Shadow of Shadows Hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kenshin, having just regained consciousness, found himself enveloped in excruciating pain before he could even lament the unfamiliar ceiling above him. He swiftly sat up and reached for several painkillers, swallowing them hastily, which provided a modicum of relief. Where am I? He wondered, gazing at the trees illuminated by sunlight, their shadows casting patterns on the window. Flecks of sunlight danced around, adorning the serene yet indifferent environment. Awake, are we? How splendid. A voice pierced the silence, drawing Kenshin's attention. He turned to see a man with short black hair entering, a gentle smile gracing his frail frame, a familiar visage faintly recognizable. Are you Kuriko? Kenshin queried, uncertainty lacing his tone as he struggled to confirm his memory. Splendid. Kenshin-kun. You remember me. Kuriko beamed, setting down the medication he held. It has been nearly a decade since we last met. Ah, it feels as though an eternity has passed. And I've nearly forgotten you. Kenshin replied with a smile. What is the situation I find myself in? That fall from the sky truly startled me. A knife lodged in my chest, hurtling from above. Fortunately, it seems there was some cushioning in between, or I might have met my demise. Kuriko busied himself cleaning the floor, scattered with the bandages Kenshin had torn off. Ah, I owe you my life, Kenshin remarked, glancing at the bloodied wound on his chest. The image of his dear friend in the sky, prompting a bitter smile. Kuriko, you were once the vice-captain of the Ghost Brigade. Can you believe Isai is a woman? Huh. Kenshin-kun, that joke is hardly amusing. Did you not say that Lord Isai and you grew up sleeping together? Kuriko assumed Kenshin was jesting, not pondering further. Indeed, no one would believe such a thing, yet it remains the truth. Kenshin asserted. There is something quite unethical that you have done, Kenshin-kun. Kuriko, having tidied the bandages, regarded him with a serious expression. What? I owe you no debts, Kenshin exclaimed. The task you entrusted to me. I awaited its fulfillment for 10 long years. Kuriko replied sternly. How do you intend to repay the time that has elapsed? Ah, how about I offer you a sundae? Kenshin suggested cautiously. That holds little significance for me. However, Kenshin-kun. Kuriko's tone elevated slightly as he pressed on. Do you remember? The child. Kenshin's voice rose abruptly. Her. What has become of her? A dull ache resides in my chest. Whether it be an external wound or an internal scar remains uncertain. The pain flows without blood, ceaselessly accompanied by sorrow. Observing the girl, blissfully singing, I find myself alongside Kenshin and Hiko outside the window, falling into a contemplative silence. 2 years prior, she chose to rename herself Karu Himura. In this era of peace, such a name is akin to courting disaster, yet I was powerless to dissuade her. Hiko, speaking slowly, remarked. She is now poised to reveal her finest self to the world. An idol, perhaps? Kenshin mused. The choice she made is irrevocable. All I can do is clear away unnecessary obstacles and become her manager. Hiko, with a calm demeanor, acknowledged the chasms in his heart and the weight of expectation, confessing, I never thought you would appear again. Forgive me, Hiko, I murmured softly. I must first fulfill my brotherly duties, I replied. By the way, since you've been in Edo all these years, why have I never crossed paths with you? Hiko, with a hint of self-mockery, inquired curiously. I own a dessert shop in Kabukicho, Kenshin answered nonchalantly. In fact, you should have seen me years ago. Why has someone your age never set foot in Kabukicho? That place is not suitable for me. My heart belongs to someone dear. Hiko retorted earnestly. As a warrior, isn't your greatest love your sword? Hurry. Dedicate your heart to your blade. Kenshin exclaimed, his voice rising. Hey. That's a flawed argument. Hiko protested, uncharacteristically flustered. Their bickering eventually disturbed the young child, training his voice in the adjoining room. Many times, I pondered how I would face Kenshin upon our reunion. 5 years ago, I longed for him. 3 years ago, I yearned alone. 1 year ago, I found a new purpose and began to gradually forget him. Until this very moment, Kenshin. The child's disbelief morphed into a calm demeanor, leaving Kenshin momentarily stunned as he prepared to embrace her. Author, this script is flawed. Little one, Kenshin stammered. How did Hiko manage to find you? The child asked. It has been a long time since you returned. 3 days ago, while crossing the bridge, Kenshin fell from the sky into the river, gravely injured, and I rescued him. Hiko replied matter-of-factly. Wasteful. The child muttered. Hey, what did you just say? Wasteful? Am I so unworthy, Kenshin? Am I less than an amoeba? How absurd. Kenshin shouted in frustration. Enough. Be quiet. The child impatiently covered Kenshin's mouth. Now confess. Where have you been all these years? I've merely been running a shop in Kabukicho. It's that simple, Kenshin exclaimed, pulling away the child's hand in exasperation. Oh, Kabukicho? The chaotic place cast a sidelong glance at Kenshin. Well, I'm not surprised to see you in such a place. Hey, at least give me a moment of astonishment. Your lack of surprise makes me feel as though I've lost something. Kenshin, gripping his hair in frustration, exclaimed. Well, I understand you, man, he continued, conveying a knowing look. Kenshin's eye twitched. Why had the adorable little boy from his childhood transformed into such a tsundere with a dark side? Cough, cough. Now, let us get down to business. What happened to the little girl who fell with me? Kenshin inquired, clearing his throat. I took her to the hospital. And someone came to pick her up the same day? Probably some noble or the like, Kuriko replied, albeit uncertainly. In a certain sense, you are indeed correct. Kenshin responded. All right, I need to go in now. I'm the patient, after all. Can't I at least enjoy some of the privileges that come with it? He added, slightly irritated. You're so annoying, the little boy frowned, saying, just get in. Hey, why get in? Then crawl in. Why crawl? This is infuriating. Then just fly in. Hey, speak properly. Don't kick me. I'm a patient. This is maddening. Observing the bickering duo, Kuriko looked up at the sky. Had the bright sun finally dispersed the clouds that loomed over her head? Chapter 147. The heavy price of a song. The vice-captain of the Ghost Brigade, Kuriko Nozuki, was a figure often forgotten in legend, overshadowed by the brilliance of 5 others. Yet, it was precisely this individual who survived until the end of the Bakumatsu. To endure was, in itself, a victory, was it not? Is this the place where you practice singing? Kenshin asked curiously, glancing around. Don't act like a country bumpkin. At least show some spirit. The little boy slapped Kenshin's mouth in annoyance. Don't make too much noise. Kenshin remained silent. But his expression conveyed his thoughts. The little boy nodded in satisfaction, clapping his hands to draw the attention of everyone in the room. Everyone, we have a guest today? It's Lord Kuriko. Lord Kuriko is as handsome as ever. Yes. Lord Kuriko, I want to bear your child. Kenshin awkwardly scratched his head, trying to mask his embarrassment. Kuriko, you are quite popular. Well, it's been a few years, Kuriko smiled, standing behind Kenshin without saying much. Isn't it a bit unusual for you to be so quiet? That cosplay enthusiast, despite being my nominal brother, initially berated Kenshin. However, when it came to significant matters, the little boy was surprisingly serious. You have a brother? I've never heard you mention it before. The crowd cast doubtful glances, clearly unconvinced. Well, due to the war, I was separated from my sister for a long time. Today marks our reunion. In a sense, it is indeed true, he explained. Really? Wow. The companions exclaimed, expressing their astonishment. Stop changing the subject. Your appearance today is quite timely. Standing before Kenshin with hands on her hips, she demanded, give me that song. What song? Kenshin replied, somewhat perplexed. The one lady had been singing earlier, the one for solitary nights, Kuriko reminded him. Is it Sakura Dance? Or perhaps that one? Kenshin paused momentarily before chuckling. Is it Bird's Poem? Yes, Bird's Poem. I won't give you Sakura Dance. Absolutely not. Without hesitation, Suner, hereafter referred to as Suner, extended her hand, insisting, hand over the score. Hey, you can't just demand it like that. This song is an original composition. Why should I give it to you? Kenshin protested vehemently. The song belonged to his memories, unique to him alone. Don't be like a lecherous old man, hiding something despicable. It's quite disgusting. He waved his hand dismissively, adding, you've had enough. Hurry up and write it down for me. Why should I just hand it over because you say so? If I don't want to, I simply won't. He twisted slightly, still indignant. Cough, cough. Kuriko interjected, stepping forward to pull Kenshin aside, away from the fuming Suner. To be honest, the day after tomorrow is Suner's first concert, and up until now, we haven't yet found a song that can captivate the audience. Hey, don't act like I have some obligation. I won't give you that song. Kenshin shot back, his gaze drifting back to the still irate Suner. He understood the significance of an in her life, regardless of why she chose to rename herself or pursue stardom. She is merely reminiscing in her own way. He mused with a wry smile. Well, Kuriko, the important things in life for someone like me, who has lost so much, are but remnants of a bygone era. Besides a few memories, there is hardly anything left for us. I refuse to share my memories with anything unrelated, especially with celestial beings. With that, Kenshin waved his hand and headed toward the door. Farewell, Kuriko. How about 5 million? Bird's poem for me, came Sunner's disdainful voice. Sure, Kenshin replied instantly. What about your principles? You were just being so sentimental. I almost believed you. So, for a mere 5 million, you're willing to sell your memories and soul? How naive of me to trust someone like you. Enough. Life is meant to look forward. All those unbearable memories can go to hell. Kenshin declared nonchalantly. Hey, you're contradicting yourself. I will never trust you again. If I do, I'll live stream myself eating watermelon. What do you even understand? 5 million could allow me to indulge that shameless red and white 50 times. That's a far heavier price than a mere song. I would become utterly haggard. Wait, did you just say something outrageous? Do you think I won't send you packing with a cannonball? Watch your back. After a moment of silence, Kenshin's expression darkened. Bird's poem is acceptable, but that other song. Well, the tsundere in her must have wanted to give it all along. Excuses. All mere excuses. What kind of song is Bird's poem? In the previous life, this song was akin to an anthem of the two-dimensional realm. Every time I listened to it, an indescribable feeling would wash over me. I did not comprehend it before. But now I realize it embodies the beauty of a millennium's liberation and the helplessness of never being able to be together again. Hey, are you really okay? Jin looked at Kenshin repeatedly until several veins bulged on Kenshin's forehead, prompting him to stand before Kenshin and stroke his chin, exclaiming, Damn it, why are you still alive? What's the benefit of my death to you? Kenshin replied expressionlessly. Well, first, you wouldn't have to repay any debts. And I could make quite a bit of money off this establishment. Jin grinned mischievously. Do you not want your little brother anymore? Kenshin, maintaining his stoic demeanor, unsheathed his sword and declared, I shall strike swiftly. You will not feel any pain. I swear by the name of my swordsmanship school. Hey, is the name of your school meant for such deeds? Jin retorted with fervor. Let us get to the point. I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Kenshin forcefully thrust his reverse blade into the ground, and then clutched his head in agony. Aoshi is a woman. What? Never mind. Let me first look for the time machine. Searching for Doraemon is futile. Jin punched him on the head. Calm down a bit. How can I calm down? Jin's eyes were bloodshot. You expect me to believe this fact? Aoshi. You tell me Aoshi is a woman. Ha. Aoshi is a woman indeed. Hey, calm down. Jin. Kenshin slapped Jin twice, finally rousing him from his stupor. You're not joking, are you? If Aoshi is a woman, how could we have slept together as children? Jin finally found a counter-argument. Did you forget he never bathed with us, or even peed in our presence? I initially thought he had a cleanliness obsession. Who knew such an astonishing truth was concealed? Now that I think about it, aside from that one time he rested his foot on my head, we were always separated while sleeping. Do you see the reality now? It is always so cruel and devoid of contemplation. What's the point of lamenting now? I can't believe it. She's actually a girl. Jin exclaimed, appending the coffee table of his soul. Is this the destruction of the world by a middle school girl? Kenshin, tell me this is just a show. In a certain sense, it is. This is indeed the essence of our narrative. I disdain you, author, he said, gesturing an obscene sign at the writer. You too must be tired of living. How dare you challenge my authority as the author? Do you want me to transform Sakata Jin into Sakata Jin Bell right now? Forgive me, dear author. I was wrong. Please, I beg for your mercy. TCH, regardless. He will change eventually. I will let you off this time. Ahem. Now what is the second matter? Jin said, assuming a serious demeanor. I ran into Kuriko. Huh. Chapter 148. Madao's daily life and the boss's routine. Ahem. Shall we begin? Is the broadcast starting? Is my appearance acceptable? All right, let us commence. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hasegawa Tyson. Wait, it's Tyson. Who is Tyson? I was once the illustrious head of the Immigration Bureau, brimming with confidence, commanding a cadre of subordinates who would heed my every call, reveling in my authority. Although in the presence of celestial beings, I was but a mere shadow. I was fortified by my own resolute will. Then, on that fateful day, I encountered 4 individuals. A bespectacled fellow, do call me Shinpachi, a voracious little girl, another of my kind, and a covert sadist. It was these 4 miscreants who led me to forsake my once promising future. Cough, in summary. I was relegated to the status of a commoner, compelled to commit seppuku. When I finally managed to escape home, I discovered that my wife and everything I held dear had vanished. In that moment, I couldn't help but ponder. Was it my encounter with that kindred spirit that precipitated my downfall? Subsequently, I found myself relentlessly pursued by various assailants. ultimately seeking refuge in the debauched streets of Kabukicho. I yearned for employment, yet inexplicably, every attempt ended in failure. Whether applying for a position as a waiter or a company employee, each endeavor was met with defeat, leaving me despondent. I began to comprehend why no one dared to pursue me to this place. It was fraught with peril. The police firing indiscriminately in the streets. A gorilla assaulting a bespectacled man. I have told you to call me Shinpachi. A colossal white dog rampaging about, not to mention a host of other peculiar beings. Surely, this was no place for me to linger. With each new encounter, I pondered whether I would be condemned to live under the burden of being deemed worthless. Yet, I had little to lose. I was already stripped of everything. Everyone insisted I remove my sunglasses. Was it truly required? Absolutely not. I had nothing left to give but these sunglasses, my sole vestige of dignity as a man. Then, at a nearby stall, I was unceremoniously beaten by someone who looked strangely familiar. Was it Jin-san? Do not place the blame on the bespectacled fellow. I reiterate, this is not my doing. Why, Shinpachi, what difference does it make whether I'm unable to sleep due to an uncomfortable bed? Perhaps I should attempt to navigate life with a bit more finesse. Thus, I relinquished my manly dignity, donned ordinary spectacles, and assumed the name Hasegawa Tyson, though I have clearly stated it as Taizu, not Tyson. I became a taxi driver, encountering a multitude of individuals and gleaning many insights. Where to, sir? To the cultural center. Yes, sir. It was only after becoming a driver that I realized having a destination was indeed a blessing. The exchanges were rather mundane. Woman, to the underworld. Man, to the underworld. Woman, to Kabukicho. Man, to Kabukicho. Man and an unknown creature, to the dawn of Edo. Man, you insufferable sadistic policeman. Isn't there a self-important man smoking over there? Hit him, but don't kill him. What shall become of me from this day forth? Where shall my path lead? Anywhere is acceptable, as long as I can drive. Perhaps with another lost soul like myself, there lies the potential for answers. Alas, it seems that I am fated to be at odds with this kindred spirit, for I have lost yet another job. However, why do I feel no sense of regret within my heart? Hee ha ha. Well, since I caused you to lose your job, how about I find you another one? Gintoki said. A job, you say? Regardless, I am at my wit's end, so I shall accept anything that comes my way. Then, I encountered that sadistic individual, not the one with gray hair, but rather that remarkably formidable figure, the one with red hair. Now that I think about it, haven't I seen him somewhere before? Ah yes, isn't there a wanted poster in the Immigration Bureau featuring someone resembling him? Oh, isn't this Mr. Hasegawa? Quite the warm greeting. Yet, it does not conceal the fact that you are a sadist. Subsequently, I noticed Gintoki and him whispering to each other. TSK. The feeling of being unable to control one's destiny is quite unsettling. Hey there, old man. I'm in need of a waiter. Are you interested? Of course. Why would I refuse? As long as it's work, I shall show you what I can do. In the following days, I experienced a sensation distinct from that of being a driver. I encountered numerous people and events, yet everything differed entirely from my previous conclusions. Oh, a special strawberry milk and red bean cake. Old man, just bring me anything. I'm absolutely famished. Hello, I am here to deliver this bento to the shopkeeper, Kenshin. Sister, bento cannot be delivered carelessly. It might trigger a true bento. How infuriating. Why on earth would Miss Ameo deliver food to that Kenshin fellow? How enviable. Oh, there's a distinctly different atmosphere here. It feels entirely unlike before. Lost in thought, I accidentally spilled ice cream on the clothing of a celestial being. You foolish creature. Do you have any idea how much this garment costs? Even selling you wouldn't cover it. You should kneel and repent. Yes. I'm so sorry. Indeed. If I navigate this situation with finesse, perhaps I can preserve myself, burying my former self deep within, allowing it to fade with time. Hey, what's this attitude? By the way, this cup of ice cream costs $1 million. How will you compensate for splattering it on your garment? The sadistic shopkeeper has arrived. What nonsense are you spouting, you monkey? Just apologize properly. Compensation? I didn't even ask for that. Didn't you see it coming? It seems I must seek another job. Were you kicked in the head by a donkey? Just compensate for my ice cream. $1 million. Do you even know who I am? The shogunate of your earth wouldn't dare speak to me this way. You. And what are you lot? Hey. Is your mouth always so foul? Clearly, your mother didn't teach you well. Do you understand this as a civilized society? Grabbing the celestial being by the collar. You're nothing more than a street sweeper. Just scurry along. Is this truly acceptable? The shop is unlikely to last. Am I truly resigning to avoid burdening it? Mr. Hasegawa, the manager, approached and patted my shoulder. Do not dwell on other matters. Live according to your convictions. How radiant. Your words nearly moved me to tears. Do not allow this luminous essence of your soul to be extinguished. Mr. Hasegawa, keep pressing on. Is that so? Hee. What an incongruous atmosphere. Finally, I understand the difference. The people here live according to their own desires, unwavering and unchanged, never drowning out their true selves. How absurd. I have finally found a place where I can truly exist. My hands instinctively clench my hat. Hey, Hasegawa, when is my strawberry milk and red bean cake coming? Silver. I feel I might starve. I am truly feeling the weight of age here. Thank you, Silver, Miss Meow, and the manager, Kenshin. Chapter 149. Hey, you short-seater, come here. For Kenshin, matters of the nation seem distant. Even the restoration movement is merely a means to save one person. Yet for those who survive here, it is of great significance. Thus, I have set up my stall. Rubbing my head, Kenshin sat somewhat bored in front of his shop, observing the passers-by with a sense of ennui. Can anything interesting happen to me? Hey, I'm here to help your business. I demand a half-price discount. A natural curly-haired fellow named Yui approached. Is that you, Jin? Ah, for the sake of the festivities, half price it is. Kenshin waved his hand. Mr. Hasegawa, please bring a large serving of fish balls. Hi. As he spoke, a creature named Madao radiated an unusual, vibrant energy, diligently working. Oh my, Mr. Hasegawa seems quite happy, said Jin, settling down. Allow me to introduce this individual, the renowned mechanic of Edo, Mr. Gingai. Hello, Kenshin waved. Since we are newly acquainted, Mr. Hasegawa, another serving, please. Thank you, young man, said Gingai, as the robot beside him departed. It truly is a robot. Kenshin leaned forward, peering curiously. Don't make a fuss, Jin teased. Taking a sip of his drink, this companion of mine also participated in the Restoration War. Do not underestimate me. He is quite the notable figure. Hey, are you fabricating stories? I merely manage a few unremarkable individuals, said Kenshin, calmly biting into a fishball. Hey, that was my order of fishballs. Why are you eating them first? No, one is missing. Silver, I absolutely will not pay. Jin stood up, visibly irate. If my son were still alive, he would likely be like you, observed Gingai, watching the interaction between Kenshin and Jin, a bittersweet smile on his face as he drank from his cup. Son, they both echoed. Though he has passed, Gingai's tone was calm, yet the underlying emotion was unmistakable, a profound pain. He had recklessly rushed to the battlefield, ultimately losing his life. The enthusiasm that lad possesses for machinery is undoubtedly on par with my own. In the past, we would tinker with robots together. And reflecting upon those moments now, I realized they were perhaps the happiest times of my life. Back then, my passion for manipulating robots was untainted by extraneous concerns. However, since becoming the foremost inventor in Edo, robots have transformed into mere tools for my ambitions. As I spoke, I set down my cup, inadvertently startling the two lost in contemplation. That insufferable boy left home in opposition to the person I had become. He never returned. With a firm grip on my glass, I continued. I heard you two have also seen the battlefield, correct? A somber voice resonated. What have you lost? Exchanging glances, Gintoki and Kenshin replied in unison. We've lost many companions. Have you never considered revenge? Gintoki and Kenshin were taken aback. Did you never think of retaliating against the shogunate or the celestials for your fallen comrades? How could we not have thought about it? Yet, igniting a war now would only jeopardize the precious companions I have painstakingly gathered. Old man, Kenshin remarked, glancing at Gintoki, as both turned their gaze toward the outside. I still need to make final adjustments. I must take my leave, said Kenshin, hastily setting down his cup and departing. Words unspoken lingered between them. An inexplicable feeling that something monumental was about to unfold tonight. Was it merely an illusion? Given that it was a festival, not everyone was obliged to accompany Mayo on her stroll through the streets. Kenshin expressed his disinterest, while Mayo wore an expression of sheer excitement. Indeed, no woman can escape the allure of shopping. As the fireworks erupted into a dazzling display above, it was also the moment for Jin Ei's performance. Kenshin took Mayo along to witness it. Amidst the vibrant fireworks, he observed the person beside him, her resolute face tinged with profound fatigue. Mayo felt a pang of sympathy as she gently squeezed his hand, lacking the courage to grasp Kenshin's hand firmly. This is sufficient, I assent it. There will always be time. Unaware of the sentiments of the person beside him, Kenshin entered a state of pure wooden demeanor, also known as harem mode, gazing indifferently at the sky, lost in thoughts unknown to him. Then, unseen by Kenshin, events, or rather, the plot, silently commenced. Ah, indeed, the more splendid the festival, the better. At the moment the sound echoed, Gintoki realized who stood behind him. In a flash, he drew his sword, but someone was quicker, seemingly anticipating Gintoki's move. The unsheathed blade pressed against Gintoki's hand, while its edge threatened his midsection. "Don't move," came the cold sneer. "Even the famed white Yasha can be ambushed from behind. Have you grown weaker, Gintoki? TCH, why are you here, Arai?" The unhesitating revelation of an unspoken truth slipped from his lips. "Oh, so you're aware now? Had it not been for what Kenshin told me, I would never have believed it. You, with such a flat chest, truly a runway. Am I to understand that you wish for death?" As she spoke, her previously concealed voice transformed into a raspy yet alluring tone. "Just watch closely. The spectacle is about to begin." And before Gintoki could fully comprehend the situation, a deafening explosion jolted him back to reality. "Old man, as he spoke, Gintoki expressed a sense of disbelief, recounting, "I once led a brigade of ghost soldiers, a band of volunteers. Among them was a man named Saburo, who was utterly inept at swordsmanship, yet possessed an unexpected talent for machinery. I merely sought to prove something to my father. Yet this fellow was unable to wield a blade in his father's presence. How outrageous!" Gintoki lamented, "We struggle so fiercely against the heavens. Yet the shogunate capitulates so swiftly. The ghost soldier brigade has been ruthlessly purged. Witnessing my son's head lying in the open sky, I need not elaborate on the agony that resides in a father's heart. Was it you who incited this, Isaka?" he questioned. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I merely released him," she retorted. "Within my very being, there has always been a dark beast howling in torment, incessantly crying out to slay them. You can hear it too, Gintoki, can you not? No. You, stripped of your fangs, cannot comprehend my current emotions," she continued. "Speak in a more composed manner. Isaka, you are a woman now, and such talk of beasts within one's body evokes improper thoughts. Hey!" On the stage, Shinpachi began to persuade the audience, while below, the demonized Kagura and Sugo swiftly dismantled the mechanical army. Gintoki cast a cold glance, seizing Isaka's sword from behind, blood trickling slowly down. "Such a mere beast. I too possess one, albeit mine is white. Its name is Sadaharu." With a nonchalant smile, Gintoki added, "I have no desire to inquire further about your affairs, for there is always someone overly concerned about your well-being. My patience with you is rather limited, and that person has arrived. Speak with him directly." With that, Gintoki shoved Isaka aside and leaped onto the platform. "Him? The one who just fled with a woman?" he scoffed, a peculiar discomfort stirring within him. "Oh, that was not fleeing. He merely took her to a safe location. Now let us discuss our matters, Isaka." As he spoke, a crimson figure emerged beneath the night sky, arriving at this pivotal location. Chapter 150. Indeed, this chapter is purely comedic. Then, Isaka made her exit. "What do you expect to say? Do you think Kenshin will simply abduct her and take her home for some humiliating play? You think too much, young ones. Isaka is free to come and go as she pleases. In such chaotic scenes, how could Kenshin allow Isaka to linger? Would he let the Shinsengumi capture her? Those eager to see the route of conquest will have to wait several hundred chapters. Nonsense." Thus, the honorable father of Gingai appeared on the wanted list. Coughs now. To address the matter at hand. Today's business remains quite ordinary, with no distinction from the usual. Upon learning that the Akihabara Holy War had commenced, Kenshin, having risen early that morning, dashed to the sacred ground with his bank card in hand, ready to indulge in a shopping spree. Ordinary it may be, yet upon reflection, there are black Zangetsu's Zanpakuto, the fourth Hokage's god robes, figurines of Miku, and life-sized body pillows. "Wait for me. I shall bring you home." His eyes glimmered with determination as he clenched his fists. "Anyone who stands in my way shall meet their end." "Hey, Kenshin." As the words were spoken, an ominous voice echoed from behind, stirring a sense of foreboding in Jinshin's heart. Turning around, she discovered it was the ever-spirited natural curl from the Odd Jobs agency. "Hey, Rizai, stay away from me. Every encounter with you brings nothing but misfortune. Today, I have a matter of great significance, a life-threatening crisis. Even if my shop were to be demolished, do not seek me out." With that, She accelerated, her small form darting away like a startled lamb. Hey, just how terrifying am I? If I can't find you today, my life is at stake too. For the sake of my precious head, you must accompany me to meet Meow. Hey, Jinshin. The lamb-like figure hastily quickened her pace, relentlessly pursuing Jinshin. Then you might as well hurry up and perish. Do not bother me. People like you are a waste of resources in this world, polluting the air and tearing through the atmosphere. Leave me alone. Accelerating once more. Flames erupted from the trachea of the lamb behind her. Why must I be the one to die? If I must perish, I shall drag you down with me. Come back. Come back. Gintoki bellowed. Damn it. Shinpachi, go pursue Jinshin, the owner of the Meow shop. Woof. Hey, Shinpachi, go bite that natural curl to death. I'll reward you with a colossal bacon hamburger and your favorite heart-shaped dog meal. Woof woof. Shinpachi, do not let food cloud your judgment. This is a test, a trial bestowed upon you by the heavens. Survive it, and you shall attain Bankai. You can become the Hokage. Shinpachi, Shinpachi, Yosh. Accelerate. If you have something to say, then speak. If not, I am pressed for time. Jinshin remarked, her gaze fleetingly landing on the disheveled Gintoki as she carried numerous items. Clearing her throat, her eyes drifted towards the figurine of the streamer's host. Though Gintoki would never admit to his envy. By the way, Meow is looking for you. I heard she went a bit mad this morning and nearly decapitated Shinpachi. Huh, nearly decapitated Shinpachi? Jinshin exclaimed in astonishment. In that case, you should return first. Let me put these items away and then we can talk. Once you've put those items away, you can receive my corpse at the dump, Gintoki replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Well, isn't that just splendid? Honestly, turning you into a sculpture to be collected wouldn't be too bad. Perhaps I should gift you to a wig shop, Jinshin mused, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. With a swift motion, Gintoki brandished a wooden sword, pressing it against Jinshin's throat, his expression contorted in annoyance. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and go. Tch, Gintoki. I'll remember this. As the two continued their bickering, the onlookers witnessed the owner of the Odd Jobs agency brandishing a knife against the owner of the Meow shop. Their quarrel echoed through the streets, gradually fading away. While their peculiar method of communication remained inscrutable to those around them, all that mattered in that moment was to smile. Upon arriving at the dojo, the sounds of frantic shouting from within could be heard from afar. Jinshin, expressionless, grasped the wooden sword firmly, then abruptly yanked Gintoki inside, tossing him into the room. On the way here, I happened to deal with a hentai. It didn't take much time, did it? She said with a slight smile, articulating each word with emphasis. No, no, no. Everyone exclaimed in unison, shaking their heads. What are you all doing? Seeing the individuals in the room busily burying something. Kenshin, filled with curiosity, inquired, what are you burying, landmines? In response, Hijikata seized the evasive Sugo, exclaiming, hey, your teacher is approaching. Wait. Are you trying to get us killed, Hijikata? I don't have a teacher. There's only one person who wants to chop me into pieces. And it's quite dangerous. Sugo remarked, scratching his head. Ah, my dear disciple is also here. Kenshin exclaimed. What's this? Have you decided to confront me in a final duel? Not at all, Kenshin-san. I'm here solely because Hijikata-san stole Miss Amao's underwear. I'm just here to conduct business. Now, I shall arrest you for harassment and the crime of lewdness towards a minor. Please do not resist. Every word you utter will be presented as evidence, Hijikata declared, producing handcuffs to restrain Hijikata. Can I kill this guy? Sugo exclaimed, his veins bulging. Burying landmines. Are you all preparing for a battle here? A fight to the death? Kenshin remarked, exasperated. I must confess, I am not one for fighting. No. It's simply because my sister's underwear was stolen, and everyone is preparing to catch the thief. Amao said, swiftly slicing the apple atop Shinpachi's head into countless minuscule pieces. Subsequently, a sweat-drenched Shinpachi exclaimed, this has escalated far beyond merely capturing someone. It's now about putting someone to death. Kenshin, rarely given to sarcasm, interjected, and why is the Shinsengumi also here? The citizens are being harassed. As police, it is necessary to protect them. Kondu, please refrain from speaking so nobly. Kenshin retorted. Look around. Does anyone here not have a twitching lip? Kenshin, you will assist me. One to you? Amao asked, smiling as she began to bury multiple landmines in the ground. Wait a moment. I need to place these things in first. Hey, Gintoki. Stop playing dead and come help me. With that, Kenshin rushed into his room in the Hodokan. Sina, bury it. Bury the entire yard with landmines. I must catch him. Reduce him to ashes. In a frenzied mode, Kenshin burst forth, digging and burying landmines, leaving everyone astounded. What on earth is happening, Kenshin? Hijikata-san, you've dropped your cigarette. Gintoki followed closely behind Kenshin, his expression devoid of emotion as he revealed a pink item in his hand, leading to a moment of collective realization. Chapter 151. Don't always assume everything is supernatural. In summary, after various mishaps, the group, having buried the landmines, ultimately forgot their locations, resulting in numerous humorous incidents. Yet, they successfully apprehended the underwear thief, who, by the way, had already been rendered unrecognizable by Kenshin's blows, accompanied by the lament of, "Am I truly unloved? Do I seem so unlovable? Who is it that did this to me?" Such sounds, accompanied by the indistinct location of landmines, were certainly the result of Kenshin's unparalleled speed. In the fleeting moment of stepping upon them, he departed instantaneously, yet he was still caught in the explosion. However, Kenshin felt little from it. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged absence from physical training that his prowess had diminished. The explosive noise that night led the entire street's residents to believe that the Hodoken was setting off firecrackers. Following the explosion, the Hodoken had transformed entirely, becoming pockmarked and uneven. This predicament burdened Kenshin and Shinta, as they spent an inordinate amount of time filling the holes. It appeared that after that fellow was captured, many despondent middle-aged men were reported to have wept. Nevertheless, these matters held little significance for Kenshin. Suddenly, the system issued a task: defeat the ghost. The plot had shifted. What was originally merely a farcical incident involving the Shinsengumi had transformed into a serious confrontation following the completion of Sugo's summoning ritual, which called forth the ghost to be vanquished. Hey, after all this, I feel as though I have grown weaker. Was my pulmonary illness never truly healed? And what on earth is this sealing of my limbs? Are my hands and feet akin to the arms and legs of a Kirin? Kenshin exclaimed. Well, after the end of the Bakamatsu, your consciousness began to lag behind your physical responses. It can be said that it is I who has constrained your limbs. Otherwise, your unrestrained physical prowess would render even the simple act of lifting a teacup to drink impossible. The system reappeared to assert its presence. So, I truly am less capable than before. Kenshin gritted his teeth in frustration. You ought to express your gratitude to me, Sogo. Without my intervention, how could you possibly maintain your daily life? Hey, let us communicate properly. Look at the mini-map. The red dot indicates the ghost's location. Before that, let me end your life. The narrative diverged significantly from the original storyline. At night, the Shinsengumi, who should have been terrified, were instead seated calmly and even engaging in banter. Mr. Hijikata, what kind of woman in red are we dealing with? Sogo inquired impatiently, rubbing his head. I cannot say, but it feels distinctly eerie. I can assure you, she is not human. Hijikata replied with composure. Hey, surely you don't believe in ghosts, do you? Gintoki's face paled as he clutched his left hand. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts. Mom, there's a man whose mind is clearly deranged. One day, I will eliminate you. You bastard. Hijikata appeared to harbor considerable resentment. Mr. Hijikata, if you were to see her again, would you recognize her at a glance? Sogo asked, unusually earnest. I suppose so, Hijikata said uncertainly. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Sogo's demeanor mirrored Gintoki's. Dad, quickly bring me a bandage. The larger, the better. Preferably one that can wrap around a person. Are you two little rascals rehearsing this in advance, just to annoy me? Hijikata's head was visibly throbbing with veins. Can we stop the nonsense already? Lend me a flame. There are so many mosquitoes. Shinta angrily asserted his presence. Jin-san, I'm hungry. Kagura looked at Gintoki with a pitiful expression. Pray tell, whose mischievous child is this? Silver Time feigned ignorance, exclaiming, How naughty of you, Jin-chan. As he spoke, he retrieved a bagged cake from his bosom. Poor child, don't you already have one? Silver Time bellowed. Well, one more wouldn't hurt, Kagura remarked, taking a bite with a nonchalant air. All these years of education have been in vain. Hey, whose child is this? It's so dark, so very dark, Silver Time shouted, clutching his face in dismay. Then, amidst Silver Time's continued outcry and the pained expression of Tohu, something finally appeared. Observing the dazed expressions of Shinpachi, Kagura, and Sugo, Silver Time and Tohu exchanged calm, yet mocking glances. No matter how much you resemble me, I shall never be deceived. You are far too inexperienced to trick me. In response, three figures took to their heels, accompanied by terrified screams. Exchanging glances, a foreboding sense crept into their eyes, yet they stubbornly retorted, "You are merely scaring us. After all, you are just children who won't fall for such tricks." At that moment, turning around, they found only a woman in a red dress with a distorted face looming behind them. "Good evening," she said, and after a long silence, the door was suddenly shattered. Silver time, and Tohu dashed away. "Hey, why are you running? By the way, glaucoma, don't you find it heavy behind you?" "I have no idea. Who knows? Shall we take a look? Together. We must go together. You must not deceive me. 1, 2, 3. The woman in the red dress coldly observed them. "Good evening. Now, let us shift our focus to Kenshin." Boom. With a single stroke, the shattered door burst open, and a blood-red specter soared forth, heading straight for the Shinsengumi atop the roof. A figure wielding a red blade leapt into action. 50. Where has it gone? The Shinsengumi. Kenshin smirked. "My dear disciple has truly accomplished something remarkable. What is the objective?" "Eliminate Mr. Tohu." "Oh, is that all? Then I shall return home." "Hey, how much do you dislike Mr. Tohu?" He would surely cry. If he were to hear this, he would weep uncontrollably. Do you believe it? Though he spoke of indifference. His swift steps betrayed him as he headed straight for the Shinsengumi. Do not presume that Kenshin genuinely wished to save him. This was merely a task. If the mission remains unfulfilled, I shall transform into a woman. Oh, wretched system. I simply wish to witness Mr. Tohu pass away peacefully. Must it be so? Are you certain it is a peaceful demise, and not one brought about by your vexation? Chapter 152. The boss's exorcism routine. I recall previously obtaining a card, all things severed, capable of cutting through beings not of this world. Unfortunately, I had fused it into the Mugen Muramasa. I wonder if my reverse blade can contend with it now. Fear not. The reverse blade cannot harm spirits, but in your hands, it can. The system assured confidently. "Oh, why is that?" Kenshin inquired with curiosity. As the fierce warrior of the Blade Club, he lamented while loosening his shoulders, observing the crimson-clad celestial being he had knocked unconscious. "It is fortunate that I, Gintoki, possess unparalleled bravery and an indomitable spirit," he declared with a chuckle. "Hey, there's an audacious adult here," Kagura exclaimed, poking the fallen figure with a stick, her curiosity piqued. "Should we deal with him properly?" she inquired, glancing at Gintoki with a hint of sleepiness. "Hang him from the tree and teach him a good lesson," Gintoki retorted fiercely, sensing the gravity of the situation. Hey, you shouldn't so casually declare your intention to act outside the law in front of the Shinsengumi," Hijikata remarked nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette. "Sugo, please escort our guest out." In an instant, Gintoki handcuffed Hijikata, stating, "You are now being escorted to the worst cell we have prepared for you." Hijikata, veins bulging on his forehead, shouted in frustration, "Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Look behind you, Hijikata." Gintoki and Kagura muttered in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless. Hey, using the same trick repeatedly loses its effectiveness. Or are you eager to find out if I truly fear ghosts?" Gintoki proclaimed, nostrils flaring. "Don't think that the same tactic will work on a Saint Seiya." Hijikata exhaled smoke defiantly. Kagura appeared to have lost her vigor, collapsing to the ground. "Shinpachi!" Gintoki exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure. "Shinpachi, wake up. What is happening?" "This is the Shinsengumi, and we do not offer places to sleep," Sugo remarked, scratching his head slowly. Gintoki remained silent, his gaze shifting to the true cause of the two's unconsciousness. Without hesitation, he swung his sword directly at Hijikata's head. Caught off guard, Hijikata had no time to draw his own blade and could only bow his head to evade the strike. "Do you wish to die?" he thought, as the cigarette slipped from his mouth, staring blankly at the red, translucent apparition hovering nearby. "Though I know not how you accomplished this. Do not presume that the same trick will work again. Speak the truth. What have you done to Shinpachi and Kagura?" His eyes gleamed with intensity as he pointed his blade at the specter. The specter did not respond, instead lunging downwards in an instant. Without hesitation, Gintoki swung his sword down, yet it passed through the entity without resistance. "What?" he shouted, "Glaucoma." The specter evaded without a word, darting aside to escape the attack. "Could this be real?" Sugo remarked nervously. "Damn it, no physical form. How is this possible?" Gintoki gritted his teeth. "If that is the case, how can I strike him? According to RPG logic, is he immune to physical attacks?" Then, before the anxious gazes of those present, a spinning blade pierced through the specter's form. Embedding itself before Gintoki and the others, followed by a chilling and harrowing wail. "What is this?" Gintoki shouted, covering his ears. "The reverse blade. Has he come as well?" A voice echoed from the void above. "Leave it to me." As the crimson figure descended before Jin and the others, Jin furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here?" Kenshin, scratching his head, remarked, "I followed this guy, but I have no idea why he's heading towards the Shinsengumi." "Fear not. I have a method to deal with him," Kenshin proclaimed, leaving behind a reliable silhouette as he approached the reversed blade. The atmosphere grew tense, and even Jin and his companions struggled to catch their breath. With a resounding shout, Kenshin's spirit surged. "Bankai! Hey, what the hell is this Bankai? Where did that come from? What kind of Bankai is that? This is a reverse blade. How can you use Bankai with it? Just because he's a ghost. You think you can match his identity like that? Where should I even start with my complaints?" Ignoring the three behind him, whose faces were contorted in disbelief, Kenshin coldly smiled. "It's time to end this." With a swift charge, he wielded the reversed blade, leaving a fissure in the earth, and then unleashed an upward strike. A blue sword aura shot towards the phantom in the sky. The phantom scattered, narrowly evading the blow before swiftly regrouping. My spiritual energy is depleted," Kenshin lamented, slapping his head in frustration. "Depleted my foot," came the retorts from the trio behind him. "All right, let's get serious." He turned to face the three. "My dear disciple, this creature is your doing. Do you comprehend the wish you made?" "Me?" Toguro pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. Could it be that ritual from that night? The ritual? What ritual? Jin asked curiously. "Oh, it's nothing much. Just a summoning ritual for evil spirits I performed one night." Toguro shrugged. "I wished for Mr. Hijikata to die. Can I kill you?" Hijikata roared, utterly furious. "So, for this ghost, there's only one way to disappear," Kenshin continued, prompting Toguro to add, "Let Mr. Hijikata die." "Wait a minute. So that means I should just die? What is this? Is my life worth so little?" "Absolutely not. Don't even think about it." Hijikata raged on. Before he could finish, Hijikata's hands were seized. "I'm sorry, but please do hurry up and die," Jin said, his indifferent gaze betraying a remarkable emotion. "Never. No way." Hijikata struggled fiercely. Meanwhile, the two others, realizing the gravity of the situation, exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "Wait. I'm saying wait. Death. Hold on. Can't we talk this out? Hey, ghost lady, how about I treat you to some mayonnaise? Hey, speak up. Mayonnaise is delicious. It's a rare delicacy. Hey, I'm trying to communicate. Let's discuss our life aspirations. Stop it. Stop it." In the dead of night, a chilling and sorrowful scream pierced the silence, provoking heartache in those who heard it and laughter in those who witnessed it. As for me, I couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 153. A life unlived is a life unfettered. After Mr. Tafuka feigned death, the specter dissipated as expected. Over the past few days, the absence of troublesome occurrences allowed Kenshin to breathe a sigh of relief. With such antics daily, no one could endure it indefinitely. Glancing at this morning's newspaper, I chuckled at the absurdity of reports claiming a kappa had emerged, leading to the suspension of a development project. Truly laughable. Surely, there could be no kappa. Perhaps it was merely some bizarre, celestial being. Nevertheless, that kappa looked rather familiar, as did the ensemble accompanying it. Setting the newspaper aside, business proceeded as usual. In the sweltering summer heat, even the air seemed impatient, likely to drive customers to purchase a cup of ice cream and depart swiftly. Indeed, I must admit I prefer winter over summer. My fingers brushed against the hilt of my sword, and my once dull eyes regained a flicker of vitality. After completing my mission, the faint pain in my chest that had accompanied strenuous exertion vanished, and my right hand had seemingly broken free from its seal, transforming into the so-called Kirin arm. What nonsense! This is merely my right hand, the hand that wields my sword. In the realm of Yu-Gi-Oh cards and RPGs, it is labeled as the right hand of Himura Kenshin. It is certainly not a Kirin arm. Casting a sidelong glance, I realized that although I was reading the morning newspaper, it was no longer morning. The vibrant streets of Kabukicho shone brightly, betraying the night. Rising, I called out, "Mr. Hasegawa, the shop is in your hands. Please lock up after me. I shall step out for a drink." "Got it. The manager is so verbose," came the impatient reply. "Take good care of Rabbit." With that, I stepped outside, mounting my little sheep, and as I turned a corner past a villa, I spotted Gintoki and a woman with striking silver-gray hair scaling a high wall. "Hey, is that the Shinsengumi?" "There's a foolish, naturally curly-haired individual attempting to steal something. Right here in the front part of Kabukicho. Hey, Kenshin, what have you done? What have you done? Gintoki shouted from atop the wall. Oh, nothing, I waved dismissively. Riding away on my little sheep, unwilling to linger. My extraordinary intuition warned me. This was yet another troublesome affair. I've already called the police. You best hurry, I declared, riding off and leaving a trail of dust in my wake. Why must I encounter you in every endeavor? This is a blemish. A lifelong stain for Sakata Gintoki. All right, darling, hurry and accompany me to meet my father. With a dramatic flair, Gintoki kicked open the door to Shinyu's shop the following morning, swaggering inside. Followed by the incessantly pleading Shinpachi and the ever-curious Kagura, whose expression suggested she was eager to join the fray. Whoosh! A blade of energy sliced through the air, shattering a massive stone across the river. I'm so sorry. Truly, I apologize. I mumbled, bowing my head in utter shame. As I had predicted. Indeed. Jinsan's actions are truly reckless. Shinpachi adjusted his glasses and confidently uttered this phrase from a fresh perspective. Why Shinpachi? Who is that? I am Shinpachi. Why must I evolve into Shinichi? And then into Konin-kun? How absurd. He boldly exclaimed. What on earth brings you to strut in here so early? Kenshin retracted the small knife he was using for his meal and remarked, perhaps I might show you mercy and spare your life. Humph. The wisdom of mortals has little bearing on someone of my stature, as I am destined to soar into the heavens. At present, you remain tethered to the ground, a mere shadow of my existence. The disparity between our realms is staggering, Jinsan declared, lifting his chin defiantly. Should I mention? If I were not intentionally suppressing my spiritual pressure, neither Shinigami nor humans could perceive my presence? Kenshin cast a sidelong glance at Jinsan and quipped. Is Jinsan suffering from a late-stage jump uncle syndrome? You can only flaunt your status in this moment. Jinsan scoffed. Kagura, present the proof of flight. As his words echoed, Kagura leapt into the air and with a flourish, produced a ticket. What is this? So it's just that? Kenshin yawned nonchalantly. Isn't it a perfect match? He then produced an identical ticket. The three members of the Odd Jobs agency widened their eyes at the nearly identical tickets and simultaneously exclaimed, is it a duo? Or a first-class cabin? So, Jin-san, is this the reason for your arrogance before me? My level now surpasses yours by a considerable margin, despite your recent ascension to level 10. With a sly smile, Kenshin continued, ahem, that's merely an illusion. Chuckling foolishly, Jin-san scratched his head, wonderful. Now my sister can join as well. Shinpachi was the first to cheer. Is the big sister going too? Kagura exclaimed joyously, that's splendid. Oh, let us gather tomorrow beneath the Odd Jobs agency. Although he anticipated that being with these three would spell trouble, perhaps an unexpected turn of events awaited. What a naive thought. Yay. Kagura cheered, fantastic. Kenshin can join too. Otherwise, we might as well let Jin-chan remain at level 1 forever. Hey, am I truly destined to remain at level 1 forever? I can defeat monsters, you know. I can level up too. Then, Amaya entered, clad in a pink kimono. Kenshin, what do you need me for? She smiled as she gracefully sat beside him, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Oh, I just realized that we've known each other for so long, and I've never taken you out for fun. Would you like to join me? To the cosmos? The cosmos? She echoed with curiosity, but her gaze fell on the 2 tickets on the table. The cosmos, you say? What's wrong, Amaya? Kenshin asked. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought you had finally come to your senses. It's rather sudden, and I'm not quite prepared yet. Fear not, Kenshin grinned. I will handle that big gorilla. Come with me to the cosmos without worry. Jinshin failed to grasp the ambiguity of his words, while Miao, who had misinterpreted them, felt a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, though neither Jinshin nor Exion Baji noticed. What's the matter? You seem a bit distracted. Jinshin murmured quietly to the person beside him, not bothering to turn his head. Huh. Miao responded, momentarily confused, before realizing, it's nothing. Don't overexert yourself. If anything happens, I'll be here for you. A flicker of dazed understanding crossed Jinshin's eyes. Indeed, no matter where he was, she always stood behind him. Right. Chapter 154. The so-called dreams are insignificant before one's nature. In the heart of Edo stood a towering structure known as the Space Terminal. A place where spacecraft would dock and take off, serving as the nexus between Earth and the cosmos. This location was deemed by the Loyalists as the root of all evil, and it was also the target of Jinshin and his companions. As they sat aboard the spacecraft, Jinshin's mind wandered back to the chaotic scenes they had enacted, moments that stubbornly lingered in his memory. He recalled how Gintoki, that fool, had the audacity to flirt with the receptionist, and how Kagura and Chinchillo had bitten someone's head off. What if they demand compensation? I can only imagine Gintoki selling himself to pay the debt. Gazing out at the universe, he pondered the dazzling beauty that concealed the deepest of perils. Jinshin gently offered Miao, presenting him with a bento. I made this for you this morning. It's still warm. Startled, an unusual emotion stirred within him, but was swiftly quelled. He took a bite of the rice ball, crafted with great care, and remarked, the flavor is quite delightful. Your skills are improving at this rate. I might just eat myself into blissful oblivion. As he spoke, his gaze turned towards the cosmos, just in time to witness a pink nebula drift by. Suddenly, Miao seemed to grasp something profound. Jinshin, I wish to know certain things. Huh? He looked at her, puzzled. Understanding you has always been shrouded in legend, Miao said, tightening her grip on her clothes as she sat cross-legged. I want to know the real you, not the mythical figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads and 6 arms. Jinshin mused. Isn't that a tale from the celestial serpent? What could that blind celestial being possibly discern? It was clearly the dragon's nest. Yet he claimed it was 3-headed and 6-armed. There must be limits to blindness. He rambled on, caught in his own musings. Miao chuckled softly, but her eyes darkened. Are you unwilling to share? Ask me anything you'd like, he encouraged. Raising her head, she found herself captivated by the intensity of Jinshin's gaze, and in that moment, many things became clear to her. I want to know what aspects of those seemingly credible legends are, in fact, true. Legends, you say? My legend is vast. Kenshin remarked with a smile. What you wish to know most is whether I truly killed the 2 women I loved. Let me tell you. Yes, it is true. Is it really so? A legendary figure, irrespective of their actions, remains a legend. Even the simplest love, in the eyes of others, becomes a tale of lore. The legendary figure fell in love with the girl who brought fame to this narrative, thus transcending the ordinary. Well, it's nothing significant. So many years have passed. Who remembers so clearly? Kenshin nonchalantly turned his gaze toward the cosmos. Isn't it? It was a long time ago. When you entered the general's mansion at 10:16 p.m. to rescue me, Q-chan, and the priestess, that was 10 years ago. Yet, I still remember. It wasn't an extraordinary event, nor was it deeply etched in memory, but I remember. Work must be quite arduous, right? Indeed. Some people are incredibly difficult to please, lacking in manners. At such moments, it's best to smash the wine bottle with a smile. That is precisely what I do. Thus, their conversation, under mutual intent, faded into ambiguity. Suddenly, the spaceship shook violently, and Miao stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Kenshin, quick as lightning, caught her in his arms. With no time to spare to notice the flush on Miao's face, he pushed open the door to the first-class cabin, revealing several masked individuals on the ground, along with Gintoki and the others. With a resounding slap, he declared, my long-awaited holiday journey has indeed encountered these troublesome individuals. Hey, Gintoki, what is happening? Kenshin, still holding Miao tightly, confronted the trio from the Odd Jobs agency. The hijackers have been subdued, but they activated the bomb. The spaceship is in peril. Gintoki spoke gravely. Gintoki, what should we do? Miao, with a quivering voice, inquired, as she instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. Do not fear, Kenshin reassured her softly. Just then spotting a familiar figure. Tachibana. Both Gintoki and Kenshin exclaimed simultaneously. Whoever it is, does anyone know how to pilot the ship? The flight attendant shouted in panic. Gintoki and Kenshin exchanged a knowing glance, revealing their unspoken understanding. Kenshin handed Miao to Shinpachi and stepped firmly onto the spaceship's floor, making his way to the propulsion chamber, while Gintoki seized Tachibana's hair and rushed toward the cockpit. All right, next. Upon reaching the propulsion chamber, Kenshin's eyes sharpened as he retrieved his reverse blade sword, Moonlit Crescent, in a pillar-shaped transformation. Instantly, a surge of energy shattered the damaged door of the propulsion chamber, generating a powerful gust at the rear of the spaceship, propelling it forward. Full release. The energy within him flowed at an unimaginable speed. Yet, this was inconsequential. As long as they could safely land on that planet, that was all that mattered. Gintoki, now all hope rests upon you. Kenshin. Hey, Kenshin. In a haze, it seemed as though someone was calling out to him. With a sense of confusion, Jinshin opened his eyes. only to have all joy evaporate upon seeing the curly-haired figure before him. A sharp pain throbbed in his forehead. He clutched his head and sat up, acutely aware of his body's frailty. Indeed, he was utterly depleted of energy. As long as everything is fine, he murmured, releasing a sigh as Gintoki fanned himself, exclaiming, "It's so hot." Kenshin gazed into the distance, met with an expanse of endless yellow sand upon a desolate planet, devoid of any semblance of human civilization. It appeared to be a veritable dead end. "Ah, ha ha ha, Jinkuen, it's been a while." Chiyama approached, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. "I never expected to run into you. What a delightful surprise." Jinshin's expression shifted. "But I am Kenshin. This is the last time I will remind you." "Ah, ha ha ha." Jinkuen hasn't he changed much. Still as humorous as ever. Before Chiyama could finish his sentence, a reverse blade struck the deck. "Sister!" A piercing cry drew Jinshin's attention, and he turned to see. "Hey, Shinbachi. How is Miao doing?" In an instant, he was at Shinbachi's side, noticing Miao's agonized expression, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. During the spaceship's descent, the tremors had caused his sister to collide with a pillar. Now, in this sweltering heat, she was struggling. Shinbachi was calm during lunch, but even Kagura appeared listless. And the night rabbit, who despised sunlight, was suffering in such a harsh environment. "Damn it." Jinshin pulled out a pill from his pack and fed it to Miao, watching her expression gradually improve, finally allowing him to relax his furrowed brow. "Everything is all right now. I'll go look for some water over there," Gintoki said as he prepared to move aside. "Wait, you can't go. Gintoki, you mustn't go near that river," Shinbachi exclaimed, clutching Gintoki tightly. "Aha! What are you talking about? It's right over there," Gintoki said as he hoisted Shinbachi along to the other side. "You're not in any better condition either," Shinbachi retorted angrily. Then, in this moment of near despair, a spaceship descended, finally bringing forth hope. "Is it Chiyama's fleet?" Jinshin smiled at Miao. "That guy has finally made a name for himself. He is faring far better than we ever did." "Hey, Jinshin-san," Shinbachi exclaimed, rushing over to support Miao. "We're saved." Ah. Upon boarding the spaceship, Jinshin noticed that Chiyama had an assistant who was a girl. Something felt off. Could it be? "Yo, Chiyama. You seem to be doing well." Jinshin approached Chiyama. "Why didn't you wait for me before leaving?" "Ah, ha ha. If I had waited for Jinkuen, I would have missed the last flight," Chiyama said with a grin, scratching his head. "And I believe that Jinshin would forgive me." "Huh. Honestly, you." Jinshin sighed, glancing at Gintoki, who was guzzling water. "Are we returning to Earth?" No. One cannot sway the hearts of people with mere force. It is not ideology, but rather interests that govern. I have yet to discover a harmonious coexistence between Earth and the Celestials, and until I do, I cannot return," he stated, then instantly reverted to his foolish demeanor. "Of course, I will stay on Earth. After all, I do prefer the women there." "Ah." Jinshin gazed at Chiyama with wide, fish-like eyes. "Wait, Chiyama, what is that behind you?" Kenshin appeared to have suddenly perceived something, hesitantly uttering, "Ah ha ha? What are you saying?" "Kenshin, is there something behind me?" Without waiting for Liao to respond, he turned around and beheld a multitude of writhing tentacles. "What? Am I hallucinating as well?" "Although you say so, the tentacles are already coiling around your waist." "Hey, it's all an illusion. Do not worry, haha." "Illusion, my foot." Just as Kenshin was about to charge forward, he stumbled, his weakened body unable to rescue Chiyama, missing the opportune moment. "Gintoki," he bellowed, drawing forth a cup of Vitality Sundae. Vitality Sundae restores maximum stamina and energy within 1 minute upon use, during which combat is prohibited. Understood. In that instant, a figure leapt from the spaceship, delivering a slashing blow to the tentacle and seizing Chiyama. "Chiyama, it's up to you now, Gintoki." Gritting his teeth, Kenshin moved to the opposite side of the spaceship. "Wait for me for 1 minute." Chapter 155. To eliminate you for the greater good of magical girls. TCH. Is it the sound of the spaceship that roused such a creature? The overlord of this planet, the sandworm, typically resides beneath the desert. With a hat that shaded his face but bore an icy demeanor, Liao provided an impromptu lesson, regrettably without earning any reward points. "Hey, Mr. Chiyama. Mr. Chiyama." His hands flailing uncontrollably, Chiyama babbled incoherently. "Hurry and save me." "Understood," Liao replied, lowering the brim of his hat. "Cannon ready. Target, sandworm." "Hi." The crew members adjusting the cannon responded in unison. Boom. As one of the tentacles was severed by Gintoki, perhaps sensing the pain. The sandworm abruptly emerged from beneath the desert, its enormous and comical form obstructing the spaceship, while countless tentacles began to ensnare it. Is it trying to drag the spaceship down with it? Liao, unaffected by the tremors of the ship, gritted his teeth and muttered. The enormous sandworm revealed a flicker of fury in its tiny eyes. Even though the massive spaceship had yet to act, this diminutive creature was severing my limbs. Swish! Countless tentacles lunged toward Gintoki and Chiyama, who were desperately adjusting their positions in midair, intent on capturing these two insignificant beings to devour them. Humph! With a cold snort, Chiyama and Kenshin stood back to back. One wielded a wooden sword, severing all in his path, while the other displayed sharp shooting skills, swift and precise. This duo's synergy allowed them to safely land on the spaceship, with the tentacles merely fracturing and falling onto the deck or into the desert below. Yosh! At this moment, perhaps I should take a break. Aru suddenly became animated, yet in an instant, he seemed to wilt, as if the sunlight here greatly affected him. Kagura-chan! He exclaimed, supporting Kagura, left hand for my sister, right hand for Kagura. Looks like a winner in life. Chiyama, let us coordinate once more. A swiftly moving silhouette advanced towards the artillery, severing numerous tentacles along the way. Meanwhile, Chuma demonstrated remarkable reflexes, his marksmanship rapid and agile, extinguishing tentacles that Gintoki could not reach. Gintoki, intrigued, remarked on Chuma's impressive shooting skills. Just as a powerful energy projectile grazed Gintoki's forehead, he exclaimed, "Careful! You almost hit me. I could have been finished on my quest to defeat the boss." Chuma chuckled. "Ah, that was merely an accident. Don't be foolish. You're the one who's the most sinister, aren't you? Isn't it said that all natural cuts are black?" With a nonchalant tone, Chuma dispelled the obstructing tentacles from his view. No longer hesitating, he commanded, "Fire." With that order, the artillery emitted a brilliant flash, striking the sandworm. The creature let out a tormented roar, indicating it had been wounded. Did we succeed? Both Chuma and Gintoki pondered simultaneously. As the two who triggered the death fight beheld the sandworm, they noted it was gravely injured, yet still alive. An eerie sound reverberated through the desert, prompting a shared glance between Gintoki and Chuma. Although they were uncertain of the creature's intentions, they instinctively knew it was not a good omen. With a determined spirit, Gintoki took a few steps back, leaped onto the railing with such force that it bent, and soared high, transform into slime and grant me experience. If only his strike had landed on the creature's head, it might have been a different story. Unfortunately, the sandworm sensed the impending danger and presented its toughest armor to Gintoki. His strike only marred its back, leaving a bloodstain but no further impact. "Chuma," Gintoki urged, as Chuma's sunglasses glinted with determination. He fired his weapon, swiftly eliminating all tentacles encroaching upon Gintoki. "Hurry up!" Without hesitation, Gintoki sprinted onto the metallic surface of the ship, using the rippling surface to propel himself upward. The sandworm attempted to thwart him, but Chuma's marksmanship was too formidable. As Gintoki ascended, his eyes narrowed, seizing a fleeting opportunity. He leaped from the ship's exterior, becoming a streak of silver aimed directly at the sandworm. The creature, clearly caught off guard, could not evade as Gintoki plunged into its skull. A painful roar erupted, causing Gintoki to flinch. After all, it was a colossal beast, and now enraged. "Gintoki!" At that moment, Shinpachi bellowed, while Kagura, shrouded in shadows, summoned all her strength to throw a rope. Gintoki grasped it tightly. "Now's our chance, Kagura!" Shinpachi shouted, with excitement. Kagura seized the rope, unleashing the full force of her night rabbit strength, lifting Gintoki into the air. Chuma, unwilling to be outdone, reloaded his weapon and continued to provide exceptional support. Then, unexpectedly, chaos ensued. An unexpected crisis erupted, accompanied by incessant roars. The desert surrounding the spacecraft began to tremble restlessly. Luao, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, "This is bad. It has summoned its companions." "What?" As the incredulous words fell, 3 sandworms, visible amidst the swirling yellow sands, enveloped the spacecraft. Upon recognizing the panicked humans aboard, the sandworms seemed to grow excited, flailing their tentacles as they began their pursuit. "These are all food," Luao muttered in disgust. "Where is Kenshin?" Gintama shouted, severing a tentacle. "Ahaha, I have no idea," said Chuanma, grinning foolishly after dispatching a tentacle aimed at Luao. "Oh no." Kagura, confined to the shadowy area, remained formidable, her strength akin to that of the night rabbit. Are they intent on capturing humans? Gintama remarked grimly. They need to lay their eggs on creatures like us. Then, once hatched, the young will burrow out of the host and devour it. Ultimately, humans are their preferred breeding ground for little sandworms, Liu Ao said with evident revulsion. TCH. Such a strong sense of déjà vu like aliens? Gintama scoffed. Fear not. A voice emerged from behind, followed by a reverse blade resting upon Gintama's shoulder. The entwined air currents illuminated both blades with a blue hue. We will escape from here safely. I have every confidence in that. The man, sporting a cross-shaped scar and a broad smile, appeared before them. Gintama. Oh, crescent moon slash, silver cross. The silver cross blade energy struck the head of the sandworm, cleaving it in two, blood and flesh scattering across the desert. The ensuing blood scent attracted countless sandworms. With a tremor, he directed the air currents partly into Gintama's body. They exchanged a glance before raising their blades in unison. Crescent moon slash. X2. The blades unleashed a force that surpassed individual efforts, the fierce energy slicing through the surrounding sandworms, leaving the crew aboard the spacecraft to experience the depths of despair. A glance revealed countless sands swirling, the desert rising irregularly, visible sand mounds expanding, causing the spacecraft to become increasingly unstable. Gintama, the ship is in your hands. With that, Kenshin bellowed, Chuanma. Understood. Stowing his firearm, Chuanma recognized the gravity of the situation and urged Liu Ao towards the ship's engine room. Let me descend to deal with those tentacles, Kenshin declared, attempting to leap from the spacecraft, only to be seized by Gintama. Have you lost your mind? The tentacles have a firm grip on the base of the ship, and we cannot ascertain how many are below. We cannot take off without clearing them out. Kenshin forcefully shook off Gintama's hand and leapt down. Kenshin, Gintama shouted, trying to follow, but several tentacles obstructed his path. With a flash of determination, he swiftly severed the tentacles, yet Kenshin's figure had vanished. Damn it! As Jin observed the precarious situation behind him, realizing his own existence was fading, he abandoned the pursuit of Kenshin and turned to stabilize the chaos. Just then, at the moment Kenshin leaped from the spaceship, several enormous mouths opened below, seemingly poised to feast upon him as he descended. Kenshin, with a cold smile, swung his sword in a horizontal arc. The sword's aura surged downward, erupting in a shower of crimson blossoms. With a roar, one of the mouths lunged upwards, attempting to bite him. Kenshin spun midair, only to be swallowed whole by the very maw that had sought to consume him. Dragon Twister, second strike, he exclaimed. The impact shattered the esophagus below, and Kenshin gradually landed on the back of a sandworm, while the creature that had devoured him lay defeated, blood pooling on the desert sands. Stabilizing his stance, Kenshin surveyed the scene beneath the spaceship, which was nearly overwhelmed by writhing tentacles. Every visible spot was ensnared by their grasp, leaving little hope for escape underground. Frustration gnawed at him. This was an almost insurmountable predicament. Suddenly, a rush of wind behind him signaled an incoming attack. Kenshin leapt high to evade it, twisting in midair. And after 3 rotations, his red sword aura ignited the air with sparks. The sandworm, caught in the convergence of his dragon twister and crescent moon strike, stood no chance of retaliation. Its body was cleaved apart, and the relentless sword energy carved a long, crescent-shaped trench in the desert, sand cascading inward like a funnel. With narrowed eyes, Kenshin landed deftly on a writhing tentacle, then leaped again onto another, continuously vaulting until he reached solid ground nearby. If he could magnify his crescent moon strike to a sufficient size and sharpness, perhaps he could exploit this relatively loose terrain. A flicker of determination crossed his gaze. Now it depended on whether Chizuma could synchronize with him. A booming sound erupted as a surge of blue energy shot forth, surrounding Kenshin. The azure currents began to coalesce around the reverse blade in his hand. Technique of the Divine. 3. Sky Cleaver. The speed of the energy's condensation accelerated, transforming into a gray, translucent gas that solidified, enveloping the reverse blade, and forming a colossal sword measuring 5 meters in length and 1 meter in width. Kenshin felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Utilizing this technique was dreadfully taxing. Yet, no matter the difficulty, he resolved to persevere. With unwavering determination, he grasped the massive sword and charged towards the spaceship. The crew aboard the spaceship witnessed this astonishing scene. That guy? Jin gritted his teeth. Everyone, brace yourselves. Chizuma. Have faith. came the reply. Ah, sky-soaring dragon flash. A thunderous roar accompanied the gathering energy, even tugging the spaceship slightly closer. In an instant, Kenshin found himself beneath the vessel, the colossal sword poised at the junction where the spaceship met the desert. Give it to me. Forward. Veins bulging with fury. The celestial dragon of the skies found itself hindered for the first time, unable to advance. The giant sword, with a resounding crack, swept through the air. Chuma, ascend. Jinsen bellowed, promptly placing a foot upon the railing. With keen precision, he focused on the surroundings of the sword's heart, ready to strike at any mound of earth that might appear. Sword energy, prepare. Boom. The spacecraft's engines roared to life once more, propelling itself upwards with all its might. Gradually, a minuscule gap began to form between the vessel and the desert below, a mere sliver, yet sufficient. With a rallying cry, the giant sword lodged itself into the fissure, and the sword's heart surged forward without hesitation. In this tense standoff, the spacecraft's underside was ensnared by a multitude of suction cups, which tightened their grip as the vessel ascended, revealing themselves in the process. The sword's heart, still grounded upon the desert, glinted with a cold resolve. Release me. Like a cunning maneuver from the grasslands, the sword's heart retreated a few paces, then spun, delivering a powerful horizontal slash that severed the suction cups entirely. With the bindings shattered, the spacecraft surged skyward in an instant. By the heavens! Chuma, the sword's heart is still down there, Jinsan exclaimed in alarm. Leaping from the ship as the new Baji provided a timely assist, launching a rope that Jinsan grasped firmly. However, at that moment, a distinct white tentacle emerged, striking down the partially exposed new Baji. Alongside, Miao Inseng plummeted as well. New Baji, came a terrified cry. Jinsan, having descended before new Baji, found himself unable to grasp the ladder, falling helplessly through the air. You fool, do you not comprehend the urgency of the situation? A voice echoed, and beneath the white tentacle, a red figure ascended, stepping upon the tentacle and, with a deft reversal, delivered a slashing blow to Jinsan's chest. Crescent moon sky surge. In a contrasting reaction, the sword's heart descended a few paces, while Jinsan was propelled aloft by the undamaged sword energy. Seizing the opportunity, Jinsan grasped new Baji, and together they soared higher than the spacecraft itself. Miao is no magical girl. This tentacle extends to such heights. Has the boss finally emerged after slaying so many minions? With a swift horizontal slash, Jinsan severed the tentacle, cradling Miao in his arms. Facing downward, the eyes of humanity met the gluttonous gaze below for the first time. Ah, this will be our last encounter. With a cold smirk, Jinsan unleashed a barrage of sword energy, sending sand and debris flying around the insect king, obscuring the view. Jinsan, came a thunderous shout from the spacecraft. As a long rope descended, without hesitation, Jinsan seized the rope, halting his fall in midair. Hey, Jinsan, Chuma. Below, the sword's heart displayed a broad grin. What excellent teamwork. As the burdensome weight was momentarily lifted, both Gintoki and Shinpachi wore faint smiles, a rare harmony that had been long awaited. Chapter 157. I am merely a courier. You may continue. This was an event from 3 days prior. Those who accepted the government compensation bore no grievances, particularly the trio from the Odd Jobs agency. In comparison, embarking on a journey seemed less practical than receiving direct cash. After much anticipation, the Odd Jobs trio decided to indulge in a hot pot, although in the end, it was merely Kagura who devoured it all. This was of no concern to Kenshin. After rescuing Kaoru and safely landing the ship, he promptly took her to the hospital, where she remained admitted. Kenshin stayed by her side, refusing to leave even for a moment. Wasn't he supposed to attend the shop? Outside, the summer sun painted the windowsill with warmth, and through the partially opened window, a glimpse of lush greenery was visible. A gentle breeze stirred the white curtains, carrying whispers to the person lying beside him, a picturesque scene interrupted by a voice. Ah, it was Mr. Hasegawa, shifting a chair to the bedside. Noticing Kaoru's pallid face, Kenshin gazed intently at her. What is it? His gentle eyes fixed on her, Kaoru softly replied, Oh, it's nothing. As she tousled her hair playfully, she asked, Are you hungry? With a soft chuckle, she added, Kenshin, your flirting is rather weak. Please don't expose me, Kenshin retorted impatiently. I apologize for putting you in such a perilous situation. It's nothing, she smiled, her gaze drifting to the fluttering white curtains. The breeze lifting her hair and refreshing the air within the room. They say space travel entails adventure, right? She turned to Kenshin, a slight smile gracing her lips. This journey has been truly exhilarating. For a moment, silence enveloped them, the only sound being the whispering wind connecting their breaths. What sort of feeling was this? It was a tranquility that almost brought tears. Kenshin, Kaoru, fell silent once more. Did you want to say something just now? He chuckled softly. Kenshin, you mustn't mimic me. Kaoru playfully winked before expressing her grievance to him. It was an accident, Kenshin said, gazing out the window. Absorbing the beautiful scenery before turning back with a smile, it was indeed an accident. Kaoru paused, taken aback by his radiant smile. Was this the essence of a genuine smile? Though I am aware of my own handsomeness, please refrain from staring. It makes me shy, Kenshin teased. Humph, you vain creature. Yet, I can't blame you, Kaoru replied, recalling how the manager often lamented, it's truly a shame that we didn't capture you, Kenshin. Kaoru wiggled her nose and propped herself up. My level is far too low compared to the manager's. I'm merely a level 20 warrior. While the manager's realm is beyond my reach. Kenshin gently cradled her, placing a pillow behind her, the distance between them never having felt so diminished. As their gazes intertwined, reflections of each other shimmered in their eyes. Kenshin lowered his eyelids and murmured, I'm feeling hungry. Kenshin was momentarily taken aback. His eyes mirroring Myo's face, which, though not conventionally beautiful, radiated a certain purity. Could those eyes speak? Which to choose? The specially crafted red bean cake or the signature sweet soup from Myo's house? So many options, why are they all sweet? Because this is Myo's dessert shop, everything here is delightfully sweet. With 2 items she had personally made, distinct from the usual creations of Toga. Kenshin felt something beyond mere sustenance. A profound satisfaction enveloped him, an exquisite stillness, though it seemed something was amiss. Mounting his little sheep, he relished this rare moment of earnest riding, as passers-by brushed swiftly past him, mere strangers, perhaps one day to be known. The life of Himura Kenshin was not merely a quarter of a lifetime. It formed a vivid tapestry of a novel. I have lost much, yet gained even more. Such was life a decade ago, just as it is now in that private academy, much like the present. Now, we had only lost the presence of that person. Yet we remained unchanged, merely assuming their role as someone else's support. No wonder we began to grasp the essence of both the Odd Jobs agency and Myo's house. Yet, why had that fellow, barely reaching 170 centimeters, experienced a different kind of abandonment? It felt as mundane as quarreling with an elderly vegetable vendor over 2 dimes. Could the heart truly tire? The sword could be sheathed, and at last, the heart had found solace. Suddenly, lost in thought, Kenshin felt a jolt as someone pushed him, unexpectedly snatching away his little sheep. Steadying the food in his hands, Kenshin glared sharply at the individual who had taken his sheep. Hey, new guy, get going. Wait. Why does this vehicle seem so familiar? Indeed, it was that unruly curly-haired one, Gintoki, who looked at him with an impassive expression. What a surprise. It's Kenshin. Hello there. We're racing against someone. Care to join? Gintoki's heart sank, but quickly masked it with laughter. You know, the moment I was pulled down, I felt an urge to slash someone, though I can't quite explain why. But I really wanted to. Kenshin had yet to voice his concern about the 2 portions of food that he wished to preserve. Hey, are you serious? You'd resort to violence over this trivial matter? Good heavens. Have you finally awakened? Maybe you're in the wrong profession. You should swiftly commit to being a sword spirit. Berserker is not your calling. Gintoki, fearing that Kenshin might be provoked into becoming the very person from the Ishin, shouted in alarm. It is no longer here. Rest assured. Kenshin gazed into the distance as the drifting clouds gradually coalesced into a singular form. The teacher murmured softly, Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, the little sheep riding Kenshin departed. Kenshin, with an impassive expression, watched as Gintoki receded into the horizon, soon followed by Kagura, who dashed past, dragging a trailer at breakneck speed, with Shinbachi trailing behind, begrudgingly. Damn it! Under Kenshin's watchful eyes, Shinbachi suddenly collapsed onto the ground. A look of frustration etched upon his features. Oh, what troubles you? Kenshin approached Shinbachi and inquired. Kenshin-san, Shinbachi murmured, then lowered his head in despair. Am I truly that useless? I had resolved to rescue Koji, yet what am I now? I cannot even gauge my own worth, yet I dare to save others. Oh, how naive, Kenshin mused softly. Such naivety is indeed touching. Most wishes in this world are foolish, whether it be Amiya's desire to save everyone or the wish to protect one's comrades from any harm. They are all laughably naive. Yet, it is precisely this that evokes a sense of warmth, is it not? Kenshin lowered his gaze and smiled gently. Shinbachi, become the new you. Ah, I am Shinbachi, he exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before determination shimmered in his eyes. Come forth, Kenshin beckoned, lowering himself. I will take you along. Free of charge. Indeed. Observing Kenshin, who held a box containing only soup, Miao smiled and nodded. Well, much has transpired on our journey, she said, turning her head away shyly. Stealing a taste is still stealing, she teased, playfully dipping her spoon into the soup and sipping it slowly. No, Kenshin replied, gazing steadily at Miao. I accidentally spilled it while helping an elderly lady cross the street. He remained silent, savoring the soup, while Miao sensed that this broth bore a distinctly different flavor from the usual. Are you upset? Kenshin asked cautiously, scratching his head. No, Miao replied, her head bowed. I believe in you. Do you truly believe? Yes, I trust you. PS2. In the next chapter. The 10 Commandments make their debut. The conflict with Jito Maru has been heard. How shall this enmity be resolved? Chapter 158. The sins borne by the demon shall leave no trace behind. Today's opening is led by a natural curl, as it is the original protagonist, aimed at increasing the dramatic weight. At the women's martial arts tournament, the devoted Shinbachi, alongside Kagura and Gintoki, came to support Atang, only to encounter an unexpected figure, Okita Sugo. If you have time, would you mind accompanying me to a place where the events are far more intriguing than here? Sugo proposed. Thus, Jin and several others, including the seasoned Kagura, the second-in-command Shinpachi, and the third newcomer, arrived at this place known as the Hell Gate of the World. Observing two individuals engaged in a life-and-death struggle as if they were mere monkeys, Jin displayed a disinterest in the concept of Bushido, his gaze directed at Sugo, clearly seeking an explanation. Those on the stage are individuals who have signed death warrants. Their lives no longer belong to them, but serve merely as entertainment for the spectators. Sugo explained, pointing at the fighters. Is such a thing truly possible? Shinpachi mused, clearly taken aback by the grim spectacle. In truth, many of these individuals were not entirely willing participants. However, once gambling was involved, a throng of people would rush in like rabid dogs. Sugo, unfazed by Shinpachi's astonishment, continued with a calm demeanor. This sort of spectacle is indeed an intriguing pastime. Jin's voice grew increasingly cold. You brought us to witness this? What are we to do if we can't sleep tonight, Aru? He seized Sugo by the collar, while Kagura erupted in fury. Isn't this a blatant crime? Sugo, you are supposed to be a law enforcer. Precisely because I am an enforcer, I cannot interfere. There are powerful forces at play behind this, Sugo replied indifferently. The shogunate? Has it truly fallen to such depths? Jin questioned, astonished. If we act recklessly, the Shinsengumi could collapse overnight. To be honest, I envy your freedom. Sugo spoke with brutal honesty. Let me be clear. Do not assume we will take the lead. Oh, but what if this is a commission? Sugo smirked slyly. Mission brief. Destroy the Hell Gate requirements. Do not expose the identity of the heartfelt house owner. Evil spirits carry sins, and those sins are inexhaustible. There will come a time when one can bear no more. Let us change this outcome. Reward. Access to the left-hand seal and a copy of the twin grass map. A task? Kenshin observed, glancing at Hijikata and the others who were quietly conspiring nearby. Are they concealing something from me? This matter, which concerns the full exertion of our abilities, cannot be taken lightly. Upon entering, he overheard. Hey, didn't you just flick your booger into the food? Apologize properly. What are you all talking about? Kenshin approached slowly. How could I forget my master? Sugo exclaimed as if struck by a revelation. If only the master were to intervene, nothing could stand in the way. Intervene? Kenshin's expression shifted to one of exasperation. Hey, I am not like that natural curly-haired fellow over there. Don't think I would resort to any murderous actions. Why must my job always involve killing? Jin retorted angrily. Well, what Sugo says is true. If Kenshin were to act, the Hell Gate would be no match for him. Hijikata remarked, calmly taking a puff of his cigarette. Hey, Hasegawa, why hasn't my chocolate rice arrived yet? You scoundrel. Jin suddenly shouted. Just wait patiently. I'm not as young as I used to be. Came the grumbling voice of Madao. Furrowing his brow, Toho exclaimed, you interrupted me before I could finish my sentence. It's always like this. Day in and day out, So bothersome. Rising to his feet, Gintoki declared, Mr. Toho, I wish to engage you in a duel. Humph, I was just thinking the same. Toho also stood, replying, Sogo, let us go. As the three departed, a flicker of intrigue glimmered in Kenshin's eyes. There was undoubtedly something they were concealing from him. I must follow and discover what it is. Though I am unaware of what you intend to say, Gintoki and Toho Sogo ventured to a more secluded spot, prompting Gintoki to inquire, what does this mean? But please, do not reveal it to me. This matter pertains to the Tendu bunch, does it not? Oh, so you are aware? Toho inhaled deeply from his cigarette. His curiosity about Gintoki's true identity piqued. Stop rambling. Gintoki, rubbing his temples in frustration, lamented, no. Why does this issue involve the Tendu bunch, you fool? You seem quite knowledgeable about the Tendu bunch, don't you? Sogo remarked casually. The problem lies not with me, but with that individual, Gintoki replied with a wry smile, gesturing towards the direction of Shinya's establishment. If you were to learn of this matter, do you comprehend the consequences? Echoed both. Speaking of which, he harbors a deep-seated grudge against the Tendu bunch. If you had spoken of this during the incident with the glaucoma, the best possible outcome would have been us managing to stop him. Otherwise, we would have faced dire repercussions. Toho was well aware of Kenshin's true identity, and, upon reflection of her legend, it all became clear. So, does that imply that Kenshin cannot participate this time? Sogo lamented, cradling his head. What a waste of potential. Not only must he remain uninformed, but he must not even catch wind of it. Gintoki earnestly cautioned. All right, we are not to speak of this matter in front of Kenshin. Everything will proceed as usual. I will handle things with Shinya. Kenshin, having overheard little of the subsequent conversation, only caught 3 words, do, bunch. It had been such a long time. So this was the reason the system prevented me from revealing Shinya's identity. The Tendu bunch. Gintoki, this matter shall be under my control. Let us fast forward to the evening. Standing upon a distant mountain, Kenshin coldly observed the unfolding conflict below. So it is like this? This entity, known as Kidamaru, engages in dark dealings to protect such children? Regardless of being black or white, any action imbued with meaning deserves respect, he murmured. Come on, don't let them escape. Such a shout was indeed loud. This was the strength of the Celestials. However, uttering that phrase guaranteed a grim fate. As Kagura sent him flying with her umbrella. Come on, sticky glue, she shouted, charging into the crowd alongside Shinpachi, who was roaring, I am Shinpachi, to provide cover for Dashin, Kidamaru, as he made his escape. Teacher, why are you crying? The children in the carriage sensed a shift in the atmosphere and, perplexed, inquired. How should I express this? Teacher, at this moment, I truly wish I had met those individuals sooner. Do you really believe you can escape from this fate? Such voices echoed from the carriage, startling Daoshin. Before he could even glance back, a chilling sensation coursed through his skin. A fleeting shadow of melancholy flashed in his eyes. Perhaps he should unleash the flying sword-style, dragon-soaring flash. A cold voice resonated, and then an utterly ordinary katana soared through the air, striking the demon lion standing in the carriage and sending it flying. It became evident that arrogance comes with a price. You scoundrel! The carriage came to an abrupt halt, and Daoshin gazed in shock at the blade embedded in the ground. Have you forgotten me so soon? My head should be quite valuable. A ghostly voice emerged as a blue figure gradually stepped forward. Accompanied by the ticking of time and the specter of death, the blue silhouette, adorned with red hair, resembled the legendary Batusai, a visage forever etched in the minds of the celestial beings. Without raising his head, the strands of hair concealed the scar, presenting an image that resonated in the memories of the celestial beings. You scoundrel! Their eyes widened in disbelief as the 2 celestial beings shouted, It can't be. He was supposed to be dead during registration. Batusai. Chapter 159. Before the storm, the incessant chatter served merely to maintain momentum. It was once noted that the legendary Batusai, during the late Edo period, was a force to be reckoned with. Celestial beings who had participated in the war against Earth spoke of him as a figure akin to the master of the cosmic sea, instilling fear across the universe. Although many dismissed such claims, his image and stories were nonetheless circulated. A blue figure with red hair wielding 2 katana, one long, one short, decimated countless battle squads single-handedly, altering the tide of war. He had even defeated the Night King, Fengxian, who bore the same name as the master of the cosmic sea, and refused to acknowledge the Night Rabbits as the mightiest warrior race in the cosmos. Each act he undertook reverberated throughout the universe. Is the strongest race truly the Scions? Does a Scion race exist within the universe? His deeds led many to believe he was, in fact, a celestial being. Is there such formidable presence among the people of Earth? Yet, the truth remains, he was one of the 5 legendary warriors of the Bakumatsu era on Earth, the Shurobetsai, Kenshin Himura. Now, this legend stood before the celestial beings. One was an ordinary administrator of the celestial realm, while the other was Chijini. To face this individual? Surely you jest. For the proprietor of the Shinyao house. It was conceivable to exchange a few jests before the confrontation, but for Batusai, these two beings required not even a moment's consideration. After dispatching the 2 celestial beings in an instant, Kenshin approached the stunned Daoshin and took a seat atop the carriage. Drive on. I shall protect you as we move forward. A voice, cold and chilling, echoed in the air, startling Daoshin, who promptly ceased hesitating and wielded the whip to drive the carriage onward. As the sky gradually brightened, he found himself unaware of his exact location. Yet he remained resolute in his mission to save a person worthy of rescue. Jinshin would not permit his demise, no matter the cost. Where shall you go next? The voice emerged from above the carriage. Daoshin was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced his features. I shall seek seclusion. The presence of Kido Maru must no longer persist. Ah, I anticipated this, Jinshin remarked, observing the clouds growing luminous in the distance. But even if you hide away, where will you truly go? After all, a divine being is still a divine being. I only wish to care for these children, and that is sufficient, Daoshin declared with unwavering conviction, which sparked a glimmer of admiration in Jinshin's eyes. As they conversed, Daoshin retrieved a jar from his belongings. Your body is utterly shattered, particularly your liver. If this continues, you will not survive 2 years. Drink this, for when you perish, it shall be the moment of your rebirth. Rebirth? He chuckled softly, cradling the jar. I shall pass it on to someone who needs it more than I. Humph, Jinshin scoffed. Upon reaching the outskirts of Edo, Jinshin watched Daoshin depart. A sigh of relief escaping him. Individuals like Daoshin were becoming increasingly scarce in this world. Such souls were not meant to perish, nor could they. Turning his back to the horizon, Jinshin reflected on the myriad tasks awaiting him in Edo. The ensuing period would be one of anticipation. The proprietor of the Shinya had vanished for several days, and other events had compelled Hijikata Tushiru to visit the odd jobs agency. Rain fell from the sky, casting a somber pall over the atmosphere within the agency, which had lost its former cheerfulness, now steeped in gloom. Kagura and Shinpachi sat despondently, while Gintoki gazed into the invisible sky, lost in thought. What a bothersome rain, Gintoki remarked. Why must we discuss such dreary matters on this gloomy day? He turned to his companions. It seems Jinshin has made an effort to save him once again, but alas, it appears to have been in vain. Yesterday, a group of children came to report that Kido Maru had been sighted, Tushiru said slowly, clutching his sword. I'm sorry, Gintoki, Kagura mumbled, her head hung low. If only we could have escorted him to safety, Shinpachi added, equally disheartened. This is not your fault. That man has taken countless lives and should have been prepared for his own demise, Gintoki replied with a heavy heart. Jinshin has already exerted his utmost effort. Regrettably, dragging all of you into such affairs is truly unfortunate. Continuing down this path will yield no favorable outcomes, Tushiru began, but Gintoki interjected. By the way, I have been suspicious since our last encounter. Were you trained in the Hiten Mitsurugi style? A disciple of Jinshin? Gintoki inquired slowly. Indeed, if that irresponsible master is involved. Then it must be true, Tushiru mused, scratching his head. Why must he be entangled in this? Gintoki exclaimed, cradling his head. Edo is truly on the brink of upheaval. Wait, are you implying? Tushiru began, but was interrupted by a flurry of children. Brother, if we ask you for help, you'll assist us, right? You're the odd jobs agency. After all, as the oppressive sounds echoed, Gintoki gradually sank into a sea of emotions. Please, avenge our teacher. The children, who should have been living joyfully, were now burdened with sorrow. A child clad in a red cloth approached Gintoki, presenting him with a sticker, soon followed by others offering their most cherished possessions. We may be penniless, yet we will give you everything we hold dear. So please. The innocence of the children was palpable. Gintoki hung his head, his breath beginning to shift. You all go back. No more commotion. Sugo understands that this cannot continue. For the sake of the Shinsengumi and the odd jobs agency, it is time to put an end to this. They all knew that their teacher had fallen victim to unseen malevolence, which ultimately cost him his life. Yet, to them, he was the most beloved father, irreplaceable in their hearts. Tears streamed down the children's faces as silver hair obscured Gintoki's eyes, concealing his expression. "Hey kid," Gintoki spoke up. "Isn't this the trending Riki battle sticker? For this, I'd do anything," his voice warm and inviting. "Jinchan, are you serious?" Kagura exclaimed. However, Gintoki chose to disregard her. He resolved to face this challenge alone. "I thought you were merely insane, but I didn't realize you were this foolish. Do you even comprehend the opponent you are about to face?" Leaning against the doorframe, Hijikata remarked coolly. "Your fate is of no concern to me. I simply cannot fathom the need to court death. I would die regardless. There exists within me an organ more crucial than my heart. Though invisible, it extends from my mind down to my core. It is because of this that I can stand tall and resolute. Even if my steps falter, I shall advance unwaveringly. To retreat here would sever that bond." As he walked past Hijikata, he continued, "The soul would fracture. Even if the heart ceases to beat, this organ remains paramount. Even when aged and hunched, it must stand straight." Perhaps inspired by his words, Shinpachi and Kagura began to echo Gintoki's fervor, following him into the fray. Meanwhile, Sugo and Hijikata, those prideful souls, placed the burden on the straw pile. Kenshin rose. "Thank goodness you consumed that resurrection potion, otherwise you truly would have perished. Just lie here peacefully," he continued. "I am a master of the blade, after all. Such a request, to protect the children, is commendable for their future safety." Kenshin opened the shed door. "I will now address the lurking dangers, ensuring they are no longer affected. This is your request, yet I interpret it in this manner. Is that not correct?" Chapter 160, Defying Fate. Boom. A colossal guandao descended with tremendous force, cleaving the warrior in twain, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. The immense celestial being wielding the guandao merely smiled, charging toward another samurai. Truly, a night rabbit, indeed. From atop a high platform, a figure adorned with a conical hat chuckled coldly. To think the demon lion met his demise in such a place. Are there any higher-ups left? They cannot even capture a mere demon Daomaru. It seems the overseer of this hellish gate must be replaced. As his words fell, another night rabbit brutally tore a samurai in half. Yet, at that moment, a more fervent uproar erupted, prompting the hat-wearing man to glance down in surprise. Demon Daomaru? Has he awakened from the depths of hell to seek vengeance? How intriguing. This time, the circumstances had shifted. Gintoki's adversary was no longer Chijiri, but a fellow member of the Night Rabbit clan. "Oh, Demon Daomaru," sneered the Night Rabbit warrior, aiming his guandao at Gintoki. "Very well. Come forth and allow me to experience your pathetically weak attacks." Such confidence. At times, an overabundance of self-assurance can morph into arrogance. And many great villains have fallen before seemingly weak protagonists for this very reason. Gintoki slowly withdrew his wooden sword, stating, "Whatever it may be, I can hardly wait to strike." Boom. The massive guandao clashed against the wooden blade. To the astonishment of the Night Rabbit warrior, he did not get knocked back. How could that be possible? That straight-laced fool's spirit. Gintoki scoffed, using his strength to push his opponent back a few steps, then lunging forward with his sword. Boom. The tip of the wooden sword struck the Night Rabbit warrior's chest, sending him flying. "At this level, my spirit shall not be broken." He charged once more toward Gintoki. On the platform, the hat-wearing man expressed surprise. That gaze. Who would have thought there still existed true warriors in this era? How much stronger had Gintoki become compared to the original tale? With a single strike, he sent the Night Rabbit soaring several meters high. Although he managed to stabilize his descent, the force of the blow would surely leave its mark. "Warrior." The Night Rabbit fighter's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "I shall tear you apart. Come on, you scoundrel." Gintoki bellowed, escalating the atmosphere atop the platform to its zenith. However, events were destined to unfold one after another. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the yellow dust below. Yet, in this enclosed arena, where could such wind arise? Suddenly, a fierce gust surged through the passage, whipping past Gintoki and striking the Night Rabbit warrior, crashing against the wall behind him, leaving a long, gaping crack. Before he could finish his sentence, his body was grotesquely cleaved in two, intestines and blood gushing forth, painting a gruesome scene. Is this the direct opening? It seems I must embrace my other identity. Gintoki closed his eyes, thinking, well, I anticipated this. People on the platform began to stir, sensing the impending danger. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of footsteps gradually echoes down the dark corridor, and under the gaze of all, a figure emerges. Unchanged in the slightest. Clad in blue with fiery red hair, the only alteration being the absence of the twin blades. Though the face remains obscured, those profound eyes are unmistakable. No, it cannot be. This garb must be a mere facade. On the stage, there are those who lack discernment. Such attire has been absent for a full decade. Did he not perish? The infamous killer, Himura Kenshin. The audience swells, heads bobbing, filled predominantly with divine beings. How could they not tremble before this legendary figure of carnage? Indeed, a remarkable character has emerged, pulling down the brim of his hat, yet failing to conceal the astonishment in his tone. Is he truly alive? It is time to collect some interest, for heaven's sake. Coldly, he raises a hand, and the cheap blade begins to show signs of fractures. What do you intend to do? Gintoki knows he must not appear too familiar with the current version of this man. At the very least, he must feign ignorance. Oh, I will grant you 2 minutes to depart with your subordinates. In a detached tone, the blade is enveloped by an air current, stirring the sand into a swirling tempest. Understanding dawns. This fellow is genuinely enraged, and any attempts to counsel him now would be futile. Gintoki gestures for the newly arrived Shinpachi and Kagura to vacate swiftly. Gintoki gazes at the figure before him, so different from his memories, as Kagura, somewhat anxious, inquires. Fret not, he shall return shortly. He is quite furious, indeed. Gintoki replies without looking back, his eyes reflecting a multitude of emotions. He is a legendary figure, and legends are inevitably entwined with the threads of success and failure. Gintoki speaks slowly, and yet, he is a failure. Truly, how could I ever love you? You foolish creature, it was all a ruse. Well, it is time to strike. After all, I am a woman, and I deserve a dignified demise. As Gintoki protects Takasugi and Katsura, he hands them over. Boom. In his indifferent gaze, emotions spiral into madness. Countless nights of inexplicable awakenings, countless nights spent lingering in taverns. Restraint has been my ally, yet upon hearing the term divine path, as I find myself in this very place, those memories surge like a tidal wave. I realize I have not started to forget. Rather, I have become increasingly invested. Boom. The blade begins to shatter slowly. I had thought I found a new life, a new meaning. Yet fate defies the human spirit. For the first time, I witness my own impotence. For the second time, I confront my own hypocrisy. For the third time, I bear witness to my own cowardice. What right do I have to bear the name Himura Kenshin? I am but a fraction of what he was. My vision begins to blur. The flooding brilliance conjuring various figures. The sought-after matters and items gradually materialize in my mind. The path that has always been mine alone leads to the final tombstone. Crescent moon. All I have tried to forget is unforgettably ingrained. However, this new beginning. This is precisely what I must protect. I have found new significance, a new existence. Thus, Crescent moon shall indeed reappear. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last visited you. Tianchong. Boom. With a swift downward slash. The resplendent blue sword energy abruptly transformed into crimson, and then into a deep violet, striking the heavens above, shattering the celestial dome, and unleashing the sun. It is time. Observing the thunderous gates of hell and the half-dazed members of the Shinsengumi, Gintoki sighed in exasperation. This is precisely why I kept him in the dark. You all witnessed it, did you not? He's truly enraged, Sugo remarked with curiosity. In any case, these matters are beyond our jurisdiction. We leave everything to the chief. Hijikata said nonchalantly as he lit a cigarette, uttering words that unsettled someone. Well, that's true. It doesn't concern me anyway. Gintoki waved his hand dismissively. Turning away with Shinpachi and Kagura, let us head to Shinpachi's place for a grand feast. But Gintoki, Kagura began, only to be interrupted by Gintoki's calm voice. He will be waiting for us at Shinpachi's. He has always been the proprietor. That will never change. PS2, alright. Just a brief interlude. Ho 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 ho. Chapter 161. Do not inquire about historical issues. Recently, the most talked about event is undoubtedly the Shinsengumi's destruction of the gates of hell. However, overshadowing this incident is the re-emergence of the legendary figures. Previously, the legendary quintet, Katsura and Takasugi, continued their activities as loyalists across the globe. While Sakamoto Tatsuma had transformed into a merchant, and the whereabouts of the White Yasha remained a mystery, with the legendary Bakamatsu having reportedly passed away. With their renewed appearance, prior to the Shinsengumi's triumph over the gates of hell, the momentum among the loyalists reached an apex, inspiring many to aspire to become loyalists themselves. Yet alas, in this era, those who call themselves loyalists are merely a band of deceitful miscreants. How many truly deserve the title of loyalist? The shogunate's response was swift, nearly sealing off the entire city in search of Bakamatsu. Yet despite their efforts, he remained elusive. Unfortunately, the Shinsengumi bore the brunt of the fallout, though it did not pertain to Hijikata and the others. The gorilla-like Kondo was summoned to the spaceship of the 12 Pillars by Uncle Matsudaira due to the incident at the gates of hell. Apologies for the inconvenience. Today, we have summoned you merely to discuss the situation regarding the gates of hell, he stated, with nearly everyone donning hats and identical attire, rendering it difficult to discern one from another. Kondo remained silent for a considerable time. I hear that a mere 30 individuals quelled the gates of hell. How courageous the samurai are, who claim that recent samurai are merely spineless. Despite the words spoken, the tone brimmed with sarcasm, as if one could not discern its true nature. This mission was executed splendidly, effectively balancing the relations between heaven and earth. However, one must be wary, for eagerness to claim credit may lead to overexertion. One might find themselves pursuing a wolf only to encounter a tiger. I say, if one wishes for longevity, one must learn to be astute, understand? With a silent opening of his mouth, Kondo clenched and then relaxed his fist, enduring the moment, fearful that a fleeting impulse might lead to the demise of many lives. He bore the weight of over 100 souls of the Shinsengumi upon his shoulders. By the way, what are your thoughts on the re-emergence of Batusai? He inquired casually. The Shinsengumi would not let him escape, expressing a longing deep within. Such is the nature of reality, is it not? If there is any news, do give us a call, he added nonchalantly. Such a figure cannot be dealt with by a single individual, you know. Having departed from the Tendo Group's ship, Kondo stood upon the solid ground, his heart heavy with bitterness. At last, he had survived. Matsudaira exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking half in relief. Say, uncle, do you always speak in such a manner? He gazed at the setting sun, seemingly unconcerned. You'll get used to it, huh? But honestly, I hope this is a one-time occurrence. If there were to be another. Matsudaira feigned indifference as he remarked, you should be grateful to Batusai. Without him, this situation would have been far more complicated. Batusai, you say? As police officers, we are being rescued by a rebel. Kondo scoffed slowly, saying, next time, I won't leave any traces. With a snort, Matsudaira turned and departed, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. With a relieved smile, Kondo chuckled. Indeed, the words of a Virgo can be quite absurd. Today is surely a day for their downfall. Then, he beheld the object of his unreciprocated affection, Amiao, laughing and chatting with Kagura ahead of him. Amiao, it's a delightful coincidence to meet you again. He cheerfully dashed forward, only to find that fate had a cruel sense of humor. Tripped by a small stone, Kondo landed a light chop on Amiao's head. Amiao, having just been discharged from the hospital, was sulking about Kenshin not taking her to the concert, hardly prepared for such an encounter. Ignoring Kondo's horrified expression, she playfully cracked her knuckles and said sweetly, oh my, what a delightful coincidence. How long has it been since I left her outside? Over the past decade. She has blossomed into a 19-year-old woman. A full cup of wine downed. Kenshin felt no intoxication, yet his thoughts churned restlessly within. Oh, drinking alone without inviting me? How inconsiderate. Suddenly, a natural curly-haired figure appeared beside him, and Kenshin chuckled softly, pouring Jin a drink. What are you pondering about how to face her? Jin casually asked as he tipped back his drink. You think too much. Overthinking will only wear you out. I cannot be as carefree as you, Kenshin said, refilling his cup with a hint of envy. Can't you calm yourself? Jin rolled his eyes. Everyone has their own life and their own path. They aren't troubled by themselves, so why are you so anxious? Interfering in the lives of others without cause is a most undesirable behavior. Without uttering a word, I silently sipped my drink once more. You can hardly manage your own affairs. Jin-sen complained, scratching his head. Nonsense. Anything is better than your natural curls. Kenshin immediately retorted. Hey, are you looking down on natural curls, or what? I'm truly upset. Jin-sen shouted. Show me your anger. I genuinely wish to see what it looks like. Always being such a joker. Kenshin lowered his head. Don't you read Shonen Jump? Tell me, what does the word smoke mean to you? Who knows? Jinsen scoffed. Do you really think you are him? Although I don't quite understand why your experiences seem somewhat similar. All I wish to convey is that you have no connection to that word. You are not the true Himura Kenshin. You are merely a crimson shadow. Crimson? Kenshin murmured, laughing derisively. Huh. I must be quite intoxicated to need your guidance. TSK, Jinsan, I am renowned as a master of psychological counseling. This time, I shall treat you for free. How will you repay me? Jinsan smirked mischievously. I'll teach you the Rasengan. Kenshin replied, maintaining a stoic expression. Rasengan, you fool. I want food. Ensure my meals for the next year. Such a simple wish. Yet you should leave the Rasengan to Naruto. Jinsan immediately shouted. Ha ha ha, in that case. Do not blame me for being impolite. Kenshin sneered, lightly punching Jinsan. Pegasus Meteor Fist. TSK, that same move is ineffective against me. Behold my Kamehameha. Nanny, you actually learned that technique. Watch this. Bankai. TSK Bankai. Second gear. I hadn't anticipated your strength. There's no choice now. Behold my spiral beam. Hey, aren't we in different dimensions, you fool? What is this? Cheating. Exiting the tavern onto an empty street. Have we truly succumbed to such absurdity? Chatter. In any case, that is my ultimate move. If that is the case, here comes the spirit bomb. It's useless. No moon. TSK. Then I shall unleash the dragon flash. You dare. Do you believe I will truly give you a dragon flash? In the yard of the Odd Jobs agency, these two intoxicated individuals lay on the ground, gazing at the vast starry sky. They appeared to have lost everything, yet finally burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Their laughter was both jarring and exuberant. Chapter 162. The Prelude. The curtain falls. The finale. Hey, just a few days ago, you were threatening to kill someone. What has happened now? Have you come to attend a concert? And it's for a young girl, no less. Standing outside the theater, Jin-san, with a curious glance, accompanied Shinpachi and Kagura to the bustling crowd, which was teeming with life. Well, it would be a shame not to attend the tickets given by Blackie. Kenshin emerged from a throng of children, handing several tickets to Jin-san. Speaking of which, this must be Miss Karu's concert. I've heard she was elevated by an unknown magnate. One might say she is akin to Otto. Shinpachi adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing carefully before slowly speaking. In summary, this fellow is truly magnificent. Kagura nodded earnestly as she spoke. Indeed, he seems to be carved from the same mold. Jin-san gazed at the concert ticket in his hand, rendered speechless for a long time. The once timid battlefield nurse has transformed into this radiant figure. The resemblance is striking. Kenshin, with his hands behind his back, stepped outside, remarking, that is precisely why I wish to see it. Fixating on the ticket in his hand, Jin-san remained silent until a flicker of crimson sparkled in his eyes, prompting him to indifferently follow Kenshin's lead. How impressive! Hey, Shinpachi! Exclaimed Kagura, suddenly emerging with a toy from seemingly nowhere. Die, she declared. Hey, even if it's plastic, it still hurts when it hits someone. Kagura-chan, put it down quickly. Shinpachi yelled from behind Jin-san. Not a chance. You better let me take a shot. Kagura retorted, shifting to another position, ready to aim at Shinpachi. Hey, such vitality. Kenshin remarked, glancing at the exuberant Kagura and Shinpachi, shaking his head in amusement. TCH, what are you lamenting about? You're not an old man of 60. You're merely a 30-something uncle. Stop making me feel old. Jin-san slowly remarked, one hand clutching a box and the other holding a fishball. Uncle. The uncle who loves jump. Could you refrain from resting your hand on me? He stated, deadpan. Sorry, he replied, deliberately rubbing his hand against Jin-san before finally stepping away. With a swift motion, he grabbed Jin-san's hand and twisted it at an awkward angle. Hey, be gentler. It's going to break. It hurts. Jin-san shouted in agony. TCH. Releasing Jin-san's hand, Kenshin continued to ignore his cries. Kenshin-san. And Jin-san greeted a darkly clad Haku, who seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Noticing the little change in Jin-san and Kenshin, he hurriedly approached to welcome them. Wow, Haku, it's been a while. Jin-san waved. It has indeed, Jindano, Haku replied, slightly bowing. You should be ready to go in and take a look. Hey, what are you examining like a rare animal? Jin-san said, circling Haku before casually draping an arm around his neck. Hey, you're doing so well, and yet you haven't thought to help me out. You have no idea how miserable my life has been. Not at all. The reputation of the odd jobs agency precedes it. Haku gently smiled. Isn't it fortunate that Kenshin is here to assist you, Jinsan? As the memories of the suppressed days surged within him, Gintoki felt a wave of frustration. Let us reminisce later, Kenshin suggested, stepping forward. Kuriko, please take Gintoki to the venue. I will find Shinpachi and Kagura. Very well, Master Kenshin, Kuriko replied. The curtain rose, and the lights flickered on, illuminating a figure on stage with resplendent purple hair and a distinctive red sakura outfit. Amidst the crowd, Kenshin, ignoring the astonished shouts of Shinpachi and Kagura, murmured, "Hello, everyone." A seemingly ordinary greeting ignited exuberant cheers from the audience. "Oh, Master Q, I adore you. Q-chan, I wish to bear your children. Q-sama, we are all willing to have children for you. This is my first concert, so please look forward to it." With a playful stick of her tongue, she further incited the crowd's enthusiasm. "To start, I would like to dedicate a song to everyone," she announced, as the light softened, and her warm voice filled the air. Kuriko understood Kenshin's unspoken question. This song was gifted by Lord Katsura, he explained. Katsura. A chaotic image of a man laughing maniacally flashed in Kenshin's mind. In retrospect, he seemed merely like a delusional teenage girl proclaiming her desire to destroy the world. This is quite the point of interest. Kenshin suddenly felt a surge of determination. "Thank you, everyone," she concluded the song, prompting Shinpachi, the devoted fan, to shout excitedly, "Hey, what you're doing is treason. Your commander will weep." "Oh, let us have another one," came a calm yet enthusiastic voice from Gintoki, who raised his hand, urging, "Another one, another one." It seemed his call resonated with many in the crowd. "Well then, hear us another song. Go die, brother." "Hey, this song is filled with malice," Gintoki protested. "Why do I feel like it's directed at me?" Kenshin smirked slightly. Perhaps it reflects her innermost thoughts. Maybe there was a time she truly wished for your demise. "Hatred," Kenshin murmured. "Kuriko, I need your assistance with something." The concert reached its climax, and the atmosphere was electrifying, with shouts of joy echoing through the night. The voices that had long persisted did not wane. Next came the final song of the evening. Dressed in an unusual school uniform with a ribbon adorning her hair, she resembled someone named Anzu. "Just to clarify, this final song is not one I composed," she began, her legs together and a gentle smile on her face. "This is a song sung by someone very important to me. I'm sure you all haven't heard it before. Please remember this song and its owner, Tobayashi Anko's sister." Her eyes gradually became hazy as memories flooded back. The sound of the piano resonated, and Anko turned in surprise to see a familiar red silhouette, concealed in the shadows, quietly playing the opening melody. "There is truly no one who knows this song better than you, Kenshin." Under the piano's accompaniment, feathers began to fall from the open sky, as if celestial birds were passing by, bringing a sense of liberation and beauty. Anko gently began to sing, bidding farewell to the sorrow of a bustling past. The feather-like rain intensified, and amidst the crowd, Gintoki looked up, gazing softly at the dancing night sky with a relieved smile. The birds spread their wings of time, having weathered countless storms, while in the darkness, no one noticed the hidden wounds, the blood that had fallen. Beside her, someone's gaze lingered on that dreamlike night. Shinpachi looked up at the sky, filled with feathers, feeling an emotion brewing within him, yet unable to set it free. We followed the direction of the wind, flying far into the unknown. Although Kagura couldn't feel much, her usually bright demeanor was momentarily subdued. Stop hesitating. Chapter 163. There are many demon blades. Personally, I possess 3. A celestial being, burdened with a basket of swords, stepped over another celestial being, placing the blade into the basket, saying casually, "Is it the 1,000 Ghosts Muramesa and the demon blade, Abrazukio?" With a turn, a cold gleam flashed in the eyes beneath his massive frame. "What? You want me to buy something for you? Or is it from the television?" Watching Kagura's excited nod at the counter, Kenshin felt an internal turmoil. "Kagura, the things on TV are 80 fake, 10 a scam. And the remaining 10 are pure nonsense that cannot be trusted. For instance, I practiced the Rasengan for a long time, but I still can't master it. Damn it." Kenshin slammed the table, shouting, "Kenshin, that big bad guy, Ain, returned everything I bought." Kagura's face puffed up in anger at the thought. Kenshin's expression turned flat. "If those things could be returned, I would have already dismantled the Ninja Academy." "Ninja Academy?" Kagura exclaimed with excitement. "In fact, Ain should fit in there." Cough, cough, He should just stick to being a swordsman. Kenshin called out to Madao. Hey, Hasegawa, bring me a slice of cheesecake. And me? Me. I want one. No, no, the more the better. Kagura shouted, raising her hand. Hey, this is abuse of power as the store manager. Damn it. Madao appeared quite excited. If you keep saying that, I'll hand your sunglasses over to Toru, Kenshin replied expressionlessly. Is that a threat? It definitely is a threat. Indeed, this is a threat. Acknowledging the intensity of the situation, Aru playfully tugged at Kenshin's arm, entering a mode of endearing charm. All right, Kenshin replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. With this reverse blade, locating the elusive Kuroya at the entertainment venue should not pose a challenge. Huh. Kagura, somewhat perplexed, accepted the reverse blade from Kenshin and unsheathed it. The blade is indeed reversed, she noted with surprise. Oh, that's inconsequential. Mr. Kuroya is quite affluent and can fulfill many of your requests. Hurry along now, young lady. With an air of authority, she gestured towards the front. Is he the one who took us to the concert last time? Kagura thought for a moment, recalling such a figure vividly. Indeed, go forth. As the saying goes, a dead friend cannot harm the living. If it is you, success is assured. Hey, if you're going to burden him, refrain from uttering such ridiculous phrases. Are you trying to jinx him? Are you? Speak up, you fool. Then I shall go. Kagura, carefree and untroubled, happily dashed away after a brief contemplation. Kuroya, I entrust everything to you. Kenshin watched her leave with an impassive expression. What was Kagura's state as she exited the Shimyu residence? Regardless of the setting, a young girl joyfully cradling a blade would certainly attract attention, especially alongside a colossal white beast. What on earth was that? It seemed excessively oversized. As she cheerfully traversed towards Kuroya to procure items, the thought of escaping from the curse of that naturally curly-haired vinegar kelp filled her with immense joy. You really are easily satisfied, someone remarked. However, therein lay the flaw. For one who harbors an obsessive collection of blades to a pathological extent, the instinct for a fine sword surpasses that of any other. And just as Kagura stepped onto the wooden bridge, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blade you wield emanates the aura of a strong warrior. A horned red celestial being gradually obstructed Kagura's path. A warrior's blade. It reminds me of the thousand ghost slaughter. Is it Muramasa? Or perhaps Aburazukio? Excitedly licking their lips, they struck down without a moment's hesitation. Clang. Kagura initially paid little heed, but the moment she leapt, it was too late to react, leaving her with no choice but to draw her blade to block the forceful strike. Oh, a reverse blade? A mocking laugh escaped their lips. After wandering the cosmos for so long, this is the first time I have encountered such a ludicrous blade, and its equally ludicrous wielder. They scoffed, seemingly unfazed. For in the eyes of a blade collector, the distinction between a reverse blade and a conventional one bore little significance. Who are you, Aru? The night rabbit. True to her nature, despite her struggle, managed to deflect the blow. Perhaps if you obediently relinquish your blade, I might be inclined to. Before the thought could fully form, the ever-watchful Tsubaki lunged at the horned celestial being at the opportune moment. Seizing the opportunity, Kagura leaped onto Tsubaki's back, swiftly making their escape. Not too shabby, she remarked with a smirk. After fleeing a considerable distance, they found refuge in a quaint shop, where Kagura, still shaken, collapsed into a chair, gasping for breath. Phew, who on earth was that old man? Let us take refuge here for a while. Before the words of Shikun could fully escape her lips, a mighty blade cleaved through the counter behind Kagura. Found you, little girl, it uttered slowly. That blade. I have seen it in Tales from the Cosmos. It is the reverse blade, the companion sword of the legendary Himura Kenshin. Hand it over obediently. Ridiculous, retorted Kagura. This sword was entrusted to me by brother Kenshin. I shall never part with it. With that declaration, she hurled her umbrella backward, only for it to be severed by the very blade she sought to protect. Seizing the moment, Kagura leapt forward and struck the horned celestial with a decisive blow. Truly, one could not underestimate the tenacity of the Night Rabbit clan. What are you so excited about all alone? Kagura remarked coolly, but in the next instant, a formidable hand grasped her throat. Do you underestimate me? Humph. With a disdainful scoff, he continued, I have shown remarkable restraint. Surrender the sword, and I shall spare your life. Not a chance, she exclaimed, driving her foot into the chest of the celestial, sending him plummeting from the heights. Perhaps this celestial harbored an obsession with swords, yet his heart was not inherently malevolent. Despite his harsh words, he still attempted to rescue Kagura. Honestly, I never said I would kill you. Do not blame me if you perish. At that moment, Kagura's reverse blade became lodged in the wall. But with the unexpected assistance of Shikun, she found herself propelled upward. The instant she grasped the hilt, a surge of determination coursed through her veins. This reverse blade felt different. Behold, she proclaimed, leaping into the air as the tip of the reverse blade glimmered with an ethereal light. With a swift strike, she struck the celestial, eliciting a cacophony of joyful screams. What is this? Kagura wondered, observing a faint white glow beneath the fallen celestial. Curiously, she retrieved it, only to discover a figure resembling brother Kenshin, cradling an unfamiliar woman. Rurouni Kenshin? She mused, scratching her head in confusion before carelessly tossing it aside, letting it slip from her thoughts. Ah, the carefree days of youth. Well, I suppose I should find Heiko, Shikun remarked, ignoring the foaming celestial. Kagura sheathed her reverse blade, affectionately stroking Chichuan's neck while smiling. Woof. As the sun set, the pair, master and servant, walked further into the distance, casting a long shadow behind them. Spiritless. This is Silver Tower. Do not be so melodramatic. Chapter 164. What are your thoughts on amnesia, Yuanfang? A peculiar sense of familiarity washed over him. Gintoki, his head wrapped in bandages, stood before the entrance of Shinya's shop, deep in contemplative thought. That expression truly does not suit you, he exclaimed. Silver, this is Kenshin's establishment. Kenshin is your closest friend. After all, you have been friends for a long, long time, Shinsuke declared, pushing open the glass door and dragging Gintoki into Shinya's shop. Kenshin, hurry and save Silver, came the anxious voice of Kagura. Huh, what's wrong? Kenshin, leaning against the counter, lifted his gaze in confusion, sensing a strong tug on his collar. He looked up to see Gintoki being forcefully presented before him. Silver, pay attention, Shinsuke urged, shoving Gintoki forward. The two men stood face to face, exchanging bewildered glances for what felt like an eternity. Are you here to repay a debt? Kenshin asked, patting Gintoki's shoulder with a sense of relief. Hey, although Jin is indeed in debt, please refrain from acting in such a manner during this time. Shinbashi decisively overturned the coffee table of the soul. Huh, not repaying your debts? With this, Jin actually lowered his head, somewhat despondent. Hey, I said, furrowing my brow as I gazed at Jin, you seem different than usual. Has a car accident turned you into a fool? How did you know I lost my memory? He replied, curiosity evident in his tone. Why on earth is this scene from a third-rate drama unfolding here? Are you jesting with me? Can I hit someone? Kenshin shouted intentionally. I have no idea why I woke up like this, he said, seemingly in anguish as he lowered his head. Shinbashi couldn't help but interject. Well, perhaps amnesia could be a rare blessing for him, he added with a sly smile. Have you ever tried giving his head a good whack? It might work wonders. You've watched too many dramas, haven't you? Especially those idol dramas. Shinbashi yelled in exasperation. Is what you said true, Kenshin? Then I shall give it a try. Hey, stop it, Kagura. Observing the two engaged in playful bickering and the silent Jin on the side, Kenshin's expression momentarily darkened. Suddenly, he seized Jin by the collar, causing Kagura and Shinbashi to halt their antics in shock. I don't care if your amnesia is real or feigned, but you can choose to forget certain things. The remnants of your soul should be enough to remember, shouldn't they? Is Sakata Gintoki's spirit truly that fragile? In Jin's eyes, the figure of this person reflected back. While his mind conjured a monochromatic scene, the image of a man in blue clothes who had struck him down, slaying someone who seemed to hold great significance for him. Was this an enemy? Hello? Is anyone there? As he spoke, Sugo pushed open the door and entered. What the heck? Boss, you're here too. What brings you here? You rascal? Jinshan doesn't remember you anymore. Hurry and disappear. Kagura exclaimed angrily, waving her fists. Oh dear. So the boss has lost his memory too? I thought it was just the chief, he said, scratching his head. In any case, Kondo-sen seems to have gone missing as well. He doesn't even know how to return to the Shinsengumi. If you see him, please inform the Shinsengumi. I would be immensely grateful. Is that all? Immense gratitude? Kagura retorted, looking down at Sugo with bravado. I could offer you a free SM session if you need one. With a mischievous grin, Sugo picked up a slice of cake. Well then, I must take my leave. Farewell. Watching Sugo leave with such nonchalance, Shinbashi finally felt a weight lift from his heart. For that great gorilla had been thoroughly tossed into the moat by his sister. The only course of action now is to take him home first. Perhaps to the odd job shop and leave the rest to me. With that, I stood up and said, "Oh, take your beloved red bean cake and return to your odd job shop while you shamelessly pick your nose." My eyes lowered as I spoke. "Gintoki, what are you talking about? I thought you had forgotten everything, yet you still remember this bar." Every evening, visiting the izakaya where Mew resides has become a routine for Kenshin, but tonight, an unexpected individual has made an appearance. As I approached the entrance, I was forcibly pulled in. Gintoki remarked with unwavering calmness, "Well, I suppose this is just your subconscious desire to be here. If it were truly you, no one could drag you in against your will." Enough. With a heavy thud, I slammed my fist on the table. "From what you all say, the past me was nothing but a scoundrel. Isn't the present just fine? Consider it a rebirth. The Gintoki you knew has vanished." As my somber tone lingered in the air, a fist came crashing into my face. The sound of overturned tables and chairs echoed throughout the establishment, drawing the attention of patrons and the accompanying women, who peered at the fallen figure of the natural curly-haired man and the red-haired man maintaining his punching stance. Mew rushed in, startled by the scene before her. "You scoundrel!" With that, Gintoki rose and threw a punch at Kenshin. To Gintoki, Kenshin was merely a stranger lodged in his memories. With a swift motion, Kenshin seized Gintoki's hand and hurled him out, shattering the wooden window as he landed on the street. "Cough, cough. What are you trying to do?" Gintoki gasped, half kneeling on the street, ignoring the curious onlookers and focusing on the figure emerging from the dust. "Have you cleared your head? What do you mean the Gintoki you knew is dead?" A cold voice rang out, and the figure appeared, holding a glass of alcohol. "Isn't he right here before me? I said he is dead. Did you not hear me? The current me is a brand new person. A man starting anew." Gintoki bellowed at Kenshin. It seemed communication was futile with this dim-witted individual. Kenshin unsheathed his reverse blade and casually drove it into the earth beside him. "Indeed, we are better suited to fists than words." With a scoff, he charged at Kenshin, delivering a swift kick. "You were once a man devoid of morals. You could consume from your own bowl while stealing from mine without a hint of shame." Kenshin countered, blocking the punch and gripping Gintoki's hand. "Shut up," I retorted, driving my knee into Kenshin's chest. "You're just as poor. You toil every day for a living. Yet you seem to live so freely." Kenshin countered, elbowing Gintoki's knee down before throwing him back. "Enough chatter." As Gintoki landed, he quickly turned and unleashed a powerful punch into Kenshin's abdomen. With a grunt, Kenshin grasped the hand that pressed against his belly. "Sakata Gintoki, you, like me, have lost many dear ones. Do not utter another word." The memories swirling in my mind increasingly congest the nerves of my brain, causing waves of pain. With a swift motion, I struck Kenshin on the head, sending him crashing into a dilapidated wall. Gintoki crouched on the ground, slightly gasping for breath. "Kenshin!" A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the crowd, unabashedly revealing the anguish and tension in the voice. "Ah, I'm fine," came Kenshin's faint reply, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gazed defiantly at Gintoki. "Even if you forget everything, do you still remember Isaka? Do you remember the wig? Do you remember Katsura? Do not speak any further." With fury, he rushed forward. Kenshin grasped a hidden hand, yet his body endured a heavy blow from another hand, causing him to spit blood while fiercely colliding his forehead against Gintoki's. "Do you still remember?" "Teacher Matsuyama." The two fallen figures gazed at the sky, silence enveloping them. Kenshin, with both hands clasped over his chest, looked with concern at the person lying on the ground. "Ah, how could I ever forget Teacher Matsuyama?" A soft voice emerged. "What you should not forget now are those two children," Kenshin continued slowly. "They must be anxiously crying by now." "Humph, of course I remember," Gintoki replied, his tone tinged with pride. Rising from the ground, the confusion in his eyes had vanished. "Now, my only treasures are them." PS2 Thus, the ensuing factory incident is destined to be resolved solely by the gorilla. Chapter 166. The Daily Grind of Wigs and Chaos. "Ah, Matsumoto, please bring me a bowl of ramen." Ikaku cheerfully walked in, and indeed, business remained as lackluster as ever. "Oh, Kenshin-san," Matsumoto said nonchalantly while slowly wiping the plates at the counter. "What brings you here today?" "Apologies, it seems you are in dire need of electrotherapy." He jested. "Just the usual, wonton noodles will suffice," Kenshin replied, rubbing his nose as he settled at the counter. "How has life been treating you?" "Ah, thanks to someone. It's rather dull," Matsumoto retorted, casting a sideways glance at Kenshin. "By the way, shouldn't that someone compensate me?" "Well, I didn't know he was your husband's brother," Kenshin replied, resting his chin on his hand. Besides, a scoundrel who treats his sister-in-law that way is hardly worth existing. I must say, I am surprisingly merciful for not having killed him. Stop with the violence, they all chided, as they tossed the seasoning into the pot. If you keep talking like that, I might have to report you. Ah, ha ha, I am but a partner of justice, he exclaimed, his fist raised in excitement. Pray tell, has your chinibya not yet subsided? Matsumoto face-bombed, feeling second-hand embarrassment for him. This is not chinibya. I simply cannot help but deliver cool lines. Kenshin protested, rummaging in his pocket. The script says so indeed. Such shameful lines could only come from that author. Hey, are you insinuating that the illustrious author is a chinibya like me? I am the author. I am now in my 20s. You, my friend, are but a few years older than I. Spare me the melodrama. Well, never mind. Is there something going on here so late at night? As he spoke, he handed a full bowl of noodles to Kenshin. Ah, I have adopted a remarkable pet at home. Some unknown scoundrel abandoned him by the roadside, and I couldn't bear his forlorn gaze, so I came out to search for his owner. Saying this, he began to eat the noodles he had received. If such a person exists, it wouldn't be unreasonable to give them a good beating. With arms crossed, Jisung remarked, before falling into a prolonged silence. You've changed a lot compared to before, both you and this place. The atmosphere of despair has vanished, Kenshin suddenly stated, burying his head in the noodles. Why do you say that? Jisung replied, appearing somewhat surprised. Well, there were hardly any smiles before, but today you're actually sharing a complaint with me. And regarding the furniture here, there's an additional piece, he gestured with his eyes. Ah, I hired a waiter, Jisung finally admitted. So I told you not to be bound by anything. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. I said, have you misunderstood something? He looked at Kenshin with narrowed eyes. Well, if I misunderstood, it seems I still can't say anything. These days, the streets have been heavily patrolled. Is something significant happening? Upon entering, Miao voiced her concern. Oh, perhaps they are conducting a major inspection to see if anyone is hiding any illicit materials, which is quite normal. Nonsense. Who would have such thoughts, you scoundrel, Ian? You're truly too lewd. As she spoke, Kagura pointed at Gintoki. I heard that Mr. Katsura suddenly appeared and seems to have been injured, hiding somewhere. The Shinsengumi must be pursuing him, Shinpachi said with some worry. Mr. Katsura won't get hurt, right? Rest assured, he is doing exceedingly well now, and who knows? We might be going out for drinks soon. At that moment, Kenshin pushed open the door of the Watsubaki and walked in. Kenshin, Nissan, X3. So, does this mean you've been mysteriously disappearing these days to look for a wig? Gintoki remarked. It seems the wig is doing quite well. It shouldn't be said that it is doing well, but rather exceptionally well. Thinking of what I've seen these past few days, Jisung's smile grew broader. And Katsura seemed to gradually forget about the whole Ishin movement, wholeheartedly engaging in his duties as a waiter. This life is wonderful, at least better than mine, where I am constantly troubled by others and have to help out. Achu. Rubbing his nose, Gintoki looked around warily. I sense a malevolent presence. Either someone is speaking ill of me, or someone is plotting against me. Where would such a thing happen? Hey, Shinpachi exclaimed loudly. Speaking of which, Gintoki, this is your benefit for today. He pulled out a box from behind him, and immediately, dark clouds gathered, and a palpable evil aura spread forth. I knew it. Someone is indeed plotting against me. Although there seems to be nothing on the surface, Gintoki's heart was nearly in turmoil at this moment. Do not let down the woman who has prepared a bento for you. Her smile radiates like sunshine. With a gaze filled with desperation, she turned to Kenshin, who disdainfully averted his eyes and cast a pleading look towards Kagura. Kagura, in turn, was scanning her surroundings with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Hey, Shinbachi, come back. Do not abandon me, Jin-san. At the very least, you should utter something heroic like, let me distract the enemy first. Come now, Jin-san. Let me inquire about your current feelings, she said as she slowly approached the edge of the bridge, watching the figures of Matsumoto gradually recede into the distance. Kenshin clenched his fist and brought it to his mouth, stating, stop fooling around. Observing the retreating figure, the one in disguise spoke softly, that was close. Close to what? Kenshin inquired, intrigued. Close to losing my resolve to continue the path of the Chashingura, the disguised one murmured. What about Matsumoto? Ah, the mundane life is indeed something worthwhile, isn't it? Have you, who have been engaged in the Chashingura, ever truly paused? Why should I pause? Like you all? The disguised one shook his head. Just as you pursue the path you envision, this is my own journey. Though it has been a decade, I have transformed from a youth into my current self. People change gradually, yet dreams remain unaltered. Who cares about you? With that, Kenshin walked past the disguised one. If you're weary, seek her out. It is necessary for both her sake and yours. Kenshin gradually distanced himself, while Katsura gazed at her reflection in the water. I am still too perilous for him. It seems. Kenshin must give those few a reprieve. His presence here indicates he has long been aware of their actions. Those two may be scoundrels, but they cannot be killed. She would be heartbroken. In the next chapter, the universe's most renowned sea priest encounters Earth's strongest man. Chapter 167. Regardless of everything else. Let us first engage in combat upon meeting. Hey, what is going on here? Kenshin, riding his little sheep, halted upon observing the throngs outside the bank. He tapped a passerby on the shoulder and inquired. Oh, I heard a young girl was deceived and is desperately trying to send rice to someone. The passerby replied without turning. Is there not a shred of common sense here? Kenshin pondered. Curiosity piqued as he slowly squeezed through the crowd. However, just as he entered, a thunderous uproar erupted from the crowd, causing everyone to flee in an instant. What on earth? Scratching his head, Kenshin, though perplexed by the turn of events, felt no fear given his formidable prowess. He strode forward confidently. Hey, to the robber inside, I am coming in, he proclaimed, pinching his nose as he stood at the entrance. Hey, that voice sounds familiar. Kenshin, come save me. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the door swung open. Well, you all continue as you were, he said, turning his back. Damn those natural curls. Would it not be better to perish here? Then I could return to a mundane existence. Kenshin, please do not leave me behind. Am I not your best friend? Did we not once share life and death together? Am I not still indebted to you? Regardless of the circumstances, hurry and come to my rescue. As Kagura clutched her foot, drawing perilously close to that enormous, inebriated maw, Gintoki could no longer maintain his composure. What a bother, he muttered. Yet his actions belied his words as he swiftly turned, spinning around, and unsheathed his reverse blade. With an overwhelming aura, he charged towards the viscous mouth. Simultaneously, a mysterious man standing behind Kenshin hurled his large umbrella, and thus, under the onslaught of these two formidable attacks, the chaotic creature was instantaneously reduced to a puddle. Having been saved, Shinpachi lay sprawled on the ground, still haunted by the memory. Yes, that umbrella. Gintoki, sharp-eyed as always, ignored the reverse blade embedded nearby, and instead focused on the umbrella lodged in the wall. This was the third time he had encountered such a weapon. Could it be yet another night rabbit? Kagura, you made it so easy for me to find you. The man behind Kenshin slowly approached, speaking. Old man. Kagura exclaimed in surprise. We shall disregard the adorably playful Shinsengumi during the interval from 11 minutes and 15 seconds to 13 minutes and 32 seconds, shifting the focus to the nearby department store. As for why we are not heading to the Shinpachi house, the author suggests that a dramatic confrontation is inevitable. Do you wish to destroy your home? Starfish boss? Shinpachi exclaimed, rising in shock. Is he Kagura's father? His gaze then fell upon Kagura, who was indulging in a feast, struggling to believe it. Starsea monk? He is hardly a monk. He merely has sparse hair. Gintoki remarked with a deadpan expression. Hey, it's quite rude to comment on someone's scant hair. Starsea boss retorted blandly. Among the night rabbits, he is one of the two strongest, on par with the Night King, Fusen. He is now a hunter traveling across the cosmos, specializing in combating colossal beings. As the sword beside Gintoki remarked slowly. Surprisingly, Earth seems to possess knowledge of cosmic matters, he commented nonchalantly, then scrutinized Kenshin closely. You give off a distinctly different vibe. Different? How so? Kenshin asked, somewhat taken aback. You possess an incongruity, though your hands are stained with the scent of blood. Your eyes radiate the light of a benevolent soul. Oh, you're overthinking it. I'm merely a pastry shop owner, Kenshin chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Come, allow me to introduce you. Even while conversing, you must eat, Kagura, she exclaimed. This useless bespectacled guy is Shinpachi. This useless natural curly-haired lad is Gintoki. This elder brother is Kenshin. They are all under my protection here, so come greet them. So why am I considered useless? Shinpachi muttered slowly. What exactly defines uselessness? Gintoki inquired, taking a small spoonful of dessert and raising his voice slightly. Then what should we call you too if not useless? Kenshin lamented, refraining from delivering a sharp retort. With a slight adjustment of his glasses, Starsea boss stated calmly, You don't harbor any nefarious intentions, do you? There are plenty of individuals on the streets who wish to exploit the power of the night rabbits for malevolent purposes. Huh. What do you mean by exploit, you fool? Ultimately, it is rather inappropriate for a father who has lost his own daughter to utter such words. Gintoki stood up abruptly, visibly enraged. What? I have been searching for her with all my might. She vanished in the blink of an eye. Daughters of such tender age are the most challenging to handle. They are as fragile as freshly crafted glass artifacts. Grabbing Gintoki by the collar, Hoshikawa bellowed. What kind of nonsense is that, you fool? It is your glass-like, shiny head that is truly perilous. And with a hint of provocation, he blew at the few strands of hair he had left. TCH. You can only act so brazenly now, you fool. Once a man surpasses 30, the goddess of hair follicles no longer favors him. Saying this, he yanked Gintoki's hair, declaring, Ultimately, I cannot entrust Kagura to someone like you. I shall take Kagura back. Hey, Kenshin, do something about this. Look at Kagura, who has just kicked Hoshikawa in the back, Shinpachi exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Well, this is a family matter, as outsiders. We really have no right to intervene, Kenshin said, observing the unfolding scenario with his arms crossed. However, Shinpachi attempted to say more, but Kenshin interrupted him. The resolution of this matter depends solely on whether Kagura wishes to return. If she does not, no one can take her away. Even if you speak so gallantly, it cannot change the fact that you have merely been a bystander all along. Boy, kid, don't get too arrogant. Night rabbits, if you are unsatisfied, just throw a punch. Ah, indeed, reasoning is futile. The old bald head, do not get too cocky. Kagura sneered in response. A sense of foreboding washed over Shinpachi as he noted, This feels ominous. Kenshin, you Haven-T finished your sentence. The father and daughter have directly jumped out the window and are fighting below. Huh, fight? I Haven-T even processed what is happening. Reluctantly, Kenshin stood up and thundered down the stairs. Shinpachi and Gintoki followed suit, trailing Kenshin down. All along, the destructive power of the night rabbits cannot be underestimated. But are these two truly father and daughter? Their every move is lethal. Shinpachi mused quietly. Don't lose focus. Hurry up and keep up. Gintoki slapped Shinpachi on the head, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, Kenshin, who had been lagging behind, suddenly focused and surged forward, catching Kagura from behind before she could unleash her overwhelming force upon an unsuspecting child, preventing a potentially fatal collision. Are you intervening in their family matters? Hoshikawa raised an eyebrow and stated nonchalantly, No, I have no interest in such affairs. But I am curious if all night rabbits engage in fights without regard for their surroundings, gripping one another by the hair, revealing the cross-shaped scar on his forehead. My apologies, I forgot we are not in the cosmos. Oh, does this mean I can interpret it as the celestial beings surpassing the earthly ones in terms of life or resilience? Well, you may interpret it as you wish. Hoshikawa remarked slowly, observing Gintoki and the others as they helped Kagura up. Might I kindly request you to step aside? Do you not consider communication at all? Speaking so harshly and blocking my way, Kenshin slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Initially, I intended to confront you under the pretext of preventing Kagura from returning with you, but it appears that such a reason is no longer necessary. I desire to engage you in battle, not for Kagura, nor for your previous actions, but simply because you irritate me. Among the inhabitants of Earth, few possess your audacity. The moment he touched the hilt, Xinghai Fangzhu felt an overwhelming sense of imminent danger. A threat even more potent than that of the Night King Fengxian he had previously faced. Insan, Kenshin-sen seems to be new, he observed, eyeing the tense standoff with concern. Do not worry, let us step aside. Your obsession with the celestial beings remains strong, doesn't it? Kenshin's sister encouraged him. Go for it. Kagura cheered, collapsing into Yin's embrace. With a dismissive wave, Kenshin's gaze sharpened as he faced his opponent. The wind rustled around them. The poised figure reminiscent of a familiar face from a past assassination list commissioned in the cosmos. He had merely been preoccupied at the time, thus had not accepted the task. No wonder this figure appeared so familiar. Ah, you recognize me? Excellent. Grasping the hilt firmly, Kenshin's eyes widened as he declared, Now we can engage in combat without reservations. Boom. At the point of their confrontation, where the reverse blade met the giant umbrella, a tempest erupted, sweeping away everything in proximity. The ground shattered beneath them. This marked Kenshin's first full effort in battle since departing from the Choshu. His blood surged with fervor. Chapter 169, Let it be thrilling. Let it be extreme. Let it roar. A crescent sword aura sliced through the air, cleaving a high-rise adjacent to the department store. Its razor-sharp edge instilling profound fear. Crescent moon slash. He unleashed 7 arcs, yet Xinghai Fangzhu merely displayed a smirk, effortlessly dismantling each sword wave with a flurry of punches and kicks, as though the previously formidable sword aura were nothing more than child's play to him. Now, take one of my strikes. With a cold chuckle, he wielded the giant umbrella, cleaving through the air and sending shockwaves toward Kenshin. The air dared not falter. Kenshin pivoted, balancing on a nearby tree to evade the oncoming strike, immediately retaliating with his massive sword in a downward slash. Boom. Debris flew in every direction. Although the exchange was arduous, Xinghai Fangzhu successfully absorbed the blow, kneeling on the ground with a grin that grew increasingly maniacal. Good. Very good. At last. Someone who can surpass the Night Rabbit in strength. His voice brimmed with exhilaration, laced with a fierce, murderous intent. You truly deserve to be the one who defies the title of the strongest of my clan. It ignites an uncontrollable fervor within me. Do you hold back at all? Kenshin inquired slowly, pressing his giant sword against Xinghai Fangzhu. Of course not. He bellowed in rage, sending shockwaves through the surrounding debris and air, forcing Kenshin to retreat momentarily. A massive umbrella struck the retreating Kenshin with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away as if a seal had been lifted. The speed so astonishing that Kenshin could scarcely react. He was launched into the air, expelling a mouthful of thick, crimson blood, barely managing to halt on the rooftop of a tall building. However, in the instant he lifted his head, a colossal umbrella descended with an unmatched might. Boom. The rooftop was instantaneously shattered, piercing through to the levels below. The humans hiding in the lower floors gazed in terror at the calamity unfolding. Oh, the frailty of their existence. What is happening? Come, wield your great sword against me. Once more, the umbrella pressed downwards. The earth and stone beneath Kenshin's feet shattered again. 10 Dragon Flash. The amplified technique solidified the massive sword, allowing Kenshin to gradually rise to his feet, meeting the gaze of the Star Sea Master once more. It's not as simple as you might think. Indeed, the rapid healing of the Night Rabbit is quite troublesome. Those unaware might assume I am merely being dominated. The two leaped apart, simultaneously launching into a flurry of strikes in midair. Look, they have appeared. It is truly hard to fathom that this battle is wrought by humans. The host, Jiexia, shielded himself from the oncoming wind, speaking with great difficulty. They are now almost suspended in midair, locked in combat. Meanwhile, everything around them lies in near ruin. Crash! The massive sword and the giant umbrella collided again and separated. Yet at that moment, the colossal sword in Kenshin's hand unexpectedly began to dissipate. Oh, your power is waning. The Star Sea Master remarked with keen interest. The great sword was merely a means to contend with you, but I was mistaken from the outset. My true mastery lies in the swift techniques of the flying sword style. As the sword dissipated, Kenshin slowly sheathed the reversed blade, assuming a posture for a draw cut. Even if you wield the sharpest of blades, any strike against the Night Rabbit will heal within 3 seconds. Let alone, you are currently using a reverse blade. His tone grew colder. Do you look down upon the Night Rabbit? Since you can heal, then blunt injuries are certainly preferable to ineffective cuts. Kenshin retorted icily. Take a good look at your hands after our clash with the Dragon's Nest Flash. The pain, previously suppressed by the surge of battle spirit, began to resurface as he glanced at the bruises on his hands. The Star Sea Master's eyes narrowed. Of course, I am not in much better condition. As he spoke, ghastly bloodstains began to emerge faintly on his chest. I never knew that the Night Rabbit had such a vulnerability, fear of blunt injuries. The Star Sea Master raised his umbrella, aiming it at Kenshin. No, it depends on the weapon's lifespan. If it were Muramasa, your wounds would heal slower. If it were Aburozukyo, I cannot predict what effect it would trigger. Perhaps a one-hit kill? Kenshin spoke slowly. The Muramasa twin blades? I have vivid memories of them in the cosmos. He revealed a scar on his arm. Even if the wound from the strike heals, it leaves a scar. Enough of this idle chatter. Kenshin focused intently. Let us continue. Slash. Hey. Why are you here? As the true selection corps gradually gathered, Gintoki inquired with confusion. Although he was reluctant to be present, it was a directive from his superiors. If these two continued their brawl, this place would surely be reduced to ruins. Hijikata sauntered over, cigarette in mouth. As a disciple, I must observe while my master is engaged in battle, he remarked. Glancing around, where is everyone? Before he could finish his sentence, an enormous crash resounded as the two combatants burst through the wall. Their speed was remarkable. After maneuvering briefly on the ground, swords and umbrellas faced off once more. A powerful gust of wind swept past the members of the True Selection Corps. And Sugo slowly remarked, Well, I have already seen the report. Have they not unleashed their ultimate techniques yet? Does this imply that these two are still holding back? What a joke. If they weren't holding back, this place would have already been leveled. Hijikata bellowed in frustration. Hey, you there. Quickly separate them. Kagura shouted, pointing at Sugo. Huh, am I supposed to go in there and die? This kind of task is certainly more suited to you, Hijikata-san. That's why I questioned why it had to be me. Clang. A strike from the massive umbrella sent Kenshin reeling. He spun in midair and struck downwards with a fierce blow, dragon hammer flash, carnage. The starry sea master leapt aside, evading the reverse blade's cut, which cleaved a gash into the earth. Amidst the dust, the night rabbit charged forward with its umbrella, but from the haze emerged a dagger tip, fiercely bracing against the onslaught. An opportunity. A glint of cold light flashed in Kenshin's eyes. As he spun the reverse blade, he roared, Dragon's Nest Flash. Huh, futile. The giant umbrella flipped, wildly slashing through the air. However, with each chaotic swing, subtle traces of the reverse blade grazed the surface of the umbrella. Dragon's Nest Flash, bite. The strike accelerated instantaneously, delivering a formidable blow. The Starry Sea Master was momentarily caught off guard. The massive umbrella was deflected. The Dragon's Nest Flash, bite struck with astonishing speed upon the chest, akin to a phantom sword dance. Ah, how could it be so simple? Though heavily wounded, the Night Rabbit adhered to a style that favored mutual destruction. The deflected umbrella swept fiercely, striking Kenshin's head and sending him spinning away. Panting, his breath grew ragged. This was undoubtedly his most arduous battle since encountering Hosen. However, a blow delivered without restraint to his head should signify the end of this conflict. Slowly rising amidst the rubble, he resolved that he could not afford to lose. Though the reason eluded him, a singular thought consumed him. He must not lose. He lifted his head, blood streaming down, his vision tinted crimson as he gazed upon the shadow of his adversary. Ha! Do you still possess the strength to continue fighting? The Starry Sea Master cackled, plunging the giant umbrella into the ground. Why not? Kenshin supported himself with the reverse blade, rising defiantly. What makes you think I lack the will to fight? Such nonsense. With injuries like yours, engaging in a high-intensity battle will lead to your demise. I have faced far more perilous situations. Do not underestimate the human spirit, and do not underestimate the soul of Himura Kenshin. Unlike that natural curl over there, whose soul is pierced from head to hip, shimmering with silver light, mine, this crimson soul. From the very beginning, there was never a possibility of defeat. From the outset, I shall persist unwaveringly. Thus, further words are futile. Raise the colossal umbrella. Come forth. The hand wielding the blade has never faltered. Despite the multitude of regrets and the depths of anguish, I shall not concede defeat. In Chapter 170, The Cross of the Void, the dragon soars through the celestial rift. A sudden gust of wind stirred, causing leaves to flutter, and upon arriving at this desolate expanse, the once intact foliage was instantly shattered. The blades clashed against the umbrella, fists collided with fists. The gentle breeze had transformed into a ferocious tempest. This battle, now 10 minutes in duration, rages on, the mightiest of the Night Rabbit versus the strongest of Earth. With a thunderous crash, the dragon hammer struck. Mid-air, the body twisted, delivering a downward slash. The Starry Sea Master brushed against the blade's edge from the side. The tips of the sword and the umbrella collided against each other's chests, sending both combatants flying. Such a method of exchanging injuries is truly unscrupulous. Is this the nature of the Night Rabbit? This is not the first instance of them trading wounds. Yet under the Night Rabbit's extraordinary physical prowess, it seems that they invariably suffer the brunt of the damage. Such is the gift of their race. You yourself have claimed it. You are pitted against the mightiest of the Night Rabbit. Shouldering the immense umbrella, the Starry Sea Master regarded the gruesome flesh wound on his chest, unperturbed, and remarked, indeed. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the sword heart stood firm with his blade. This reverse blade, birthed from my miscalculation, ultimately pales in comparison to the likes of the Oboro Muramasa. It cannot inflict significant harm upon a foe such as you. You speak as if possessing those two artifacts would enable you to contend with me. Scoffing lightly, the reply was swift. It is not merely a semblance. It is an absolute truth. With a roar, the bloodied hand tightened its grip on the reverse blade. Even now, do you refuse to turn the reverse blade? Maintaining the stance of drawing the sword, the body remained still, awaiting the opponent's advance. Entrusting the body's instincts to the heart's sword, although such a tactic is often unreliable. Is it not preferable to resolve the conflict with the most mundane of maneuvers rather than in an earth-shattering manner? This fellow's aura has shifted from before. Gradually sensing the sword heart's essence stabilizing, the Starry Sea Master raised an eyebrow. This calm demeanor proves to be even more challenging than the previous state. However, remaining inactive during battle is not the Night Rabbit style. Tentatively, a small stone was kicked forth, slicing through the air towards the sword heart. With a slight movement of the neck, the trajectory of the tiny stone was evaded. Though I know not what tricks you are playing, all can be resolved through sheer strength. Raising the colossal umbrella, a flurry of afterimages appeared before the sword heart, the umbrella poised for a mighty downward strike. Eyes still shut, a swift movement evaded the assault. The massive umbrella crashed into the ground, creating a fissure as if a blade had been drawn. The Starry Sea Master, undeterred, executed a horizontal slash, while the sword heart narrowly leaped aside, evading the strike. Yet it was not over. The Starry Sea Master delivered a powerful punch. In the final moment, slightly tilting the head to the right, he evaded the attack, and at last, the reverse blade was drawn. The hilt struck the Starry Sea Master's chest, sending him hurtling away. Stepping back uncontrollably, Kenshin focused intently on the figure before him, who had once again assumed a stance with drawn sword. You rascal! With no further action, the ground trembled beneath him, unleashing a torrent of shattered stones hurtling towards Kenshin. Slightly tilting his head, Kenshin seemed to perceive the trajectory of the debris, slowed to an almost imperceptible pace. In an instant, he drew his sword, leaving a flurry of afterimages in his wake. His strike was met by the enormous umbrella wielded by the Star Sea Master, which deflected the blow. At that moment, the stones behind the figure, who had just teleported, erupted into chaos as if they had been cleaved apart. What exactly are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Kenshin sensed a tremor from the umbrella in his grasp and executed a horizontal slash against it. The Star Sea Master was compelled to flatten his hand that held the umbrella, but almost immediately, Kenshin's other hand delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. You understand the intentions of the sword, yet it is too late to salvage the situation. Kenshin could only muster all his strength to retaliate with a punch. Blood spewed forth as the Star Sea Master staggered backward. He uttered no further words, for in such a duel, fighting without the umbrella as a shield placed him at a significant disadvantage against a warrior of Kenshin's caliber. With a leap, he spun midair to catch the descending umbrella. You have grown careless. Before he could turn fully, a chilling voice pierced the air. The Star Sea Master turned back in astonishment, only to behold a colossal 25-meter diagonal sword aura, radiating a brilliant blue-white light. With little time to muster significant strength, he could only position the umbrella defensively. Though it proved insufficient to withstand the onslaught, he was pushed back relentlessly by the fierce sword energy, technique of the divine, heaven-slaying cross. Then, Kenshin, with his hands behind his back, struck down fiercely upon the sword energy. A diagonal slashing aura erupted, intersecting with the previous one, forming a diagonal cross of sword energy. Upon contact, an explosive force was unleashed, sending forth a massive diagonal cross. Boom! The power of this strike was formidable, and the Star Sea Master could not endure the intensity, momentarily losing his ability to retaliate as he soared through the air. After delivering such a potent blow, Kenshin landed and sheathed his sword. Final technique, heaven-soaring dragon flash. A dazzling brilliance erupted, a radiant explosion fueled by his very life force. In the aftermath of this luminescence, the two figures found themselves positioned behind each other. With a cough, blood spilled forth as Kenshin barely managed to support himself with his sword, preventing a fall. However, at that moment, everything that lay along the path of the heaven-soaring dragon flash was severed cleanly in two, the cut surfaces falling neatly to the ground. Alongside the Star Sea Master's chest, which gushed forth an endless stream of blood. First, a slashing aura was unleashed. Then, a reverse strike followed to intercept the sword energy, culminating in an enormous diagonal cross of sword energy. Is this the final move of the flying heavenly sword style, named Heaven-Soaring Dragon Flash? His tone grew increasingly flat, and despite the wounds on his chest gradually healing, the Star Sea Master succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Even if you are a night rabbit, you cannot withstand such devastation. Kenshin managed to muster a faint smile before collapsing face first onto the ground. Kenshin, a silvery voice flashed by, as Gintoki hurriedly caught Kenshin before he hit the ground. With a hint of concern, he inquired, "He must be exhausted, right?" As he spoke, he discreetly obstructed the camera nearby. Smoking a cigarette, Hijikata remarked, "Leave it to us for now." Sogo followed Hijikata's lead, also blocking the camera. As they observed Kagura holding on to Seihai Bozu, Gintoki and the others swiftly withdrew. Hey, Hijikata-san, what are we supposed to say if they catch wind of this?" Gintoki said, exhaling smoke. The conflict between Seihai Bozu and the Cosmic Sword Master over a trivial matter of dining space had led to a brawl. Hijikata, with a slight smile, replied, "Even in the cosmos, the desire for vengeance never ceases." Sitting on the railing and smoking, the short-haired Shinpachi gazed at the exceedingly dull planet, slowly exhaling smoke. "Sir." At that moment, I am approached and stated, "News has arrived from Earth. Seihai Bozu has engaged in battle and sustained serious injuries." Exhaling smoke, he added, "Seihai Bozu has been defeated on Earth." Humph, such news will surely draw the attention of many cosmic powers to Earth. Those who could defeat Seihai Bozu must weigh their capabilities against this formidable opponent. Only the one who once defeated the Night King could openly triumph over Seihai Bozu on Earth, right? It's rather unsettling that even in seclusion, peace remains elusive, he mused, raising his head, his pupils shimmering with a ghostly light. "I've always said that you and I share a commonality. Within us resides a beast that roars and howls." Chapter 171. Aesthetic fatigue from seeing tentacles for the second time here. I awaken in a daze, my vision filled with the stark white of the ceiling and the overwhelming, acrid scent of medicinal solutions. To have sustained such grievous injuries, yet to heal almost completely in merely half a day? I find it increasingly hard to believe you are from Earth. Nearby, a voice inquired, "Is that a wig? What are you doing here?" Kenshin, propping himself up, questioned in confusion. With such a commotion, how could one not notice? The entire vicinity of the department store has been reduced to ruins by the aftermath of your battle. The wig-wearing individual stared at Kenshin, saying, "This time, you've truly caused quite a stir. Well, if one wishes to fight, then fight they shall. Who cares about rules?" He replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his head. "With such a scale of battle, someone is bound to investigate the recordings. Your identity is highly likely to be exposed." The wig-wearer cautioned, "I believe I am not at risk of exposure. After all, how could the Bakamatsu and the Celestials allow the Battasai to openly engage in battle? Besides," Kenshin said lightly, "in many respects, the Battasai is quite unlike any other. But you, in your blue attire, have boldly declared the name of the flying sword style. That name is far too conspicuous." The wig-wearer crossed his arms. Hey, that's not your usual style," Kenshin teased with a sly smile. "What are you plotting?" "Well, a certain overly zealous girl with a penchant for destruction has recently escalated her behavior to such an extent that communication with her has become increasingly difficult. Adjusting her wig upon her forehead, she expressed a desire for me to join her in the ranks of the Chashingumi, hoping for her to quiet down for a while. This, however, is merely a secondary reason. After all, you still wish to draw me into your Chashingumi, don't you?" With a light-hearted tone, she responded, "That is utterly impossible. Do you despise this identity so much?" "It is not loathing, but rather, I have already embraced it once. Have you ever heard the saying, 'A good horse does not turn back to graze'? I would never stoop to reclaiming a past identity that diminishes my worth." Kenshin shook his head, indicating that such reasoning was nonsensical. With a scoff, she retorted, "Fine, you need not agree, but should you ever wish to join, you will always be welcomed. Speaking of which, what about Jinsan and the others?" Kenshin inquired curiously. "The gluttonous little girl is being taken away by her father, and the bespectacled boy refuses to comply, thus pursuing them. As for Jinsan, I am uncertain," she pondered, gathering her thoughts. That shouldn't be the case. His injuries are even more severe than mine. Is that acceptable?" Kenshin frowned and questioned, "Are you referring to the final blow you dealt him?" "His injuries are indeed grave, and according to him, had it not been for the Night Rabbit's physiology, he would have perished under your final attack at Tenkioka Cross." Her eyes sparkled as she added, even now, his recovery is exceedingly slow. One could say you are at a stalemate. A stalemate, you say? If I had not collapsed from exhaustion at the end, I would have emerged victorious, wouldn't I? After all, had I been able to move at that moment at this juncture? An urgent news bulletin interrupted. The Edo space terminal has been overtaken by an unidentified tentacled creature. The Shinsengumi are en route to the scene, yet chaos reigns. Kenshin and the girl's gaze simultaneously fell upon the television in the hospital room. Wait, there's a figure on the ship, a girl. A young lady is battling the mysterious creature on the deck? Hey, Kenshin, that's not, turning back to speak. She realized that the bed was now devoid of any trace of him. She's gone, murmured Mio, who had just arrived, her head bowed. What a troublesome fellow. That is the most crucial space transfer station for the shogunate. If we fire without orders from above, we will all lose our heads. Leading the way, Toshiro helplessly addressed the news anchor trailing behind him. Why are you still talking about that? We might soon be relocating our heads. Hey, what happened to your gentle demeanor? Don't ruin your image. Let us focus on the matter at hand. That creature grows larger by consuming everything, and now it has reached the terminal. If it is allowed to freely absorb the energy within, the entirety of Edo will be devoured. The nonchalant Hijikata remarked from the vehicle. Is there truly no solution? The news anchor lamented. Unless we receive orders from above permitting us to fire, we are utterly powerless against it, Toshiro thought, feeling a headache coming on. Wait, what is that? As he spoke, a strikingly handsome individual with natural curls charged into the scene, riding upon an unidentified creature. Cosmic monster versus violent man, now showing. Do not miss this. With that proclamation, Gintoki disregarded everything else and charged headlong into the terminal engulfed by tentacles. Hey, boss. Sugo, unable to intercept him in time, could only watch helplessly as Gintoki vanished from sight. Damn it. At this point, there's no turning back. Just then, the captain of the Shinsengumi, Kondo, finally stepped forward, opened fire. I will take full responsibility for whatever consequences arise. Aren't we the guardians of Edo? Fire at will. Boom. I've been waiting for you to say that. Hijikata and Sugo, along with the other members of the Shinsengumi, wore smiles on their faces. Indeed, the Shinsengumi has never existed for the sake of a single individual. We fight for Edo. Vice Chief. The terminal is in complete disarray. Aren't we responsible for this? Yamazaki shouted. Who cares? Just say it was the monster's doing, Hijikata replied nonchalantly. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that? We have just witnessed the moment when the winds of corruption blew through. The broadcaster, Yoshi, was cut short by Hijikata's fierce gaze. Hey, that's not how a man should behave toward a beautiful woman. As Yoshi spoke, someone patted her shoulder. Is it you? She exclaimed, pointing at the newcomer in surprise. Long time no see, Yoshi. Kenshin gave a thumbs up to Yoshi before turning to leave. Here we go. Chapter 172. Achieving the title of the strongest in this world. Hey, Kenshin, be careful. Before Hijikata could finish his warning, a brilliant flash of light from a sword shattered the attacking tentacles into countless pieces. Protect yourself. Kenshin took a step forward, his figure perfectly captured by the camera. Oh no, this is serious. Is the monster going to join the fray? Sugo remarked, lowering his head in contemplation. Speak plainly to your master and take a step forward. With a twist of his wrist, he reversed his blade. Boom. The ground trembled beneath him as he soared into the air. Crescent moon slash. Suspended in midair, a chaotic gust of sword energy was unleashed by Kenshin's casual swing. The crescent-shaped sword energy severed tentacles one after another, cutting off all the extending appendages. It appeared that the monster had also awakened some semblance of intelligence, retracting its extended tentacles. Having absorbed too much energy, it began to evolve. Or perhaps it possessed a hint of wisdom all along. Regardless, it bore little consequence for Kenshin. Kagura. The heart-wrenching roar jolted Kenshin from his reverie as he beheld Kagura ensnared by tentacles, with Gintoki barely out of reach, obstructed by the very appendages. You, just how much do you adore young girls? He bellowed, veins popping on his forehead. Gintoki, catch Kagura. The reversed blade was enveloped in swirling blue energy, gradually radiating around Kenshin. Crescent moon slash. The colossal blue-white sword energy surged forth, cleaving through all obstacles effortlessly. What incredible power! Yoshi's eyes widened in awe. Even her strongest allies would likely stand no chance against such a force. Vice Chief. The retreat of these entities has commenced. A member of the Shinsengumi reported, seemingly aware of the emergence of the most perilous adversary. Unable to extend their reach, they could only focus on self-preservation. Slowly drawing a breath of smoke as they observed Gintoki, who was embracing Kagura. Who would have thought this individual possessed such prowess? Now, it appears he must ponder his own survival, Sogo remarked with a hint of indifference. Ah, Suki no Kiba, Suki no Kiba, Suki no Kiba, ah. With frenzied vigor, the formidable 5-meter sword energy shielded Gintoki and his companions, severing every tentacle that dared to approach. Ah, thank you. A fleeting glance was cast towards the figure on the rooftop, unleashing sword energy. Kenshin understood that this individual's damage was far from optimal. At this moment, achieving such feats was already the limit. The rest would depend on themselves. Hey, Kenshin. The voice calling out caused Kenshin on the rooftop to momentarily pause his assault of sword energy. The Shogunate's fleet has come to our aid. However, the reinforcements are none other than Matsudaira, the so-called god of destruction. Wherever he treads, not a blade of grass remains. Should he fire indiscriminately, you shall face dire consequences. Kondo the gorilla bellowed through a megaphone. What? His gaze sharpened, fixated on the approaching ship in the sky. This is bad. Kagura. Before the concern in his heart could dissipate, a sudden shout pierced through the air, and the collapsing deck ensnared Gintoki, plunging him onto a massive, crimson, pulpy mass. Before Gintoki could react, the mass rapidly engulfed Kagura. Even the formidable Hashikata was a moment too late. This is a disaster. If we could escape safely, that would be ideal. Kagura has indeed been swallowed. It seems we must prevent the shogunate from firing their cannons, which means distant attacks are no longer viable. With a sudden burst of movement, he leaped onto the rooftop, heading towards the terminus of space. Yet, in the eyes of the monster, the figure approaching at a swift pace was one etched in its memory, an unforgettable adversary. This very individual had reduced its form to a puddle of flesh. Unforgivable, unforgivable. With a furious cry, all tentacles, save those guarding its heart, surged toward Kenshin, attempting to thwart my advance. Observing the incoming tentacles, Kenshin smiled calmly. Believing that just because I bear wounds, you think you have a chance to triumph over me? With a single stroke, he severed the majority of the oncoming tentacles. Then, he stepped upon the largest of them, advancing with purpose. However, the monster was unfazed, its frenzied thrashing causing Kenshin to struggle for balance. What chaotic flailing! With a sudden burst of fire, Kenshin leaped, cleaving the tentacle beneath him and subsequently landing on the still falling remains of the severed appendage. In an instant, he gained altitude. Tornado flash. Spinning his body, he navigated through the encircling tentacles, breaking free from their grasp. Kenshin surged forth, blood cascading in torrents. Such astonishing speed of breakthrough. This cannot be measured by mere human standards. The astonished Kinya broadcaster stared in awe, while the cameraman diligently live-streamed Kenshin's remarkable escape. Although this situation does not bode well for Kenshin, in a moment of crisis, one cannot afford to dwell on trivialities. Is this indeed the source of his power? Sugo pondered, reflecting on how one possessing such strength could ever face defeat. With a swift thrust, he plunged his blade into the gaping maw of the tentacle, which then writhed uncontrollably before bursting apart. Kenshin, however, found himself hovering above Gintoki and Shinpachi, landing upon the very heart itself. Astonishingly, even amidst this fierce battle, one could not help but be awed by this sheer power. Could this individual truly be human? What is the situation now? Kenshin inquired directly upon landing. Even though I was swallowed, I still have confidence. Gintoki replied, brimming with self-assurance. It's good that you're here. I was initially counting on that bald man, but now I have a far better option. Please, buy me 5 minutes. What do you mean by that bald man? The disgruntled master exclaimed, turning to face the fleet. All right, this should suffice, right? It's enough. What do you mean it's enough? Even if you don't believe in me. You must trust your own daughter. Gintoki retorted with a cold smile, as he plunged his sword into the heart, causing it to writhe in pain and extend its tentacles to swallow him whole. Hey, you over there, the rabbit. I do appreciate your assistance in stalling for about 5 minutes as well. With that, Kenshin leaped onto the undamaged deck. You, my friend, rest assured. You may be the strongest hunter in the universe, but when it comes to self-preservation or the misguided notion of sacrificing one to save many, I understand Earthlings far better than you. Just buy some time. With a flourish, he gestured dramatically and sat cross-legged upon the deck. Hey, that's my vinegar kelp, he exclaimed, just as the group attempting to stall for 5 minutes was startled by a sudden eruption of flesh beneath their feet. To their astonishment, it was Kagura who had sent Gintoki flying with a single punch, simultaneously awakening from her stupor. Kagura! Shinpachi cried out in joyful surprise. What a gluttonous girl! What kind of father raised her this way? Gintoki remarked, spitting out some murky water, a smile playing on his lips. Well, it's time to bring this to a close. With that, Shinpachi and Gintoki together plunged their weapons into the heart beneath them, causing it to cave inward. The heart, having absorbed too much energy, was on the brink of exploding from the slightest pressure, and it promptly detonated. Hey, return my vinegar kelp, Gintoki exclaimed, only to be swiftly knocked down by Kagura, who began to unleash a flurry of punches. Hey, the myth isn't over yet. A surge of golden energy suddenly erupted, hurtling towards Gintoki and his companions. Kagura, previously dazed, was instantly roused from her confusion. Shimada, the umbrella, she thought, but it was too late to retrieve it. The only option left was to brace herself with her body. Get lost. Do you really think you're a scion? She shouted, as she was yanked by her hair and thrown backward. Hey, Kenshin, Gintoki began, but was rendered speechless in shock. Sword technique, draw the blade. The sheath and blade connected as he drew his sword, slowly yet swiftly. There was no power emanating from it. It seemed merely a mundane act of drawing a sword. The ultimate technique, heavenly extreme cross. Yet, just as the blade emerged halfway, a cataclysmic sword energy, seemingly ablaze with crimson flames, suddenly materialized. It struck directly against the incoming energy cannon. You wretch. It turns out that from the very beginning, even the master of the Star Sea was rendered speechless in shock. Jianshin did not utter a word. The sword energy from the first segment of Heavenly Extreme Cross resolutely blocked the golden energy cannon. The dissipating energy formed a flowing band around it. Down below, the members of the True Selection Group were all left dumbfounded. Heavenly Extreme Cross, /. With a reverse grip on the sword, Jianshin unleashed another blue sword energy. The moment it exploded into a cross, that force propelled the energy cannon back in retaliation. Ultimately, it struck the ship where Matsumoto was located, resulting in a violent explosion that created a crisscross diagonal pattern. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, all astonished by this unparalleled power. A faint sound echoed from the reverse blade, a barely perceptible chime. Already severely injured, Jianshin's body erupted with a torrent of blood. He felt darkness closing in, plummeting downwards like a falling mass. From such a height, a direct fall would be catastrophic. Hey, Jianshin. PS2. Jianshin is so powerful, let us deal with Ziji Xiong. PS3. If I suddenly fast forward to a plot several hundred episodes ahead, how would I justify it? Perhaps by claiming to be in a vegetative state? Chapter 173. Even if it has grown enormous, it remains Chizuru. Much time has elapsed since that day. Although it was streamed live, surprisingly, no one sought out Jianshin's trouble. Logically, if this video were to be seen by the Celestial Path, it would lead to consequences. Thus, it seems there are undisclosed secrets lurking within, and now does not appear to be the time for narrative exposition. Let us decisively leap into the fray. Slay it. Eliminate this monster. Commissioned by Gintoki to handle a certain matter at the Odd Jobs Agency, Jianshin arrived only to hear such clamor. Good grief. This is anything but tranquil. My entire body is wrapped in bandages. Hey. What on earth is going on with you all? He stepped in front of the Odd Jobs Agency, obstructing their act of throwing stones. Even if you harbor disdain for Gintoki, there is no need for such measures. What are you talking about? We are currently driving away a monster. They retorted, speaking with fervor. What nonsense? Jianshin rubbed his head and replied. Have you not seen Chizuru before? In ordinary times, you all accepted her in her usual size, so what does a slight increase matter? That sounds all well and good. Who knows when it might go berserk? If it does and harms us, can you bear the responsibility? Truly a righteous outcry. Quickly, kill it. Get out of my way. They disregarded Jianshin's intervention and began hurling stones. Stop. Chizuru is not a monster. Though he opened an umbrella, it could only shield one side. Listen, you are going too far. As he spoke, the ground trembled, and a crack suddenly appeared, delineating a boundary. Bang! Just as Jianshin made a move, a stone struck the corner of Kagura's eye with unparalleled precision, resulting in a gory spray of blood. With a commanding presence that fluctuated like the tide. The aura of a true warrior instantly subdued the unassuming townsfolk, leaving their legs trembling in fear. Kenshin, at most, could only restrain himself. After all, Gintoki's reputation was not particularly favorable, and should he harm them, survival for Gintoki and his companions in this place would become exceedingly difficult. His fists were clenched tightly, yet that was all he could muster. With a furious roar, Kenshin was jolted into a shiver. Turning around in astonishment, he beheld the now menacing visage of Shinpachi. Enveloped in white mist, his form having grown significantly larger. Indeed, a monster. The townsfolk, gripped by fear, hastily fled, oblivious to the true cause of their predicament. Well, who would believe it anyway? Such is the inherent flaw of humanity. With a leap, Shinpachi cast a glance at Kenshin before charging off into the distance. Damn it! This is troublesome. It was indeed because Kagura was injured that Shinpachi revealed himself as anything but an ordinary being. Kenshin could not allow Shinpachi to run amok, especially with Kagura still up there. Kagura, hold on tight. He jumped to a nearby tall building, closely pursuing Shinpachi, but felt a twinge of pain in his abdomen at that very moment. I can't engage in combat now, he thought, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Yet Kenshin resolutely pressed on. He hoped Gintoki and the others would resolve the issue swiftly. With a foot planted on an advertisement board, Kenshin pursued the now gigantic Shinpachi, observing in astonishment as Shinpachi rampaged through the streets, demolishing anything that obstructed his path. Hey, you monstrous creature, halt. How far will you roam? At that moment, a police car appeared, asserting its presence with urgency. You fool. If I could stop, I would have done so already. Are you an idiot? Absolutely an idiot. Kagura, perched on Shinpachi's tail, quipped, appearing rather spirited despite the chaos. All right, I'll arrest you for obstructing justice. You've wounded the heart of our patrol officer. What a ridiculous excuse. You're an idiot. Undoubtedly an idiot. There was no choice but to compel him to stop. Well, goodbye. With that, the officer raised a rocket launcher aimed at Shinpachi, only to be swatted away by him. What does this story illustrate? It conveys that one should not assume that a sadistic human can dominate animals, especially a divine beast like Shinpachi. Upon enlarging, his perception of danger heightened significantly. The recent incident of swatting the officer was no accident. It was an instinctual response to a perceived threat. Eliminating threats is an innate instinct of every creature. With that, Kenshin caught another member of the Shinsengumi who had leapt from the police car. Are you all right? The man, still shaken, gazed ahead. Calm yourself here for a moment. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he leaped away. Hey, Kenshin. Amidst the acrobatics upon the rooftop, Kenshin's attention was drawn by a sudden voice. Gintoki? There he beheld Gintoki, riding a small sheep and swiftly following alongside another sheep, which carried the shrine maiden. Time is of the essence. To be succinct, we must first locate Chobit, and once found, I implore you to hold off for a few minutes to allow us to recite the sealing incantation. This is the most prudent course of action, exclaimed one of the shrine maidens, clutching a flute. Your knowledge is rather peculiar, isn't it? Kenshin remarked, still leaping between rooftops. Ah well, it's merely something a shrine maiden ought to know, the riding maiden flusteredly explained. Regardless, just block Chobit. With that, Kenshin accelerated, declaring, Gintoki, after this, you are forbidden from disturbing me for the next fortnight. Otherwise, I shall dismantle your odd jobs. Ah, understood, Gintoki responded, his tone laden with resignation as he watched Kenshin gradually fade from view. The new character, Shinpachi, whose true form was humorously likened to glasses, who exactly embodies glasses, immediately spotted Kenshin's most distinctive feature. Despite his red attire, such a conspicuous aspect would be impossible to overlook, or else I, as the comic relief, would lose my purpose. We cannot allow him to act. We must hasten. With that, they revved their engines and surged forward. Kagura. After a great leap, Kenshin finally arrived at the egg-shaped cinema, where he immediately spotted Kagura, tightly clutching Chobit's tail. Kenshin-izan, she cried, but her distraction caused her to lose grip, sending Chobit careening downward. Ah, Chobit. This is dire. If Chobit crashes down, it will surely result in numerous casualties. To others, Chobit is akin to a deadly beast. The potential for destruction was one thing, but taking lives was another. With a thud, Chobit plummeted. Beneath its massive paw, more than 5 individuals were clearly visible. With great effort, Kenshin braced himself against the descending paw with his reverse blade, struggling as the viscous substance from his abdomen began to drip onto the ground. Kenshin, Kagura shouted in alarm. Yet Kenshin, weakened and half-kneeling, could hardly muster his strength. Get out of my way, you fools! He barked at the stunned onlookers. As several hastily fled, Kenshin seized the moment, dodging the blow and escaping to the side. He raised his reverse blade high. Chobit! Enough of this nonsense! Kenshin, Kagura cried out desperately. Kenshin's resolve wavered as he glanced at Kagura's tear-streaked face, her heartbroken expression weighing heavily on him. The blade felt heavier than ever. However, Chobit felt no such hesitation. With a tremendous force, it swatted Kenshin mid-air, sending him crashing through several trees before he violently struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Kenshin. Upon his recent arrival, Gintoki was met with a shocking scene, blood splattered everywhere. Daisuke, what on earth do you intend to do? He exclaimed as he stood firm against the advancing Daisuke. Shinbachi, take Kenshin and go. Hurry. With a fierce shout, Gintoki forcefully pushed Daisuke back a few steps. The bewildered Shinbachi, prompted by Gintoki's urgency, quickly rushed to assist Kenshin, who lay in a pit, his injuries and Shin's grievous wounds nearly incapacitating him. Kenshin. Shinbachi gasped as he saw the severity of the injuries. We must get him to a hospital. Quickly. Meanwhile, Gintoki positioned himself to block Daisuke's strike. You all. Seal Daisuke's powers now. I don't care if it takes just a minute or even 5. I'll hold him off. Gintoki stepped forward to confront Daisuke, his intent not to inflict harm, but to prevent further mischief. Daisuke, you've caused quite enough trouble. For the next 2 weeks, your rations will be halved. Chapter 174. Unbeknownst to you, you've become a father. Now, what transpired during Kenshin's 15 days of recovery? I want to recount every detail. It has already been said that Gintoki should refrain from bothering Kenshin. In short, return and watch episodes 46 to 50 to understand what occurred. The protagonist has requested not to be disturbed, and I dare not write further lest he go on strike. Thus, today's tale begins with episode 51. So it goes, hey, Gintoki, your package. As Kenshin dismounted from the sheep, he unhesitatingly tore open Gintoki's parcel. Hey, that's my package, I sent it? It's definitely mine. How could you do this? With a leap from the odd jobs agency, Gintoki landed and snatched the package, shielding it protectively while shouting. What does it matter? It's probably just another figure or photo collection from a streaming host, he remarked dismissively, eyeing Gintoki. This is the 87th time you've sent a package to my place. Next time, I'll charge you for it. When did you become so business-minded? Aren't you a samurai? The spirit of the samurai would weep. Gintoki replied slowly. What's that? If it could buy bread, maybe I would consider it, Kenshin retorted, arms crossed, unimpressed. Sometimes you need to be filled with energy and dreams, just like in Jump. Life and all that. Gintoki stepped closer. Before he could finish his thought, a childish voice interrupted them. Hey, is that your son? Kenshin and Gintoki exchanged curious glances as they moved towards the source of the voice. Finally, after much observation, I can confirm this. Kenshin nodded in agreement. What are you saying, you fool? I always come prepared. Gintoki shouted, flailing his arms in exasperation. Well, perhaps something unexpected might happen. After all, such occurrences are common. One more or one less doesn't make a difference, Kenshin said, picking up the child from the basket, who stared at him with lifeless eyes. Look, the natural curl and expression are identical. Hey, the truth of matters cannot be confined to mere appearances. Look within. Within. Gintoki seized the child and shouted at Kenshin in fury. It's far too early for this noise. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a flying kick from Odi, who burst through the door. Odi caught the airborne Gintoki in her arms, and Kenshin, smiling, raised his voice towards Odi, saying, Look at little Gintoki. Inside the Odi tavern, I initially thought you were simply a disheartened man. But I never imagined you to be a rogue who sows his wild oats and toys with women, Odi remarked, gazing at Gintoki. Thus, I have always been exceedingly cautious. I would never commit such an error. Gintoki lamented as he sat in a chair. This has nothing to do with caution. You are merely a product of the same mold. Shinpachi joined the fray. Am I some sort of heir to natural curls? How terrifying. Even if I were to have children, I would want straight hair. He exclaimed, lifting little Gintoki. Ah, the genetic inheritance is remarkable. At that moment, Kenshin approached with a baby bottle, saying, As the father, it's your duty to feed him. He handed little Gintoki over to Kenshin. You lazy fool. I cannot fathom who would willingly bear your child. Kenshin grumbled as he cradled little Gintoki and began to feed him, speaking as if he were truly the child's parent. Hey, don't get it twisted. This is all still a mystery. Just a mystery. Gintoki shouted in frustration. Oh, the corrupt world of adulthood. Kagura spat disdainfully and then looked at little Gintoki with eager anticipation. What a corrupt father you are, right, Gintoki? Enough. That strange expression of yours seems to imply something unpleasant. Stop it. Gintoki interjected angrily. It almost seems alive, he said, gazing curiously at little Gintoki. Hey, you over there with the natural curls. Come here and learn. Your vocabulary should be refined as well, Kenshin said, pulling a bystander with natural curls closer. Ouch. Be gentle. You fool. The bystander complained, scratching his head as he approached Kenshin. Are you really going to raise this child? I refuse. That's the responsibility of a corrupt father. Kenshin then delivered a swift chop to Gintoki's head. How many times must I tell you, you fool? Gintoki finally reached his limit. Looking at the commotion between the two individuals, Shinpachi felt an overwhelming desire churning within him, intense and nearly uncontrollable. Let it erupt. Let it explode. Old man S. Kirin arm. Hey, Kirin arm my foot. I am Shinpachi, without such nonsense. What churns within me is a desire to complain. Why is it a Kirin arm? Explain yourself, you scoundrel author. Unexpectedly harmonious, Kagura mused. It feels like a family taking care of a child. Upon hearing this, those present fixated their bizarre gazes on Kenshin, Gintoki, and little Gintoki, sensing no hint of discord. Enough already. Gintoki exclaimed as he snatched up little Gintoki and burst through the door. I cannot endure this any longer. I heard everything you said. What on earth? I am harmonious with Kenshin. If this continues, are you truly attempting to convert me, a staunch heterosexual, into something else? I shall not permit such an occurrence. With a resigned tone, Kenshin followed Granny Dunga to join the others as they emerged. Rest assured, I shall retrieve her, he stated. But why must it be a her with a feminine radical? Pardon me, but I have a matter of some urgency to discuss, said Kagura, pausing in her pursuit. Captivated by the voice. Excuse me, have you seen this girl? Asked a gray-haired man, handing over a photograph. In the image, a girl holding a wooden basin wore a bright smile, her short black hair contrasting with the light blue of her attire. Though her smile radiated joy, an undercurrent of anxiety was evident. I have never seen her, replied Granny Dunga. As the group's leader, her authority was unquestionable. Forgive my intrusion. I am Hashida Hachibai, proprietor of a prominent establishment in Kabukicho. He spoke slowly, an air of arrogance evident in his tone. Is that the wealthy conglomerate? Murmured Shinpachi. Just days ago, my beloved grandson vanished, and this girl had previously been seen lurking around my home. My grandson is still unable to walk, Hashida expressed earnestly. Such a beautiful girl. Shinpachi thought, struggling to believe the girl in the photograph was real. Excuse me, is anyone here? A voice drew everyone's attention. It's you, Hashida bellowed. Seize her. Instantly. Several men in black advanced to capture the girl, while Shinpachi and his companions, mindful of their earlier comments and the notion that this was a private matter, refrained from intervening. At last, we have found you. Where is Kenjiro? The tone was harsh, almost menacing. A shadow flickered as Kenshin, who had remained silent by the door, lifted his head. You vile woman, do you not comprehend your position? He exclaimed, striking out. Hey. This seems rather excessive, Dunga interjected, disapproving of the severity of the attack. At this rate, you won't be able to express your thoughts at all. I apologize. I became overly agitated, Hashida said. Turning to face the members of the odd jobs, his tone markedly altered. However, this is a family matter, and we shall resolve it ourselves. His gaze briefly flashed with cold intent, yet it did not escape Granny Dunga's keen observation. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused, he remarked as he seized the woman and departed in a vehicle. The odd jobs team remained silent. Is that silver? Kenshin emerged from the inner door, examining the photograph. Indeed, this is troublesome, Shinpachi lamented, cradling his head. What grave trouble are we to be ensnared in now? That woman seems to harbor some unspoken secrets, Kenshin mused, watching the departing car with a narrowed gaze. Her eyes betray no lies. This situation is undoubtedly complex. But Kenshin, this is their family matter, Kagura remarked, puzzled. Since the children have been entrusted to the Odd Jobs Agency, it is crucial to respect the boundaries of their assignments. Interfering with the agency's tasks could undermine their reputation, remarked Kenshin with a mysterious smile, hinting at the potential fallout of failure. In his pursuit of Silver Time's whereabouts, he might resort to extreme measures against that girl. I will follow and intervene if necessary, Kenshin stated resolutely, without turning back, and added, as for Silver Time, I entrust you with the task of locating him and escorting him to the Kawashita Company. With that, he mounted his little sheep and sped off into the distance. PS2. A few days ago, I was too injured to write, but I have gradually recovered enough to type with one hand. I cannot guarantee updates, but I shall strive not to give up. Chapter 175. How to deal with it. Please do not disturb me. Hey. I finally found you. Kenshin emerged, exasperated. As he spotted Silver Time changing the diaper of little Silver Time, I quite like this nickname. Truly, you are quite difficult to locate. Oh, look, your mother has arrived. He pointed towards Kenshin. Who is his mother, you fool? You must be seeking death, you natural curls. Kenshin delivered a punch to Silver Time's head before retracting his fist. How did you come to know his identity? Ah, the wig revealed everything to me. He gestured towards a nearby tall building. It must be from there. I never expected you to be a scion of a wealthy family. Don't forget me when you inherit the family business. You audaciously make such an outrageous wish in front of the still young Kanjuro. Kenshin scorned. Hey, is anyone there? There's a shameless adult here preparing to exploit a child. So, who is that fellow you keep mentioning? I have yet to see him. Silver Time interjected, yelling in frustration. Well, you handle this for now, Kenshin said, handing a diaper to Silver Time. TCH. Snatching it away, Silver Time bent down and began his struggle. Hey, you're leaning to the right. Not bad, not bad. You will become a significant person in the future. Only you would have such thoughts, you natural curls. Kenshin replied. Ah. Kanjuro let out an unintelligible exclamation. Kenshin lowered himself as well. Don't be shy about urinating. Men are beings whose upper and lower halves do not always synchronize. Such occurrences are common. With that, Silver Time finished changing the diaper and stood up. That should do it. Where's the improvement? Look at the veins bulging on little Silver Time's forehead. Kenshin commented, rarely teasing. Could it be that the presence of the new diaper had prevented your usual complaints, and now your frustrations have finally surfaced? Oh, what a rare opportunity to witness such a spectacle today. Kenshin, unable to remain still, cradled his head with both hands as he sat to the right of Kanjuro. First, he was mistaken for a father, and then suspected of kidnapping. Truly beset by misfortune, Silver Time lamented as he sat to Kanjuro's left. Ah no, Kanjuro protested loudly. Oh, my apologies. It seems today you are even more unfortunate than I am. We are both quite unlucky, Silver Time remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the horizon. Yet, that is life. Encountering such days is inevitable. More trials await you in your future, Kenshin said, gazing at the slowly drifting clouds. But honestly, it seems that I often encounter such situations, but truly, it is only after a day concludes that a fine wine is most worthy of reminiscence. With these words, Gintoki rose, pulling the cloth strap from his waist and crossing it over to bind Kaneshiro behind him. Once this matter is resolved, let us have a drink together with your naturally curly father and your long-haired straight father, he remarked. Humph. Gintoki, your binding technique is utterly pathetic. Why not think of a more sophisticated method, like the tortoiseshell style? Kenshin chuckled wryly before also standing up. Thus, I am fated to toil due to your naturally curly father, he declared, shaking his finger in jest before turning to leave. I shall go find Kagura and the others. You should hurry over. Ah, watching Kenshin's retreating figure, Gintoki sighed towards Kaneshiro. Do you remember? Men like him are the most dependable. Strive to grow into such a person. Oh, pardon the intrusion upon your refined enjoyment, but I just happened to discover a few little eavesdropping mice, said Zakai, suddenly breaking through the door and forcing Kagura and the others into the inner chamber. Is this not the same group I encountered at To's? How did they follow me here? I believe I made it clear that this is a private matter and does not require your assistance. Rest assured, we have our own private matters to attend to. Shinpachi adjusted his glasses. Since we entrusted the child to the odd jobs, this commission is, in essence, the odd jobs responsibility. Anyone who obstructs the odd jobs from fulfilling their commission shall be taken down. How confident. After a cold laugh, he thought, some things are better left unknown. Hardly had the words left his lips when the entire room of Ronin drew their swords. I say, it is better to add sugar when drinking coffee, Kagura exclaimed, pulling out a mysterious sugar jar from somewhere and smashing it on the ground, creating a vast cloud of smoke. Cough, cough. Where are they? Hirata bellowed. In his eyes, These individuals must not escape. Otherwise, the Hirata family's reputation and everything else would vanish, becoming the subject of ridicule. Damn it, that wretched woman has also disappeared. They haven't fled this room yet. Search for them. Do not panic. It has nothing to do with me, Sakai said calmly as he stepped forward, his tone oddly cryptic. The air currents are quite abnormal, flowing in a certain direction. Where could it lead? Over there, he exclaimed, and in an instant, an unseen force rushed towards the broken window, executing a swift draw and sheath of the sword. The entire process was remarkably quick. Crash. The fallen window revealed Kagura and her companions hiding outside. Run, they shouted, hurriedly fleeing. Chase. With a command, the Ronin surged forward in hot pursuit. How absurd. I merely came to deliver takeout to the front desk and use the restroom. Why am I being hunted down? Shouted the bewildered Hasegawa as he ran frantically. Who knows? Shinpachi exclaimed, but was suddenly terrified as Kagura lifted a massive cylindrical object. Oh, she cried, hurling it without regard for Shinpachi and Hasegawa below. Hey! With a cold snort, Sakai effortlessly sliced through the rolling cylinder, disdain evident on his face. Is this guy a monster? Hasegawa wore an expression of disbelief. Please, don't mock me, Mr. Hasegawa. In truth, you are merely working under a monster. New Beiji internally roared in frustration. With that, Saito seemed to vanish from sight. A thunderous boom echoed. Saito staggered backward, and through the swirling dust, a figure became distinctly visible, the reverse blade resting at the edge of a crack. As if it were the very boundary of life and death that Kenshin had just inscribed with his stroke, forcing Saito to retreat. What an overwhelming presence. It must belong to a being that transcends this world, he mused, relishing the sensation, while Saito wore an expression of exhilaration. And it seems he is also a killer. How delightful. Kenshin-san. Both New Beiji and Hasegawa exclaimed simultaneously. Ah, I almost arrived too late. Is everything all right? He said, glancing back at New Beiji and the others. Where's Kagura? She took Kankichiro's mother and left first, New Beiji replied, standing up. You and Mr. Hasegawa should go ahead. I will hold the fort here. Besides, Gintoki should have arrived by now. Gintoki is here? Joy illuminated New Beiji's face. Can we finally return the child to his mother? I have heard such tales along the way. I have always felt sympathy for the noble and the maidservant. Then go. With that, he stepped forward, drawing his reverse blade. Suddenly, as if losing some form of support, an entire section of the rooftop tiles plummeted down, creating a vast void before Kenshin and Saito. Such strength, he remarked before vanishing from sight. With a whoosh, the dust scattered. Saito maintained a look of incredulity as he fell backward to the ground. Are you truly using the Hiiten Mitsurugi style in front of me? Kenshin stood firm, sheathing his sword. Even without a blade. It does not imply I am incapable of drawing my sword. PS2. At this time, Saito truly was lacking. One must refer to his prowess in the Cherry Blossom arc. Chapter 176. Memories akin to a tumultuous tide surged forth, overwhelming me. This troublesome matter could hardly be deemed excessively troublesome. Amidst the myriad of troubles Gintoki had summoned for Kenshin thus far, it was quite ordinary, akin to a mere arsonist. Under the guidance of Kankichiro's mother, it could be considered a remarkably perfect conclusion. Though the child's father was no longer present, the family remained united, did they not? Of course, unbeknownst to anyone. The butcher Saito had vanished from the place he had been defeated. Without delay, that very night, the dispute involving the four kings of Kabukicho was resolved. With two individuals said to operate independently of all factions present, could one still expect them to stir any significant turmoil? Thus, Crazy Shiro came to know this man who toiled alone in the world. Soon after, a distress signal from Hijikata arrived, prompting a rush to rescue the ever-celebrated yet today, the true leader of the Shinsengumi, Misatu. Ah, can I not have a few days of respite? He lamented, as Kenshin set down the newspaper at the counter, glaring with an expression akin to dead fish eyes at Gintoki. Even if you were to pierce the heavens today, I shall not step outside. I vow never to leave this establishment. Ahem, in truth, today is merely a trivial matter, remarked Gintoki, rubbing his hands together. You see, I happened to encounter Shinsuke while strolling through a bar today. That is quite a commonplace occurrence. In comparison, your meeting with Saito strikes me as rather unusual. With that, he raised a newspaper to obscure his face. I truly cannot assist you with your matters. You might want to seek someone more capable. Hey, I didn't say anything, all right? Gintoki replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Oh, but you clearly just did," came the feigned astonishment in response. "You can go die," shouted Kenshin, snatching the newspaper from Gintoki's hands. "What I wish to convey is, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me." Kenshin lifted his head. "How do you know this? How did such news reach you?" "Ah, this was a commission that Kagura brought back this morning, indicating that someone is seeking you. Moreover, they seem quite generous," he said, nonchalantly waving a large bill. "Now that piques my interest," Kenshin mused, stroking his chin. "Pray tell, where exactly is this person?" "Oh, the Yagyu family in the inner city of Edo." "Ah, well, I never imagined that after all these years, I would have the chance to stand here again." Gazing at the lengthy staircase, Kenshin adjusted his collar. "Speaking of which, it has been a while since I last saw Keiru. I fondly recall that little girl who always called me Kenshin." A smile crept across his face as he reminisced. As he ascended the stairs, he was not merely walking toward the Yagyu residence, but toward a path laden with memories. It felt as if every step mirrored that of the distant past. "Who goes there? Do you not know this is the Yagyu residence?" Two figures suddenly leaped out, blocking Kenshin's path. Aside from specially authorized families and individuals, no one is permitted to roam about with a katana. "Who are you? Specially authorized families and individuals, you say?" Kenshin murmured, lifting his head. "No need to worry. Just inform your lady that an old friend has come to visit her." "Old friend?" They searched their memories for anyone who matched the description of the red-haired man before them, but found none. "Lady? We have no lady here," they declared, arrogantly raising their chins. "Only young master." "Young master Yagyu. Younger master?" Kenshin paused, a jolt of realization hitting him. Could it be that Yagyu had expanded his family? That shouldn't be the case, considering there was still Keiru involved. Could it be? "Ah, Yagyu," he chuckled softly, shaking his head. "No matter. Just let your young master know that an old acquaintance is here. Oh, and do ensure that your lord does not find out." "Without proof? You think you can just waltz in? Do you believe the Yagyu family is just any place?" The attitude was quite disdainful, and Kenshin, not one to exhibit much patience, seized the collar of one of them, pulling him close. Such an attitude could unwittingly invite considerable trouble, you know. "Well, that is indeed a mistake. But might I request that you let them go?" A voice resonated from behind Kenshin, causing him to startle. He hadn't realized someone was standing there. As he spoke, he gently released his grip, facing the figure behind him. Coughing softly, he cast a silent gaze upon the diminutive old man, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. Was the Yagyu lineage wholly characterized by their short stature? When women were described as petite or youthful, it was charming, yet for men, it was a lifelong disgrace. "Oh, young sir, you seem familiar," he remarked, leaping onto a nearby flower pot. "From any angle, this appears quite serious. I already mentioned that we're acquaintances, did I not? Why do you obstruct my path? Can you not simply allow me to pass?" Ignoring the old man, he spread his hands in resignation towards the two individuals who had just barred his way. "Pray tell, who summoned you today?" One of them inquired lazily. "I know not. I merely received a letter from someone, and thus I came," he replied, pulling the letter from his pocket and waving it. "Let me see that," the other said, taking the letter from his hands and examining it slowly. "It is a note from Q," he stated, lifting his gaze. "However, personally, I would prefer that you do not enter." "Oh," he narrowed his eyes. "And why is that?" "Because, for my part, I do not wish for Q to meet you," the old man replied, narrowing his own eyes. "Is it the aura you exude or the lingering resentment that surrounds me?" With a weary sigh, he placed his hand on his forehead. "Old man, at your age, you surely passed the phase of youthful folly decades ago. Foolishness knows no age. Very well, I concede. Let it be." He waved his hand dismissively. "I shall refrain from entering to spare you from acting foolishly. By the way, engaging in such antics in old age could lead to dementia." "Dementia? Who's senile, you insolent brat?" the old man retorted, jumping up in indignation as he watched him depart. Gradually, the elder calmed his anger. "Though you may be somewhat arrogant, surviving under his command is a testament to your audacity," he remarked to the two minor characters who had been vying for attention. "My lord, there is no need for words," he gestured dismissively, descending the steps. "Let us hope he does not return. He is a dangerous individual." In his hand, he held fragments of torn paper. Meanwhile, within the Yagyu household, a girl dressed as a boy exerted herself, gripping her wooden sword tightly, perspiration beading on her brow. "Sister, Kenshin, where are you both?" Chapter 177, Daily Waters Coughing. I must admit that today's narrative does not revolve around Kenshin as the protagonist, although he certainly made quite a fuss over this matter. However, as the author, I firmly suppressed his outburst. Enough of idle chatter. Let us commence the true tale. In the cosmos, I exhaled slowly, gazing at the myriad of stars. As the glimmer in my eyes revealed a hint of longing. Would I be journeying to Earth once more? Memories, both joyous and sorrowful, surged within my mind. Crafted collectively by all. Must we begin from childhood? Since the inception of my memories, I have been a child of nobility. As a girl within such a privileged circle, women are seldom cherished, regarded merely as tools for marital alliances to enhance familial prosperity. One of my most vivid recollections from childhood is my mother cradling me and saying, "Remember, Jinzua, from this moment forth, you are Jinju, a boy." Perhaps in my early years, I grasped little of this, but as I matured, the starkness of my reality began to unfold. I became increasingly haughty, sharp-tongued, and decidedly unladylike. Yet, the more I embraced this demeanor, the more my mother seemed to delight in it. It was not until I encountered a boy with long, dark hair that my world began to shift. Unlike me, he appeared not to hail from a traditional noble lineage, often sitting alone during family gatherings. Naturally, I discerned his deep-seated insecurities and emotional complexity. Thus, I gained a childhood companion. Although we enjoyed each other's company, I never revealed my true identity as a girl, fearing that upon discovering the truth, he would treat me as others did, without respect. In this moment, I began to comprehend my mother's words. Within our family, women are devoid of dignity. One day, a man with a warm smile arrived at our home, summoned by the head of the family to take me for lessons. At that moment, I was engulfed in conflicting emotions. In retrospect, I realized I was deeply reluctant. However, upon meeting him and witnessing that gentle smile, my internal resistance was obliterated. I insisted on bringing along my friend Gue, stubbornly declaring that if Gue could not accompany me, then I would not go either. Despite the head of the family's furious glare, I refused to let anyone else dictate my companionship. In this tumultuous clan, Gue was my sole friend, and I would not part with him. Upon our arrival, we were instructed to live harmoniously. The teacher introduced himself as Yoshida Shoyo, inviting us to call him Shoyo-sensei. My mother had mentioned that he had previously taken in another child. How audacious! Someone has dared to arrive before me. I thought, vexed. All right then, from this day forth, I shall be known as Himura Kenshin. My grandiose declaration left us both wide-eyed in astonishment. Reflecting on that moment, I find Kenshin insufferably irritating, lazily lethargic, and possessing a sharp tongue. He has a penchant for assigning nicknames to everyone he meets, and his reasoning is often infuriatingly irrefutable. He asks short, "Have you ever encountered a girl of towering height, Kenshin?" I could never abide his presence. How could such a slothful and inept individual exist alongside Shoyo-sensei? Surely, only Gue and I deserve to be in the company of someone as esteemed as him. Your perspective is quite perilous, Kenshin remarked, unabashedly fearless. Nonetheless, I could not deny that he possessed remarkable skills. Who could fathom how his swordsmanship was so exceptional? Had it not been for my recent lessons with teacher Songyang, I might have been caught off guard. Could it be that this fellow truly resembles Himura Kenshin? Although we rarely bathe together and sleep separated by wooden planks, I had not paid attention to whether he bore any scars upon his visage. Embarking on a long journey of challenges, my irritation towards him grew. Yet Katsura appeared increasingly audacious lately, seemingly dismissing me altogether. The third challenge begins. The 27th challenge commences. The 83rd challenge is underway. I persistently challenge him, unwilling to concede to that languid, irritating expression. I refuse to be bested by such a despicable individual. Days later, a new young rascal arrived, with untamed curls. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Kenshin, save for one distinction. Kenshin's eyes were far more captivating than those lifeless orbs. Those dead fish eyes were infuriating. My apologies for the comparison. Oh, sluggishly moving Jinsan. Since his arrival, my list of irritants has grown. Typically, it is Kenshin who gazes lazily at me. Then Jinsan's vacant stare ignites my frustration. The desire to vanquish them swells. Yet, gradually, I began to experience a different sentiment. One that contrasted sharply with the facade of warmth in a family that was, in truth, cold-blooded. In this modest abode, 5 individuals coalesced, nurturing a warmth that was quite delightful. Suddenly, the feeble Sugi succumbed to pressure, shattering the wooden railing beneath him, his gaze becoming increasingly dazed, his body trembling uncontrollably. All transformations stem from the passage of time. Though one might wish to linger in a moment, time relentlessly preserves that instant within memory, bestowing anguish without granting another corporeal experience. A great fire obliterated everything, leaving even the mightiest Kenshin to fall, begrudgingly defeated. Witnessing Jinsan's anguished roar and Katsura's placid countenance, alongside Kenshin, who lay bloodied on the ground with a grievous wound, I pondered my course of action. If this is the case, let us rescue our teacher. Kenshin voiced a shared aspiration. You have always been our guiding light. If teacher Songyang is the enduring luminescence surrounding us, then you are the one wielding the sword, forging our path. Yet now, the light has dimmed, and you must bear the burden of illumination and guidance alone. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment in the tumultuous struggle for the restoration of our homeland. We must part ways, venturing towards different directions, uncertain of our fates and whether we shall reunite with our comrades. All we know is that we must persevere, for surely there will be a day of reunion. He shook the pipe, discarding the remnants of the burnt tobacco, and fell into silence as he gazed at his reflection on the spacecraft's mirror. The next time I crossed paths with him was 2 years later. By then, he had shed the carefree demeanor of his youth, emanating an aura of profound solitude. We exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the turmoil that had befallen him. Yet, I could not comprehend why a mere woman could alter him so drastically. Was I truly lesser than a woman? The hand that held the pipe trembled momentarily before coming to a halt. The one who forged ahead, illuminating our path with a faint red glow, bore countless wounds, shouldering all burdens alone. Who do you think you are? You are not Master Songyang. There is no need for such sacrifice, you fool. Watching him descend deeper into despair, increasingly ensnared by celestial beings, he achieved the fearsome reputation that echoed through the cosmos and earned the title of Earth's strongest. Yet, he lost his subordinates and his beloved. Was such a price not excessively heavy? The figure radiating red light was now stooped with fatigue. We all understood the essence of his relentless struggle. Ultimately, it echoed the words of Gintoki, who instilled in you this misguided perception that you are our elder brother. It matters not. Whether it be the sword-breaking Hall or the White Knight Demon, you are free to choose. A flash of murderous intent flickered in my eyes as I gripped the pipe, nearly crushing it in my grasp. Such a scene inevitably unfolded. Despite Gintoki's desire to intervene, he was cast aside. From the moment his blade descended, I was bewildered. Had not our enduring dream been to rescue Master Songyang? The goal was so tantalizingly close. If only you could unleash your true strength, you would surely be able to bring the master to safety. Yet, why did you choose us instead? Kenshin. In my confusion, I shouted and charged at him, only to catch a glimpse of a murky droplet amidst the crimson waters. Ultimately, what remained in my sight was the faintly glowing figure, vanishing into oblivion. Foolish thoughts raced through my mind as I softly murmured the name of the one who had, since that great fire, foolishly protected us for 3 long years. Yet, what had it brought him? The Battle of Zhanghai, he lost everything. The Battle of the Plains, he lost his subordinates. The Battle of Nightmares, he lost Akane. The final confrontation, he lost Master Songyang. Even the strongest heart cannot bear such burdens. My lord, we shall soon reach Earth. A subordinate knelt behind Isai, speaking softly. Acknowledging him with a wave of my hand, I signaled for him to depart. In our next encounter, I truly did not know whether to resent that you survived or to rejoice in your return to that languid expression and that dismissive gaze. I apologize at that moment. I did not consider much. I genuinely wished to stab you. Yet, did you not realize the truth of my identity? We are even now. With a gentle smile, Asan descended from the railing and slowly made her way inside. Jinshin, I've arrived on Earth, she remarked, observing your languid demeanor, wondering if she might be tempted to stab you once more. Although she was uncertain when it began, you gradually became as significant to her heart as teacher Songyang. However, after much contemplation, Asan could not discern anything further. She merely gazed at the celestial bodies outside the spaceship, their halos seemingly transforming into a lazy, mocking visage. Humph.